This is Bianca. Besides having a stunning beauty, she's also one of the strongest warriors on the continent. In battle, she wrecks a bunch of soldiers while riding her horse and shatters armor like it's paper. Whoever stands in front of her ends up as nothing but bones. The captain of the Holy Knights went to visit a poor forgotten land of the Empire and found a weak, arrogant little noble. The boy challenged her to a duel and said he'd beat her in 3 hits. Bianca didn't even care because she thought the kid was high on something. But when he picked up a stick to duel with, she got mad about being insulted by some random noble and accepted the duel just to teach him a lesson in front of everyone. The people around were already counting the boy as dead. Bianca rushed in to end the duel fast, but the boy put a blue aura on the stick and landed a hit so strong it cracked the captain's shield. On the second hit, her shield shattered into pieces. With Bianca down and wide open, the boy landed the third hit so hard right on her butt that it knocked the blonde girl out cold. Not a single soldier could believe what they just saw. When the captain woke up, everyone thought she'd be furious, but actually Bianca got turned on. She fell so in love with the boy that her coochie was throbbing. The boy had no idea how to react to that. After she left, everyone wanted to know who he was. This is Duke Aaron, and his secret is that he's a grandmaster warrior. He's so strong that on his very first day of basic training, with just one strike he cut a mountain clean in half. The most experienced swordsman there was left with his jaw on the floor. On top of that, the kid is basically the Einstein of war strategy. He plans every battle like a game of chess, and turns around wars that were already lost. This story is insane. It's going to show how one noble turned a small village into a massive empire. So let's go back to the beginning to see how his story started. It all begins in a castle being attacked by Emperor Zerone's soldiers. The servant wakes up in a panic, calling for the Duke, but the Duke had already accepted death, so the servant dies too without understanding anything. Suddenly the servant wakes up in the Duke's body, 20 years earlier. After a few days of thinking it over, he decided to make the most of this second chance and change the course of the Duke's downfall. He takes his sister, Cheryl, and Captain Rommel, the master swordsman, to a safe place. There he told them the whole truth, that Emperor Zerone is going to kill them all. His sister was confused because the Emperor had made a promise to their father, but that promise was made a long time ago, and the Emperor didn't give a damn about it. So the protagonist and his sister had to play their trump card. She opened a passage to another place for them to hide for a while. Rommel was confused because Cheryl had spent her whole life hiding that she's a mage, not just some regular mage, a 7th circle archmage who can destroy an entire empire with just one attack. The master swordsman was frozen in shock at her level of power. After watching her show off her power, Aaron decided to give it a shot too. When the servant woke up in this body, he spent a few days reading the diary and found out the Duke is a grandmaster swordsman, except nobody knew it. That's why now, with just one strike, he split Everest into 2 pieces. His trainer had never seen that much power in his life. A dragon was flying through the skies far away and felt the blessed power he'd given to a human thousands of years ago. He came down to the ground and turned into a human being. His mission now is to find the humans he gave those powers to. A boy stood by the shelf with Aaron's diary from a few days before he chose to become a duke. He opened the handwritten journal. In his memory, a man loomed over the king's sickbed. Years earlier, with help from a feudal lord, his father's brother, Uncle Zeron, had stolen the throne from his weak old father. He remembered that after his father died soon after, he and Cheryl had to flee the royal family's purge. They only lived because their father forced his brother to accept one condition. The children would never claim the throne, and in return, he had to let Aaron become Duke of Braun, a remote land at the edge of the empire where nothing grew and monsters attacked non-stop. Back then, they were still children. Because of the dragon's blessing, he and Cheryl carried the power of grandmasters. They had enough power to bring life back to this land, but the Duke had decided that he would hide those gifts for his entire life. Holding the diary, Aaron knew he had done it to keep the promise he made to his father. He snapped the book shut and wondered if any vow mattered more than the lives of his people. Back in Bran's fortress, the boy flinched in pain. Light wrapped around the swollen wrist. He flexed his hand, then blinked in surprise. It didn't hurt anymore. A fair-haired girl warned him to play more carefully, so his parents wouldn't worry. She was Cecilia, Saint of the Vivian Order. The boy politely said he would. Cecilia patted his head and praised him. Then she heard the order calling everyone to the square. The Duke was about to speak. Aaron stood on a stone before the crowd. One man asked what he wanted, while another muttered that it was probably more nonsense, maybe even new taxes. A hooded man with a mustache asked if they'd heard the Duke had changed lately. Aaron said he'd heard the rumors. He had tracked down the knights taking money from the people and punished them. He wasn't surprised by their reaction. The Duke had ignored his duty for so long that no one trusted him yet. He raised a hand. From the platform, Aaron warned them that the orcs had grown in number and were trying to seize their land. If the castle got surrounded, food would stop coming in, and they couldn't just wait to die. The crowd pushed back right away. This had been happening for years, and some scoffed like he'd only just noticed. Aaron struck his chest and shouted, would they keep living as victims of those green skins, or fight beside him for their lives? The people stared, shocked by what they were hearing. Then Aaron shouted that he was their lord, Duke Aaron of the Brandlands, and he was giving a new order. From now on, they would stop hiding behind walls against the orcs. They would become the invaders. The men looked at each other in surprise. Aaron pressed on. How much longer would they suffer under the orcs, and watch them live better than they did? That fired the crowd up. Aaron grinned. With his fist raised, he promised they would crush the orcs and all get rich. Greedy cheers rose as fists shot into the air. Among them stood a man in a white cloak. Watching the young lord, he wondered if this was the one who carried his blessing. The dragon smiled. He hadn't planned to stay long, but this boy had promise. A scroll appeared in his hand. From the library, someone complained that he had ordered everything bought yesterday. Aaron and the old bearded advisor were in a heated fight. The old man demanded to know why he still hadn't bought even 100 sets of armor, and Aaron shot back, asking what happened if the expedition failed. The advisor snapped that he should take responsibility then. The two glared at each other. Then someone knocked on the dark door. Still angry, both men barked at once, one telling the person to come in, the other to get out. The door opened, and Rommel stepped in to report that a man sent by Duke Rhinon was here to see him. That caught them both off guard. The visitor bowed with a scroll in his hand. He offered a polite greeting. Then he introduced himself as Kainaz. He said Duke Rhinon had sent him personally. Taking the scroll, Aaron repeated, "Personally?" He remembered Kainaz calling himself a strategist before disappearing a year later. With a face like that, he wasn't easy to forget. Aaron opened the letter. As he read, he saw it had already been 3 years since he settled in Bran. The letter said not a day passed without painful reminders of his struggle to survive in that hell. This time, Duke Rhinon was sending a promising strategist and a little gold for the treasury. He hoped Kainaz would serve well for the next 3 years, and that they might meet again someday. Holding the scroll, Aaron thought about how loyal Duke Rhinon had been to the late emperor. Then something clicked, and his eyes widened. He looked back at the man and asked, "A little gold?" The old advisor's eyes instantly filled with greed. Kainaz laughed and said he had indeed sent some. The old advisor sounded disappointed, saying that was understandable, since the Duke was struggling too. Aaron shut that down right away. He said the money was enough to buy gear, and whatever remained should go to cleaning up the city. The man stared, confused. Clean up the city? Aaron raised a finger. Then he explained his thinking. Money had to be used, if they wanted a future. Letting gold sit in the treasury was a waste. It was better to invest it. If they didn't keep the city clean, disease would keep spreading, and they'd lose their most important resource, people. With fewer people, it would get harder to spread out their forces, which could eventually bring the whole castle down. Behind his fan, Ziran thought Aaron's logic wasn't perfect, but he was thinking in the right direction. Almost no one planned that far ahead, and even fewer cared about hygiene. Maybe Aaron really could be fit to manage his nest. As the old man stormed out, he grumbled that they could do whatever they wanted because he quit. The doors slammed behind him. Aaron looked at Kainaz and thought this was Duke Rhinon's own strategist. He had just been about to study strategy books, so the timing felt perfect. Touching his chin, Aaron said he appreciated the recommendation, but he couldn't make him chief strategist right away. If he did, many of his people might rebel. The man nodded, saying that was fair. So Aaron said he'd be glad to see his talent in the coming war against the orcs. Behind his fan, Kainaz agreed to help in the campaign, though he quietly found it funny that such a pitiful man still doubted him. Aaron smiled. He said he was counting on him, thinking that if things went well, they'd work together for the next 3 years. Kainaz slowly fanned himself. The more Kainaz learned about Aaron, the more interesting he seemed. Out loud, he promised he wouldn't disappoint him. Lowering his head, Aaron remembered that once the war with the orcs was over, his next goal was to develop the dungeons. The brunette looked surprised. A week later, Aaron stood before a group of warriors. With one hand on his hip, he asked if everyone had memorized the plan or if anyone needed it explained again. No one answered. Seeing their silence, Aaron firmly declared it was time to move out. He pointed his sword ahead and shouted that today they would crush the orc nest and come back rich. The soldiers raised their spears. Then the gates opened. Aaron rode out in front on horseback. Later, they reached a cliff in the Black Forest. Looking down, Aaron thought about Kuruk, the orc chief who had taken a citadel and turned it into a den. He remembered how those monsters had ruined their food routes, and a few years later, that damage led straight to a massive famine. Aaron clenched his fist. This problem had to be stopped early, and he planned to do exactly that. From behind him, Rommel reported that they had found the kobold archers. Without turning, Aaron asked how many there were. Rommel answered that there were 5 groups, each with 5 or 6 monsters. Aaron turned and called for Cheryl. His sister peeked out from the tent. Aaron crooked a finger at her. With an annoyed sigh, Cheryl said she was already coming. Staff in hand, Cheryl moved through the forest. A fireball shot upward. It was a third circle spell. Light flashed from Cheryl's staff as she boasted that this third circle spell hit as hard as a 5th. Then the flames blasted forward. One kobold with a club stood in front of the others. The kobolds looked up, and the fireball swallowed them whole. Covered in flames, the monsters screamed. The group watched smoke rise from the attack. Rubbing his head, Aaron repeated her words in disbelief. Third circle that hits like the fifth? He had told them not to use magic above the third circle, so they wouldn't draw the Emperor's attention. Offended, Cheryl stuck out her tongue at him. Aaron covered his face, thinking that if he'd known she would use anything besides piercing wind, he never would have brought her. Waving his fan, Zeron said the Emperor would learn sooner or later anyway, and as long as the soldiers kept quiet, it shouldn't cause trouble. Aaron closed his eyes for a moment. Then he gave in and asked if they had found the right place. Zeron answered with confidence that they had. The day before the battle, Zeron had explained that the best result was wiping out the monsters before the real war began. Since choices were limited, their smartest move was to lure the enemy to a favorable spot and destroy them there. Aaron, sitting at the table, asked why that was necessary, and Zeron said it was the only way to avoid huge losses. He pointed out that the orc tribe had around 2,000 fighters. Even if they won head-on, the losses would be terrible, especially since they only had 500 warriors. Cheryl and Rommel both nodded. Zeron went on, saying that since they were the ones attacking, every single move had to be planned carefully. His advice was to send cavalry first, and bait the orcs into chasing them out. Smiling, Zeron turned to Aaron. Aaron asked if that meant using 100 cavalry as bait, and Zeron said yes, that speed was the key. Once the orcs reached the forest, they'd spring the ambush. The archers and marksmen were supposed to wipe out at least half the enemy there. After that, they would drive the rest into open ground and box them in with heavy knights until they surrendered. Aaron said it was an excellent plan. Then he looked ahead and declared they'd follow Zeron's strategy. Now, monster corpses lay in the burning forest. Some goblins moved toward the bodies. Then they suddenly ran off to the side. A rider near the cliff picked up the sound of movement. Behind him, Zeron remarked that these orcs were unusual. Since they used scouts, they'd be ready to fight the moment they sensed danger. With a smile, he asked why not turn those advanced orcs into slaves instead. Aaron turned to him, still hiding behind his fan. Zeron said that kind of labor force could help with Aaron's dungeon plans. The idea hit Aaron at once. He admitted it was a good idea, but wondered if monsters would really serve a human. As far as he knew, they only obeyed dragons. In his human form, Zeron laughed and explained that orcs followed strength above all else, so being a dragon wasn't required. Aaron looked away and said he'd think about it later. He didn't want greed to cause more losses today. Zeron gave a small nod. Standing before the forest, Aaron asked if it was time to begin. He ordered Cheryl to place 200 soldiers in the forest, while Rommel formed the iron ring for the ambush. Then he told Zeron to stay on top of the hill. Zeron nodded in agreement. Aaron raised his sword. With a shout, he sent them forward. Elsewhere, the orc chief sat on his throne, eating meat. One of the monsters rushed in and reported that humans were attacking. The chief spat out a piece of meat, giving off a dark aura. Kuruk demanded to know where they were coming from. An orc with sharp fangs answered him. From the Black Forest. A shadow crossed Kuruk's face as he said the insects hiding behind stone walls had finally crawled out to die. He raised his hand and ordered them to kill every human and take their castle. The gathered warriors roared back. Kuruk's eyes burned as he ordered them to release the Minotaur. One of the orcs pulled on the chain. Inside the cage was a giant bull-like beast holding an axe. It lifted its nose ring and let out a roar. Kuruk swung his club and called for slaughter and plunder. His subordinates answered by raising their weapons. Then the monster army marched out. The sun hung over the hills. A bird crossed the sky. Below, the orcs rushed ahead. The bird watched them from above. The signal was ready. A glowing magic sphere formed between the man's hands. At the cliff's edge, Kaina's sent a mental message. The time had come. The army pushed forward. Drawing his sword, Aaron ordered everyone to brace for the clash. He lifted the blade high. Then he swung it down and shouted, "Forward!" His horse surged ahead as an orc charged toward him. The two sides closed the gap fast. The knights heard the order to attack. The orcs roared back, and the battle erupted. Aaron led the charge. Then the armies slammed into each other. As Aaron faced the orcs, he realized this still wasn't enough. He had to drive them harder. Then something caught his eye. An axe was coming down. It was aimed straight at his head. The huge minotaur threw back its head and screamed. Aaron and the soldiers flinched and covered their ears. He turned and shouted for them not to fear it, and to keep moving. The knights glanced at each other. Then Aaron charged forward with a shout. A green monster stood in his way. Aaron raised his sword. He remembered Zeron's words about using manpower to help with the future. So when he struck, he used the flat of the blade. Watching the monsters close in, he realized they'd been baited into the Black Forest. He quickly gave the order to fall back. There were just too many enemies, and even the orcs seemed caught off guard by that choice. The human force turned around at once. The orcs roared that the humans were fleeing, and rushed everyone to chase them down. With the Minotaur leading the charge, they went after the retreating soldiers. The humans drew the orcs out of the forest just as planned. A rider came up from behind and warned Aaron that the enemy was still on their heels. He shouted to the red-haired woman that he'd handle this part, and told her to pull back to the hill. Then he turned his horse around, set on not letting them escape. He was fully locked in now. As the Minotaur lifted its arm to strike, the hero made up his mind. None of his own men would die here. The knight stepped up and met the monster head-on. He kept one thought clear: not one soldier would be lost. Then he slashed the bull monster with his sword. The beast was blasted back and crashed to the ground. A nearby knight cheered at the sight, putting a foot on the fallen monster. Eren remembered being told to head for the hill. Still, at least he wouldn't need to haul this thing himself. He told Arthur to tie it up and toss it deeper into the bushes. The mustached man blinked in shock and asked if he was planning to keep it alive. Eren answered no, he'd need the creature later. Startled, the man agreed right away. One knight pointed ahead and warned that the orcs were closing in. The monsters ran forward, and one of them shouted. The humans were right there, so they should wipe them all out. A sudden glow lit up their faces. They glanced up and saw fireballs overhead. Then a huge blast ripped through the field. Eren turned at the explosion, wondering what Gale was doing. Why kill all the orcs? He immediately called for another retreat. Ziran watched him carefully. Scowling, he ordered the chase to continue. They would avenge their fallen brothers. The knights rode hard toward the setting sun. The orcs charged after them. Then, one of them was suddenly struck in the temple. He flipped backward and dropped. At that moment, a line of shields rose in front of the orcs. Human knights stood behind them, holding firm. The green-skinned monsters snarled at the sight. The shields locked together into a solid wall. Eren strode past the line without a hint of fear. Looking down at them, Eren said Ziron and his whole clan were trapped. Still, he'd offer them one way to live: a duel between leaders. The losing side would become slaves. The orc leader frowned and said he didn't trust any human. If he agreed, all his orcs might be killed anyway. Eren swore on a warrior's honor and demanded the same in return. The chieftain shot back that humans had no honor. That only made Eren order the knights to tighten their shield wall. They locked the shields together at once. Lifting his club, Ziran finally agreed and told Eren not to break his word. The two stepped forward and faced each other. The monster lunged first without warning. Swinging his club, he came in trying to kill Eren in one blow. The weapon smashed into the ground. When the dust began to clear, Eren was still standing there untouched. Steam blew from the orc's mouth in rage. Eren slipped past the next club swing and watched closely. So this was the dragon's blessing. He still hadn't fully mastered it, but his body was already moving on its own against the orc's attacks. The monster glared at him and called him a coward. That got under Eren's skin. He drove his blade into the ground, cracked his knuckles, and said he'd teach the brute some manners. A frightened knight yelled, asking why he'd thrown away his sword. Flexing his fists, Eren told him not to worry. He was about to teach the orc a lesson. Ziran tossed aside his own club and admitted the man had honor. Then he said he'd fight barehanded too and crush him with his own strength. A watching knight thought that no matter how strong Eren was, an unarmed man shouldn't be able to beat an orc. The orc reached out with his claws. A man who watched knew orcs spent their whole lives fighting. They were stronger than most humans, and their claws were deadly, especially since Eren wasn't even wearing gloves. The monster rushed in fast. Eren tracked the claw as it came for him. His eyes stayed fixed on every move. As he focused, Eren wondered why the hand looked so slow. He turned his body, thinking about which punch to answer with. The orc clenched his fist and swung. He wanted to test the boy with that hit. Eren dodged cleanly. Still, the fist barely scraped his cheek. The force made Eren slide back. He touched the scratch and figured as much. It hardly hurt at all. Behind the shield wall, one warrior nervously asked if Eren was really losing, and what would happen to them if he did. Ziran pounded his chest and shouted that every human would become their slaves. Then he planted himself right in front of Eren and growled. Eren raised one finger and told him to shut up. The orc stiffened at that. Eren leaped up, stretched out his hand and said this was their day. Then he smacked the orc across the face with his palm. The chieftain crashed to the ground. The monster shook his head, stunned. Jumping back up, Ziran demanded to know if Eren was using magic and where his honor had gone. He barely had time to react before Eren closed in, saying they were the ones becoming slaves. Eren struck again and finished the line. His slaves. The orc leader was sent flying. He hurtled toward the knights, who raised their shields. The barrier locked into a solid wall. The orc slammed off the shields and flew back toward Eren. Eren caught the orc by the head with both hands. Then he crushed it between his palms like a vice. The orc's eyes shut, and he begged for mercy. Eren answered by smashing him into the ground. The broken chieftain lay there in the dust, with handprints stamped near his head. That was the end of the orc leader's resistance. Eren held the rope tied to the captured orc. He stood above the others with the prisoner beside him. After clearing his throat, Eren told the orcs he wouldn't kill them yet, but from now on they would serve humans as slaves. The monsters stood there in shock. Eren went on to say they'd work the lands of Bran. In return, they could hunt in the nearby forest, and if they did their jobs, they'd get food too. But if even one of them rebelled, he'd kill them all and snap the neck of anyone who stood against him. The orcs only stared back in silence. A vein throbbed on Eren's face. He grabbed Ziron by the hair and shouted that if they stayed quiet, he'd do the same thing to all of them. That did it. The monsters quickly answered together that they understood. Eren smiled and added that, As payment for wasting his time and for their crimes, they'd hand over food from their own stores. The soldiers rode back into the fortress. People cheered for Eren as the army returned victorious after beating the orcs. Eren gave a small wave. Then he told a knight to bring in the orcs. The prisoners were brought out through the portal. Eren raised his sword and used great swordsmanship with piercing wind. Shock waves burst outward in every direction. The bound orc trembled as he felt that power. Facing the captives, Eren declared that the orcs would now serve the great power of the dragon. They dropped their foreheads to the ground, then lifted their heads when ordered. Eren pointed his sword at them and told them to remember what he had done to this city alone, and never forget their place. The next day, Zirin knelt and swore that his brothers would never speak of Eren's power. If any of them sought revenge, he'd stop them himself. Looking down at them, Gale warned that if even one orc caused trouble, their whole race would be wiped out. Canes came to Eren and said he had truly brought the orcs to heel. That was impressive. Eren spread his arms and said the orcs seemed to mistake him for a dragon, which made everything easier. The man laughed behind his fan and asked again, "Did Eren realize dragons never forgive anyone who pretends to be one?" Eren waved it off and said they had it wrong. He never claimed to be a dragon. The orcs came up with that on their own, and he simply didn't stop them. The dragon laughed, saying they were only scared of its power. Eren thought of the Duke from his past life, and felt this power really did rival a dragon's. Canes looked surprised by that reaction. With a quick look, Eren showed that the others could now be told about the orcs. In about an hour, he'd call another meeting. The man gave a quiet nod. Hand on his hip, Eren thought that with this kind of power, Duke Eren could protect his land and people, and even if he failed, he still had to try. Did that old promise to the former king really matter that much? He snapped his fingers and shook off the thought. He still had no plan to keep those promises. His first job was protecting his people, like any noble should. He pictured the crowned man and decided he would be fully ready for the battle that would decide everything. At the duchy's post-war meeting, Eren said the campaign against the orcs ended in total success without a single loss, and he gave most of the credit to the strategist Canes. Gale puffed out her lips, clearly annoyed. The man bowed and said he was honored by the praise, though none of it would have happened without Eren. She slammed both hands on the table and yelled, asking why no one praised her. Had they forgotten how she blasted the orcs apart with her magic? Eren turned to her and asked who told her to blow them all up. They could have enslaved those orcs and worked them instead. Gale stuck her tongue out at him. Ignoring that, Eren said their land had now grown 5 times larger, so it was time to talk about how to use it well. His answer was dungeon development. That left his subordinates staring in silence. Max, the duchy's administrator, and a spy from a poor noble family, gasped and asked if Eren really meant to use the dungeon to trap tourists. Eren turned to the man with the fan and asked if the plan was already done. With a smile he said he'd been busy, but yes, he still finished it. He set a huge scroll on the table, opened it with a flick of his hand, and announced it as the full dungeon opening and development plan. The scroll spread across the whole table. Everyone looked at it with very mixed feelings. Eren clapped and said he'd done well. Then Eren put a hand on Kane's shoulder and said the plan still lacked 2 key parts. The dragon was stunned and asked what he had missed. Eren pointed and said they would set up adventurers, push them to the edge of death, and make them sign contracts, turning them into his slaves. Max stared in horror and blurted out that making people into slaves would ruin Eren's name as a noble. Eren waved it off. He said reputation didn't matter if everyone starved. Nobles are still people, and without food he'd die just like his subjects. He glanced at Zirin, and Zirin burst out laughing. Hiding behind his fan, Zirin said Eren had gone beyond common sense again. Ashamed he missed the point, he promised to add the part about tricking adventurers into the plan. Max grabbed his head, sure this had gone completely insane. At this rate, the duchy was doomed. The next day, Eren and the others walked through town. Eren turned to an old man and asked if he was really the one in charge of sanitation. The bald man said yes, and added that if Eren wanted, he'd spend the whole winter budget on it, because under his command, they definitely wouldn't starve. Eren frowned and shot back that they still had food, especially with their savings. The old man shrugged. What savings? Did Eren think war gear for fighting the orcs just dropped from the sky? He glanced at the townspeople and said this cleanup was enough already. There was no reason to waste more money on it. Eren's face tightened with anger. Pointing at him, Eren snapped that cleaning wasn't for show. It kept people from getting sick. The city needed regular cleaning, and the workers should be paid with food taken after the war with the orcs. The finance officer let out a long breath and muttered that this would be the end of them all. Eren looked over the street and realized the problem. Soon they'd have neither food nor proper sanitation. The question was how to fix it. One man pointed ahead and told Captain Rommel a nun was using healing magic without permission again. Eren turned and asked who this nun was. A bright glow rose from behind the crowd. Ramen said it had to be a nun from the Vivian Order. She was healing people again. Eren remembered the Vivian Order. If things followed the future, he knew that faith would soon be wiped out by another one. His eyes widened. Healing people? A guard shouted from behind the crowd that this was forbidden. Who gave permission to use sacred magic illegally? The crowd went quiet. Then people started backing away. The hooded girl apologized, saying she didn't know. The guard watched everyone leave. A man holding his baby begged the priestess to save his son, saying the child was dying. An old man yelled that if they were kicking the girls out, they should at least build a hospital. The girls were helping, so why stop them? The desperate father grabbed the guard's robe and shouted, asking if he would take responsibility for his son's death. The nun raised both hands, trying to calm them, and said they would come back. Then everyone froze at a pleased voice. They turned to look. Aaron held out a hand, signaling the nun to keep going. The girls nearby started whispering to each other. Stepping closer, Aaron thanked them for helping his people. They were his subjects, so he had no reason to chase the nuns away. He officially gave them permission to keep helping. The townspeople threw their hands up and cheered. Cecilia looked at Aaron with grateful, shy eyes. Aaron blushed and looked away. Then he faced her again and said the nuns could continue treating people, but Cecilia needed to come with him. The girls smiled a little at that. As he walked ahead, Aaron thought religion didn't matter here. Free treatment did. If needed, he'd work them to the bone. Later, in the meeting room, a nun suddenly threw herself onto Aaron's lap. Aaron quickly pushed her off and wondered if she knew holy maidens lose God's blessing when they touch men. Cecilia looked at him in awe and asked if he truly planned to build the temple. Taking a sip, Aaron answered, "Why not?" While the girls lit up with joy, the old man behind them was furious. He scowled and shouted, "Why not?" Because they had no money. If they built a temple, the treasury would be empty. Aaron calmly said he knew that, but didn't they still have some money hidden away? The man exploded, saying the former emperor had left that money for a real emergency. Aaron said the emergency was here now. The bald man bowed and grimly accepted it. With tears in her eyes, Cecilia smiled and thanked him. Aaron raised a hand to stop her. In return for that kindness, he had conditions for her order. Cecilia clasped her hands and carefully repeated, "Conditions?" Aaron nodded. Holding up one finger, Aaron said it was about holy water. He'd heard it could be made right in the temple. Would she promise to help develop the land and produce holy water for them? Blushing a little, Cecilia happily agreed. Aaron narrowed his eyes and asked if she meant even as much holy water as he wanted. Still smiling, Cecilia closed her eyes and said yes. A few weeks later, a man rushed up the stairs. Aaron turned and saw Zeron. Fan in hand, Zeron reported that the orcs had found a hidden dungeon near their fortress. Aaron asked what kind of dungeon it was. Zeron introduced the orc chief's report. According to Kuruk, it was a long-abandoned dungeon. Aaron asked if the old records mentioned it anywhere. Wasn't there supposed to be a dungeon master too? Zeron waved that off. They found nothing. Now it was just a nest full of monsters. Standing across from Aaron, Zeron asked if they really planned to develop a place like that. He just couldn't see how they would attract tourists to it. Walking beside him, Aaron thought it over. Since it was an abandoned dungeon, no one would buy a story about a new high-ranked dungeon appearing there. Then he suddenly remembered Cecilia. A sly grin spread across his face. He had it. He knew how to lure adventurers in. He spun around and declared they would spread a rumor that the dungeon held an elixir of eternal life. Zeron stared at him, confused, and said they had nothing like that. Aaron nodded and said yes, they did. A container of water sat before the statue. Zeron watched Cecilia heal a man. He leaned in, wondering what that light was. Cecilia was glowing with so much holy power that Zeron could hardly believe it. It looked like divine energy was pouring right out of her. What kind of person was she? Cecilia noticed them and turned around. Then she ran over to Aaron, full of admiration. Behind her, the holy maiden's presence seemed almost overwhelming. Zeron shut his eyes against the blinding glow. Wincing, he wondered how no one else could feel that divine power. Aaron stepped back, and Cecilia fell forward, but she got right back up with a soft smile. Embarrassed, Aaron looked away and asked if everything was going well. At the same time, he reminded himself not to forget what Cecilia was to him, his bargain holy water maker. Smiling with her eyes closed, Cecilia said they were almost done here. Aaron got to the point. He came for holy water. Could she make it yet? Cecilia looked at him with shining eyes and said of course. She sat by the statue and prayed to Vivian, asking the goddess to grant a bit of her power and perform a miracle. The water in the container started to shine so brightly it hurt to look at. Aaron and Zeron stared in shock. Zeron thought this couldn't be normal human power. Cecilia had to be a direct descendant of the goddess, had her gift not fully awakened yet. Aaron dipped up some water and told the old man to try it first. Since he was the oldest and sickest, the result should show best on him. The man took it, grumbling that plain water couldn't heal anything. Real medicine, maybe, but not this. Still, he drank. His eyes flew open. After he finished, he let out a breath. Then he stretched, and suddenly flipped through the air. Staring at his own hands, he said he felt 5 years younger. Aaron asked if it beat real medicine now. Aaron turned to Cecilia with a smile. That smile vanished when she grabbed onto his hand. Aaron considered pouring holy water into the dungeon and spreading stories about a spring of eternal life. But this stuff worked far too well. That settled it. He needed Cecilia, his cheap holy water maker, close by at all times. He motioned for Zeron to come over. Zeron stepped in close. Covering his mouth, Aaron quietly asked how hard it would be to spread rumors about an elixir. Zirin hit his mouth with the fan and said powerful holy water like this didn't exist anywhere else. Sure, it wasn't true eternal life, but that would be more than enough to tempt adventurers. Aaron smiled. Everything was ready, so it was time to head for the dungeon. Cecilia looked at him warmly and said she wanted him to meet someone. Aaron asked who. Hands together, Cecilia said it was the captain of their order's holy knights. Surprised, Aaron asked if the Vivian order had holy knights. He was shown the shining golden shield of those knights. They wore heavy armor, and unlike most fighters, focused on defense above all else. These knights devoted their bodies to the divine so they could endure and block any attack. As Aaron looked at the group before the castle, he thought their combined defense might rival the fortress itself. Cecilia sadly lowered her gaze and said only one captain of the holy knights remained. Aaron leaned in and quietly asked if that captain was coming here. Then someone called out to the red-haired boy, and he turned. A blonde knight walked up and told Aaron not to crowd their saint. He wasn't even worthy to stand near her. Aaron frowned and asked what she meant. With her eyes closed, the girl said she came only because the holy maiden chose to build a temple in this dead land, full of weak people, and ruled by a useless duke. Smirking, she called the whole place pathetic. Cecilia sharply told Lady Bianca not to speak to their lord that way. Rubbing his chin, Aaron asked about the part where she called his people weak. Bianca faced him and repeated herself. She said she'd only obey someone truly stronger than her. Aaron looked at her without much interest and asked how many people she'd obeyed so far. Thumping her chest, Bianca proudly answered that the number was 0. No one had ever matched her strength. Aaron smiled and asked if she wanted to make a bet. Bianca blinked in surprise. Aaron held up 3 fingers and said the loser would take 3 hard hits from the winner. After that, they'd see whether she would submit. Bianca frowned and called him weak. Aaron only grinned back. The two faced each other, ready to clash. Arthur shook his head, saying there was no point starting a fight when the winner seemed obvious. It was hard to watch. Someone nearby said the master beat the orc using sleep magic and meant to fight without his sword. The man behind him asked if this fight would leave one of them badly hurt. Arthur looked on nervously and asked what they could even do. The only answer was to pray. Aaron bent down and picked up a branch. Bianca scowled, asking if he really planned to face her with a stick. He glanced at the branch and told her not to mind that nasty ant. She was doing great. Bianca's face tightened. Raising her shield, Bianca called on the goddess Vivian for power to crush her enemy. Her hair whipped in the air. Aaron yawned and mocked her for taking so long. Was she really scared of a stick? Bianca charged and snapped at him to shut up. In a flash, she closed the distance. A blue light wrapped around the branch. Aaron swung. The strike slammed hard into her shield. Bianca dropped to one knee. Looking down at her, Aaron asked if one hit from a branch was all it took. He struck the shield again. Cracks spread across it. Fear flashed across Bianca's face as it gave way. The shield shattered, and she collapsed to both knees. Aaron stared her down and reminded her of the bet. 3 hard blows for the loser. He raised the branch and called this the first hit. The branch smacked the back of Bianca's head. The knights could only shut their eyes in misery. Then Aaron brought his weapon down again for the second blow. Bianca shook all over. He lifted it one last time. The third hit dropped Bianca to the ground. Standing over her, Aaron said the punishment was done and warned her never to insult him on his own land again. Barely able to move, Bianca pushed herself up. Everyone stared at her, stunned. With a strange little smile, Bianca said no one had ever humiliated her so completely, and asked him to take her in. Cecilia quickly covered her mouth and cut her off. Aaron jerked back in shock. Still covering Bianca's mouth, Cecilia said the captain of the Holy Knights had gotten too carried away with her favorite novels, and told him not to get the wrong idea. Confused, Aaron asked what kind of novel she had been reading. Then he looked toward Rommel and told him to gather the warriors for the dungeon raid. Later, Aaron stood before the lined-up troops while Kanaz waited behind him. Kanaz listened as the report began. After sending soldiers to guard the borders, they had only 100 fighters left, nowhere near enough. The man pointed to Aaron as he explained the problem. Only 5,000 people lived in Brandland. By law, they could call up 1 man out of 10, so without a bigger population, they could never raise a large army. Even if more people came, they still lacked food to support them. Aaron rubbed his chin and said that before drawing in new people, they had to make life there better. The dragon beside him said he would try to fix their terrible situation. Aaron glanced his way and agreed. He remembered the people in the streets and realized that, if he was right, a wave of refugees should soon hit the lands of Count Grey and Count Ammon. The dark-haired man looked at him, clearly wondering what he was planning. His eyes widened. Aaron waved a hand and declared that they were heading into the dungeon, clearing it out, and taking the treasure. Swords shot into the air. The warriors rode out for the dungeon. They stopped a short distance from the orcs. Kurok bowed and greeted his overlord. After getting off his horse, Aaron asked how things had gone. The chieftain looked away and said there had been a problem. Aaron gave him a questioning look. Soon they were moving through the dungeon's second floor in the holy grounds of Aten. An orc pointed ahead and said those brothers had started acting strange. Shiro rubbed her arms and asked if everyone else felt that weird cold too. Ahead, several orcs stood wrapped in a purple mist. The group stared in surprise. The twisted orcs bared their teeth. Then they rushed in. Kurok shouted for them to stop, his eyes wide. Otherwise the Overlord would kill every one of them. Shiro darted forward. One of the orcs swung its club and knocked the attacker flying back. The body crashed into the others. A gray substance seeped out and rose from it. Watching closely, Kanaz warned them to be careful. These were ghosts. Wrapped in purple haze, the ghost shot forward. Kurok smashed at it with his club. The spirit flew straight for Eren. He thrust out his sword and blocked it. Eren studied the blade. More and more ghosts began circling the group. Clutching her staff, Shiro muttered that these things were nightmare fuel. A fireball formed at the tip of her staff. The ghosts drifted near the ceiling before diving at her. Eren cut at them with his sword. At the same time, Shiro blasted them with a stream of fire. A beam of flame shot out from the orb on her staff. Burned remains of the ghosts dropped to the floor. Shiro turned when she heard someone call her name. She looked back. Rommel was struggling with a ghost and yelled for help. They couldn't hurt these things. Crouched behind a stone, Kanaz suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to mention one small detail. Only magic could hurt ghosts. The man frowned, and snapped that Kanaz could have said that sooner. Shiro aimed her staff and told him not to move. Fire burst from the staff. He landed right beside the knight. The sword tip suddenly caught fire. Eren gripped the flaming blade. Kurok's club lit up too, then crumbled to ash. The orb at the end of the staff stayed annoyingly quiet after that. The knight swung his sword. Flames swept through the dungeon. Ghosts dropped all around them. Then they swirled together toward the light, screaming as they went. The group covered their ears. All those spirits fused into one huge monster. It rushed for the entrance. The dark mass almost looked like it was smiling. A flaming blade flashed past it. Eren sheathed his sword and asked, "That all?" Running his hand along the books on a shelf, Kanaz said the ghosts were probably guarding something. Shiro picked up a book and held it out for her brother to see. He took a quick look. The title read Legacy of the Ancients. Remembering old prayers, Shiro said a temple for some kind of monks had stood there back in the Demon Empire days. As she read about training spiritual power, her eyes widened. Her brother looked at her and asked what she found. Holding the book, Shiro explained that unlike mages, who use outside power, those monks used a different force, spiritual power. Eren said he'd never heard of that. Then he looked over the diagrams and explained it simply. A mage is born with a mana vessel, but spiritual power comes from a vessel that can grow and change. He handed the book to Kanaz and asked if he'd ever heard of anything like it. Kanaz opened it and said it was fascinating. If Shiro was right, then even a normal person might learn magic through spiritual training. Eren clapped and asked if that meant their soldiers could learn magic too. Kanaz frowned and said that even if it was possible, it wasn't something they should try yet. Eren looked at him and asked why not. Kanaz suggested they look around first. Blood covered the dungeon, and signs of endless battles were everywhere. He turned away and said maybe the training was brutal, or maybe the power itself was too dangerous, and they all ended up killing each other. Eren looked down at the book and said he would hide it for now. On the third level, Eren fought some strange green thing. Afterward, the group found a chest packed with gold. Eren turned to Kurok and said the orcs could take half the treasure. The rest would stay there. Kanaz closed his eyes and asked his master to let him have half the gold. Eren looked at him and asked what he needed it for. Covering part of his face with a fan, Kanaz said the dungeon was too easy, so adventurers wouldn't feel truly threatened. Eren touched his chin and admitted that was true. Kanaz spread his hands and said he could use the gold to add a few upgrades to the dungeon. Eren looked up at him and asked again. Soon, the orcs got to work rebuilding the dungeon. Before long, it had a full maze inside. Kanaz stood in one of the new passages. Smiling, he said the maze was ready. Light flared around Kanaz as he declared himself an ancient dragon who ruled the dead. Pointing his fan ahead, he ordered them to rise. A whirlwind raced through the maze. Bones lifted off the ground. They joined together into skeletons. Ghosts began appearing through the passages. They floated upward. Standing in the maze, Kanaz said it still needed a couple of torches. A small spring filled with water. Kanaz scooped some into a flask and spoke in a strange language. The water in the flask started to glow. He poured it back into the spring and tapped the water with his little finger. After tasting it, Kanaz said it was good, fit the place well, and could extend life by about a year. The dragon smiled and said, now they just needed greedy customers. The dungeon had become a dark maze. A crowd gathered at the castle gate. A guard turned and ordered the gate lowered. The gates opened. A man touched his hat and grumbled that more heavy rain was coming, wondering when winter would finally end. As he walked in, he noticed all the guards now wore new armor. Walking behind him, the furry girl asked if they found something valuable in that new dungeon, maybe an artifact, because otherwise she couldn't see why they were spending so much. Pointing ahead, the man asked if she thought that place was a waste too. The building's windows glowed with light. The man smiled a little and said the other places were still being built. But yes, this one was new too. She closed her eyes and said that meant they were waiting happily for guests, or really, for their gold, which would turn into food and drinks. The man in the hat smiled and said if that was the price to get in, he'd gladly pay it. The bell over the door rang. A man stood behind the counter. The visitor tipped his hat and joked, asking how many people he'd robbed to build a tavern like this, especially with an inn upstairs too. The owner smiled and said he robbed no one, it was all built on credit. Then he asked if they'd heard about the new dungeon, warning that crowds would be pouring in soon, so they should move fast while they still could. Gerald laughed and said he didn't expect to hear him so fired up. He looked around the place. The man slid over a cuckoo coin and asked what he knew about the dungeon. With his arms folded, he said he'd heard talk about a spring that could grant eternal life. Gerald leaned in to listen. Then he heard they might be the first adventurers heading there, and that caught him off guard. Flipping a coin to his friend, the man said he never disappoints. Go get food, they were about to make this tavern rich. The next morning, Aaron trained while blue flames wrapped around him. An open book about spiritual power lay in front of him. Eyes shut, Aaron admitted he still couldn't use the dragon's blessing all the way. Kanaz was right, that this knowledge was risky, but Aaron still wanted power he could call his own. His body suddenly tightened. A blue mist spread out around him. A girl walked up and called for her master. Aaron opened his eyes. Cecilia stared at him, clearly surprised. Snapping back, Aaron jerked away and asked what was wrong. Did she need something? Holding a plate of sandwiches, the girl said she came to show at least a little of how she felt. Embarrassed, Aaron took the plate. Then he turned his head after hearing something nearby. A knight came running toward them, and the girl said she'd go see. She ran for the gate. Aaron let out a soft, fond sigh. The knight struck his chest and reported that the adventurers had arrived. Excited, Aaron asked how many slaves there were. The next day, riders headed for the dungeon. A wooden sign said, 8 in spring. A party of adventurers came up to the gate. A red-haired girl read the sign and asked if the entry fee was really 10 gold. After she paid, a knight gave her a scroll and warned her not to lose it. It was her pass inside. The knight stopped Gerald, saying no one could enter without proof of payment. He raised a brow and asked what they had just paid for. Then, the knight answered that it was 10 gold for each person. The line erupted. People called it robbery and said that much money could feed a family for 3 months. Someone shouted that it was a scam, but the guard raised his spear and began an announcement. He said he was speaking for the owner of this land, Duke Aaron of Brandlands. Then he repeated Aaron's words. 10 gold can always be earned again, but the elixir of eternal life could disappear at any moment, so they could choose for themselves which one mattered more. An adventurer reached into his pocket, then dropped a pouch into the guard's hand. Another seller called out to the crowd that the dungeon was full of undead, and holy water was all they needed. Just 1 gold. Gerald showed his own bottle and said he already had some. The sly merchant brushed that off, saying it came from some other church. The holy water of the Vivian Church was much stronger, or so he claimed. The man adjusted his hat with a grim look. Even so, he paid a few coins, and the merchant thanked him. With hands folded, the merchant asked if he also wanted magic gear. Gerald shut his eyes in irritation and demanded to see it. At the next stall, a sign offered emergency rescue request for 100 gold per person, and he asked what the scam was this time. The seller placed a gray stone in his hand. Patting his chest, the man insisted it was no scam. This special artifact could save an adventurer's life for only 100 gold. Gerald studied it and asked what happened if they never made the request. Arms crossed, the man said they wouldn't be charged. Gerald glanced at the entrance and figured that if the spring of eternal life was real, they'd make back many times what they'd spent. Then the adventurers went into the dungeon. A line of magic orbs sat on a table. Aaron and Kane stared greedily into one of them. Carrick turned when someone called him. Aaron put a hand on his shoulder and said holy water would weaken the ghosts for about an hour, so he should head down and stir things up. On the dungeon's second floor, a girl fired ice arrows ahead. She splashed water out and froze the ghosts in place. Black shadows rushed down the hall, and the man in the hat said things would be far harder without that water. They halted by the stairs, and he asked if that was the top floor. Roaring black shadows closed in on them. He raised the holy water and yelled for the monster to take it. Then he hurled the flask. It shattered on the creature's head, but a black shadow slammed into him. He tumbled down the stairs. A ghostly orc moved toward the others. Gerald shouted that these were mutant ghosts and told everyone to draw their weapons. More ghosts with green legs poured through the labyrinth. Terrified, the man cried that there were too many and they had to run. The group bolted down the stairs. A green hand grabbed at the cloth. Karak just grinned and ripped it away. Gerald kept racing downstairs. He glanced back, hoping they had gotten away. Anna raised her staff and called forth light. It lit up the tunnel. The man in the hat muttered that this maze looked perfect for a minotaur. Then he looked at the injured man and asked what had happened to Athos. The other man only shook his head. With a hard look, Gerald said they should leave him there and go to the spring themselves. He'd be better off by it. A group carrying a torch moved through the dungeon. Suddenly, the man in the hat felt something was wrong. He spun around in fear and yelled for everyone to be careful. Arrows shot at them. The fighters caught the attack on their shields. Then wild orcs charged in, screaming for the strangers to die. Panicked, Gerald shouted that they had to run. The boys retreated in horror. Arrows hit them, and they crashed to the ground. The man in the hat hauled them up. warning that if they fell behind, they'd die. The group rushed deeper through the corridors. Shaken, he tried to figure out where to run. More arrows struck the walls in front of them. Gerald desperately yelled for everyone to go right. Arrows landed behind them, and he called for Anna to hold the enemies back. The sorceress lifted her staff and cast Ice World. An orc hacked at the barrier with an axe. Scared, Gerald begged her to keep them back a little longer. A bright light flared in front of the girl. As she kept Ice World active, an ice wall formed before her. Skeletons raised their bows. An arrow pierced the swordsman's leg, and his partner was hit too. Both of them went down. Anna desperately cast Endless Stream of Light. The skeleton archers froze when they saw the glow. Their skulls burst apart. The hero pushed forward. A swordsman screamed that something was happening to the wall. A sudden flood burst through and swept him away. Water rushed through the corridors, putting all of them in danger. Gerald started swimming, shouting in fear. The waves crashed over everything. Anna lay on the ground while the others begged her to wake up. The man in the hat pointed ahead and told them to look. The sorceress stared in surprise. A bright glow shone before them. Thrilled, the girl cried out that it was the source of life, but her face suddenly changed, and she urgently told them to run at once. The boys turned, confused by her reaction. A giant bull with an axe stood in their path. It roared with red eyes blazing. Its axe scraped the floor, and everyone took off running. Gerald saw its eyes and, terrified, thought they were finished. He hit the floor, and the artifact dropped beside him. Then he remembered what he'd heard about holding 3 stones at once. He shook his head. Each one cost 100 gold. The huge bull stalked toward him. Then it suddenly broke into a run, looking ready to kill. Gerald screamed. Fighters jumped in front of the monster and caught its blow on their shields, only to be thrown away. An ice arrow slammed into its head. The giant beast now stood over a red-haired girl with a staff. It grabbed her and lifted her off the ground. Then it smashed her into the floor, and she cried out in pain. Shaken, Gerald grabbed a stone and yelled, asking where the rescue was. The giant swung its weapon again. The man in the hat covered his face in fear. Several knights rushed in and stopped the strike with their swords. The raging bull felt the damage, dropped its axe, and fled. Arthur reached out a hand and asked if they were all right. Still on the ground, Gerald nervously shot back. "Do I look all right?" The mustached man smiled and pointed out that he had just saved his life. The source of life still glowed nearby. The hero dipped a flask into the magic water. He looked at her, surprised, and let out a sigh. Arthur, still in armor, asked if they were coming. The knights started leaving the source behind. Elsewhere, an orc sat beside the frightened bull. Rain fell from the dark sky. Standing under it, Gerald shouted with joy that they survived. 3 girls in cloaks walked up to him. Stunned, the fighter asked what priests were doing here. Smiling, one held up a paper and said that if he wanted treatment, all he had to do was press his thumb on it. He looked the paper over. It said special treatment cost 300 gold per person. Survival was guaranteed, but they took no blame for the result. If he didn't pay in full after signing, the debt would grow by 50 each month, and if it stayed unpaid, his body would belong to the Duke for 10 years. Gerald counted on his fingers and realized that until he paid the 300 gold, another 150 would be added every month. The priest looked at the wounded and asked if he really planned to keep thinking while his friends died. The man in the hat let out a hopeless sigh. Then he pressed his finger to the magic contract. At once, a chest full of coins appeared. Kind bowed to the Duke and reported that they had taken everything as ordered, including several slaves. Smiling, Aaron said the job was done perfectly, all because of his trust in them. The old man stood before the chest of coins and asked if this truly wasn't a dream. Aaron raised his hand and declared it was time to work on the second dungeon. Voices all around answered in agreement. Workers kept building, and people said Aaron used the profit to help those on his land. What was left went into an adventurer city, and after a successful winter, they founded Aten. Aaron stood atop a wooden tower in the middle of the new city. Looking out over it, he thought that building the city was done, but the lack of human residents was still a problem. He grimly realized that, right now, only orcs could live there. Then he noticed a white bird in front of him. It dropped a scroll, and he opened it right away. The letter said a gold mine had been found on the border between the Counts of Grey and Ammon, and that could spark a fight over who owned it. Aaron smiles and realizes the answer is simple. If they don't have enough men, they'll recruit them. Rommel, clearly uneasy, asks if this really means war. Aaron nods. A gold mine was found on the border, and he won't let anyone take land that belongs to him. The aide blurts out that those lands are only theirs on paper. Grey and Ammon split them up long ago. Aaron says that's exactly why now is the right time to move. With both counts at each other's throats, he wants to use the chaos. Rommel sits beside him, still trying to understand the plan. He stays close, listening carefully. Then he asks one thing. Is Aaron really planning to fight both counties at the same time, when their troops are 5 times bigger, and maybe even more than that? Aaron stays calm. He says the territory matters too much to ignore, and the 2 county heads are bronze vassals, so their land is his concern. Gale looks shocked and asks if that won't bring the Emperor's attention, because he'd surely step in. Aaron closes his eyes and says the Emperor can't interfere if his reason is lawful. As far as Aaron is concerned, the man is just waiting for him to fail. The old man grows angry when he hears how bad things are in the army. A moment later, he slams both fists on the table and yells at Aaron. The frightened man notices Zeron. Furious, Zeron says they should kill anyone who tries to take land that is rightfully theirs. Aaron tries to answer, confused by the outburst, but Zeron grabs his hand and says this isn't about the gold, it's about their right to the land. That stuns Aaron. He pulls his hand back, hearing Zeron say he isn't doing this for money and is ready to give everything, while Aaron needs to focus on the war ahead. Suddenly, the door flies open. Someone is calling for Aaron. Everyone turns in surprise. Arthur rushes in and nervously says an urgent report just came in. It's serious. Gray and Amon have both moved their armies to the front of the gold mine. Aaron's face hardens. He knows they have to move now. He thrusts out a hand and orders Rommel to gather the knights at once. They're heading there right away. By the tent, soldiers hear their lord screaming inside. One claims he's owned the mountain for 10 years. The other snaps that the first barely arrived, and the land was already his. Gray and Amon keep shoving and insulting each other. One calls the other thick-headed, while the other mocks his claim and his title. Then another army rolls in. Its blue banner carries a golden crown. The stunned soldiers recognize it as Duke Braun's flag. Gray and Amon freeze, wondering why Braun is here. Aaron rides up in armor and stops before them. The two lords end up eating dust. Smiling, Aaron casually asks how they're doing. They quickly bow to greet him. Aaron suddenly turns sharp and demands to know what they're doing on his land, ordering them to leave at once. His words leave them stunned. With a wave of his hand, Aaron says the Emperor's decree makes everything here his. One of the counts starts to protest in fury, but the other stops him. Then he bows and claims his family has owned this place since ancient times, warning that if Aaron keeps pressing this, things will get ugly. Aaron's temper flares. He draws his sword and asks how they dare go against the royal family's word. At once, weapons come out on every side. Zeron steps forward and asks why they don't settle this through negotiation instead. The counts are stunned when war is brought up. With a faint smile, Zeron says he's already heard rumors about their military buildup. One count snaps that it's none of Aaron's business. Aaron points at them and offers a deal. He'll bring 1,000 warriors. They can bring the same together. And if he wins, the land is his. The counts trade silent looks. Finally, one asks for time to think. Behind the tent, they talk it over. They admit the land really does belong to Aaron. Legally, he's in the right. One of them smirks and suggests shutting the fool up, then splitting the riches between them. The bald count likes the idea. They can use this chance and divide everything from the mine evenly. Zeron stands beside Aaron and says it doesn't look like they'll take the offer. Aaron smiles and tells him not to expect reason from them. Their greed is too strong. The aide looks at Aaron and asks why he's so sure. Aaron spreads his hands and says this isn't some small mine. It's supposed to be a massive gold mine. Then he lowers his voice and admits he started that rumor himself. Zeron stares at him and asks again, shocked. To him, that sounds impossible. Aaron smirks and says his real target was the two villages. The gold mine was just bait. A month earlier, Aaron had stood with a letter saying the two counts had no conflict at all. That made him realize they never meant to go to war on their own. So Aaron smiled to himself and decided that if no conflict existed, he'd create one. He picked up a quill and wrote orders to spread a rumor about a huge gold mine between their lands. Back in the present, the counts agree to Aaron's terms, but add 2 of their own. They choose the battlefield. The fight starts here, and they set the date. Aaron calmly asks what the second condition is. A count sets down paper and a quill, saying that if they win, they want the mountain, their territories freed from Brun County, and the signed treaty sent to the Emperor for approval. Aaron is caught off guard and asks about that approval again. The counts glance at each other, thinking they've shaken him. One explains that without the Emperor's approval, there can be no war. Sitting across from them, Aaron starts thinking it through. Then he takes the quill and agrees. Everything will happen in 1 month. The men grin, sure his plan is finished, but Aaron only smiles, because they don't realize they're basically telling the Emperor he'll be handing them the land. Later, Aaron, Zeron, and the riders race through the forest. Zeron closes his eyes and says that even if things are moving as planned, trouble is still coming. Aaron turns and asks what he means. Zeron explains that even if they gather every fighter they can, they won't have more than 500. And once the Emperor hears about the war, Aaron and Gale will be in a tough spot. Aaron agrees. He says they still can't use the orcs well enough, though he can ask Zeron to find mercenaries. Zeron nervously adds that the gold mine isn't real. He backed the war, but if the old man learns the truth, it could throw everything off. Aaron brings up the angry old man and says they'll find a way to handle him. For now, they're better off acting like they know nothing. Looking at the orange sky, Aaron hopes his younger sister succeeded. The riders hurry on toward the castle. At the gate, guards aim and shout that the Duke isn't here and the intruder should leave. An elf girl, looking desperate, asks to see Aaron. A scared soldier starts to answer, then notices Aaron has returned. The girl spins around in surprise. Aaron is sitting on horseback in front of her. She drops to her knees. begs for help, and introduces herself as Keishi, the chief elf's daughter. Eren seriously asks why an elf would come here for help after her people killed his. The wood elves live far north in Brunn, near the dragon's nest. They've always kept apart from humans and everyone else, living like a world of their own. Their village is known for harsh defenses, and the people of Brunn, including Eren, haven't forgotten it. With tears in her eyes, Keishi says evil spirits attacked their home and are destroying it. If Eren helps, she promises elves and humans can become friends. Eren thinks fast. Capturing both the evil spirits and the elves could help him, so he asks if she's offering an alliance. He says he'll help, but an alliance alone isn't enough. Desperate, Keishi says they have gold and will give it all. Eren replies that he wants the elves to become official residents of his territory. Still kneeling, Keishi asks in shock if he means it. Eren says that by coming here, she speaks for her people, whether she meant to or not. Keish nervously answers that even so, she can't easily make that choice herself. Eren turns his horse and says she can forget he said anything. Panicking, Keish shouts that she agrees. Eren smiles and says good. Then they'll sign a contract, and she should come with him. The council members are shaken when they hear about the Death Knight. Keish nubbles as she says it really was him, and he brought thousands of zombies and skeletons. Eren's expression turns grim. He thinks this could be a demon's work, or a powerful necromancer, and says they need to move fast to save as many elves as they can. Eren raises his hand and declares everyone has 3 hours to prepare. Rommel is to gather the knights. Gale will handle the priests. Bianca must ready the holy warriors, and Zeram will go with Eren to the orcs. With a hard look, Eren says there's no time to lose. They have to save Bronn's future people. In the north, thousands of skeletons swarm the elven village from the dark forest. A huge fence stands in their way. An elven mage lifts her staff and starts casting. Plants wrap around the attacker's legs. Red-eyed skeletons keep forcing their way forward. Another elf with a green staff shouts that it's time to fire. The mages raise their staffs high. A giant magic net shoots through the air and drops straight onto the skeleton horde. It tangles them in place. The skeletons struggle to break free but collapse to the ground. Then, a Death Knight with burning claws charges in. He scoops up a mass of skeletons and lifts them high. His eyes glow red. Purple beams rip through the barrier, sending bones flying everywhere. The zombies rush the fence and climb over each other to get past it. The sorceress, now tense, fires out a stream of green power. Tree-like beasts surge forward, while vines seize the zombies. Skeletons latch onto the huge trunks and try to hold them back. An elf behind the commander nervously says they need fire. She bows her head and silently apologizes to the forest spirits. Then, furious, she calls for total incineration. A massive blast tears through the area. Flames spread out in front of the fence. Sparks scatter in every direction. The Death Knight raises a hand and orders the attack. Huge waves of zombies surge ahead. They charge in growling and hissing, their faces twisted with rage. Then their heads suddenly burst apart. The scythe-wielding enemy stares in shock. A giant dragon sweeps overhead. More dragons pass over the battlefield. Ropes hang from their tails as someone yells to drop the holy water. The mechanical dragons spray it down. It splashes over the undead, and they scream in agony. Gripping his sword, the protagonist gives the order to strike. Their goal is the elven village. They need to stay together. Led by the Duke, the army charges and crashes into the undead. The knights fight them head-on with their swords. The red-eyed villain turns around. He forms a purple orb above himself and commands the dead to rise. Under his magic, the zombies stand back up. At once, they rush the riders. Bianca shouts for the knights to form a shield wall. The soldiers lock their shields in front of them. She starts glowing and prays for the goddess to give them power to crush their enemies. A huge beam of magic drops from the sky. A blinding flash follows. The zombies reach out toward the light. The whole field is swallowed by holy light, and the zombies burn away. Ramo roars about the Death Knight in fury. He charges with his army, and the villain spots him coming. One warrior raises a flaming sword. As he rides straight in, another fighter hurls a blue bottle at the villain. Holy water splashes across him. Ramo flashes past and slices off the Death Knight's bony arm. A moment later, its head drops from its shoulders. The zombies and skeletons freeze in shock. Ramo shouts that the Death Knight is down, but the battle isn't over. They have to keep fighting. Watching the fight, the protagonist says the plan worked. The undead advance has been stopped. An aide stands beside the Duke as he asks Zeran what comes next. Zeran says the Death Knight was only a puppet. The real target is the necromancer, or demon controlling it, and if it's a demon, Cecilia will find it. Eren turns and asks Cecilia if she heard what needs to be done. She strokes her horse and says she's already taken care of it. Caught off guard, he says he gets it. She points ahead and says the target is over there. A purple glow shines from the mountain. The horned villain snarls, calling them cursed insects. From the cliff, she screams that she wasted so much time on the Death Knight, and now she has to control everything herself again. She gathers a purple sphere in her hands and calls on the fallen souls to follow her heart. Her eyes light up as she orders them to carry out her will. Before she can finish, a hard blow slams into her head, twisting her face in pain. The girl drops to the ground, Holding her horned head, she groans from the damage. Then she spots the tip of a sword right in front of her. Eren points his blade at her and demands how she dared attack his future people like this. She jerks backward. Hatred fills her eyes as she asks if he really called her that. Angry now, she gathers a lump of energy in her hands and calls him an idiot. Then she fires. It's a powerful beam meant to kill him. The blast shoots straight at the protagonist. He dashes forward. With one clean swing, he cuts through the attack. The girl can only stare in disbelief. Then blood spills from her mouth. Eren says she still has time to choose before the mana drains from her heart. Die, or become his slave. Terrified, the necromancer drops to her knees, unable to believe what she just heard. Eren's blazing eyes make it clear this is far beyond normal human strength. He watches her closely and warns that if she stays quiet, he'll take that as her answer to die. Kneeling there, the horned girl softly says his name. Eren calmly introduces himself. She touches the sword tip with her claw, and a mark appears. Kneeling, the succubus Elena swears loyalty to him. A bright seal shines on the blade. Looking ahead, the elves shout that the enemy is pulling back. The undead army is already fleeing into the distance. The soldiers lift their spears and cheer that the evil spirits have been beaten. Zirin and the girls ride in on horseback. He glances back and asks where the master is. Then he turns at the sound behind him. The protagonist rides up with the succubus behind him, praising everyone's hard work. The aide bows and asks about the demon. With a serious look, the protagonist says he got there too late. She escaped before he arrived, and she won't be back anytime soon. Cecilia notices the girl behind him and asks who she is. After getting off his horse, Eren says he picked her up on the way. She used to serve a demon. The sorceress trembles and says that even if she's not a demon, her aura is full of evil. Cecilia firmly says they need to purify her. Frightened, the succubus starts gathering energy in her hands. Eren steps in front of his subordinate and says that won't happen. Surprised, Cecilia asks why. Frowning, the protagonist says he'll explain later, but for now they shouldn't do it. He remembers the vow of submission she made. A mark had been burned onto the weapon. He pulled it out of her. The succubus cried out in pain. Startled, the horned girl hears the order to drive the evil spirits back. Standing before her, the Duke hears her ask if she really doesn't need to destroy her own army. He calmly says yes, he'll use them however he wants. Cecilia closes her eyes and says she understands. With an awkward smile, the protagonist thanks her, saying he already has too much on his mind. A group of elves comes up to them. They thank him, saying they wouldn't have lasted even one day without his help. He calmly replies that he only carried out the contract. The elven commander puts a hand to her chest and says they will follow through on their side as well. Surprised, the Duke asks if she means that. The warrior seriously confirms it. Elves always keep their word. The protagonist pulls out a paper and happily says that makes becoming his subjects easy. The elves read it and go stiff with shock. Keishi kneels before her mother and apologizes, saying this is how things turned out. The red-haired man bows his head and asks if they want to break the contract. The commander shuts her eyes in silence. Then she kneels and says they will obey him, only asking how they should address him. The protagonist answers seriously. All his subjects call him master. The elves head through the gates. Eren has taken in 1,500 survivors who lost half their people to the evil spirits. As they move through the streets, he points out that the place is empty. Eren says he's glad to welcome them to the city of explorers. There's a labor shortage here, and for now, they'll need to feed themselves too. The elf turns to the child and says they only have enough food to get started. The armored duke pauses. The boy looks at her and offers a deal, asking if she wants the good part or the bad part first. Confused, the elf asks for the good part. With a straight face, the protagonist says he'll give 1,000 elves enough food for a month. The stunned commander asks about the other 500, wondering if that's the bad part. He calmly says he has a job for them. They have 1 week to gather 500 elves and send them to his castle to serve. Shocked, the elf asks again. Eren smirks and says that, from his point of view, every part of this deal is good. The hero moves a chess piece. With a smile, he admits defeat and says no one is probably better at this game than His Highness. The ruler laughs and says his opponent is actually the true champion. If he'd played seriously, he would have won. An old man enters and says the king is needed at a meeting. His vassals are waiting. The crown ruler sighs. He says they only played one match, and he wanted to spend the day with his friend. If someone only needs him there in name, an assistant can take his place. The old man with the monocle says Counts Grey and Ammon want approval to start the war. The ruler waves it off. Bring the papers, he'll sign, and they can fight as much as they want. But the man grows serious and says this war reaches into Duke Eren's land. The king's face hardens as he asks about his nephew. His aide nods. The ruler stands up from his chair. Facing his friend, he says they'll finish the game another time, and next time, he should stop holding back. He turns and leaves, wondering if Eren really wants to push things that far. The king takes his seat before the council. Wearing the golden crown, he says he's heard about the war in Braun and asks if the rumor has already spread across the empire. Then he asks for their views. His eyes shift to the gray-haired advisor, who answers with a smirk. He says Duke Aaron has every right to that newly found gold mine, so the war request should be approved. The neutral faction's representative protests that this war will hurt them badly. If they lose, all of Braun could be wiped out. A gray-haired man sternly points out that war goes against imperial law, so they should be able to reject it, instead of breaking the rules they made. His rival closes his eyes and admits he's right. A memory returns from a deathbed promise to protect the children. The king smirks at him. He rises from the throne and says the argument makes sense, but it's still not enough to overturn the law. Then the ruler declares that he approves the war and asks for the papers. Later, he sits at a table, turning a chess piece in his hand as he allows someone in. The gray-haired man bows and says he came as ordered. Without looking up from the piece, the ruler asks if the duke can read minds. Surprised, the man asks what he means. The king smirks and brings up their talk about the war. The other man is too stunned to answer. Laughing, the ruler says he was shocked to hear his own thoughts spoken out loud. For a duke new to the imperial faction, that's impressive. The man gives a nervous laugh. Pleased, the king says it's good to have someone beside him who shares his goals. That can only help the empire. The gray-haired man says the ruler gives him too much credit. He only spoke based on the law. At the table, the ruler asks how the war will end and whether the counts are going to win. The aide answers at once. Of course they will. It's 1,000 soldiers against 2,000. The king grows quiet, saying he has a bad feeling. Aaron was far too sure of himself when he stepped into this war. Calmly, the aide adds that rumors say Aaron owes Gray a debt, and his vassal plans to help him repay it in the best way possible. He goes on to say that 30 mercenary mages will make sure of it, and everything will look legal, keeping the royal family out of it. The ruler looks at him and says he really does read his mind, because that's exactly the plan. Then he bursts out laughing. With a dark smile, he says there will be plenty of mages. Back in the empire's capital, the doors swing open. A maid bows and tells her they're calling for her again, so she should come at once. She steps out dressed in fancy shoes, bracelets, and pendants. Cheryl walks along carrying shopping bags. Smiling, Cheryl thinks it even feels easier to breathe now. Shopping really does help with stress. As she heads down the street, she wonders where to stop next, but trouble is already waiting nearby. A group of thugs trails behind her. She picks up on it and stays alert. Cheryl decides she's done relaxing. Now it's time to handle her brother's errand. She turns the corner, with the thugs still on her tail. They rush after her, sneering as they go. Then their eyes go wide. Cheryl smirks and gathers magic in her hand. A huge blast erupts right in the middle of the city. She grabs one thug by the robe. Staring him down, Cheryl warns she won't ask twice. Where's the secret casino? Soon, they reach an old castle in the hills. The bruised thugs lead Cheryl outside. One of them opens the door for her. She raises a hand to block the harsh light. Inside is a huge hall packed with people. The crowd waves betting slips and yells about putting money on Aaron or Gray. Seeing that, Cheryl wonders what kind of place this is. Then she spots the main board, the Bren War, Duke Aaron versus the Amon and Gray Alliance. With the result expected in 25 days, Cheryl smiles. She's found exactly what she came for. A red-haired dwarf takes off his hat and introduces the Empire Monetization Group, saying they're here to help everyone get rich. First, he thanks the guests for coming to the betting palace today. The crowd cuts him off, yelling for him to stop talking and take the bets. The host shoots them an icy look. He calls over two thugs. They drag out the man who shouted, even as he begs to be spared. The red-haired host yells that the man wasn't thrown out for the insult, but for wasting their precious time. And here, time is worth gold. The crowd cheers for Lumpy. Lumpy thanks them and moves on to the real event, the war that's shaken the Empire. Now everyone can bet on its outcome. At once, people start shouting bets on the Alliance. Their bucket fills up with slips. Then someone calls out a 3 million bet on Aaron. The room goes still when they see it's Cheryl, and they wonder if she really put 3 million on the Duke. Cheryl lifts the betting slip high. She walks up, leaving Lumpy stunned. Surprised, he says that much money has to be paid right away. Standing across from her, Lumpy smiles and asks how she plans to deposit 3 million. Cheryl shrugs and asks if this isn't a casino. If they take bets, they should take money. Then she asks why he's making it so hard. She pulls out a sheet of paper and hands over a letter. Lumpy reads it and is stunned to see the name of a trading group. Cheerfully, Cheryl explains it's a check for 3 million gold from one of the Empire's best-known trading groups. She steps through a portal and stops in surprise when she sees Aaron waiting for her. Aaron looks at her seriously and says he couldn't just sit around, so he came to ask how it went. Cheryl says she did everything he asked, then wonders how he convinced Kane when they mortgaged nearly all their land. Aaron says Kane doesn't really know yet because he was busy, but Cheryl doesn't need to worry about that. Still surprised, Cheryl asks again. Smiling, Aaron winks and says it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Kane slams the table in fury, shouting that the mine doesn't exist, and demanding to know how much they got for mortgaging the land. With his arms crossed, Zarin calmly answers that it was 3 million. Kane drops to his knees and cries out that his son ruined everything he meant to leave behind. He can't believe this happened. Aaron stays calm and says he already has a plan, so Kane should settle down. Kane fires back, asking what plan could possibly save them now. Starving on a tiny patch of land? Aaron only sighs. He rises from the table and tells them to come with him, so he can explain everything clearly. The old assistant stares at him, confused. Lightning flashes over the mountains. The old man stands there and lets out a long sigh. Zeron, wearing armor and carrying a sword, admits he didn't believe it either. Shocked, the old assistant tells him to take it all. Aaron asks what he means. Overjoyed, Kane grabs Aaron's hand and says to take everything he has. He'll even contact Moria and mortgage the rest of the land. Standing beside her brother, Cheryl looks less than pleased. A few days later, guards at the gate let them through. A carriage rolls inside. An important guest steps out. With a pipe in hand, Grimm asks if it will really all become his. He's introduced as Grimm, once a noble and now the head of the Moria Trade Association. His family built huge wealth over generations through land deals and trade. But about 30 years ago, Aaron's father banned land sales, and the people who fought that law helped destroy the duchy. Grimm didn't give up. To rebuild his family's power, he started an illegal lending business in the capital, mainly for small business owners. He grew his fortune through fear and violence, no matter how extreme it got. Now Grimm stands looking over the land. The owner of the Moria group asks again if all of it will soon belong to him. A man beside him explains that the ban on land sales keeps him from buying brand land directly, but if Aaron goes broke, they can claim it to cover the debt. Grimm smirks and says the former emperor, his family's greatest enemy, will end up stripping his own son of everything and leave him to die in the streets. Perfect revenge. He closes his eyes, nods, and says it's finally time. With a cruel grin, Grimm says he'll teach that fool who ignores the weight of money why people call him Bloody Coin. They kneel before Aaron. Aaron spreads his hands with a smile and asks how the trip north went. Did everything go smoothly? Grimm smiles and says that as long as there are people willing to borrow from him, he'll travel to the ends of the earth. Then his face hardens. He says the same goes for people who don't want to pay him back. Tension sparks between them. Aaron studies him closely and realizes this man wants him to lose more than anything. Grimm forces a smile, already picturing Aaron's joy turning to misery when he loses all his land. The advisor sits near them and says they probably already know why the master called them here. Grimm smiles and agrees with Kane, saying Aaron wants to borrow $3 million from the Moria group for a casino bet. He hands over a paper, saying it's the contract he prepared. Aaron and Kane read it in silence. Aaron takes the paper and says they've already handled all of that, so it doesn't matter anymore. Shocked, Grimm asks why they called him here then. Arms folded, Aaron says he wants an even bigger loan, about $2 million more. Grimm frowns and says if the money is for mercenaries, he has to refuse. Merchants like him can't openly meddle in nobles' wars, or they'll lose other clients. Aaron closes his eyes and says he has no plan to hire mercenaries. Only his own army will fight. From across the table, Grimm asks what the money is for then. Looking aside, Aaron says it's nothing major, just an investment. Once he wins the war, he'll have more than enough, so he wants to start developing the land now. Grimm realizes that even if Aaron loses, the land will become his anyway, so there's no real risk. He watches Aaron act cheerful, and can't figure out why this idiot won't admit he's about to lose. Still annoyed, Grimm agrees. If Aaron signs the clause about investing in his land, he'll give him the money. Aaron lights up and says he'll sign whatever is needed right now. The old man slams the table and shouts that this can't be allowed. Both Aaron and Grimm turn to him in surprise. Kane angrily says that if they lose the war, they'll lose everything. As treasurer and head butler, he refuses to allow this contract. Aaron hurriedly tells him to wait. They have to win this war. Watching them argue, Grimm realizes this is the perfect moment to drown them in debt, so he starts thinking fast. Then an idea hits him. He raises a finger and offers an interest-free loan. Aaron and Kane spin around in shock and ask him to repeat that. Grimm smiles and says he's willing to lend the money with no interest. It should at least ease their burden, though he keeps to himself that he also placed a bet on their victory. The two of them just stare, speechless. Later, as Grimm heads for his carriage, his assistant asks if he really did bet on Aaron. Then the assistant turns back and asks if Grimm has lost his mind, since that story was clearly just a lie to win their trust. With a sly grin, Grimm says his mind is sharper than most, and he knows how to use it fast. No wonder he's risen so high. Smiling, he adds that they probably see him as an ally now. The two share a laugh. Nearby, Aaron stands beside Kane, staring out the window. Aaron, stunned, asks the old man how he pulled that off. Smiling, Aaron says it was a flawless act, an interest-free loan for good. It couldn't have gone better. The assistant, still confused, says this isn't some game, it's the result of years of experience. Ramo waves his hand and tells the soldiers to fire. 20 days before the land war, the elves draw their bows. The targets are set in front of them. Aaron looks shocked and asks why the situation is this bad. A rider rushes past with a warning. Enemy cavalry will crush them before they even get one shot off. Angry, Aaron asks if the old man at least fed them. Zeron snaps back that of course he did. Zeron calmly points out the real problem: they don't have enough range. He points to the elves and explains their bows reach about 100 meters, but real battles usually start at around 200. Eren thinks it over and says the battlefield is open, so an ambush won't work. If nothing changes, they'll be in trouble. He adds that the whole empire will be watching, so he can't step in with his own power. Zeron, in dragon form nearby, agrees they shouldn't join the fight directly, but says Gale needs to be ready if things go wrong. Zeron explains that wars like this are really battles of variables. If they can control those factors, he says, they can turn it into a fair fight, 1,000 against 1,000. Eren asks how that's possible. With a serious look, Zeron says one problem is obvious: they still don't know if their arrows can even reach. That kind of uncertainty is unacceptable, so he'll remove the distance problem. He keeps talking, fan in hand. Eren asks what he means. Zeron explains it simply: to make new bows, they need rare materials and a skilled blacksmith who can forge the weapons fast. Eren frowns and says they have less than 3 weeks. He asks where they'll find all that in time. The cloaked assistant asks for 3 days and promises Eren a blacksmith and every material they need. Eren is shocked and asks if that can really be done that fast. Zeron nods behind his fan and says the blacksmith will be unusual, in fact, not human. Eren just stares, confused. Grinning, Zeron reveals the smith will be a dwarf. Then Zeron takes off through the sky. He flies over a tall mountain. A few seconds later, Zeron lands in the northern lands of Bran at the Dragon Nest. Several people come up, saying they've been waiting a long time. One man offers a diamond and says it's what Zeron asked for. Zeron taps it with a claw and asks why the man's work is so poor. Terrified, the assistant begs for mercy, but Zeron flicks the diamond away. It smashes apart the moment it hits the mountain. Zeron says he's done putting up with this. He then tells the others to quit hiding and come out. Looking over the group, Zeron orders Keshi to come here. The girl walks over to Zeron, clearly scared. He tells her to climb on. They have a lot to do. Keshi is left wide-eyed, having no idea what's going on. 10 minutes later, Zeron is flying fast over Braun toward the Minotaur Labyrinth. Soon after, Zeron starts to descend. He lifts his head, then drops it and breathes fire. The Minotaurs are burned alive in the massive flames. As he rises back into the sky, Zeron says his material is ready. Later, Eren stands in the city beside Keshi. Their cart is loaded with Minotaur horn. Eren stares at it in surprise. Holding the horns, Eren asks Zeron where he got them. Zeron hides behind his fan and says they're water buffalo horns, perfect for upgrading weapons. They hate water, but they're great for long-range shots. Eren looks at them in amazement, and can hardly believe material like this even exists. Zeron coolly says he bought them cheap from a merchant who wanted them gone. Eren studies the horns, puzzled by how easy Zeron makes everything sound. Then Eren looks up, and notices Keshi sitting on the cart. Zeron tells her to get down and greet Eren properly. A moment later, she jumps off the cart. She lands on the ground. Crossing her arms, Keshi glares at Eren and asks if he's ready to serve her. Zeron and the others are left speechless. Then she keeps going, asking Eren if he even knows who he's talking to. Zeron rushes over and grabs Keshi, clearly annoyed. A second later, he drags her off somewhere. When they return, Zeron is smiling while holding a beat-up Keshi by the shoulders, telling Eren she's not human and has no manners. Lowering his head, Eren says he doesn't care about formal manners and is more interested in what she can do. He crouches down to Keshi's level. Ramo and Zeron stare at Eren in surprise. Hand over his heart, Eren tells her he's her duke. Keshi stares at him, stunned. With 2 weeks left before the war, Keshi starts giving orders to her helpers. She now has everything needed to make the new weapons. She carefully checks the weapons. Then Keshi starts yelling at her assistants for messing things up. They're all clearly annoyed. Everyone is already tired of her attitude. Before long, the whole thing turns into a fight. Eren shouts at everyone to stop. Later, a bruised Keshi and her assistants finally make peace and get back to work. Finished bows begin piling onto the table. Soon, the stack grows into a huge mound. Eren smiles and praises them. Exhausted, Keshi and her assistant celebrate. They finished everything 3 days before the war. In one territory, Zeron explains to everyone that the whole empire will be watching, so neither Eren nor Gale can use their powers. Even with these stronger bows, they still can't beat an army twice their size head-on. Zeron thinks quietly, fist near his mouth. Then his foot hits the ground. His body flips at once. Up in the sky, Zeron thinks about the dirt. He glances aside like he just remembered something. Power surges as he rises higher. Zeron climbs high into the sky. Looking pleased, he keeps thinking about the dirt. Opening the door, Zeron tells Keshi to get up. Keshi sits on the bed, exhausted, then slowly slides down, begging for mercy. Zeron walks toward her, annoyed. With a quick wave, he dumps water on her. Keshi looks up weakly and begs Zeron not to kill her, saying she can't hear anything. Yelling back, Zeron says he won't kill her. She still has to go to the battlefield. By the day before the war, the army is fully ready. The soldiers stand in formation. At the table, Amon says he had to put up another 10% to make sure they win. With a sly grin, someone asks Amon how much he bet. He shows 500,000 and says he'd have wagered more, but he didn't have the money and didn't want to ask Moria. Laughing, the other man calls him a slippery guy and says that soon merchants like that will be bowing at their feet once the gold mine belongs to them. Amon raises his mug and agrees. The other man lowers his head and wonders where this fool is really heading. Amon looks away, confused. Eren marches down the road with his army. The others are horrified when they realize the tower has already been surrounded. An enemy force waits by the building. Watching it all, they mock Eren for showing up with what they think is worthless junk. A horse charges down the road. Countless soldiers turn to look. A messenger on horseback shouts that the emperor wants this settled fast, so both sides must send their representatives forward. Amon and his ally ride out, while Eren watches them closely and pushes his horse forward too. The two sides stop only a few meters apart. Amon rides up to Eren, saying he looks terrible, and joking that bringing back junk deserves applause. Eren smiles, thanks him for the compliment, and says he still looks better than their fat faces. Amon clenches his fists. The messenger reads the terms. If Eren wins, the two counts lose their lands, and Eren also gets the gold mine between their territories. If the counts win, their lands leave the duchy, and the mine goes to them. After finishing, the messenger asks if anyone objects. Eren smiles at the counts, and Amon and his ally smile back. The messenger claps and tells everyone to return to position. The battle will begin. The horses part ways. Eren turns his head, about to say something. Amon looks at him, confused. Eren raises a hand and tells the others to protect their heads. They touch the tops of their heads, not understanding why. The judge in the middle starts reading the signal. Seconds later, a bomb drops onto the battlefield. Amon watches and says Eren must have finally lost it. He then offers a warrior 5,000 gold if he can end the battle before his tea gets cold. The knight smiles and says there will be plenty of time. Then the commander orders his men to ditch their shields and finish this fast. The shields hit the ground. The soldiers charge, shouting. Without holding back, they rush straight ahead. Ramo watches the enemy and decides it's time to start. He shouts for the archers to switch weapons. New bows wait at their feet. The archers grab them tight. In seconds, they're lined up and aiming at the enemy. Ramo opens his mouth and gives the order to fire. Arrows launch in a flash. The charging soldiers look up. A massive wave of arrows rains down from the sky. The soldiers turn and yell to retreat. They've walked into a trap. More arrows are already trained on them. The leader charged in, yelling for everyone to duck and spread out. The warriors pulled back fast. Ramo lifted his hand and ordered the siege towers ready. The men by the tower stood their ground without fear. One of the soldiers spun the cannons into place. A horse burst forward. Eren watched ahead with clear interest. Zirin looked on with a satisfied smile. A moment passed, then the cannons fired an iron net through the air. Its hooks bit deep into the ground. The net locked into place like a barrier, trapping the warriors inside. The enemies hacked at it with their swords, but it did nothing. The leader glanced back at his men and told them they could handle it. Then power started running through the net, and he looked up, confused. Not knowing what he was seeing, he could only stare. Ramo and the archers were already waiting by the tower. Pointing to his head, the hero mocked them. They forgot the one place they were told to protect. A storm of arrows shot forward. Caught in the net, the warriors yelled at each other to dodge. Seconds later, blood sprayed into the air. Amon and his ally watched in fury as they realized they had lost. Grabbing Amon, one of them demanded to know why he told the men to drop their shields. Amon looked away, shaken, and said he thought this would end very differently. He raised a hand and called for reinforcements. Another unit rushed in, shouting that they had to stop those reinforcements before they regrouped. The horses thundered ahead. Their commander glared at the enemy and barked for his men to take them down. Arrows shot out again. Ramo looked across the field with Bianca. Bianca led her warriors straight into the charge. She raised her shield and poured power into it to guard her people. A bright glow spread from the shield. Every warrior under her was protected. A shining magic barrier formed around the heroes. With that cover, the warriors rushed ahead. Amon stared in fear, unable to believe this was happening. Eren and Ziron only smiled darkly, their arms crossed. Even with the counts and Eren's side outnumbered, the battlefield still looked stacked against the protagonist. The commander pointed at the packed enemy force. One furious count ordered the infantry to take the right flank and hit the enemy cavalry. The army surged in to attack. Ramo gripped his sword and saw them coming. He turned and ordered half his men to follow him, while the rest finished off the enemy cavalry. The mounted knights charged. Their formation split in two. A rider swung his blade and shouted that now was the time to strike. 200 cavalry slammed into a force of 1,000. The warrior raised his sword in rage. The enemy count dropped to 975. The cavalry tore through them, cutting that down to 923. The spearmen stared in fear at the oncoming riders. Seeing the savage commander with his sword out front, they cried for help. One soldier tried to run. He took a breath and pushed himself up, then turned and found the enemy right in front of him. Bianca charged straight at him with a terrifying glare. She smashed into him and sent him flying. The cavalry kept crushing the enemy line. One rider looked back over the field. The counts watched, shaken and excited all at once. One of them turned to the mages and snapped that they had to be stopped. The other shouted at the mercenaries to do something useful. The sorcerers struck their staffs and began chanting. Blue energy gathered around them. They lifted their staffs and formed magic shots overhead. Bright blasts of mana tore through the sky toward the enemy. Standing beside his aide, Eren noticed at once. The energy bolts were headed straight their way. Rommel saw the incoming magic and froze for a second. Several blasts slammed into the ground and exploded. Eren shouted his soldier's name in panic. Luckily, Rommel had already raised a barrier. Eren let out a breath of relief. Rommel looked up and saw the barrier starting to crack. He realized just how close that had been. Then he spotted the mages ahead. He ordered his men to ignore the infantry. They were already retreating, and turned the cavalry toward the mages. He wheeled his horse around, but a huge force blocked the way, shouting that they were finished and going nowhere. Rommel turned his head, tense. The counts watched him with smug smiles. The cavalry was fully surrounded. Watching the battle, Eren admitted Rommel was a great commander, but this was too much even for him. Eren thrust out his hand and ordered the infantry forward to save the cavalry and their captain. The soldiers ran in. Then he turned to Zeron and said he was going to save the commander, leaving the mages to him. An aide, stunned, brought up the Emperor's spy. Eren brushed it aside. Rommel's life mattered more right now, and he'd deal with the spy later. Face set, Eren called for Cheryl. Zeron watched him vanish into the forest. The dragon, fan in hand, called to the archers to ready the catapults. The soldiers hauled on the ropes. A catapult rolled into position. Dozens of catapults now lined the field. Zeron flicked his hand and ordered them to fire. Rocks launched toward the enemy, crashing into their ranks. The bombardment kept coming, cutting their number to 197. Enraged, the Count ordered the boulders blown apart. Beams of energy streaked across the sky and slammed into the flying rocks. Arms spread wide. The Count mocked them, saying tricks like this could never beat real magic. Then he pointed toward the catapults and asked if the mages could destroy them too. The cloaked wizard said they needed more time. Smirking, the Count twitched his fingers and said they were betting big now. Behind his fan, Zeron thought they already had twice the strength, yet still hired mages. Human greed beat even goblins. He scanned the battlefield, troubled by how much more complicated this was than he expected, and wondered what Eren was planning. Eren stood before his assistant. The dragon bowed to his master. He sensed a massive amount of mana from him. Shaken, Zeron could hardly believe a human could give off that much mana. He kept staring ahead. In his frightened eyes, Eren's image flickered like something unreal. Blue flames blazed around Eren, and Zeron wondered if this was Cheryl's illusion magic. Hard to spot at first glance. Then he noticed a man running in the distance. Eren, dressed simply, gripped a knife, and his assistant muttered that the man never stopped surprising him. Near the army, Eren thought the spy was probably already far away, but being careful still made sense. He moved through the soldiers, wondering where the man was. Then he spotted a helmet on the ground. He put it on and told himself he was heading to Rommel. He just had to hold out a little longer. Zeron's face hardened as he ordered the catapults prepared again. The soldiers hurried to load them with stone. Suddenly, one catapult near the dragon was smashed apart. He covered himself with his fan. Startled, he realized the enemy was trying to destroy the weapons. The warrior in white barked an angry order. Attack from maximum range. The stones flew out. Watching them, he thought that warning about protecting their heads finally made sense. Closing his eyes, he urged them to fly, and the stones bounced through the air, changing course. A mage with a staff stared in shock at the magic guiding them. The Count saw the boulders curving back toward them. Terrified, they screamed for the mages to stop them. The mages raised their staffs and gathered power. Magic beams shot at the projectiles. Zeron, eyes gleaming, cast a defensive spell. The beams hit the stones, but one boulder kept flying without a scratch. The sorcerers panicked, shouting that the rocks were still falling and everyone needed to hide. The enemy mages were thrown apart by the crushing impacts. The Count stared in shock, unable to understand what just happened. One wounded man lifted his hand and warned them to look up. They turned in alarm. More rocks were coming back, and they shouted that the attacks had returned, and that Eren seemed to have a mage on his side too. They covered their faces as explosions went off around them. Furious, the Count realized Eren had hidden a trump card, so now they had to throw everything into the battle. He angrily ordered the archers to stop hanging back and aim at the battlefield, where the fighting had turned close and brutal. The army charged. The blonde commander pointed ahead in rage and ordered the mages to destroy the catapults guarding the main camp. A terrified sorcerer said they couldn't do it quickly. It would take time. The furious Count snapped that if they wanted the reward, they needed to stop talking and act. The wizard quickly caught on. He turned to the others and told them to target the boulders and protect the camp. The mages lifted their staffs to the sky. Drops of water began to gather. Boulders came down at them, and the stones entered the water. Using telekinesis, they held the rocks in the air and threw them away. Explosions followed. Zeron watched in surprise and called it a cheap trick. With a smirk, he wondered if they could handle this next move. He turned to the archers and ordered them to light their arrows and fire as far as they could. The elves knocked their flaming arrows. The dragon gave the order to attack. Hundreds of burning arrows streaked across the sky. Then magic bent their path again. The terrified counts shouted that now even the arrows were on fire. The mages raised their staffs and used the water spell again. The water slammed into the arrows. The counts watched, stunned. The cloaked sorcerer looked up, confused. Xeron, one eye blazing, used gravity shift. The flaming arrows curved again. The shaken wizards saw the shots coming right at them. The flames caught them, and they screamed for help inside the fire. The counts stood before the blaze as their wizards were completely wiped out. Aaron, hidden under a helmet, grinned and mocked their so-called strongest mages for being totally crushed. Holding his helmet, he wondered if he should go take down a few enemies himself. Then a shadow fell over him. It was Zeron, and bright light flared around him. Rommel's men stood surrounded, swords ready. Gritting his teeth, he said reinforcements were coming. He turned, searching for his own men, then looked ahead in surprise. A spear tip shot toward him. Rommel saw it too late. He barely dodged, but the enemy still cut his face. Knowing he had to hold on until help arrived, the commander struck back with a heavy blow, cutting down everyone who came near. Enemy soldiers dropped one after another. Rommel tightened his grip on his bloody sword. Enraged, he shouted that help was coming, and they had to fight to the end. At that, the knights raised their swords. The commander held his stance. Armored allies lined up behind him. The enemy stared at them in fear. Bianca stood with her soldiers around her. She looked aside, startled. Seeing the huge force ahead, Bianca realized the cavalry captain was in danger. She spurs her horse forward and yells for the cavalry to take on the enemy riders while the crusaders follow behind. Her unit charges in to help. A battle map shows the counts still hold the numbers advantage. A frightened soldier whips around. He spots Bianca, and her squad rushing in as someone shouts that the enemy is coming. Bianca tears through them, blasting soldiers apart and sending armor flying. The blonde girl says they have to crush this force first, then save the knight captain. Seeing more soldiers close in, she raises her shield. One attacker gets knocked back by her counter. Bianca cuts through the crowd and scatters the enemy. The count's infantry captain shouts in panic that they cannot let her break through. Spearmen form up in a line and are told to seal the rear. From horseback, Bianca sees it happen. A massive enemy force blocks her way. She braces behind her white shield as blow after blow slams into it. Peeking out, she realizes they answered faster than expected. She rides on and calls to the goddess Vivian. As her shield starts to shine, she keeps praying. Eyes shut, she asks for Vivian's blessing. A bright light surrounds her. The soldiers cry out and grab their eyes. Bianca gives the order to attack. Aaron, hidden in the chaos, slips through the enemy ranks. Up ahead, he hears someone threaten to kill anyone who runs. She studies the scene and realizes she's found the captain by the white kerchief tied to his hand. A swordsman orders the troops to push ahead. He screams that their enemies are filthy rats. Then a dagger suddenly sinks into his back. He turns in terror. Standing there is the fierce Duke. The man drops to the ground, wiping his blade. Aaron says he's the rat who came to kill him. The enemy commander dies on the spot. Aaron glances back, thinking about saving Rommel. Another line of spearmen moves up. A bald man stands among them. Knowing he has to take out their leader too, Aaron charges. He weaves through the soldiers with ease. His knife drives into the count's infantry commander, who falls with blood on his lips. Just like that, two commanders collapse inside the army. Zeron watches in silence. Then he suddenly starts shouting that the commander is dead, and every unit must retreat. The shaken soldiers argue. Is the commander really dead? And who is giving orders now? One soldier loudly yells for all of the count's troops to listen. A white bandage wraps his shoulder. Zeron frowns when he sees it. The archer commander tells his men not to let the enemy throw them into confusion. Pointing at their foes, he says there's nowhere to run. They have to attack. 1,000 enemy troops surround Rommel's cavalry. Spears stab into the armored knights. The Duke's commander watches in grief. Then he roars in anger. Zeron watches with excitement. The archer commander reaches out desperately. Aaron watches with clenched teeth. Knife in hand, he knows he has to do it one more time. He breaks into a run. Spotting the enemy's back, Aaron realizes that's the last commander. He swings for the man's back, but several swords suddenly stop his blade. The sight of that soldier catches him off guard. With a smirk, the man asks if the boy really thought he hadn't seen this coming. Zeron smiles. The enemy stares at him, confused. The helmeted Duke wonders if his guess was right. He slides his blade back. The soldiers lock swords. Aaron, furious, slashes hard at the men around him. The last commander sees it and panics. Horrified, he starts shouting orders. Bloodshot-eyed, he yells that they all must be killed. Aaron cuts him down before he can finish. Then Aaron turns and calls out for Rommel. Rommel is on the ground with spears flying at him. His eyes are full of despair. Suddenly, someone crashes into the attackers and sends them flying. Bianca and her soldiers step in and shield their ally. Arthur, still on horseback, shouts that the enemy has lost its commanders, and this is the perfect chance to strike. The Count's army mutters in shock. Reinforcements are here, and the infantry is trapped. With fire spreading everywhere, cries of retreat ring out. Grinning, Aaron grabs his helmet and realizes he's done all he could. A bright light flares around him. Then, boulders come crashing down. An explosion follows. The letter says Duke Zirin fought the Earls. Even though his army started at half their size, he still won. The Earls now stand surrounded by Zirin's army. He walks toward them without fear. With a smirk, he says their faces are a pleasure to see. The terrified Earls shake where they stand. Tapping his head, Zirin reminds them he warned them to protect it. One frightened noble wonders how he can walk through arrows. He starts drawing his sword and demands to know what kind of magic this is. Several blades appear at his face in an instant. He freezes in terror. Zirin levels his weapon and asks how such a minor vassal dares insult his honorable victory. The young noble swings his weapon, shouting that he'll kill him today and bring order to these lands. Before he can act, one aide tells him to stop and asks what good killing the viceroy would do. Furious, Zirin tells him to let go. Insulting the ruling family is the same as insulting the emperor. The terrified man drops to his knees and begs for mercy, saying he was wrong. Zirin turns to the other count and asks what should be done with him. That count kneels too and admits defeat. Calmly, Zirin says that if they agree, their cities will now belong to the duchy. The defeated lords bow their heads and say it will be as he wishes. Zirin orders the annexation to start that very evening, warning that if they exploit the citizens even a little, they'll lose their titles. One of them cries, while the other just stares in shock. The next day at noon, Zirin sits at a table with his advisors. Gale smiles, points at the paper, and says it's a betting slip from Betting Castle. Eyes closed, he adds that one note is for 3 million, another is a 2 million debt, and the payout jumped about 10 times. The old man smiles. Thrilled, he throws the papers up and shouts that this war will bring them nearly 50 million gold. Zirin tells the elder to calm down, because that money will be invested. Looking half crazed with joy, the old man asks again if he heard that right. Zirin grabs his head and says money matters, but the real goal of the war was to bring in workers. Holding up 2 fingers, a man says the campaign brought in 2 territories and 1 city, and with the land gained after clearing the Black Forest of Orcs, Bran's domain has doubled. From the table, Zirin says the money has to go towards settling the expanded land before they slowly grow it more. He keeps laying out the plan in a serious tone. Then Zirin says something important. He's going to become a loser from the north. The whole council is stunned. Startled, Cheryl asks her brother what he means. Zirin explains that after the war, the lord and every noble under him will watch their every move. He warns that if they just keep hiding their strength, they'll be crushed before they can grow. Gesturing with both hands, Zirin says he'll act loyal to the emperor and give him and his followers what they want, until the time is right. Smiling, he adds that they'll keep the spoils for themselves and leave the others choking on bones. A young man bursts in and announces that the owner of the Moria Merchant Guild has arrived. Smiling, Aaron says he's already here. Facing the council, he says the meeting is over and everyone but the elder should return to work. Grim angrily waves a paper and yells that it's proof. Pointing at Zirin, he says that if the war was won, the Duke must pay 5 million gold. Aaron looks annoyed. He turns to the old man beside him and asks if they even have the money. Gale calmly says they don't even have enough for food and daily living. Grim jabs at the paper again and insists the Duke is bound to pay. The elder narrows his eyes and asks to see it. Grim taps the paper and says the proof is right there. The merchant flips it over and asks where, exactly. From across the table, Gale points out that repayment is interest-free and can be delayed forever. Grim's eyes go wide in horror. The elder slams the table and demands to know how he dared bring this, saying the wording makes it fraud against his lord. The assistant looks at Zirin and asks if they should teach this man a lesson before news reaches the capital. Zirin puts his sword to Grim's throat and says he'll die for this lie. Grim stares in terror at the blade touching his neck. Aaron says he still has one chance to save himself. Shaking, Grim asks what he means. Zirin swings his sword and drives it forward. Grim throws up his hands and begs for mercy. Then he sees the sword buried in the table. Zirin says the man must swear an oath on that sword. Terrified, Grim asks what oath. Zirin points at him and shouts that he will become his vassal and devote himself to bronze lands. Several days later, on the western continent, a swordsman stands alone. A bird lands on his hand. The long-haired young man reads a letter about Aaron's victory. Several sword-wielding soldiers rush him. He swings with total confidence. One strike pierces them all at once. He pulls the bloodied blade free. 3 bodies lie before him. Crown Prince Philip looks ahead. He picks up a wooden handle, then sets it on the stone floor. Standing over the gate in a castle full of corpses, Philip says it's time to return to the Empire. With a smirk, he says things are getting interesting. Very interesting. Later, the prince sits across from Zirin. The Emperor coldly says Philip came back after hearing that Aaron, the Empire's only distant royal relative, had won, instead of finishing his fight for the western continent. He moves a chess piece, then knocks over the black pawn. It flies toward the prince. Angry, the Emperor asks if Aaron really has that much influence over his son. Philip gives him a sweet smile. Holding the black pawn, he asks what he means by that. All at once, purple energy starts pouring out in his hand. He crushes the pieces and lets them fall to the floor. With a smile he says he's only a little interested. The prince gently thinks about the throne he plans to take someday. Aaron sits at his desk, sorting through documents. Gale stands beside him, impressed that Aaron now handles paperwork like a seasoned butler. Aaron remembers how he used to be, and admits it's been a while since he did this, but he was never this quick before. A subject bursts into the room and calls for his lord. Annoyed, Aaron yells at him to knock first. Terrified, Ramo reports that protests have broken out in the lands of Counts Gray and Amon. Gale and Aaron are caught off guard by the news. Thinking it over, Aaron says the people probably didn't do this on their own, so the Counts are likely behind it. He smiles. With a sly look, Aaron says he'll give them exactly what they're asking for. Alman is eating lunch when someone calls for him. Still holding a forkful of meat, he says his lord has finally chosen to dine. A man rushes in with a letter, shouting that war has been declared. Alman jumps up, demanding to know what he means. Aaron leads his army out. Surrounded by stunned advisors, Aaron is asked if he's really starting a war and why. Aaron answers that it's treason. Alman used soldiers dressed as civilians to spark the protest. He also broke his oath, so if he loses, his land is forfeit. Rommel nervously warns that this kind of land battle has fixed troop limits, and Aemon has twice as many men, so war is madness. Arms folded, Aaron says that's true. Surprised, Cheryl asks why he'd do it then. Raising one finger, Aaron says the Emperor will see it the same way, and that's exactly the point. Everyone around Aaron is left speechless. The shock spreads through the room. Stunned, Cheryl asks if he already got the Emperor's approval to annex the land. With a sly grin, Aaron says the Emperor approved right away, thinking victory in one battle had gone to his head. No one around Aaron says a word. Kainaz looks at him in awe and says he truly admires his lord's foresight. He adds that he'll make a plan at once. Aaron stops him, saying there won't be any need for that. Shocked, the strategist asks him to repeat that. Aaron calmly says the strategist will have plenty to do with the newly taken lands. Smiling, Aaron says the battle will happen at night, when the Emperor won't be watching, so he'll handle it himself. The assistant can treat it like an unexpected break. In the middle of the night, Aaron's force rides out. From horseback, Aaron asks if they're ready to move. Then he spurs forward and orders the rest to charge. Aaron's army reaches Amon's castle. At the gate, Amon assumes it's a siege, but then notices they brought no siege gear, just the Duke's remaining troops. Amon smirks. Sure, they can't break the walls without siege weapons. If he just holds out, victory should be his. Below the walls, Aaron hears people shouting that he declared war on an innocent count, out of greed. Then another cry cuts through the night, calling Amon a traitor and a criminal. Aaron fires back that he has proof Amon used his soldiers to stir up rebellion, but he'll still offer one last chance. Open the gates and surrender. Amon panics, wondering how Aaron found out, but keeps quiet since he still believes he'll win this war. Amon scoffs and says that if Aaron is so sure of himself, he can try breaking the gate. Hearing that, Aaron smiles as the enemy vows they'll all pay for his pride. Aaron turns and calls for Cheryl. She snaps back, asking why he's yelling when she's right beside him. A bright sphere forms above Cheryl. She launches a volley of fire at the castle. The blasts race toward the walls. Focused, she calls down a rain of fire. Fireballs slam toward the gate, but the barrier suddenly throws every hit back. Laughing with his arms spread, Amon asks if they really thought they could break a shield made by ivory tower sorcerers. Furious, Cheryl mentally curses the bald fool. She swings her staff, then drives it hard into the ground. Water tentacles surge toward the castle. They smash into the barrier. The force ripples across the wall, then fades into drops. Amon looks down. He bursts out laughing and mocks her magic. With a hard stare, Cheryl calls out for mudworms. At once, giant worms erupt from the ground. Amon freezes when he sees them. They slam into the castle gate. In a panic, Amon screams that the walls are giving way, and he has to get down now. He spots cracks spreading under his feet. He jumps across to the other side. Staring at the broken wall, he asks what is happening. Aaron raises his sword as someone shouts that the wall has fallen. Pointing his blade ahead, Aaron orders the charge and commands them to seize Count Amon. The cavalry rushes into the ruined castle. From the wall, Amon orders his men to fire and stop them from getting closer. The archers take aim. Their arrows tear into the charging troops. Furious, Amon screams for his men to keep attacking. His forehead bulges with rage. Riding ahead, Rommel sees arrows striking his soldiers. He grabs one of the wounded men. Enraged, he shouts that only a few enemies are left, so they have to push on. The army answers with a low charge. On Amon's orders, the men on the wall keep firing. Amon suddenly looks away in shock, his face twisted with anger. He kicks a soldier and screams that he ordered him to shoot. The man drops, clutching his stomach. The soldiers around him stare at his shaking body. Amon snarls that anyone who hesitates like that fool will be crushed by his own hands. The warriors stay silent. Standing before the castle, Aaron says these soldiers will soon become his people. Sword in hand, he says he can't let Amon treat them however he wants. Cheryl steps up behind him and grabs his hand. Acting important, she reminds him she only promised a rain of fire, and now he owes her 100,000 for the mudworm. Eren looks surprised, and she claims she only did it because she got mad. An arrow suddenly flies at them. Eren senses it and turns. He snatches the arrow out of the air with one hand. He spots a group of archers ahead of him, looks up, and says they're getting too bold. Eren glances at Cheryl and agrees to the 100,000. Then Eren suddenly vanishes. In the next instant, he's already charging. From the wall, Ammon shouts that they'll win if the soldiers can hit that bastard. Arrows rain down at Eren as he races below. He slips past every one of them. Eren knows the fastest way to cut losses on both sides is to seize Ammon and end the fight at once. He bursts forward, then leaps onto the wall with his sword swinging. Ammon cries out in horror, calling it impossible. Eren answers with a brutal slash. His eyes flash red. Ammon and his soldiers stare in shock. The guards turn and run while the bald count shouts after them. They rush toward Eren, run right past him, and collapse to the ground. Ammon turns to flee. Terrified, he screams for everyone to scatter. He punches one of his own men in the stomach. Another soldier is knocked off the wall. Eren is furious, seeing that Ammon can't protect his own men and treats their lives like nothing as he runs. Eren lunges after him. After climbing the stairs, Ammon screams at his men to attack. In fear, Ammon thinks that if he'd known Eren was this strong, he would have acted differently. His eyes go wide as he sees Eren charging straight at him. Eren glares at him and points his sword, ordering him to surrender. He says Ammon's family and soldiers will live if he does. Behind the count, his army stands waiting. Shaking, Ammon asks what will happen to him. Eren calmly says he'll die. Ammon goes quiet in fear. He stumbles backward into one of his soldiers. His army stands there in silence. Then the count lifts his sword and orders them to attack. A spear suddenly flies forward. It drives through Ammon's hand. Bleeding, Ammon crashes to the ground. His own soldiers stand over him and call for surrender. Lying there, Ammon curses them out. From the bottom of the stairs, Eren hears him beg for mercy. Terrified, Ammon swears loyalty and promises to serve as a faithful vassal. Before he can finish, Eren cuts off his head. Ammon's hands drop to his knees. Facing the corpse, Eren says he has no use for a vassal who ignores his own men. Eren raises his sword and shouts that Ammon is dead, and the battle is won. A notice tied to Ammon is revealed. Mudworms burst from the ground, and through the smoke comes the announcement that Eren has won. Later, Eren meets with Grey and is told that all of Ammon's lands except one small fortress have been added to Bronn. To save himself, the other count surrendered, and agreed to give up half his territory. A map explains that Eren has restored the Duchy of Bronn, and is already planning to take nearby lands, turning himself into the North's rising underdog. The map shows castles and an elsewhere. The furious overlord grips a letter and asks if Eren really won again. An aide beside him confirms that he did. The ruler angrily asks if this wasn't the same man who claimed the boy lacked enough troops to win twice. Closing his eyes, the gray-haired aide says Eren pulled it off again, thanks to a mysterious sorceress. Another advisor says one duchy's rebellion still isn't enough to build an empire. He adds that the real issue isn't Eren's power, but what he plans to do with it. The ruler asks what he means. The aide solemnly explains that no one knows Eren's goal. Restoring Bronn is one thing. The real question is whether Eren will submit to the empire, or rise against it. The ruler says Eren swore to focus on his own affairs and stay in the duchy. If he breaks that promise, the empire will never ignore him. The aide asks what happens if Eren restores the duchy and stops there. Then the empire would have no reason to block him. That leaves the ruler speechless. As two warriors clash, it's explained that the imperial decree still follows the law of free war between vassals. Zeron explains that he made this law after taking the throne, when he needed the nobles on his side. The king lowers his head and thinks it over. He turns aside after hearing he has permission. Philip sits nearby with a faint smile. He says he'll go learn what the protagonist really wants. At the same time, he'll check how things are going in Bronn. The ruler stays silent, still deep in thought. Biting his nails, he orders them to visit the duchy under the excuse of congratulating the victory. The prince bows and says he'll start getting ready at once. He thinks back to their training and gets eager to see how much the boy has changed. A crowd gathers around a notice board with a letter posted on it. They read, shocked, that taxes have been cut to 13 habd, proving the rumors were true. The victory really brought in a fortune. Nearby, people start chanting the duke's name. Smiling, the protagonist says it's music to his ears, but he still needs to wrap things up fast. Kanaz, behind him, says the plan to build legitimacy is working. The boy shrugs and says this is the best way to steady such a huge territory, even if the treasury may hurt later. Eren seriously asks how the dungeon project is going, and whether the second one will open soon. Kainsa brings up Elena and says she's behaving. The abandoned tower has been rebuilt, and the Dark Knights now guard the upper floors. The Duke nods, relieved that she's doing fine. Then the eager young man asks how he figured out she was a demon. Kanaz, fanning himself, says there shouldn't be anything he doesn't know about this project. And besides, he has someone who can handle the dark nights. Cheryl runs up and calls out to them. She reaches Aaron, out of breath. Trying to catch her breath, she blurts out that the prince and his group are coming to congratulate him. The protagonist wonders if Philip's name alone was enough to shake her this badly. Maybe he knows him, but this is the first time he's hearing about him. The teenager stares ahead at the fallen boy. Then she cries out in surprise. It's the same one, she says. The one who beat him before. Aaron rubs his chin and says that means it's the crown prince. Startled, the girl agrees and adds that he hates being called that. An aide says it's obvious. The prince is coming as a delegate to congratulate him, and probably to keep him under control too. The protagonist realizes one mistake now could get him crushed before he builds real power. He scans the area, wondering how to make the prince look down on them, and leave sooner. Then he spots workers pushing a cart, and suddenly gets an idea. Aaron faces them and laughs. 2 days later, the prince and his party ride out on horseback. When he sees the castle, he comments that the walls are pretty high. One soldier says the rumors about Braun say the land has suffered monster raids for years, so strong defense became their best choice. Philip smiles and says that for someone who won everything in a gamble, he's spending money like a careful ruler. At the gate, a warrior raises a red flag. The banner announces that the crown prince, pride of the empire, has arrived before the lord of the castle. The gates swing open. The duke and his sister kneel and welcome the prince, saying they're honored he came so far. He lifts his head, confused. Philip is standing right in front of him. The two trade cold looks. Aaron frowns, surprised he never even heard him get off his horse. The man is so unreadable, Aaron can't even fault him for it. The crown prince stays quiet, noticing the same sharp look in the boy's eyes. He reaches out his hand and says it's been a while. Lowering his head, the protagonist agrees and politely asks how the crown prince has been. Philip smiles and says Cheryl has grown into a real beauty. The red-haired girl answers that she's already tired of hearing that. Angry at once, the protagonist snaps at her for talking that way to the heir. Still smiling, the prince suggests they drop the formal stuff and act like old times. The duke bows his head again. While he's kneeling, a shout suddenly rings out for mercy. The prince turns toward the wall. A man is screaming at another to move if he wants to live. Then he drives a kick into the poor man's stomach, sending him off the wall. Around them, workers haul building supplies. Ramo barks at them to get moving while there's still daylight. He threatens to punish anyone who slacks off. From below, the duke asks what the commander thinks he's doing on the day of the prince's visit. The furious man yells back at his lord, then hurries down. He drops to his knees and says he's committed a terrible sin. The duke kicks him in the stomach, demanding how he dared come this close. He kicks him again, shouting that he came right before the crown prince and ruined the mood. Aaron, looking furious, says the man deserves to die. Then someone rests a hand on his shoulder. He shrugs it off and asks what it is. Cecilia stands in front of him. She angrily asks what he's doing, bringing an apostle into a sacred mission. The duke drops to his knees and cries out for the saint. Nearby, Philip notices the uniforms belong to novices of the Vivian Church. Smiling to himself, the prince wonders if the protagonist has fallen under the cult's sway. An armored soldier quietly tells him she's a saint from the Vivian Order. Philip says he knows, and asks why he's being told something so obvious. The aide quietly reminds him that people of the Empire died in the Holy War against that order. A purple flash cuts through the moment. Those people weren't killed for faith or rebellion, but because they were called heretics. The prince grimly thinks religion has only harmed the Empire, and those fools dug their own graves. The duke runs toward him with a bright smile. The emperor's son wonders if this is why idiots keep dying so easily. Aaron scratches his head and says the townspeople don't usually act like this when the crown prince shows up. He bows and apologizes for making him witness something so ugly. The prince pats his shoulder and says it's nothing special. Things like this happen when you rule alone, and he'd rather go inside and talk. The protagonist forces a smile and starts to explain, but the prince gives him a questioning look. Turning away, the protagonist says he should escort him, but it's prayer time now. Philip's expression hardens. The duke keeps smiling and says that as lord he must pray for his land, and with everything going on, he has to use his time well. Then he clings to his sister and shouts that Cheryl will take care of him. A young man steps up and says they should hurry and serve the prince. With that, the protagonist rushes off, promising he'll be back soon. The crown prince is left trying to figure out what just happened. Night falls over the castle. The prince sits at a table full of food, surrounded by servants and Cheryl. One servant taps the table and asks when the duke is coming back. They've waited an hour already. Cheryl says nothing and just sips her tea before setting the cup down. A man jumps up and yells that if the duke left, he's not coming back, so they should stop asking. The room goes still. Everyone's eyes are full of hate. Then the prince calmly gives him a choice. The stunned man asks what he means. Philip answers that he can either apologize or die, since he just insulted the crown. The aide stares at him in horror, then drops to his knees and begs forgiveness, swearing he'd give his life if ordered. Cheryl stands across from him in silence. She waves a hand and says she should go check whether he's still praying. The servant beats his chest and says he understands. Then, the girl turns back to the crown prince. Arms crossed, Cheryl asks if this is really fun for him. He hasn't changed at all, and she asks what he meant by insulting the crown. Philip looks at her and says she hasn't changed either. She reacts the same as always. A man across the room calls Cheryl over to look outside. She goes to the window and asks what happened. A crowd has gathered below. Surprised, Cheryl says the prayer must be over. The man points and tells her to look closer. Cheryl peers down in shock. Her eyes go wide. Below, people with pitchforks are burning something. One man with a torch shouts that the Lord joined a cult and has been terrorizing the villagers, so he has to go. The crowd raises their pitchforks and demands he leave. Then the Duke rushes into the room. He drops to his knees, apologizes for being late, and promises to take proper care of him from now on. Philip, confused, asks if everything is fine, since it got pretty loud outside. Aaron blinks and asks what he means. He looks at his sister and asks what happened. Calmly, the red-haired girl says it's nothing unusual, just the crowd again. Philip is thrown off by that one word. Again. Picking his nose, the Duke calls them those pests again. Aaron then plays dumb and suggests they just kill them. Facing his sister, he says they should dig a few graves like always, though burning the bodies might be easier. His sister turns and says she understands. Then she looks back at her brother. With a grin, she asks if she can kill one herself. The Duke smirks and tells her not to be so plain about it. Meanwhile, the prince listens to every word. Philip starts to think this isn't just a tyrant. It's a real sicko. Uneasy, he keeps thinking about how this boy survived 2 bloody land battles and still worships the cult that carried out the massacre. Looking at the Duke, Philip thinks he's become a total madman. They remain in the middle of the room when another cry rises. The rebels must be killed. An aide then steps up to the prince. In a whisper, he says Aaron really plans to wipe out everyone there. The crown prince sits in silence. Then he suddenly gets up and says he's leaving. Shocked, the Duke asks if he's serious. He only just arrived, and whether he even enjoyed the visit. Philip walks past and says he had a wonderful time, but the protagonist is clearly too busy to spare even a moment for him, so he'll leave without needing an escort. The protagonist lifts a hand, trying to stop him. But the Emperor's heir keeps moving, striding away with confidence, while the call behind him fades. The prince smirks. As he walks on, he thinks someone about to ruin himself could never be a real threat to the Empire. The protagonist watches him go. He watches them leave without a word. Aaron gives a sly smile, knowing his plan worked. The place is littered with bodies, and blood is everywhere. Rommel walks up with his sword ready. Then the protagonist steps in behind him. He crouches by the man on the ground, and whispers that the crooked lord is here. Arthur forces himself up, swings his sword and yells for the corrupt lord to get out. The Duke punches Arthur in the forehead, and tells him to settle down. The protagonist and Rommel face him together. Smiling, the protagonist lifts a sack and says the show is over. 2 days later, Philip sits across from Ziron. With a frown, Ziron asks what Aaron is really after. Philip smiles and says there was nothing to learn. Aaron only looked like a man ruining himself. Still unhappy, Ziron presses him again. Looking at his father, Philip explains that Aaron belongs to Vivian's unholy cult, uses the people, and even butchered a whole crowd of protesters without blinking. Aaron smiles, and Cheryl says the bigger issue is this. He wasn't just cruel, he was having fun, and his sister was too. Ziron smirks and says the deaths of innocent people are tragic, but asks if chaos like this might actually help him. Philip responds with a grave look. Ziron's face turns dark as he says he's thought of a brilliant plan. Sword in hand, the protagonist stands before a training dummy. He thinks back to Philip and realizes that calm smile hid real power. The sword starts to glow, its power scares him, and he wonders how far he's come. He swings and tells himself to master the sword's energy first. Then he slams the dummy with all his strength. The blade crashes into it. As he keeps training, he wonders what would happen if he added the dragon's blessing. A turquoise flash bursts through the dummy. The force rips through several bags at once. Staring at the black mark left behind, he wonders if even this still isn't enough. He looks at the fire in his hand, and realizes it's the dragon's blessing, something he still can't control. With the sword in his other hand, he weighs the power he now carries. His mind turns to one thing: overthrowing the Emperor. Aaron steps forward and says there's a lot to do, especially if he wants to hide how much the territory has grown. A week later, several squads of soldiers gather in the castle yard. Arthur, now in armor, stands with the elves. Rommel watches from the other side, surrounded by warriors. He turns and orders everyone into turtle formation. Spears and shields move fast as the soldiers rush into place. They lock their shields together and form the turtle. Arthur calmly gives the order to fire. Dozens of arrows slam into the shields. Rommel peers through a gap in the defense. Arthur raises his sword again and orders them to take aim. One elf draws her sword, and the others do the same. They charge in and move to break the turtle formation. Watching through the crack, Rommel says they need to wait a little longer. The elves close in fast. Their commander frowns and tells them to hold. Arthur runs with the group and shouts for everyone to jump. The warriors leap. They come down on top of the turtle formation. Rommel smirks and orders the spears up. Training spears thrust upward at once. The elves run straight into them and cry out in pain. One after another, they drop to the ground. Rommel barely reacts when Arthur tries to rush him. Arthur gets smashed in the head by a shield instead. He goes flying and hits the ground. Terrified, he spots a practice spear in front of him, stained with blood. Smiling, Rommel offers a hand and asks if he really thought jumping in was a good idea. The protagonist walks over and says they're doing well. He lifts the spear and asks who came up with this idea. Rommel tells the Duke it was Kanaz's idea. New recruits should get used to seeing blood before real battle. After looking over the spear, the protagonist says it's genuinely useful. A servant rushes in with urgent news for his lord. Out of breath, the man drops to his knees and reports that the holy state of Paris has begun mobilizing. The protagonist looks at him and says if they start a war with the Empire, he'll hardly get to miss them. The messenger panics and shouts that their forces are marching toward these lands. Rommel and the protagonist are stunned. At the table, Max says they have 10,000 troops, while the enemy has over 20,000 plus the church's knights, a huge force. Sitting nearby, the protagonist asks why they called this war, why it's an invasion, and why the Empire is doing nothing. A monocled advisor says the Holy State wants to wipe out heresy, and the Empire stays out of it because of its diplomatic ties with Paris. Cecilia says nothing. Hiding behind his fan, Kanaz says the Holy State may have made this move with the Empire's help. The Duke asks again, stunned. His aide calmly says the timing is too perfect. The Crown Prince was just here. Aaron grabs his face and blames himself. He wanted to fool Philip and never thought about what might happen after. No one at the table says a word. Cecilia starts to tremble. She rises and says they should leave. There is no reason for their lord to risk himself to protect them. Caught off guard, the protagonist asks if he should really send them away. Then he rejects the idea. Their church's holy water brings in a huge part of their income, and he'll also need the Crusaders' strength. The protagonist speaks to Cecilia in a calm voice. She looks back at him. He tells her this was his mistake, so she shouldn't blame herself or talk about leaving. Cecilia blurts out, embarrassed. The Duke turns away and tells Kanaz to come with him. As he hurries off, he says they need to learn the Empire's stance in this war. The protagonist sits across from his assistant at the table. With a serious look, he says it's time to begin. Using his fan, the advisor casts magic. A beam of light shoots up from the castle tower. It tears through space and reaches another tower. The lamp flares bright. Furious, Aaron shouts at the Crown Prince. How could he allow a holy state to declare war when Bran is part of the Empire? Standing before a matching lamp, Philip says he and the Emperor opposed it, but the feudal lords wanted this. According to him, everyone is moving toward the Church of Parasis. Aaron begs for soldiers to help, warning that without support, they will die. Philip listens in silence, desperate. Aaron asks if their shared royal blood means nothing, and begs him to remember the old days. Philip snaps back, asking what Aaron means by death. If they don't want to die, they should abandon the church. Then the lamp suddenly goes dark. Philip covers his face, ashamed he ever thought this worm was worth meeting. Aaron stays seated in silence. His hands are folded together. He turns to his assistant and says this is how things stand. Kanaz answers grimly that he understands the Empire's position. They're pretending this has nothing to do with them. Head lowered, the protagonist says the Empire plans to use the Holy State to get rid of him. Aaron's eyes go wild as he says they picked the wrong man. Those fools have no idea he knows the Pope's weak spot. Standing across from him, Kanaz asks again. With a smirk, the protagonist tells him not to worry. This is his emergency trump card, so there's no reason to panic. He looks at Kanaz and asks if he can hire an artist. He says it's time to answer their call. In the holy state of Pires, in the capital Regal, a grand castle stands. A warrior holds a sheet of paper showing a drawing of Aaron sticking out his tongue in front of a cross pierced by a sword. Archbishop Abel grimaces and calls him insane. Using a declaration of war as a taunt is outrageous. Another priest says the young man must have lost his mind under heretic influence and can't make sound choices anymore. Abel shouts that this land must be purged, even without the Empire's request. He says they are completely mad. This can't wait, and His Holiness must be told at once, so the advance continues through Bran. Pope Ignace then orders the forces to march and cleanse the blasphemous land. Before him stands a huge army, 500 Crusader knights and about 2,000 more from other orders, nearly a fifth of the Holy State's total strength. Kanaz stands by the map, ready to explain the plan. Among the advisors, he says the enemy has about 20,000 troops while they have around 10,000. Since this will be a defensive war, their top needs are a strong army and enough supplies. He marks the map in red with his pen. Pointing to the forest, the advisor says they must stop the enemy at the entrance. Deep in thought, the Duke asks for a more detailed plan. Waving his fan, Kanaz says they can spread chaos and fear with Vivian's divine magic bomb, the one used against the porcents during the Crusades. That answer leaves the whole room stunned. From across the table, Cheryl asks if that bomb isn't forbidden. If the way to make it is lost, what are they supposed to do? Kanaz calmly says that's exactly why he called for Sister Cecilia. Shocked, Cecilia says that can't be true. She turns away and insists the instructions really were lost. Kanas answers sternly that he doesn't need the bomb itself, he only needs to show the divine power of Vivian's church, and asks if she can help. Cecilia, now angry, says he has it all wrong. Sadly, she explains that the divine magic bomb only cancels out the power of the Porcian church. It can't hurt people. Hearing that, the protagonist wonders why anyone would want to use it if it isn't deadly. Smiling, Kanas tells him not to worry, he's about to make it deadly. The stunned saint can only stare in silence. The dragon hands over a paper and says it wasn't really his idea, it was Miss Cheryl's. Cheryl reads it in shock. She looks up and asks what this is. 5 days later, an elf waits on a branch in the Black Forest. Suddenly, he notices something. A massive army is moving toward the forest. He jumps down at once. Facing the Duke, he reports in. And the Duke says it's impressive. They covered a trip that should take about a week. Standing nearby, Kanas explains they arrived a few days early, which means they pushed hard and must be exhausted. Behind his fan, Kanas adds that with a commander this impatient, those men definitely won't leave quietly. The Duke smiles and says they're only following orders. Aaron looks toward the tent and calls for his sister. She peeks out from inside, looking worn out. The protagonist calmly asks if she hit it properly. Cheryl throws her arms up and yells that she suffered for days to pull this off. And instead of letting her rest, he made her cover everything up and get right back to work. The Archbishop steps out to meet the riders coming in. One horseman reports that, just like Abel thought, there were no ambushes. With a smug grin, he adds that fighting the Holy State's huge army would be suicide. At least the Duke isn't a fool. The commander lifts his hand and orders everyone to wipe them out before sunset. The soldiers raise their swords and spears with a roar. Watching from behind a tree, the protagonist thinks they're trying their hardest to get killed. Aaron raises a hand and orders every unit into position. The spearmen quickly form up. The whole camp moves out at once. A group of riders pushes into the forest. As Abel rides ahead, he dreams about winning, becoming a cardinal, and one day even the Pope. Then the squad suddenly halts. Abel spins around angrily and tells them to keep formation. That is when he spots bright beams nearby. Startled, the Archbishop tries to figure out what he's seeing. A wave of energy spreads through the whole forest. The enemy commander shouts from horseback that those are divine magic bombs. From a tree branch, the protagonist casually says it's actually a pretty nice view. Cheryl grabs a leaf, stunned, and screams, asking what this is. Zirin explains that it's a way to make magic bombs, and unlike divine ones, these can kill. He calmly lays it out. First, the burst of divine power brings back the enemy's fear from the religious war. Then, the magic bombs add a new explosive effect and set them ablaze. Zirin hides behind his fan and says this is the whole plan. Flames swallow the forest, and shouts ring out. It's a divine bomb. Standing before his burning soldiers, the Archbishop screams that these are those same bombs. One warrior steps forward as a purple circle forms around him. He freezes, shocked by what he sees around him. A soldier from the Holy State stands there in terror inside the magic. Purple light wraps around him. The Archbishop throws up a guard against the blinding flash. Abel stares at his own attribute in surprise, and murmurs that something is off. He suddenly remembers that Vivian Church divine bombs shut down power. They aren't supposed to kill. The bald commander is stunned. He realizes this new weapon is meant to throw them into chaos and finish them off. Through gritted teeth, he curses Aaron as a bastard. Then he raises his hand and orders everyone to hold formation and charge forward. From a tree above him, the Duke calls out, telling the dog of the Holy State serving a fake god to listen well. Abel turns around. The Duke calmly says that today he will bring justice down on him in the goddess's name. Enraged, the Archbishop yells, asking how this boy dares insult Lord Perez. He lifts his scepter and calls on the Great Lord. A bright light targets the protagonist as the Archbishop asks for the Iron Hammer's blessing. A beam slams near the Duke, leaving the tree smoking. The protagonist stares at it, confused. The bald enemy just smirks. A giant yellow fist appears above the protagonist. It crashes down at him. He jumps off the branch. Landing below, he watches as the fist splits the tree clean in half. The Duke looks at his enemy without panic. Abel only smiles back at him. Aaron thinks it's crazy that Abel can laugh while his men are burning, but that smile won't last. Furious, the Duke swings his hand and orders the knights to kill this cultist. His soldiers burst from the forest, shouting for the cultist's death. Shocked, Abel asks what they mean. It wasn't him, it was the heretics. How dare they call a servant of Lord Perez that? From horseback, the Archbishop swears he will cleanse them. An aide rushes over and tells him they have to retreat. The bastard waves his scepter. Abel lashes out and strikes his aide, furious that anyone would suggest leaving after such insults to the Lord. Then an armored knight rides up in front of him. He grabs the Archbishop's scepter. The bald man is stunned. Opening his visor, the aide says that if Abel orders the attack, he and the Crusader Order will fight to the end. But if they lose, every Porcian in this campaign will be wiped out by the heretics. Beyond his head, he begs for the order to leave. The commander scowls, swears, and roars in rage. Then he turns and orders a retreat. They're using divine power, so they need a shield first. A horn sounds the retreat. The army starts running. Ramo, still on horseback, shouts for them to stop. Eren cuts him off and tells him to hold. Ramo pulls back. Surprised, he asks if there wasn't an order to attack. Closing his eyes, Eren says he only gave that order to make chasing them easier. If they rush in blindly, they could hit mines. Standing before the army, Eren says he'll chase the enemy alone, while the knights circle the forest and block every way out. Seeing the soldiers move, the protagonist quietly apologizes to Ramo, since most of the mines already went off. Then he looks ahead and thinks there's one thing he didn't want the soldiers to see. Eren suddenly breaks into a run. He moves through the burning woods. He passes charred bodies as he runs. One corpse lies right in his path. The protagonist looks away and realizes Zeron's strategy worked perfectly. He slashes the air with his sword. Spotting the army ahead, he wonders if he should use more power now. He swings his energy blade, pushing for more mental strength. The sword turns green as he calls on the dragon's blessing. He swings, and the attack flies straight at the enemy. A terrified soldier turns and sees it coming. He throws up his hands to protect himself. He barely dodges, but the wave slices the men behind him in two. Horrified, he drops to his knees. The Duke comes up behind him. He runs past, then stops. Shaking in fear, the soldier starts to pray. The Duke turns with a grin, realizing it worked. Smirking, the protagonist says he can control the dragon's blessing with mental energy now. He just needed a real fight. Then the Duke charges forward again. That whole scene shows up in the magic ball. Zeron watches him and says the kid has really grown. The protagonist keeps moving ahead. Eren broke through the wall and let his power out without holding anything back. Gripping his sword, he knows it will take a lot more training to fully control the dragon's blessing inside him. Looking ahead with a hard expression, he thinks about fighting monsters. He keeps using purple energy, just like in the territory war, doing everything he can to tame the dragon's blessing. The crown prince still hangs over his mind. After meeting him, Eren learned that growing his land alone won't be enough to stand against the emperor. So he trained on dummies and pushed his spiritual power to grow stronger in a whole new way. With a smirk, the boy realizes that today, even if it's only a little, he swings his sword in anger, sending out a wave of energy. It tears into his enemies, and he finally sees the result of all that work. Smiling, the protagonist looks at his hand and realizes he almost forgot. The blade shines in his grip. He gives it an easy swing and says it's excellent. A strong green wave bursts out. It rips through the soldiers. Smirking, he says this is exactly what he meant. He's finally seeing the results of his training. The terrified soldiers flee the forest. Flames spread around them. The archbishop curses the Duke through clenched teeth. Then a fireball comes flying at them. An explosion erupts behind him, and he guesses it was another mine. A panicked soldier points at the sky. Abel looks up in shock and sees more fireballs. They're coming straight at them. Terrified, the archbishop uses his ice hammer. Several yellow fists appear in the sky as the fire shots keep falling. Grinning, the bald commander asks how they're supposed to deal with this. Panicked soldiers yell that even more are coming. As the fire heads for the cavalry, Cheryl angrily calls down a rain of flames. Abel shouts that he can handle that much magic, so nobody should panic. Fire projectiles keep chasing the fleeing riders. The archbishop spots an army ahead. Ramo holds his sword out and calls for the enemy's defeat. Then he suddenly sees it vanish. Magic hands rise in front of him and the army, while a soldier behind says to retreat and leave the rear guard to him. From horseback, the archbishop declares that God is protecting them. They just need to escape fast. A group of soldiers rushes into the forest. Ramo sternly yells that they're leaving the canyon, and everyone must follow. Then the commander hears someone call his name. The Duke comes out of the forest, and he spots his lord. The protagonist calmly says there's a good chance the enemy gathered outside the canyon, so the chase ends here. He sees enemies along the forest road, and realizes he hoped to catch them sooner. But this is just how strong Paresa's power is. Looking at the magic hands, he thinks one holy night was enough to stop them. On top of that, there's a divine barrier. Cheryl's magic can't break, and even swords get pushed back. He opens his eyes, surprised. Then he draws his sword and sends out a magic wave. From the other side of the barrier, the archbishop notices the sword's energy. A blue beam crashes into the magic hands. The barrier only gives off smoke. Abel shouts that this unbreakable wall is the power of Lord Paresa. Sword in hand, the protagonist steps aside and wonders what it means if even the blade's energy can't get through. He studies the shield in front of him and thinks it over. Then he swings again. This time he strikes it with the blade itself and realizes even solid metal gets reflected. His armor drops to the ground. Annoyed, the enemy asks what he's even trying to do. The protagonist sets his jaw and throws a punch. He slams his bare fist into the shield. The barrier suddenly vanishes. Smirking, he asks if that was really supposed to be an impenetrable wall. At his order, his men rush the archbishop to capture him. Mounted knights quickly surround the holy warrior. Wincing, he realizes this might be the end. Abel pulls a blade and calls out to Paresus. The Duke leaps in. Abel swings the blade at himself, shouting that he will follow his god. The protagonist knocks the weapon away and grabs him by the throat. With a cold look, the protagonist asks where he thinks he's going. This is only the start. A report says Abel lost half his army to magic mines. He brought the battered survivors to the border castle and forced them back into order. Eren leads 5,000 troops across the border, proud that he hasn't lost a single soldier. This is his first real move to take the Holy Kingdom. At the heart of the city sits the Vatican of Parasus. A servant kneels before the Pope and reports that a message came from the Archbishop. He opens the letter and reads it in silence. One man blurts out in shock that the servants of Parasus have been defeated. A stunned priest says Duke Eren used a weapon no one had ever seen before. The Pope corrects him. It wasn't the divine magic bombs from the Vivian Church. The servant quietly agrees with his eyes shut. The leader only smiles and asks what there is to fear. The Pope stands from his throne. Still smiling, he orders 50,000 more soldiers to be sent out. He says nothing but a divine magic bomb can break their god's defense. Fort Blanche is one of the Holy Kingdom's 2 border castles, facing Bran territory. In peacetime, it serves as a path for missionaries. In war, the fort becomes an outpost and a road for invading the east. The Pope vows to crush Eren's army at the outpost and send 50,000 support troops to keep purging Bran territory. This battle cost them the commander of the Holy Army, and Abel inside Fort Blanche was only worried about saving himself. To Abel, the Pope's order to regroup felt like a message from heaven. Abel smirks. Before the statue, Abel swears revenge for the fallen commander and for himself. He says Lord Paris ordered him to judge the boy for the leader's death. With 5 days left before reinforcements arrive, Eren reads a letter saying enemy troops are already moving to battle. Remo orders the elves to fire. Eren is trying every trick he can to take Fort Blanche fast. Priests line the castle walls. They watch the arrows coming in. Light flares from the walls. Boulders fly through the air. Fists rise from the glowing barrier. They turn toward the attacks. The giant palms smash the rocks apart. No matter what siege weapon Eren uses, the Saint's barrier blocks it. Nothing works. The church's divine barrier stops everything. From horseback, Eren watches the barriers. He realizes normal tactics won't break through, and even his sword aura can't pierce it. Ziran stands beside him and says this is what you'd expect from the God of Protection's follower, the hands of Pyresis. Eren says he knows. The arrows get reflected, and even the boulders that make it through are stopped in the end. He asks if a divine magic bomb could work if they got one from Cecilia. Ziran says she doesn't know how to make them, so there's no way to get one before enemy reinforcements arrive. Eren then asks about Cheryl. Cheryl is still recovering the mana she spent on the magic mines. She'll need 2 or 3 more days. Eren grimly says that's bad. If they can't use bombs or Cheryl's magic, is there any other way through? Ziran looks away and says their only choice is to wait for Cheryl. Ziran adds that they can only hope Cheryl's magic can destroy the hands of Parasus. 4 days remain until the Holy Kingdom's reinforcements arrive. On a hill, Eren admits he's being forced to rely on Cheryl. The commander tells the elves to loose another volley. Arrows streak toward the castle, but Eren's non-stop attacks do nothing. The siege is turning into a wasteful battle of attrition. That night, Eren meets with his advisors over a map. Ziran says the hands are even stronger than expected, so they can't just sit around waiting for Cheryl to recover. Eren asks in surprise, and Ziran says that even if Cheryl recovered right away, there'd still be no promise her magic could break the defense. Then he snaps his fan shut and says he prepared a backup plan. Ziran explains that he's been predicting the enemy reinforcements' route. He points across the map. While Fort Blanche is under siege, the enemy has 2 choices: gather all their forces to wipe them out, or slip past the castle and march straight into Bran territory. Ziran says supply lines are the real issue. The enemy force is too big to pull back cleanly, and leaving units behind would endanger their rear. He knocks one game piece over with another. Eren and Rama watch without speaking. Ziran sets the piece down and says the enemy will likely try to push through by force. Eren asks what that means for their plan. Ziran answers that if Fort Blanche can't be taken in time, they need to retreat into the forest fast and get ready to defend Bryn Castle. Eren freezes and asks again. A brutal battle flashes through his mind. If the main castle becomes the target, he thinks, then everything he's done so far means nothing. He realizes Bran may not recover if the damage is too severe. How can he hope to overthrow the Emperor if he can't even protect his own people? Eren stares at his shaking hands and wonders if he can really protect them. His thoughts turn dark. How is he any different from Duke Eren? He slams his hand on the table. The advisors are startled. Eren grits his teeth, thinking a few wins have made him careless. He's a butler. He should act like one. There was no reason to rush. Ziran quietly watches the furious ruler. Then he speaks in a calm voice. He reminds Eren that a siege isn't the same as defeat. With Eren and Cheryl here, they can still stop the enemy. Eren lowers his head and says nothing. Ziran adds that even if the land takes damage and some people must be sacrificed, they can survive the campaign. That word hits Eren hard. He grabs Ziran by the robe. Eren demands to know if he really just said they'd sacrifice their people. He shouts in anger that if they lose their people, then everything will have been for nothing. Ziran is too stunned to answer. Aaron keeps glaring, while Ziran thinks casualties are normal in war, and Aaron must just be under heavy stress. Rommel steps in and pulls them apart. He tells them to hold back for now and save that anger for the Sacred Kingdom. Then Rommel points out they still have 3 full days left. Aaron lets go of Ziron's robe. He bows his head and apologizes to Ziron, saying he lost control and it won't happen again. But Ziron says the fault is his for not finding a better answer. Another advisor says she'll do all she can to find a way to take Fort Blanche. Then suddenly someone yells about 200,000 gold. The men whip around in shock and call out Cheryl's name. Cheryl asks why no one can do anything without her, and why everyone looks so miserable. She walks up to her brother and asks if he's tried bursts, or whatever that attack is called. Aaron tells her no, even his sword aura won't work on the barrier. Cheryl sighs and says either he's too weak or too soft. With a firm look, she tells him that if he didn't want to lose his people, then he never should have started a war. Since he's already chosen this, he has to do everything he can to win. Aaron is shaken by her words. He knows he hasn't pushed himself as far as he should. Cheryl turns and walks away. Ramo stops her and asks what she meant by 200,000 gold. The barriers still stand ahead of her. Back by the map, Aaron keeps his head down. He bitterly admits Cheryl was right. His hands shake as he tells himself they have to win, no matter the cost. His eyes land on a sword by the table. Cheryl heads toward the castle with her staff. She stops in place. Cheryl thinks this isn't an element she normally uses, so it will burn far more mana. In her current state, she isn't sure she can pull it off. She studies the target carefully. This is the only way to destroy the castle in one blow. She grips her staff tighter. Blue energy gathers around it. Cheryl aims at the castle. Water surges from the tip. She mutters that even this may not be enough. Her face tightens. A small water spirit forms in the air. Then it suddenly breaks apart into tiny drops. Cheryl realizes she needs at least a few more days of rest. Panic hits. After boasting that much, admitting she's powerless now would be humiliating. Then she senses Aaron coming closer. He stops nearby and asks what she's thinking about. Cheryl snaps, saying it's nothing. She waves him off and tells him to go ready the soldiers, or she'll burn everything down herself. Before he leaves, Cheryl reminds him not to forget her gold. Aaron smiles and says he'll do exactly that. Then he turns to the commander and orders the army to prepare for battle. Sometime later, a guard on the wall spots movement. Something is coming. He makes out a girl's silhouette heading for the walls. The soldier shouts to Abel that someone has appeared on the battlefield. Abel is on the ground, deep in prayer. Without even looking up, he says he's praying, so stop panicking and give a proper report. The guard says the unknown figure is about 30 paces away. From the clothes alone, they don't seem to be from the Holy Land. Abel rises from his knees. He calls on Lord Peresa, and the priests around him begin glowing with power. Palms appear. Cheryl uses her element, though she isn't sure she has enough strength left. Furious, Cheryl yells that she'll do it herself. She throws her arms wide and pours out magic. Cheryl thrusts forward, both hands straight ahead, and calls up a massive tidal wave. The surge slams into the giant magic hands. One terrified guard shouts that it's magic. Abel stays calm. Sure, no force in the world can beat his god. The water crashes into the glowing palms. The priests hold their places on the wall. Then Abel stands and lifts his scepter. Cheryl snaps that she's not done yet. From above, Abel spots Cheryl below as she angrily calls up mudworms. Several savage worms burst out of the ground. They charge straight for the holy barrier. Dark monster shapes gather in front of Abe. Fear creeping in, he turns to his god. The worms coil up, ready to strike. The monsters lunge and smash into the barrier with everything they have. The impact is so huge it knocks all the priests down. Then the worms tear through the barrier. Stunned, Abel blurts out, "Is this really magic?" He grits his teeth and insists magic means nothing before his god's power. Holding up the scepter, he offers praise, then raises it high and begs his god to send down the iron hammer. He looks up, but nothing comes. Eyes shut tight, he cries out again for it to fall. At last, a thin beam of light appears in the sky. The archbishop smiles. It drops onto the mudworms. They're blasted apart. Cheryl stares in shock as the bald priest calls for another strike. A heavy blow slams into the ground. Abel watches from the wall without flinching. On the other side, Cheryl can only watch as giant fists pound her worms apart. She realizes, stunned, that her attack isn't working. Aaron sprints across the battlefield. He rushes right past Cheryl. She stares ahead in shock. Aaron draws his sword and charges in. Green light burns at the blade's tip. Set on breaking through, he swings, the sword unleashing a sharp, piercing wind. The blast races straight at the holy hands. Abel spots the attack at once. He freezes when he realizes it's sword energy. The green wave keeps rushing toward the palms. He tries to stop it with a hand, but the green force tears in, reaching the target and slicing off several fingers from one magic hand. Seeing that, Abel realizes how lucky they are. The strike missed them directly. Behind the barrier, he hears Aaron launch piercing wind again. Another blast slams into the palms, and Aaron orders everyone forward. The attack cuts through the barrier, leaving Abel terrified. Smoke rises from the sacred hands. A clear scar is left on them. Aaron looks ahead and knows he has to do it once more. His hands shake around the sword. He swings again and roars that this still isn't over. Another powerful wave bursts out. The green strike speeds toward the barrier. It nearly hits, then suddenly veers upward. Aaron watches in horror. He drops to the ground and curses. Safe behind the barrier, Abel wonders how a weak human could ever think he could break the hands of God. Perez. Ziron watches Aaron and Cheryl from behind, thinking the blessing he gave humans still isn't enough to beat divine protection. Then he turns away, never expecting things to go this far. Now the strategist decides he has to step into a forbidden realm to help his master. Long ago, dragons sat above as humans worshipped them. A giant hand came down from the sky. People said the gods, after seeing what Paris had done, were thrilled by how their creations had embraced those new ideals. That massive hand crushed the humans. The dragons had gotten too involved in human lives, so the gods banned it, and anyone who disobeyed faced a warning. Then divine punishment. The dragons lifted their heads, and from then on, they called that godly act the Forbidden Field. By dawn, the castle is quiet. Abel rests in bed, facing the doors. Nearby, Ziron grips a red glowing magic orb. Using magic, Ziron speaks of a nightmare. Then a monster's shadow appears. Abel jolts up in the dark, asking where he is. He notices a figure in front of him, and can't tell who it is. It's a blood-covered soldier. Shaken, Abel gasps that it's Lucas. The man swings his sword and says he's not dead yet, so let him save him. Abel cowers in terror. Then a deep slash hits him. He jerks awake and screams for Lucas. Looking around, he finds the room empty. Still rattled, Abel remembers the dream and becomes sure his friend is dead. So what was that supposed to mean? He folds his hands and prays for his friend's soul, begging that if the dream was a warning, it also gives him strength to save him. A bat clings to the ceiling as Ziron smiles darkly, deciding that if he can't break them from outside, he'll tear them apart from within. Holding the orb, Ziron is honestly surprised. He sees the sky ahead and wonders if this is the Forbidden Realm. Looking up, he says divine punishment won't take long. The next evening, Abel stands on the wall, thinking one thing: Lucas isn't dead. These events happen the following evening. An aide rushes up, shouting that the enemy is pulling back. Abel watches and asks if they're really leaving. Then Aaron rides forward on horseback. The stunned priest sees the message coming. Aaron stops in front of the holy hands. He lets go of a bird. It slips through the barrier and lands on the enemy's hand. A priest reads the letter. They're retreating today, but someday Aaron will destroy their cult from the roots up. Abel keeps reading in fear. Aaron will punish the cultists they're holding, and harden the people's resolve. The bald priest crushes the note and rages that Aaron is nothing but a sick heretic. Then siege weapons roll forward. From the wall, Abel sees them coming. He peers closer, and freezes when he spots Lucas tied up. So the dream was real. Below, Ziron hears Abel shout that God Paris will punish them. He curses them as filth that deserves endless pain, while Ziron coolly orders the troops to get ready. A soldier swings an axe, yelling that this can't be happening. Abel climbs over the wall, demanding to know what this punishment means. The hostage begs desperately for help. The axe rises high. Abel screams that they can't do this. Enraged, Ziron gives the order to fire. The axe cuts the rope, and the catapults launch. The bound priest, tied to a stone, is hurled forward. Watching him fly, Ziron calls it beautiful. With a grin, he says only in human form can he truly enjoy a sight like this, and no divine punishment will make him give that up. Hidden behind his fan, Ziron talks about humans. Aaron, Cheryl, and the soldiers watch ahead as Ziron hopes they'll put on a show worth seeing. Earlier that morning, during battle planning, the assistant tells the group they must follow his instructions exactly. There isn't time to argue. He looks at the young men and asks if everyone is ready. Gale stands among the others without a word. Ziron watches in silence. Then he opens his fan and says he'll explain the plan. Now the catapults launch their stones. A captive enemy sails through the air on one of them. Cheryl hears him screaming as he flies. Another boulder cuts across the sky. Keeping calm, Cheryl remembers Ziron's plan. When the catapult fires, she has to call the fire spirits while the enemy is distracted. She grips her staff and points it up to summon them. A fire spirit shoots out. It races toward the flying stone, almost there, then lands on it. The boulder keeps flying toward the magic hands. Abel watches from the other side in shock. He grimaces, knowing a direct hit would be disastrous. Terrified, he remembers the dream that might be coming true. He spins around and screams for the divine barrier to be lowered. Furious, Abel orders the priests to stop praying. He repeats himself, "Stop the prayers now." The stunned servants just stare at him, but the holy hands keep moving. The stone carrying the hostage and the fire spirit keeps flying in. Waving her staff, Cheryl shouts that now it's their turn. She casts Flame Strike. The fire spirit on the stone starts to glow. Flames burst wildly from its body. It bites into the stone as strong fiery arms grow out. Then it draws back its burning fist and smashes the boulder with all its strength. The stone breaks apart, the hostage is thrown away, and the fire spirit charges the archbishop. The blazing creature pounds the wall with brutal force. Watching from horseback, Aaron remembers the order. Once the first strike starts, he has to rush in without hesitation. He tears off his armor, letting it drop to the ground. Resolute, Eren charges. Abel feels the castle giving way, and realizes they need prayers now. He roars for everyone to pray, summon the hands of Paris, and defend the walls. Then he orders another priest to check on Lucas. Bright holy palms appear before the castle. Cheryl lifts her staff and summons the inferno. A green creature rushes ahead. Abel and the priests begin to pray as the fire spirit rampages through the castle, and the green creature flies toward it. It nearly reaches the wall. Cheryl furiously orders Inferno to attack. A massive explosion erupts. It blasts a huge hole in the wall. Standing in the rubble with the others, Abel calls out to his god. He turns and shouts that no one should panic. As long as they still have Paris's hands, the enemy can't break in. Then his eyes widen. He spots a young rider charging in. Abel can only stare in fear. Eren is suddenly right in front of him, and Abel can't understand how he got there. Eren points at him. Furious, he declares that the great Eren has come for his head in person. The enemy smirks and mocks him. He broke one wall and thinks he can take his head barehanded. Abel raises his hands and orders them to fix the wall first, then drive out the crazed heretic who insults their god. Warriors surround Eren, shouting death to the heretics. Eren just smirks and asks if this is really their wall defense. He came in with no weapon and no armor. A shot flies at him, but he dodges it. Then he closes in on his enemy. One soldier raises a shield. Eren drives a brutal punch straight into it. The man is launched into the wall and blacks out. Eren grabs the shield, saying that took some work to break through. Now holding it with both hands, Eren shouts that no one is getting past him. He glances back and asks if they agree. A warrior rushes in and answers, of course. Gale and the others say it wasn't easy for them either. Eren stands with the shield, joined by the protagonist and the other soldiers. Behind them, the Duke's army pushes in. Abel watches in fear. Eren gives a sly grin. The enemy stands atop the broken wall. He calls for the heretics to be wiped out. Eren fires back, ordering everyone to drive them out with everything they have. Armored knights rush in, yelling for the heretics to die. Both forces slam toward each other. With his men around him, Rommel shouts for everyone to grab their weapons and hold the castle. The soldiers charge in. The commander grabs a knight. The big soldier asks Arthur if he trusts him, and Arthur says yes. He passes Arthur another shield. Then he hurls Arthur aside and yells for him to move. Arthur goes flying, stunned. The man braces himself behind two wooden shields. He crashes straight into the enemy line. Men are thrown in every direction. They swing their maces and scream for him to die. The mustached fighter spots it. He quickly hides behind both wooden shields. Heavy blows hammer into them. Panicking, he yells that Rommel told him to trust him. The enemy winds up for another strike. The blow crushes the wooden shields, sending splinters everywhere. Terrified, the soldier sees a weapon flying at him. A stick cuts through the air, and a warrior jumps in to shield his ally. The mace smashes the stick into pieces. Arthur stares in shock as another attack comes at him. He throws up his hands and cries that he is not even married yet. Then a stick with a tied end shoots into the attack. It slams into the enemy's helmet and knocks him back. Arthur turns in shock and sees a girl. Bianca, still in a dress, fights with real skill. The love-struck mustached man blurts out that she just saved his life. Rommel runs up behind him, shouting, "Get down!" He tackles him, and both of them hit the ground. A huge blast erupts nearby. They look back and spot a trail of smoke. At the top of the wall, a man stands with a glowing weapon. Abel watches closely. From the wall, he hears someone call out to him. Eren stands below, glaring up at him. With only a stick in hand, Eren figures the jump is hard, but still worth trying. Then he senses a weapon coming from behind. He ducks and avoids it cleanly. Dozens of enemies rush him, shouting for him to die. Eren lifts his stick. He gets ready to strike, and warns them not to slow him down. A burst of force sends them flying back. Then several giant fists appear in the sky. They crash down in blasts near Eren. He freezes when he notices more enemies behind him. Eren jumps aside. His enemies are stunned. They tighten into formation and raise their shields. Eren flips through the air with ease. The knights try to close the formation, but he keeps spinning overhead. Abel stares, unable to understand how this is possible. Eren lands, calm as ever. He says the next one is his. He moves to attack again, but a terrified man screams for him to stop. A glow flashes in front of the enemy knights. A giant palm forms before Eren. He roars in anger and smashes the hand with all his strength, scattering energy everywhere. Grinding his teeth, Eren realizes he pushed back the mental attack. The archbishop only smirks. Eren swings the broken spear shaft again. He shouts in fury as mana whips around him. Then the stick snaps. Abel pulls out his scepter. Eren springs back. An explosion erupts in front of him. The enemy sneers, saying Eren may have gotten inside, but he will lose his head for it. As the battle rages by the wall, the villain vows that Eren and all his men will pay. Aaron glares at him. His face darkens as he admits to himself he did not have enough left and should have kept attacking while their momentum lasted. Near the battlefield, a commander says they have to take Blanche's castle before reinforcements arrive, set up a defense, and kill the enemy leader fast to force a surrender. Aaron knows it will not be that simple. Then he looks ahead, surprised. An aide stands below, and the Duke tells him to throw it. A mace is tossed up the wall, and the warning comes just after it. Aaron catches the handle. Now armed, he charges. He launches high into the air. With a furious swing, Aaron brings the mace down as power bursts from it. Abel snaps that Paresa's hand cannot be broken. The weapon touches the castle, and green lightning explodes in every direction around Aaron. He kicks off and flies to the far side of the wall. The Archbishop throws up his arms to shield himself. Through the smoke, he declares that no human can beat divine power. Aaron answers with a cold question. Does that rule apply to the ones borrowing it too? The enemy hears Aaron warn that men using a god's power should not compare themselves to that god. Abel grits his teeth. He charges at Aaron, yelling for him to shut up. Raising his scepter, Abel claims they are unbeatable as long as they have that power. A giant fist shoots toward Aaron. More hands slam into the ground. Aaron grabs the edge of the wall and vaults forward. He flies at the Archbishop, swinging his mace. The Archbishop barely dodges the crushing blow. Nearby, the priests clasp their hands and start praying. Aaron smirks and says Abel sure runs a lot for someone who claims to be invincible. Several magic fists appear in front of him. They surge in to attack, but Aaron slips around them. They keep hammering at him. Aaron dodges again, but one fist slams straight into his stomach. Abel smiles, thinking he finally landed a real hit. Then his eyes widen in shock. Aaron is holding the blow back. He realizes that if his own energy cannot cut Paris's arm, the same limit works both ways. Aaron slices through the rest of the force, knowing he can handle it if the attack is small enough. Then he looks ahead and notices something. A bright light starts shining from his chest. A man in white robes fires his scepter. Furious, the villain calls for the heretic to die. A massive fist races at Aaron. His eyes fill with fear. In that instant, he understands. Another magic hand is pinning him in place, and the next fist is too close to dodge. Below, Rommel watches the fight. Aaron grips his weapon tight. It glows green as he prepares to block the fist. He draws back with skill, gathering power. Then, furious, Aaron swings with a scream, striking the magic hand. He barely holds it back as lightning bursts around him. The frightened aide cries out for his lord. Aaron can barely stop the attack. He screams from the strain. Bright flashes and crackling lightning burst in front of him. Then the attacking fist disappears. Abel excitedly calls out to his god, and gets smashed in the face. He is sent flying back several meters. Aaron flexes his fist and says it looks like Abel's god abandoned him. Aaron, serious now, asks who Abel even thinks he is. He raises his fist and says he is a man who came back from the dead. For all their boasting, Aaron was never the invincible one. Horrified, Abel grabs his face and screams no. Aaron walks to the edge of the wall as the battle still rages below. Rommel turns in shock. Aaron has beaten Abel. Aaron lifts his fist. Time was running short, but the soldiers cheer and raise their wooden weapons. Aaron bought them enough time to set a defensive line before the Holy Army's reinforcements arrive. That night, a huge meal is set out. Aaron sits with his advisors and aides. Eyes closed, Aaron says that now they have Blanche's castle. They will stay there while the enemy sends part of its 50,000-man army into Bran territory. Is that right? Zeron calmly says yes. The plan is to draw them away from the castle. Aaron answers grimly that one problem just keeps leading to another. Zeron, fan in hand, says he has a plan to stop that from happening. But there is one big risk to it. Aaron asks to hear the full plan. Hiding his mouth behind the fan, Zeron says they should intercept the enemy by placing troops in the right spot, before the other side divides its forces. Rommel points out that they would still have to face that army with only 10,000 men. Aaron says that if Gale and he are both there, they might pull it off. Zeron calmly says that is exactly the issue. In his view, Aaron should be left out of the plan. Everyone at the table is stunned. The aide insists this will bring them closer to winning the war. Shocked, Aaron asks if Zeron really wants to push him out. Zeron lifts a finger and says yes, but only for a week. That should be enough time to finish the war. Later, Aaron sits on the edge of his bed with his face in his hands. He replays the talk in his head and admits the plan could work. Then he smacks his head, still unable to make sense of it all. He drops back onto the bed. Closing his eyes, Aaron admits Zeron was right and decides to sleep for a bit. A sudden knock makes him jump up. Teeth clenched, Aaron remembers Rommel warning that Holy Empire survivors could be hiding in the castle, so he stays careful. He faces the door. With a faint smirk, Aaron figures an enemy would not bother knocking. The door opens a crack. Annoyed, Aaron asks who is there. A white-haired girl in a nightgown steps inside. Aaron is completely caught off guard. She stops in front of him. With a small smile, she says she wants to ask him something. Aaron hesitates and asks if it can wait until morning. Cecilia sits beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. Cecilia says she came now because it cannot wait. Aaron closes his eyes and tells her this is dangerous. She needs to move away. Then he learns that Bran needs holy water, and Cecilia says Lord Vivian called to her. Aaron grabs her shoulders and asks what she means by saying she has to leave. Cecilia looks at him and says it is true. The Lord has called both of them. Stunned, Aaron asks why, and whether God really exists. Cecilia explains that the order began near Blanche's castle, in old ruins on the mountain ridge behind it. Smiling, Cecilia says she could not go near those ruins while the Order of Paris held the castle, but now she finally can. The happy saint tells Aaron it is all thanks to him. Confused, Aaron looks away and says they are not done yet. The war is still going. She throws herself into Aaron's arms. Holding him tight, Cecilia asks if he will come with her once everything is over. Aaron stares at her, caught off guard. Cecilia stays quiet, still looking shaken. She keeps holding on and won't let go. When Aaron says he'll go with her after the war, as long as Blanche Castle is still theirs, she finally relaxes. He then tries to pull back and awkwardly asks for a little space. Still pressed against him, Cecilia says if he's helping her, then she should help him too. Then she turns and heads out with a smile. Aaron watches her leave. Without facing him, Cecilia asks if he knows which god Lord Vivian really is. Aaron sits back on the bed and asks her again. Confused by the question, Cecilia says there's only one god, the god of love. That answer leaves Aaron stunned. Soldiers stand watch with spears. The next day, the Holy Kingdom's reinforcements are in camp. Their commander, Archbishop Lunga, is asleep in his tent. Then shouts wake him. There's a fire. Bring water. Calm the horses. Lunga jolts awake and demands to know what's happening. He rushes outside to check for himself. A massive blaze is already tearing through the camp. He grabs a passing soldier and asks where it started. Terrified, the soldier says the fire broke out near the food wagons. That answer makes Lunga freeze. A small fire spirit climbs onto one of the carts. It scurries over the wagon, then leaps again. With every move, the flames spread faster. A bright wall of fire rises in front of it. One soldier throws a bucket of water and yells for the thing to get out. The spirit easily dodges aside. Then it fires flames from its hands. Everything around it catches fire, as it curses in a language no one understands. Next, it dives straight at a soldier. He catches fire at once and screams in agony. His charred body writhes on the ground, begging for help. Even with one burning hand raised, he still cries for someone to save him. Meanwhile, the flames keep ripping through the camp. Lunga moves closer, then realizes in fury that their food stores are gone. A warning snaps his attention elsewhere. The enemy is attacking under cover of the chaos. He turns just in time to see explosions going off. The duchy's troops are already charging in on horseback. Gale crashes into them with her shield. She hurls soldiers aside and tears through the line. Another rider charges in, slamming into an armored soldier. Lunga fights off an attacker, then turns and spots more enemies coming. A massive crusader rides straight at him. Nearby, a helmeted soldier shouts an order. Not a single one of them is allowed to escape. Then, the call comes to fall back. Panicked soldiers repeat the order down the line. Aaron's army pulls out after the strike. Shaking with rage, Lunga curses Aaron. Through clenched teeth, he can't believe anyone would dare treat the servants of God Paris this way. Kanaz says war is all about strategy and counterplay. But without food, no army can keep fighting. Since the enemy lost its supplies, their strength will fade. His face stays serious as he says they only need to hold on for 1 week to get a real chance. Later, Kanaz faces Lunga and says both of them made a big mistake in this battle. That single mistake changed everything. Kanaz thought burning the enemy's food would slow their attacks. Instead, Lunga stood before the castle with his army burning with even more resolve. What Kanaz failed to see was that this move lit up Lunga's faith and made him even stronger. He roars that they must attack because the Lord wants this castle. His soldiers cheer and say they can ignore hunger if it means carrying out their God's will. So the order clashed with Aaron's forces sooner than expected. Arrows rain down, and Lunga's simple plan, overwhelm them with force, actually works. His men break through a gap in the wall, but relying only on numbers, soon backfires. Before long, a wounded soldier reaches him with terrible news. A subordinate reports that Aventa Castle has fallen, and every supply route is now cut off. The commander erupts in fury, stunned by the blow. A blue banner marked with a crown rises overhead. The man holding it is Aaron. It's explained that before the Holy Kingdom's reinforcements arrived, Kanaz split the army into 2 groups, interception and special operations. Kanaz rides forward with the others, calm as ever. The interception unit was meant to delay reinforcements from reaching Blanche Castle. Aaron leads his side with total confidence. At the same time, the special operations unit moved to seize Aventa Castle, the enemy's supply source. The camp burns and their provisions are wiped out, but the interception unit still couldn't fully stop the enemy advance. The price was huge. Wounded soldiers fill the infirmary. Soon, the 2 armies are facing each other again. One line holds firm behind raised shields. Their commander screams in anger. Even so, they manage to stop the Holy Kingdom's fighters, and the battle turns desperate. A horse surges forward into the fight. Several days later, Eren stands with his army before the castle. By then, a special operations force led by Eren has already crossed the mountains. He raised his banner over the castle and cut the supply lines, leaving Lunga with no real choice. Furious, Lunga tells his men he'll keep attacking Blanche Castle anyway. A messenger bird is sent out to beg for emergency supplies, but Kanaz controls a blue bird that intercepts it and snatches the message away. Standing among the wounded, Lunga finally makes a desperate choice. He goes to Blanche Castle and raises a white flag, offering surrender in exchange for food. Elsewhere, a man runs down a corridor. An aide throws open the doors and calls for His Majesty. The Emperor is waiting inside. Annoyed, he says he was sure he ordered everyone not to disturb him during his private time. A gray-haired official blurts out that Duke Eren has taken Blanche and Aventa castles. The Emperor tightens his grip on a chess piece. Ziran says they should have crushed them easily with their power. Frowning, he asks what else happened. Surely that isn't the only reason for this interruption. The trembling advisor says the Pope is asking him to step in and end the war. That only makes Ziran angrier. The aide adds that the Pope refused to yield to heretics and begged the Emperor to intervene instead. Furious, Ziran crushes the piece in his hand and roars, "How dare they ask for help now? They were told to deal with Eren, and instead they choked on defeat." Back at the castle, Eren slams the table. He's furious that the Emperor is stepping in now. Kanaz closes his eyes and says this may actually be for the best. They can't let the war drag on any longer after losses this huge. Eren says nothing, but he's clearly boiling inside. Kanaz calmly adds that, while this is a setback, drawing the Emperor's hostility would be worse. Since they have no choice, they should get something out of the negotiations. Eren thinks it over in silence. A week later, Eren sits across from the Pope in the conference hall. The two study each other in silence. The Pope can tell Eren is furious, and honestly, he would be too if victory had been snatched away by the Emperor. Still, he's thrilled. Emperor help is far better than surrender, and losing the Order of Purpose pride. Sitting across from Eren, the Pope says Lord Purpose has chosen to show mercy. Eren repeats the word, clearly surprised. The Pope cheerfully says his god ordered the war to end, and if it kept going, the Bronze lands would eventually be purified. Eren hides a sly smile. He already knows they won't keep fighting, so now he plans to use that. Then Eren turns to Kanaz and asks if he's ever seen a donkey on a battlefield. With his eyes closed, Kanaz says he hasn't. A priest behind the Pope cuts in, saying Eren is speaking to the Lord's representative and the Holy Kingdom's Pope. He should show respect like he would to a king, but Eren just smiles and says the man seems lively for someone who was begging for food. An archbishop flares up and tries to answer back, but Eren keeps going, saying the Pope sat around doing nothing while the battlefield changed. For someone talking about mercy, he says, it was Eren's side, not Purpose, that spared those starving heretics. Then Eren demands they stop the games and listen carefully if they want their prisoners back. The Pope laughs and says the rumors were right. Eren really is aggressive, but he's still willing to hear the demands. Smirking, Eren asks for the Holy Kingdom's capital on the central continent. The Pope is horrified. This boy has to be insane. Then the Emperor's forces arrive. Eren smiles and casually asks if something is wrong. Ziran enters with his warriors. The Pope explodes, unable to believe Eren would say something like that, and treat it like a joke. Eren coldly tells Kanaz to send all prisoners to slave labor camps, or just sell them in the markets if the Pope refuses. Suddenly the doors swing open, and everyone is ordered to stand. Shouts of His Majesty Ziran fill the room as the Emperor enters. The man in the crown looks ahead without changing expression. Eren is startled. At last, he's face to face with Ziran. The pressure coming from him is terrifying. Ziran smiles and says the boy seems to have grown up since their last meeting. That leaves Eren stunned. Everyone kneels, and Eren gives his name as he offers respect to the Emperor. Ziran just stares at them with those red eyes, and says nothing. With his head still lowered, Eren hears a command telling him to look up. At that moment, a knight lunges at him with a weapon. The strike lands right beside Eren, sending stone chips flying. A sword tip hangs right next to his face. As Ziran sits there calmly, the threat is clear. Anything hidden under the table could be deadly. Eren grabs the sword tip and says he was thinking the same thing, so he's glad they understand each other. Sitting across from them, Ziran says they may as well have a pleasant talk now that everyone is here. He then turns to the Pope and says the man is supposed to be kind and understanding, yet his shouting could be heard all the way down the hall. Lowering his head, the Pope says Eren demanded the capital. Eyes closed, Eren says he was only pointing out that they broke their own rules, and even had children. He adds that the Pope apparently even has a granddaughter. Ziran gives him a sharp look, and everyone else is stunned into silence. Leaning forward, Eren says the real negotiations can begin now. With a smile, the protagonist says that within a few years, rumors about the Pope will spread and force him to step down. Lunda stands behind the Holy Father, clearly tense, when he hears he'll likely be next. The Holy State's leader stiffens, wondering how this bastard learned the truth. The Emperor notices that reaction, and figures the silence says it all. It must be true. Ziran lets out a breath. Their side is already cornered. so the best move is to cut their losses and play along. The ruler of the Holy State says they can deal with that later, and tells the Duke to get to the point, since this is a negotiation. The protagonist answers that, as a noble of a great empire, he has to speak up. A faith led by someone who toys with the people, visits citizens in secret, and spreads his own influence, stains the empire's name. Zeron gives the Holy Father a hard look, and says the Order of Paris should be moved to the Western continent so they can't sway the people. For the same reason, he also wants control of the castles and the capital. The Holy Father shoots to his feet and yells, asking if he even understands what he's fuck. Before he can finish, the furious emperor orders him to be patient. Annoyed, the Pope drops back into his seat. Zeron then says the Duke surely understands just how huge that demand is. Head lowered, the protagonist puts a hand over his chest and says he knows, but he's doing this to defend the Empire's honor. The ruler says he understands that wish to protect the nation, then asks if the Duke's claim is true. The Holy Father blurts out that it's impossible. With a sly grin, Aaron asks whether he'd still be so calm if his granddaughter were found and made his slave. The Holy Father roars back, asking how Aaron could enslave a girl who doesn't even exist. The protagonist calls out for Sir Rommel to come forward. The large man steps up and bows. Calmly, the protagonist orders men sent to the outpost Winter Villa. He says the owner they find there is the Pope's granddaughter. Rommel closes his eyes and says they already got word that she's as good as theirs. They're only waiting for the order. The Holy Pope leaps up and shouts no. Smiling, the protagonist reminds him that he just claimed he had no descendants. The Holy Kingdom's leader nervously tries to explain himself. Zeron smiles and says that, given Aaron's track record, he's sure this is just an unfortunate mistake, but the Pope should clear it up at once. The Holy Pope gives a shaky laugh and calls it an obvious lie. His eyes turning red, the protagonist asks if he'd really accept that girl becoming his slave. Annoyed, the priest snaps that it was a mistake from his youth. Zeron grimaces, thinking the man is an idiot. Hearing that, the protagonist smiles and points out it all happened before he became a follower. With his arms crossed, the Emperor sits there, clearly displeased. In the end, strong pushback meant only part of the Duke's demands were accepted. They sign the document and agree to a 2-year truce after securing Aaron's promise not to spread rumors about the Pope. After that, the army heads for the castle. In return for freeing the Holy State's prisoners, the Duke gains Blanche Castle and the Old Order's territory. The protagonist stands beside Kanaz. The Holy State also pays 5,000 gold in reparations, sealing his win. A strategist beside the ruler says it's finally over, but he still has one question. A red-haired man asks what it is. An aide asks how Aaron knew the Pope had a granddaughter when he sent men after her. Aaron, still in his red cloak, admits he was curious too. He waves it off and walks away, saying that if they want answers, they should ask Rameau. Stunned, Kanaz asks again. Later, horsemen race through a poor town in the Holy State. The townspeople gather outside their homes. One soldier gets down and asks if she is Lady Alice. The startled blonde answers yes. The knight turns to the others. The Holy Father stands with his men, and she realizes her grandfather is there. He rushes over to her, shoving knights out of the way. He grabs her hands and asks if she's okay, and whether anyone said anything to her. Scared, she asks why he's here when he's not supposed to be. The Holy Father anxiously asks if anyone tried to hurt her. Surprised, the blonde says no. They both turn toward the lake. The Holy Father thinks of the Duke with fury. Spreading his arms, he swears Lord Perez will punish him. Back at the castle, the protagonist waits on horseback in the courtyard. Rameau helps the lady onto her horse. The protagonist turns to Cecilia and asks how she's doing. A commander behind him asks if they'll really be okay. The Duke closes his eyes and says they'll just cross the mountains. What could happen? Then, the saint tells Bianca that many followers of Vivian are hidden inside the castle, suffering under the Order of Paris. She needs to find them. They'll help rebuild the church. The blonde nods. The Duke looks ahead and asks if she's ready. Aaron suddenly spots Kanaz and asks if he'll be coming too. The saint says she asked for that, since the Lord ordered Kanaz brought along as well. Caught off guard, the Duke asks again. Soon, he rides through the snow. The three of them keep going on horseback through the snowfall. A white ancient temple appears in the distance. At the gate, the protagonist tells Cecilia that unless they suddenly grow wings, getting across won't be easy, especially with these winds. The saint walks up and says that even if they could fly, an ordinary traveler still wouldn't make it across. Surprised, the Duke asks how they're supposed to get in. Cecilia drops to her knees and prays, asking God to let his servant in and show them the way. A blizzard suddenly rises, snow whipping in every direction. Then a strong gust forces the gate open. The saint lifts into the air and turns back, calling them to follow. The Duke heads inside with the others. As he walks on, the protagonist realizes the place is huge but almost empty. Then he spots someone in the distance. A girl in a black cloak stands there without moving. She turns around. The protagonist freezes. It's just a child. Cecilia drops to her knees and says they haven't seen Lord Vivian in a long time. Aaron and Kane stare in shock. The little girl straightens her clothes. Glowing with bright light, She tells Cecilia that if she keeps waiting like this, she'll grow old. She smooths her clothes again. Then the girl runs off in fear toward the voice of her Duchess, who keeps telling her to move faster. Out of breath, Cecilia explains that certain problems kept her from coming sooner. Still unhappy, she turns to Vivian and says she shouldn't have been left waiting. The girl looks back with interest. Pointing at Aaron and Keynes, Vivian tells her servant she'll forgive her for bringing them here. Confused, Aaron wonders who she means. Vivian quickly walks up to the boys. She looks up at the Duke and asks if he has a problem. The protagonist stares at her, baffled. She doesn't seem like a goddess at all, just a kid. Seeing Vivian's annoyed look, Aaron starts to think she can read his mind. Keynes bows to Vivian and says it's an honor to meet her, but they need to know why they were summoned. Vivian faces forward with calm confidence. She frowns at Keynes and says he's awfully impatient for a dragon, leaving him confused. Lowering his head, he says he understands. Vivian walks up to Aaron and tells him to close his eyes. She takes his hand. Magic pours out as she keeps holding him, showing a frightening amount of power. Aaron keeps his eyes shut. That force spreads through the whole area. He watches with interest as a bright light forms above the mountain. Standing behind him, Vivian asks Aaron if he knows why she called him here. Facing the cliff, Aaron admits he has no idea why he was summoned. Vivian answers that everything in the world happens for a reason. She nudges a snowball with her foot and says even this has a reason. A second later, the snowball drops off the cliff. Snow starts rushing down the mountain fast. Aaron watches, confused. Then the falling snow crashes onto a building and destroys it. Snow spreads across the whole area. Aaron looks down in alarm, instantly thinking of Cecilia and Kanaz. He turns to the irritated Vivian and starts asking if she thinks it's okay to toy with people's lives. Instead, Vivian points and tells Aaron to look. Another snowball sits on the mountain, exactly the same. Seeing his fear, Vivian says the temple is unharmed, and the other two are safe too. Then Vivian tells him to imagine the land of Braun in place of the stone and temple. Aaron recoils as he realizes this girl saved him before and let him be reborn as a duke. Eyes closed, Vivian says there was a reason for all of it, including bringing him back. Now he has a set fate he must live through. Aaron listens closely, but still can't understand what she's talking about. Vivian touches his head and tells him to take everything he can from this life. If he does, he'll come to understand on his own. Frowning, Aaron asks why she called him here just to confuse him, and where the real Duke is. Vivian only looks at him calmly. At the cliff, she tells him to walk his own path. If he does, he'll meet him again, though not as he remembers. Aaron stares ahead, lost. Vivian raises her hand and says time is up. A violent burst of magic suddenly hurls Aaron downward. As he falls, Aaron screams. Vivian watches him from the cliff. A worried Kanaz and Cecilia sit on either side of Aaron. Cecilia asks if he's okay. Aaron slowly sits up, confused. The last thing he remembers is falling. He looks around and sees they're back in front of the temple. Aaron jumps up angrily and asks where Vivian is. Cecilia covers her eyes and says they were never able to meet Vivian. Aaron stares at her in shock. Then he yells that he's sure they really did go inside the temple and meet a girl who looked exactly like Cecilia. Confused, the girl tells him they were outside the whole time. Aaron looks away, stunned. With a smile, the heroine said they had no choice. Vivian simply refused to meet them. A little later, they left the temple with Kanaz. Aaron still couldn't figure out why the others remembered nothing. Then Kanaz remembered Vivian yelling at him for meddling in human affairs. She raised her hand and told Kanaz she'd decide a fitting punishment. Chains shot straight at the dragon. Her weapon locked onto Kanaz's magic orb. The dragon gritted his teeth. Vivian looked down at him and said he could no longer use magic in human form. If he broke that rule, the pain would be so bad he'd wish he were dead. On horseback, Kanaz realized he came for fun, and now his life was at risk. Aaron smiled, already thinking ahead. As he watched Aaron leave, Kanaz knew something even more interesting was bound to happen next. Back in the Empire's capital, beggars lined the streets, asking anyone passing by for help. A servant shouted for everyone to move because Rhinon's carriage was coming through. The young man looked over with interest. Inside the carriage, Rhinon understood that Aaron had finally taken the sacred nation and expanded its land. That also meant the Emperor would start watching him closely. Rhinon jolted in surprise and nearly fell from the carriage. He leaned out and demanded to know what was happening. Something had stopped the carriage cold. Still furious, Rhinon kept pressing for answers. The coachman turned and said the man blocking the way was Aaron. Rhinon stared at him, shocked, unable to believe this was really the Duke. Aaron stayed calm and kept his eyes on the carriage. Then the carriage rolled on. Rhinon faced Aaron from the seat across from him. Aaron asked how a man killed by the Emperor 20 years ago could be alive. The hooded man admitted it sounded insane, but said that was exactly why he came to Rhinon. As a distant member of the royal line and someone loyal to the former emperor, Rhinon was the only person who might hear him out. The man slowly pulled back his hood, showing a completely different face. He said he no longer looked like Duke Aaron. The coachman threw him out of the carriage. Spitting on the ground, the man cursed him out and told him to stop lying to a noble. Aaron insisted he was telling the truth. Rhinon just stared at him in silence. At last, the noble shut his eyes and ordered them to move on. Soon after, the carriage drove away. Aaron smiled bitterly, realizing he had expected too much from talking to a noble. His fists pressed against the ground. Thinking about war, Aaron swore this would not happen again. He looked ahead and decided to do everything he could to strike the emperor first. On the way to the guild, Aaron realized he was flat broke. As he headed into the city, he made up his mind to get stronger. Bianca crossed her arms and said they needed more soldiers if Bran was going to grow its power. Then, she let out a loud shout. Slamming the table, Bianca demanded to know why nobody wanted to sign up. She couldn't understand it. Recruiting troops should have been simple. All she wanted was to gather soldiers. That was the only way to stand tall before the Lord. Then, Bianca froze, realizing the pay had dropped too low. Checking the papers, she found an imperial order recruiting troops for the territory. Bianca grabbed her head when she saw the wage. Just 2 gold a month. Not even enough for a sack of flour, let alone a whole family. Her hand went to her sword. A moment later, Bianca was chopping wood to pieces. The people nearby watched in awe, praising her like a goddess. Aaron crossed the square with his companion. Looking at Bianca, Aaron said the pay should stay the same as before. With a fan hiding part of his face, Kaynaz quietly told Aaron to check the alley behind the counter, and noticed the man hanging around there. Aaron turned his head. 2 strangers were standing just around the corner. Kaynaz explained they were the Emperor's spies, sent to tighten their watch. Aaron guessed this whole thing was meant to distract those spies. Kaynaz covered his face and said they were officially banned from raising combat units, even though they needed around 10,000 men. Aaron looked stunned. He couldn't understand why they needed 10,000 troops. Kaynaz smiled and said they had recently found the city where Vivian's followers were hiding, after fleeing the servants. Nearby, a man mentioned a lord gathering troops. The notice offered 10 gold a month for soldiers joining Bronn. Aaron folded his arms, seeing they could build a defense force this way. With a smile he asked Kaynaz if that was enough. Kaynaz said guarding the castle and nearby land wasn't enough. In their situation, his only real advice was simple. They needed an army of 50,000 just to defend the territory. Aaron looked over in shock. He had no idea how they could pull that off. He stared upward, wondering what the point of winning battles was if their numbers kept falling. At this rate, they'd rule huge lands with no real power. Kaynaz understood the problem. The Holy Nation's influence could even hurt them, and they had no money to support their land. So the best answer was to make more money and hire more troops. Aaron grabbed his head, overwhelmed by how much had to be done, then suggested they rest for now and head back tomorrow to solve the money issue. A carriage arrived at the guild. From inside, one of the women remarked that the place was wrecked, and judging by the damage, the fight here had been rough. The man beside her closed his eyes and said Aaron was more than capable of that. He was ruthless with his enemies. She spread her arms and asked if Duke Aaron really ruled his land by fear alone. Moria listened with interest, knowing Aaron's methods were already famous across the Western continent. The woman said she was eager to see Aaron from a new angle. Aaron sat at a large table. The woman opened her arms and said they had come to meet the ruler of the North. Aaron looked at her with clear annoyance. Laughing softly, she said he had killed countless enemies and taken the land and people of the sacred nation. Aaron closed his eyes and told her to get to the point. Standing before him, the woman said merchants always chase the biggest profit. Aaron raised his sword and snapped that she was wasting his time with empty talk. Moria frowned, realizing they'd need to use rumors against him if they wanted an edge. Pointing his sword, Aaron asked what they actually wanted. She unfolded her handkerchief. Livia smiled and said she had a proposal for Aaron. Samad was an island kingdom between the central and western continents. It was lightly populated, and huge trade groups controlled a third of all commerce across the continents. The woman before them was the head of the most powerful royal trade alliance there. Looking at Livia, Aaron realized Samad was one of the kingdoms destroyed during the Western Conquest 10 years later. Lowering his head, Aaron told her to continue. Livia smiled and said they wanted to build a warehouse for goods coming from the Western continent. Aaron asked why they didn't already have one. Livia explained that while the Holy Empire controlled this castle, they were never given permission to build it. Leaning forward, Aaron asked if all they wanted was approval. She bowed. Aaron then asked what her terms were. Livia smiled and said that once goods started moving through their lands, they would gain more tax income. Aaron crossed his arms and thought it over. A moment later, he stood up. As he walked off, Aaron told Kaynaz to see the guests out because he wanted a nap. Kaynaz bowed and said he'd handle it. He paused in place. As Aaron left, he heard shouting behind him. He turned, confused by the sudden noise. Livia stretched out her hand and confidently offered 15 in exchange for collecting 20 in taxes on their goods, because she wanted control over holy water distribution. Aaron stopped, surprised by what kind of control she meant. Holding out her hand, Livia asked if he remembered the adventurer. Aaron thought for a moment, and Kaynaz reminded him it was the same adventurer they had seen at the temple. Closing her eyes, Livia said she had asked that man for holy water because they had searched all over for medicine for his father, and only holy water cured him. Then she explained they learned it was being made by order of Vivian's group. Aaron shot Moria a hard look, thinking that secret should have stayed hidden. He lowered his head and asked if they wanted holy water, so they could track its spread, then start selling it across the central continent. With a wink, Livia said they had likely kept its value quiet, because revealing it would further damage ties with the Emperor. Livia met Aaron's eyes and said they wanted to manage its spread across the continent, so they could help the war in the West by backing the Emperor's enemy and weakening him. Kana said it was a solid offer, and profitable too, but there was no good reason to hand over control of distribution. In his view, dealing directly with the Western continent made more sense. Aaron thought it through, and realized they could earn more by selling holy water to the central continent than the Western one. That part was clear. Still, there was a real chance it could end up redirected to Imperial troops, so Aaron decided to restrict holy water shipments to other territories. Looking at Livia, Aaron realized she was sharp, skilled in trade, and great at reading what people wanted. With talent like that, she could sway almost anyone. Watching Livia, Aaron decided he would use her before she ever became a threat. The hero clenched his fist and decided he wouldn't let them walk away that easily. Aaron finally spoke. For a second, he just stared with his mouth open. Then he gave his answer. He said they could use the holy water, but only if it was shipped to the central continent. Otherwise, the agreement would be cancelled on the spot. Zeron called out, clearly worried. Aaron looked at the dragon and told him to have the contract ready by the end of the day. Zeron lowered his head and said he understood. The girl closed her eyes, thanked him for the warm welcome, and wished them luck. Copying her gesture, Aaron said he wasn't sure he did it right. Gale looked at him gently and said he made the right choice as long as his heart was in the right place. Then the door slowly shut. Once they were alone, Zeron said he respected the choice, but handing merchants control over holy water this fast was risky. Aaron agreed. They still needed 50,000 men for Braun territory, and without another source of money, this was the best offer they could take. That made Zeron stare at him in surprise. Aaron laughed and told the dragon he'd lived through more than one life. Back at the table, he turned to Moria and asked what brought him all this way. Moria reached into his pocket and set something on the table, asking Aaron if he knew what black gold was. Aaron blinked, having no idea what that meant. Smiling, Moria rolled the item in his hand. Aaron raised a hand and asked to smell it. The scent hit his nose like pepper. A moment later, he started sneezing. After shouting, Aaron asked Moria where the gold part was. With a grin, Moria said that everyone reacted the same way because they couldn't see its value at first. Then Aaron pictured it in food and realized a little in soup or other dishes would change the smell and taste right away. Still coughing, Aaron asked what Moria wanted from him. Moria then started talking about where black gold came from. Zeron quickly guessed it was from the Dark Continent. Moria smirked and said people treated that place like a fairy tale, but this was actually mined on the Eastern Continent. Zeron began to explain that it took about a month by ship from the Central Continent before anyone could keep sailing to the Eastern one. Then he added there was one major problem. A giant sea monster lived in those waters and blocked the route to the Eastern Continent. Aaron, stunned, asked Moria where he got the black gold. Moria said he bought it on the black market in a kingdom where people claimed it came from a wrecked ship that washed ashore, and everything from that ship was badly damaged. Aaron started coughing again. With his eyes closed, Moria added that the writing on the goods was in an unknown language, so people decided it must have come from the Dark Continent. Aaron turned to the dragon. Thinking it over, he told him to gather any information he could about that place. Zeron bowed and said it would take longer than a day, but he'd do everything he could. The hero moved to the window. As Zeron sent off a raven, he ordered it to tell Keishi to search for clues and bring them back to the castle. Watching the sky, Aaron thought he could just fly there himself if he had magic. Meanwhile, Zeron sadly begged Lord Vivian to return home. The sky stayed quiet. As he walked away, Aaron thought about how stubborn she was. 2 months passed, and the boy was back at the table. Aaron walked up to the old man and asked why he looked so worn out. The old man glanced at the papers and said it was time for him to retire. Grinning, Aaron shouted that holy water had turned them into millionaires. He still didn't get how this compared to the fortune they got after the war. The old man yelled that this was monthly income, so it wasn't even close. Aaron shoved him aside and asked if it was enough to raise an army. The old man snapped that it wasn't enough for even 10,000 soldiers. Aaron waved his arms and said a lot of it was going into a new road. The old man shot back that if they gathered troops now, they wouldn't have enough land to feed and support them. Touching his face, Aaron said he needed to inspect all their lands himself. The horses rushed ahead. Later, Aaron turned and asked if this would be enough. Zeron looked around and said the progress was excellent. As they moved on, Aaron kept pressing the dragon with questions. He asked Zeron if the land could support 50,000 soldiers. For a moment, Aaron just stared at him. Zeron closed his eyes and said that right now, their territory couldn't handle a blow that big. Aaron stepped aside, realizing the old man had been right, but Zeron quickly added that he never said it was impossible. That made Aaron look back in surprise. The dragon held out a book. Aaron stared at it, confused. With a sly smile, Ziron said they could build an army for Brand territory on another continent instead. Back at the table, Eren sat in silence, thinking over the idea of making a vassal state on another continent. As he ran the numbers in his head, it started to look like the smartest move, but first, the Dark Continent would have to become a dependent state. He turned the page and wondered if he should leave his land behind and take the gamble, even if it all failed. He pictured people pointing at a man and calling him insane. Then he imagined a man in a hat, thinking that over the 10 years he had vanished. Even children had started to call him crazy too. All of it was because he kept telling stories about the Dark Continent. Even after everyone stopped listening, the man kept writing down the truth so someone in the future might believe him. Touching his chin, Eren read the line again. The truth. The next pages spoke of years spent on the Dark Continent mining gems, spices, and treasures the Central Continent had never seen. It also claimed there were no mages there, and that 10,000 armed soldiers from the Central Continent could have conquered the land with ease. Then came the writer's belief that the world was round, and that the story about a flat world ending in a cliff was nonsense. He wrote that the Dark Continent could be reached if not for the sea monster. Eren read on, frustrated that without proof, no one would believe it existed. Eren repeated the words, a sea monster? He touched his face trying to calm down, but he knew he couldn't let this chance pass. Then his eyes widened as an idea clicked. He set down a chess piece and thought, this is it. Looking over the board, Eren crossed his arms and said, they'll do it. A meal sat in front of him. Eren looked at it and admitted he had a bad feeling. Still, he took a bite and wondered how bad it could really get. He kept chewing. Then he froze and shouted. In the next second he jumped up from the table. Soon, a man stood in the office before Eren's desk. Ziron looked at him, confused, and said he didn't fully understand. With his arms crossed, Eren asked what exactly they needed. Then he laid out what it would take to reach the Dark Continent. The man's jaw dropped as he understood. Smiling as he fanned himself, he said the first step was simple. They needed a port if they wanted to cross the sea. A few weeks later, Eren stood with his hands on his hips, up on the wall, remembering Ziron's conclusion that they would have to strike the kingdom of Ramayan on the eastern continent. Then he called out to the people below, the followers of Vivian, saying that not long ago he feared he had terrible news for them. The crowd started murmuring, asking what the news was and what was happening, begging him not to say another monster from the Black Forest had appeared. Eren waved a hand and thought they still lacked a real excuse to attack Ramayan. Then he announced that a report had come in saying the kingdom had insulted the followers of Vivian. The crowd instantly grew angry and shouted back. Eren knew that unless he found a stronger reason, the Empire would keep backing Ramayan. He also knew they didn't have enough troops for an expedition, so he'd need to pull men from city defenses and push them into the army. Then Eren shouted that their brothers and sisters had been abused and kept as slaves. Spreading his arms, Eren thought they needed time to reorganize, so this visit would also help create a reason for war. Aloud, he promised that he, the ruler of these lands, would negotiate with Ramayan and bring their people back. He made that promise with dramatic force. The crowd went dead silent in shock. Then they raised their hands and roared that they would attack the kingdom and save their people. After he came down, Gale praised the speech. Looking down, Eren asked if he had really said enough. Then, someone behind him cleared his throat. It was the old man, eyes shut, asking why things had been so quiet lately, and whether Eren was heading to war again. Eren quickly covered the old man's mouth. As he led him away, Eren said he'd explain later, and asked if he could get armor ready for the army. The old man grabbed his hand and yelled, "Armor again? I already bought some when you started gathering troops." Then Eren shoved a piece of food into his mouth. Mid-bite, the old man asked what he was doing, but after chewing, he blurted out how good it tasted. Eren crossed his arms and, with a smile, asked if he'd ever tasted anything like that before, because that was exactly why they needed to attack Ramayan. The old man's face darkened at that smug question. Still, the real issue remained. Could he get the gear ready? Then money lit up his eyes, and he raised a hand, saying he could already hear the coins coming in. The old financier skipped off, humming about all the money. Then he suddenly spun back and spoke to them. He set both hands on Eren's shoulders and asked what was so scary. With a sneaky grin, the old man asked how much armor they wanted. Eren laid out a map of Ramayan, a small kingdom on the far east side of the central continent under the Empire. He thought it over. Ramayan was much smaller than Braun, just a tiny kingdom. People said Ramayan was so rich even its dogs carried gold. Most trade ran through that kingdom, and its economy was huge. It was a wealthy, peaceful kingdom. A rider rushed over the bridge and ordered the castle gates opened. The old king waited in the hall. This was King Niccolo II of Ramayan, and he asked why the Empire had suddenly come to visit. A man beside him bowed, and explained they were not from the imperial palace. They had come on behalf of Duke Eren. As he moved through the hall, the king asked if this was the same man who had fought the believers of the Holy Nation. So why had the Duke come here himself? The man in the white cap bowed, and asked for his people to be returned. Niccolo stared at him and repeated the request. He wanted his citizens back. The old king's eyes widened in shock. Did he mean Ramayan was keeping people from the Empire by force? As the group neared the door, the envoy answered that Vivian's followers were now wanted criminals. The old ruler's face darkened. He looked horrified. He asked if they meant the Vivian followers who had been exiled into slavery. The man in white said yes, and they wanted every one of them sent home. Niccolo turned away with a quiet chuckle. Then the man opened the doors. The people at the table immediately broke into loud arguments, refusing any negotiations. Two men nearly clashed. One said they should use these people to squeeze out more money and capture even more prisoners. The other warned that would look like a declaration of war on the empire. They'd be ruining themselves. Niccolo let out a heavy sigh, unsure what to do. Aaron rode up to the castle gates. Looking up, he said they really were rich. Just look at how much they'd spent on those walls. Ziran, behind him, said that without any protective magic, those looked more like fortress walls than palace walls. Aaron pointed ahead and said that wasn't the issue. What mattered was how long they were being kept waiting. They deserved better treatment. Then horsemen rode out through the open gates. They headed straight for the stunned visitors. Aaron covered his face and muttered at the nerve of it. The mounted soldiers quickly surrounded Aaron and Ziran. A man raised his hand and ordered every unit to stand ready. The soldiers around them obeyed at once. Aaron looked them over and wondered if this was really how they treated ambassadors. One knight rode closer and asked if he was Lord Aaron, Duke of the Braun Empire and its territory. He repeated the title carefully. Aaron looked at him and said yes. The knight held out a hand and demanded to see his seal. Caught off guard, the boy asked him to repeat that. The man showed a gold ring and said Duke Aaron always carried a seal as proof of who he was. Both of them pointed at Aaron. Aaron flushed. Apparently he didn't have one. The soldier's eyes glowed red. He shouted that this fool dared enter Romayan and claimed to be Duke Aaron. Without even the smallest proof, he called himself Duke Aaron. The knight said he had no doubt they were here to damage Romayan's ties with the empire, and the soldiers leveled their swords at Aaron. Brandishing his blade, the rider ordered them killed. Aaron quickly shouted for them to stop. Yanking the reins, he said he had no idea what seal they meant. Did they really think he was pretending to be Duke Aaron? The red-eyed knight, Niskizdasim. Aaron frowned and asked how they could be so sure. A smug smile showed beneath the helmet. The man pointed to the facts and said Duke Aaron had already entered the kingdom. That stunned both visitors. A moment later, Aaron and Ziran hit the dungeon floor. The cell door slammed shut behind them. Aaron grabbed the bars and yelled that he'd said it over and over. He was Duke Aaron, so let him out now. The masked guard waved him off and said sure, just keep acting if he wanted. He'd enjoy watching that fake Duke routine until Aaron was sent off as a slave. Still clutching the bars, Aaron froze in shock. Meanwhile, the king sat across from the visitors at the table. The old ruler nodded and thanked them, saying their help had let him catch those imposters. The man wearing the Duke's seal answered that no thanks were needed. Smiling, he said he was only serving both the Empire and Ramayan. This fake Aaron was really Rex. He touched the chair beside him and said they should also thank Ziran for spotting the imposters so well. The man pretending to be Ziran hid behind a fan and said it had been easy. Those fools tried to act like Aaron without even carrying his seal. Niccolo, seated across from them, praised the pair for being skilled and modest, saying it felt special to work with such important officials. Everyone at the table laughed. Still smiling, Rex asked what they planned to do with the prisoners. Niccolo stroked his beard and said the kingdom always needed labor. Since criminals were sent into slavery, these two would likely get the same fate. The man across from him spoke up. Closing one eye, he asked if that punishment was really enough for liars. In his view, it should go further. The king looked surprised and asked what he was suggesting. Rex grinned and answered, execution. The king stared at him, shaken by that cold look. Rex played with his fingers and wondered how long they would stay in Ramayana. Then he decided it would be about a week. Before leaving, he wanted to see the execution himself. He added that because the kingdom was small, executions had become rare. If they stayed soft, it could lead to bigger unrest. The king rubbed his beard and thought it over. At last he looked up and said he understood. He would try to meet that demand. But he had one request of his own. The impostor smiled and told him to go on. Niccolo said if Aaron's side refused the request to return Vivian's followers, then he would accept the offer right away. A few days later, people gathered at the platform. Behind the crowd, the king watched from a balcony. Gale walked past him. He knelt, greeted King Niccolo of Ramayana, and said his timing was perfect. The king looked down at the bowing noble and asked how things were going. Without lifting his head, MC said that with the king's support, he had managed to open a small money exchange office in Ramayana. Laughing, Niccolo told him to look up. No one else could have helped the people get the right currency so fast, and he was sure things were running this smoothly because Gale was so good at business. Still kneeling, he thanked him, said he hoped the king had enjoyed their talk, and asked to take his leave. The king waved him off and wished him even more success. With his arms crossed, Rex watched the protagonist. As he sat at the far end of the table, MC thought, he's even dressed like the Duke now. Who is this guy? Then the announcement began. The crowd was told the condemned men had been found guilty, and their crimes were read out. Near the gallows, men stood on the platform with bags over their heads. The executioner raised a document and shouted, The first crime was trying to deceive the ruler of Ramayana. The second was trying to damage the stability of Moshim, the relationship between their kingdom and the empire. He then declared that for those crimes, King Niccolo sentenced the prisoners to death. A hand ripped away the white cloth. Aaron shut his eyes. Tied up, he stood before the crowd on the platform. The man behind him said that the two prisoners could give their final words. Aaron looked up at the sun. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. Throwing back his head, Aaron shouted that he was an imperial noble, Lord of Bran, Duke Aaron. Gale stared in shock. He jumped to his feet, horrified. Clutching his head, he cried out, "Duke Aaron?" Alarmed, the king turned to him and asked what he meant. He stood up and demanded to know if that man really was Duke Aaron. Gale looked at him in fear and asked why Duke Aaron was standing on the scaffold. Niccolo froze. The protagonist was not the kind of man to lie, and even his face showed real fear. Staring toward the gallows, the king wondered if that prisoner really could be the Duke. If so, then who had been sitting beside him? The old ruler turned back, startled. The chair next to him was empty. Rex was already walking along the castle path. He adjusted the ring on his finger. With his hands in his pockets, he kept moving. A smug grin spread across his face. Around Niccolo's throne, people listened as someone said all his past achievements meant nothing now, and that he needed to face what had happened. Another man asked if the king was really supposed to have known what the fake duke was doing. The answer came back fast. They had let that old man act alone, and if they had checked sooner, none of this would have happened. Niccolo said nothing, remembering Aaron's shout from the scaffold. He grabbed his head in panic. If he had jailed Duke Aaron, he might have to free every slave, and it could even start a war with the empire. A cry rang through the throne room. Duke Aaron, ruler of Bran, had vanished. Black cloth swept through the room. Aaron strode in wearing a black cloak, while the frightened king sat frozen on the throne. Gripping the throne, the king thought he could not let the royal line end here. He had to protect the kingdom no matter what. Aaron looked over the nobles with a dark expression. His stare alone scared them enough to look away. Then Aaron stopped right in front of Niccolo. Terrified, Niccolo realized there was only one move left if he wanted to protect his kingdom. The hand gripping the staff shook. Aaron dropped to one knee and formally asked to meet Niccolo II, ruler of Ramayana. A man threw up his hand and yelled, "No!" Still staring at Aaron in fear, Niccolo said he was the only one who should kneel, and told him to rise. Aaron looked up with a smile, and thanked him for the warm welcome. Tears welled up in Niccolo's eyes. He reached for Aaron's hand and said he would have struck it if he had truly been angry with him. He was deeply moved by Aaron's mercy. To him, Aaron really was as kind as the stories claimed. Aaron just smiled, wondering what anger Niccolo meant. As long as he got what he came for, and made it back safely, that was enough. Niccolo tensed up and asked what he meant. With a welcoming smile, but a cold tone, Aaron said he came to take back the Vivian followers and everyone else from Bran. He asked if Niccolo had already gotten the message. That was Aaron's view. Startled, Niccolo quickly let go of Aaron's hand. Back on the throne, Niccolo shouted that Aaron had no right to demand the Vivian followers and other lawful subjects of Ramayana without a real reason, even if he was an imperial noble. "Beyond all bounds?" Aaron repeated. Then he turned his dark eyes toward the room and brought up the old religious war between the Vivian and Peer orders, wondering if anyone still remembered it. The nobles grumbled that of course they remembered. It was when the exiled Vivian followers entered the kingdom to escape the Peer order. Aaron wagged a finger and corrected them. Not subjects, but slaves. The man's face tightened. Aaron pulled something from his inner pocket and said since everyone remembered, he'd get to the point. Surely their king knew too. He took out a document and said it was found in the vault with papers tied to the Vivian order. Without facing Niccolo, Aaron raised it for all to see. Holding up the paper, Aaron explained that it said the exiled Vivian followers were to be treated as full citizens of Ramayana, but it also promised they could return to their faith and stay with any families who had taken them in. Pointing at the bottom, Aaron said the paper carried the signature of King Niccolo of Ramayana. With one hand on his hip, Aaron added that because of that, the only place left for Vivian followers was Bran. The nobles exploded in protest. How dare he storm in here with some worn sheet of paper as his only proof? The Vivian people had families now, needed state support, and many already had civil rights. To them, Aaron was demanding their private property back. Aaron turned to Niccolo and asked what he planned to do next. Niccolo weakly asked if they could discuss it again later. Aaron frowned. He had expected Niccolo to use the treasury, but the king seemed to be after something else. His face hardened as he gave his final answer. He would not waste more time while his people remained enslaved. Niccolo stroked his beard with a grim look. Then he looked up nervously and asked for a week to think. He could see the kingdom's people, including himself, were not ready to accept the situation so fast. Beside an open chest of gold, Niccolo had no choice left and asked for extra help to stop Aaron. While talks with the imperial noble continued, word spread fast that Aaron meant to take 10,000 slaves from Ramayana, and angry rumors swept through the streets. Before long, the crown was facing a rebellion. Shouts rose through the night. People yelled that Duke Aaron had to leave because they would never give up their slaves. The protesters lifted their torches and shouted for him to stay away from their property and get out. A mob packed together by the fountain outside the castle. Someone drove a punch into a man's stomach. Then he kicked a blonde man and called him a heretic for daring to look at him. A crying boy grabbed the attacker's leg, apologized, and begged him to stop. The man brushed him off and snapped at him to take those filthy hands away. He lifted his fist and shouted that the boy was finished. But before he could do more, a kick slammed into his torso. The child looked up and saw Aaron approaching. Aaron passed with a calm, gentle look. Using the edge for support, he jumped up. Aaron climbed onto the fountain behind the crowd and shouted for the people of Ramayana to listen. The Duke they wanted was standing right in front of them. The protesters turned in shock, yelling that Duke Aaron was really there. Aaron spread his arms and called out so the Vivian followers could hear him. The hunted people stared at him in surprise. With firm resolve, he shouted that he had come to set them all free. Their chains would be gone soon. The torch-bearing crowd shouted back that the slaves belonged to them. One man weighed a stone in his hand. A gold seal gleamed on the finger holding it. Zeron threw the stone. Aaron turned just as it struck him and bounced away. Aaron started to collapse as a cry rang out from Gale. He hit the ground face first beside the fountain. The crowd stared down at him with grim faces. Then they opened their mouths and screamed for Duke Aaron to be killed. Men carrying torches charged at the fallen Duke. A door slammed shut. Gale opened it, hauling Aaron inside. He slapped Aaron on the shoulder, then stretched and asked how many feet had trampled him. Bruised and battered, Aaron asked what they should do next. Gale closed his eyes and started to answer, but Zeron, standing in the room, said they would sleep and eat first. With a wave, he added that they needed to play dead for a while. A man twirled his mustache. The emperor sat on his throne with a chest of gold in front of him. A kneeling envoy stood before him, and Zeron asked what Ramayana's messenger was doing there. Zeron frowned and said the usual tribute should have arrived long ago. The envoy pressed a hand to the floor and addressed his lord. He begged him to stop Duke Aaron before he destroyed their kingdom. A gray-bearded man spoke up about Aaron's actions. Another noble stayed quiet beside him. Then, the gray-bearded man rose in anger and said they were discussing an imperial noble who was nearly executed while visiting them. Was that really justice? Shaking with his head lowered, the envoy insisted it was all a misunderstanding, and said Duke Aaron was now being treated properly. Zeron stepped down from the throne and asked if that meant he should ignore what happened and stop Duke Aaron. Was he only now getting the treatment he should have had from the start? Not hiding his anger, Zeron asked where the logic was, and whether any of this sounded reasonable. The trembling envoy raised his head and began, "The kingdom of Ramayana." Then he looked up and cried that they were part of the empire, and needed its help. He stared at the prophetic coin in confusion. Closing his eyes, Zeron imagined the toss and said, "Tails, the empire helps them. Heads, they handle it alone." He asked if that answer satisfied them. The men were stunned. Zeron looked at them darkly, mouth open in a grim grin. The brown-haired man nervously asked if the coin was really going to decide the kingdom's fate. The red-eyed emperor loomed over him, saying he would solve their problem for people with no common sense, since they clearly had none. The envoy opened his mouth to object, but Zeron simply handed him the coin. The man stiffened, realizing everyone's fate might now rest in his hands. The men sat around the table. The gray-bearded advisor turned and asked if Zeron truly meant to act if the coin landed tails. Zeron shut his eyes and said the result would change nothing. He had no plan to step into Ramayana's mess because that would shame the throne. The man looked at him in surprise and asked again. Zeron raised one finger and explained that, first, even if he and Aaron were not close, Aaron was still an imperial noble. Interfering would only weaken the empire's power and hurt its name. The advisor waved a hand and asked if he remembered the war with the Holy Nation, since many citizens followed the Pure Order, even though it was not an official faith. He added that if the Holy Nation fell, people would blame the empire and use Aaron as the excuse. Frowning, Zeron gave his second reason. Aaron had every right to act. Ramayana's king nearly had him executed without checking the facts, while Aaron had only politely asked for his people back. Since they were the ones raising an army, there was no reason to interfere. The man folded his arms and admitted that was true. Sitting with the emperor, he realized there was no room to push further. Even the smallest event could be used for politics before the ruler made a move. Looking straight ahead, Zeron said, "One last thing." The gray-bearded man stared at him in fear. Zeron laughed and asked if the ambassador's reaction wasn't amusing. The advisor laughed too and agreed completely. A knock came at the door, and Zeron told them to enter. A man stepped up to the table, and Zeron asked what was wrong. The bald, bearded man answered, "Duke Aaron." Zeron crossed his arms and asked what had happened. The messenger grimly reported that Aaron had been attacked in an alley in Ramayana, and then kidnapped. Everyone in the hall stared at him in shock. Niccolo's face turned pale with horror. His aide bowed his head, explaining that Duke Aaron had been attacked by villagers and then vanished. Bent over in distress, Niccolo thought first Aaron was nearly executed, and now he was missing. Why did all of this have to happen to Aaron? The old king shook, wondering why someone was trying to ruin his kingdom. He glanced at the nobles and wondered if they were behind it. Nicolo shut his eyes and decided no, something like this was beyond them. Then a new thought hit him. He remembered Aaron's fake smile and started to wonder if this whole mess was Aaron's plan from the start, a reason to attack them. The old king's hand shook on his staff, then he collapsed. The man behind him thought this might be his chance to take the throne. He rushed over to his father. Tears filled his eyes. He held his father close. Then he cried out, saying his father couldn't leave him like this. Suddenly, a hand shot up. Nicolo grabbed his son's clothes and snarled that no matter what, he had to protect the kingdom and never let it lose its slaves. Then the old man slumped onto his side. The son could only stare, mouth hanging open. Angry and shaken, he clutched his father's body, thinking the old man still wouldn't rest. He lashed out with a curse. After that, he glanced at the people behind him. He turned toward them, then lowered his forehead. It pressed against his father's body. The nobles shut their eyes in grief. Aaron sat there with his arms folded. Leaning back, he complained that just waiting around was boring, and asked when he could finally go out. Rex pointed at the door and told him his time would come. That instantly lifted Aaron's mood. Rex tossed him a bun and joked that if Aaron rushed out now, he'd just get beaten again. Aaron caught it and grumbled that Rex kept acting like he'd be stuck here forever. Taking a bite, Aaron asked if Rex was going back to Brand Castle, since he still needed to meet Rommel. Rex made it clear he didn't plan on meeting him. On top of that, Rommel had already dumped jobs on him, gathering info, stirring up trouble, and a lot of other nonsense. He even had the nerve to tell Rex how to do his own work. Aaron shut his eyes and apologized, saying they just didn't have anyone else they could trust with something this important. He added that Rex was the best person for it, but Rex shot back that if Aaron knew that, he should stop wasting him on pointless jobs and show a little more respect. Pressing his hands together like a prayer, Aaron said he would, when the time was right. For now, Rex just had to wait. Kanaz burst into the room calling for his lord. Aaron asked at once if he had spoken to Cheryl, and whether she agreed. The man beside him answered that Cheryl had come, but she refused. Aaron's face fell. Alarmed, he asked what they were supposed to do now. Riders moved through the forest while the girl held the reins, feeling creeped out. Staring ahead, she imagined Aaron asking why she couldn't even act like a sister who had lost her brother. A man knelt before the throne. The knight bowed as he heard the demand. Why? Pointing at him, the prince shouted, asking why Aaron still hadn't been found, dead or alive, when he had to be somewhere in the kingdom. The armored knight said they were doing all they could and had sent out as many search teams as possible, but the furious citizens were getting in the way. The prince was stunned. He yelled that the same people causing Aaron's disappearance were now slowing the search. The knight lowered his head and said rumors about the slaves being freed had spread across the region, and that was why the people were acting like this. The bearded man trembled with anger. One noble spread his hands and told Prince Agulus they should have solved this fast. Find Aaron and accept his terms. If not, they needed a clear answer on the slaves' freedom. Another noble snapped that this was insane. If they freed the slaves, how were they supposed to cover the labor shortage? The room exploded into shouting. Some said they should wait for the emperor's response before deciding anything, and Aegilius covered his ears. Grinding his teeth, he remembered his father and thought everyone kept trying to order him around. He stepped forward and yelled for silence. Aegilius grabbed a man by the robes and shouted that he was no longer a prince, he was this country's king. That froze the nobles. A mustached man looked aside and quietly pointed out that the coronation still hadn't happened. Aegilius flew into a rage. Then a man burst through the doors and called out to the prince. Aegilius flinched, then shouted back that he was the king. Terrified, the advisor reported that the emperor had sent word he would not interfere in the affairs of the kingdom of Ramayun. The nobles turned in shock. Another messenger in a white hat threw open the door and called out. Aegilius, eyes wide, shouted again that he was the king. The shaking advisor then blurted out that an attack had been declared. His eyes widened in terror. Then he fell backward and passed out. The two men sat with the emperor at the table. The gray-haired man explained that the public execution, the disappearance, and now the attack announcement had all been part of Aaron's plan to take Ramayun. The emperor winced and asked if Aaron really meant to seize the kingdom by force, and if that changed whether the empire should step in. The man compared Ramayun to a goose that laid golden eggs, and said that, in that case, the empire should intervene. The emperor looked at him and repeated the point. The man answered firmly that if he took back his words now, he would only look weak. The emperor touched his face. As he rubbed his chin, he heard that maybe this was better. With his arms crossed, the man said Aaron would still be an imperial noble, so if he took foreign land, it would also become part of the empire. He imagined even more golden eggs and said they could use that goose well, as long as she kept laying. Philip confidently added that the empire would not only gain more taxes, but also a reason to pressure Aaron financially. The emperor stroked his chin and repeated the key word. He was focused on pressure. After glancing at the prince, the emperor ordered the central army to prepare and patrol the border near Ramayun without interfering. In his mind, he asked Aaron what he would do next, and whether he would keep going. Aegilius rested on the girl's lap. His eyes were closed. The girl softly asked if he was awake. He opened his eyes in surprise, and she told him not to worry. He had just fainted in the throne room, but she was sure he was fine. Still lying on Elena's lap, Aegolius asked if he really was resting there. She calmly said it was fine and that he could stay as long as he wanted, which made him blush. Aegolius quickly sat up, saying that if he stayed like this, who would lead the kingdom? But when a hand pulled him back, he flushed again and said there was still a mountain of work waiting for him. Elena pushed him onto the bed. Fixing her hair, she said she had a better plan. Then she asked, in a soft voice, if he would hear her out. He looked at her, tense and unsure. Aaron pulled the curtain aside. Looking out the window, he heard people shouting that freeing the slaves would ruin everything, and that they would find Aaron. He thought the country was falling apart, and all they cared about was themselves. He shut his eyes and hoped Elena could sway the prince and keep him distracted. If they learned his plan and chose to release Vivian's followers, all their work would be wasted. Aaron wondered that even if everything worked perfectly, what if the emperor still refused to accept his rule over the kingdom? Running his fingers through his hair, Aaron could only think, this was going to be hard. Rex walked in carrying a sack. He tossed it at Aaron's face, and Aaron caught it, asking what that was for. With a wink, Rex said Aaron had been stuck in his own head long enough. He was bored, and it was time to come out. Cheryl held her staff, looked up, and repeated to herself that she needed to cry. Behind her, Rommel asked if she could hear him. Eyes closed, he repeated the strategist's instructions. Turning around, Cheryl asked gloomily how. Rommel asked how she would feel if her master died, but Cheryl answered that her brother split mountains in half, so she wasn't even sure he could die. Rommel shoved her forward, saying he didn't know either. When Cheryl asked if she should just go back to using magic, he told her to get inside and cry. He gripped Cheryl's shoulders, and she asked how she was supposed to cry over something she couldn't even picture. Cheryl stopped at the edge of the bridge. Rommel stood across from her. She tried to speak, then shut her eyes and screamed that she was Cheryl, Duke Aaron's sister. She shouted that they had taken her brother and needed to give him back at once. Her cry rang out across the bridge. Behind her, Rommel covered his face with one hand. Cheryl glanced back at him, embarrassed. Then she imagined Aaron's smug face, winced, and thought about how much she hated him. Tears rose in her eyes as she wondered why she had to do this at all. She dropped to the ground sobbing and screamed that those idiot soldiers had better return her brother before she stomped everyone there flat. Rommel, standing behind her, felt relieved that she had finally pulled it off. A man stared at Cheryl rolling on the ground and asked what in the world she was doing. Then he turned to the knight and ordered the slaves to be brought out. The gate bridge was lifted. Cheryl stared ahead in surprise. A knight led out the bound captives. Standing on the wall with his arms spread, Aegolius declared that if they didn't leave at once, he would behead every slave still left in Ramayana. Angry, he remembered the girl's words and repeated the threat to execute all the remaining slaves. Aegolius stared at the girl, fascinated, as she explained that Aaron truly cared about Vivian's followers and didn't need to free them by force. All he had to do was threaten to kill them, and Aaron would never rush into Ramayana so easily. Aegolius asked what would happen if he provoked Aaron too far, especially since the nobles would also demand answers. Elena held his face and told him the nobles and the slaves were all part of Ramayana, and since he ruled it, they all belonged to him. Satisfied, Aegolius smiled and said she was right. He was the king. Elena wrapped her arms around him. In his ear she whispered that now he had to speak as the master of Ramayana, Lord Aegolius. From the wall, the ruler warned them to leave now, or every slave left alive would be executed. Cheryl stared up at him, shaken. Executed, he snapped that he didn't care whether Aaron lived or died. They should stop complaining and get out of his kingdom. Cheryl started shaking. Those words kept echoing in her head. She tightened her grip on her flower-shaped staff. Aegolius smirked, thinking this was the best move. The talks were hopeless anyway, and he should have acted tough from the beginning. Then a bright blast flashed at the gate. Hearing panicked cries, Aegolius turned in fear. Part of the wall had blown apart, and the soldiers were already calling for priests. Cheryl stood there with her staff glowing, set on what she was doing. Cheryl said this was better. If tears were the problem, she should have handled it like this from the start. Pointing at her, Aegolius decided she was insane. He jumped up and gave the order, kill the slaves at once. One of the executioners lifted his sword. The man with the sack over his head started trembling. Then he bolted, screaming for help. Still tied to the others, he tripped and crashed down. The executioner brought his blade up again. Aegolius froze when the man shouted that he was Duke Aaron. He looked down at the people below and demanded they check right away. A soldier yanked the sack off the boy's head. The terrified boy stared ahead. Then he bit down hard. He shot a furious glare at the new king. Aaron yelled. Was one time not enough? Aegolius could only stare at him in fear, too shocked to even ask what was going on. The knights on the wall quickly argued that if they released Aaron, they could avoid a battle. Waiting any longer would just get them killed. With his mouth hanging open, the king ordered Aaron to be freed. Then he stopped, remembering the girl's warning to act like a master and claim his rights. Clutching his head, Aegolius shouted that she had no right to tell him what to do. She was only his property. But the others were right too. If war started, everyone would die. Head lowered, he remembered his father saying the only way to protect the slaves was to free them. Then he cried out that he had to protect his kingdom. His eyes dropped to the red-haired boy below. The cavalry rushed toward Eren the moment the order came to kill him. One soldier swung a rope. It wrapped around the boy's body. The yank sent him hard to the ground. Zeron and Egoles watched in shock. At the same time, both of them shouted to save Eren. The bridge dropped. A masked man held the rope and yelled for the others to stop Eren from escaping and drag him back to the castle. The king froze as the order fell apart. He then commanded every soldier to intercept the enemy. He kept shouting orders, telling them to open the castle gates, then turned when someone reminded him they didn't have any. Whipping around, the king yelled for them to hold the bridge, the only escape route, as the horsemen charged in. Rommel rode in front, shouting for everyone to hold formation. They were pushing through, and they had to save the duke. The fighters surged toward the bridge. The first horse stepped onto the wooden planks. Then jars of burning liquid rained down and hit the riders directly. Fire burst out, and the soldiers screamed for help. Rommel shouted through gritted focus, "Don't fall back, throw them into the water." Men were knocked from the bridge. One knight pushed straight through the flames. His eye showed through the slit in his mask. He slowed when voices yelled for him to stop and turn back. A spiked wooden barricade blocked the path ahead. Spearmen waited behind it. The riders pulled back, shouting that the barriers were up. Suddenly, a flash struck and threw a rider from his horse. Another man rode up to the bridge and ordered everyone to stop and turn around. Eagle-Eye has turned and shouted that the enemy was hesitating. They had to stay alert, find Eren, and protect the castle. Then he looked forward in shock. A fireball slammed into the castle wall. Cheryl had launched it. She gripped her staff and aimed it at them. Another fireball crashed into the wall like a punch. Cracks spread across the stone. From above, Aegolius realized they couldn't keep this up much longer. He waved his hand and ordered the knights down, thinking they should surrender before more troops died. A bright burst of fire shot toward him. The wall split with deeper cracks. The knights tried to flee, shouting that the wall was collapsing. Someone grabbed the staff. Aegolius raised a white flag and yelled that they surrendered. Then the blast hurled him backward. As he fell into the flames, he screamed, "No!" Chunks of the broken wall were scattered across the ground. From under the rubble, someone grabbed the boy's leg. A bearded man clung to him and begged him to find Eren, free the slaves, and tell the nobles everything he was about to say. The boy went pale at that request. He tore himself free with a scream and ran. The prince reached out with a trembling hand and begged. Then a man suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing that figure, he thought of the king and apologized in his heart to his father for failing him. His hand shook as he said he was sorry. Eren stood beside Aegolius, who was pinned under the rubble. Looking down, Eren thought the execution and surprise attack had helped their plan to take the kingdom of Romian, but the king's death, and especially the prince's, had never been part of it. He looked down and wondered how using death for his own goal was any different from the emperor, who treated his people the same way. Then he turned as a man told him there was no point feeling sorry for them. Holding a fan, Kanaz said these people would rather belong to Bronn. They had never truly lived, and they never would under Prince Aegulus. The boy turned and asked what made him think that. Kanaz closed his eyes and said he needed to look at the result. If he didn't want today to shake his judgment, that was what he had to focus on. The boy stood across from him. The gray-eyed man told him to remember this. If he didn't want to keep going, then all their work would become meaningless bloodshed. As the dust settled, the boy repeated what he wanted. The dragon watched him from behind his fan. He reached for the boy's shoulders and said they had almost no time before the emperor's army arrived. They needed to gather the nobles by pretending to search for him, and he begged him to hold on a little longer. Eren looked up at the castle roof. Then he pulled away from the man and told him to stop. Eren looked at him and said he had one request. Sunlight broke across the castle. Cheryl ran up behind the knight and shouted, "What are you doing? Why aren't they searching for the rest of the nobles?" She stared ahead, tense. People trapped in a cage screamed that the nobles had locked them in there. Rommel stepped forward. An arrow with a red ribbon flew at him. It struck the ground by his foot. Archers lined the wall and shouted a warning to the intruders. One more step, and they would kill the slaves on the bridge and burn the rest alive inside the castle. From the cage, people yelled at them not to come closer, while a girl inside the castle begged for her life. The knight lifted his head and asked what they wanted. A noble pointed at them and ordered all troops to leave and go back where they came from. They were to forget Eren's disappearance, and everyone tied to it. It wasn't their concern. Cheryl clenched her teeth. Standing by the cage, Cheryl thought rescuing these people with her power would be easy. The real problem was the ones inside. There were 3,000 of them. Some losses might happen, but they still had to save as many as they could. She gripped her staff with resolve. Zeron rushed over and said they needed to call back the troops. Cheryl pushed his fan aside and said this was the fastest way. He blocked her and reminded her their goal was to bring Ramayana under control. They didn't need more problems. Cheryl glared at him and asked if he was ordering her around. Raising a finger, Zeron brought up Eren. Cheryl shouted that he had told her to grieve for her missing brother. So what now? Then she stormed off, saying she wanted no part of this. Looking away, Zeron remembered Eren saying time was short, but his people still refused to accept him as their ruler. If they used force, no one knew what would happen. Half hidden by his fan, Zeron said they could deal with that after the war. For now, this was turning into the same kind of mess as the fight with the Holy Nation. Aaron answered with his eyes closed, that this time these people were his, and the castle had long been home to Vivian's followers. The real problem was somewhere else. He went on, saying things had changed. His people were the true owners of the Ramayan kingdom, and others were shamelessly sitting on their land. Frowning a little, Aaron said he first thought force might solve it, especially since they'd soon leave for the Dark Continent. But he never expected they would have to take control of the people, and then use them as an outpost. Zeron leaned in and said it was interesting. If he could help, then Aaron should just say so. With a small smile, Aaron crossed his arms and told him to watch Cheryl. Outside, a crowd gathered with torches. One man clenched his fist and shouted that the invaders had to leave. This was their land. They didn't care if Aaron was missing, and the slaves belonged to them. A huge stone rose behind the knights. It floated over the man as he walked. People murmured, asking if their lord wasn't supposed to be missing, and what that giant rock was. The man stopped in front of the torch-bearing crowd. Then he slammed the stone into the ground. With a firm look, Aaron shouted for Ramayan's people to listen. The invader they wanted was standing right in front of them. He raised his hand and declared that he, along with the full army of Brand territory, had invaded their land to free the followers of the Vivian Order. A man balled up his fists and waved him off. The crowd yelled that if he knew he was an invader, then he should leave instead of standing there talking in front of everyone. Aaron closed his eyes and said nothing. Then he shouted, 300 gold. The whole crowd went quiet. Pointing to the cage, Aaron said that was the price being paid for each Vivian follower set free. Clenching his fist, Aaron asked who among them owned Vivian slaves, and told them to raise their hands. The people looked at each other. Then, one hand slowly went up. A man beside a child raised his hand. Aaron threw him a sack. Inside, the man saw gold coins. Aaron held out his hand to the child. The boy walked toward him. Putting a hand on the boy, Aaron declared that this child now belonged to Brand territory. Then he asked if anyone else wanted payment. The crowd slowly lowered their torches. A moment later, hands started going up all across the crowd. A mustached man pointed at the cage and yelled that his slaves were in there. Aaron took a closer look. Clenching his fist, he said their property wasn't in his hands. The nobles in the palace were the real ones to blame. Gesturing behind him, Aaron challenged them. Who was the real invader here? Him, the one paying them back for their losses, or the nobles who stole from them and hid behind castle walls? The crowd went quiet. Then that silence turned into rage. An axe swung, it came crashing down, and the slave sale for 300 gold each ended when the lock was split open, exposing how the nobles had taken the people's property. As people rushed from the cage, the townsfolk stopped blaming Aaron and turned their fury on the nobles who robbed them. Now the angry crowd raised their torches again. They shouted that the slaves were their property and demanded the nobles explain themselves. Up on the wall, the nobles listened in fear as the crowd called them out. The mustached man ground his teeth. At a long table, one man demanded to know why they kept insisting on freeing the slaves. Another answered that Aaron was buying them for 300 gold each, and the people had switched sides for cheap money. A man slammed his fist on the table and ordered everyone to be quiet. He waved them off and said this wasn't the time to argue. If they wanted the people's support, Aaron had to be the one attacking them. But if they clung to the slaves and started a war, the people would abandon them. The nobles heard him out and said nothing. A fair-haired man laced his fingers together and warned that if this kept up, they were doomed either way. The man across from him lifted a finger and told him to stop talking in circles and say what they should do. He shut his eyes for a moment. Then he raised a hand and said he was getting to that. But first they had to address something else. The advisor across from him said he'd heard they had already sent a spy through the secret tunnel to the nobles trapped behind the castle walls. A man moved down the corridor. He was the spy, and the nobles believed he had learned that imperial troops were on the way. Even though they officially claimed they would not help, the empire still meant to support them if possible. If they offered terms 10 times better than their first deal, then the empire would likely accept. The man tightened his grip on the paper in his hand. Elsewhere, a pleased man lounged on a bed in a noble's room. He pictured a girl dreaming about her lovely room and wondered what it would be like to stay there with the one he loved. Then he imagined her scolding him and nervously wondered if any of this could really happen. He glanced at the blue-haired man beside him. Grabbing his wig, Arthur made up his mind to become a real strategist. If he couldn't win with strength, he'd do it with his brain. Blushing, he told himself this was the right path. He could make good money and avoid dying on the battlefield. Suddenly, he looked away, tense. At the table, Gale asked if 300 gold per slave wasn't too much. If the treasury took that hit, the backlash would be huge. Aaron pointed at Rex. Rex nodded. From what he knew, out of every 10,000, 2,000 went to the villagers and the rest to the nobles, so they needed about 50,000 gold, not a serious burden. Cheryl looked at him and said, money wasn't the main issue. What about the other 8,000? Looking down, Aaron said they'd have to take the rest by force. The only question was whether blood had to be spilled, With his arms crossed, he added that a few more days might have been enough to persuade them, but the Imperial army was coming, and time had run out. Rommel came in and said they were running low on ransom money. Did he want him to tell the others to wait? Then Rommel froze when he saw Rex. He rushed over to hug him, saying he hadn't seen his brother in forever. The others recoiled at once. Rex sprang up and shoved him back. As he stormed out, he said he'd already made it clear he had no brother. Then he slammed the door. Gale glanced to the side. Outside the window, a bird arrived with a note tied to its claw. MC unfolded it, frowned, and muttered that things had somehow gotten even worse. Aaron stopped behind him and asked what was wrong. Gale turned fast and insisted that nothing was wrong. Aaron looked at him with concern. His mouth parted slightly, and he addressed his lord. Worried, the advisor said it looked like he'd have to disappear again. Arthur burst in, dragging something behind him, and shouting that he'd finally done it. He hauled a hooded, masked man into the room. Aaron stared at the bound captive. His face was covered in signs of a beating. Flexing his hand, Aaron asked if the nobles inside the castle had really contacted those outside to beg the emperor for help. The prisoner lowered his head, touching his face. Aaron wondered why they still hadn't surrendered. He frowned. There was no time. Killing them all crossed his mind, but he rejected it. The enemy troops would arrive before they could hunt everyone down. The others watched him think in tense silence. Without turning, Aaron called for Rommel. He ordered him to gather the troops and make sure not one rat escaped the castle. Then he told Cheryl to demand 300 million gold as the price to restore order. Stunned, Cheryl blurted out that they'd never accept that. Then her eyes widened as she caught on. Aaron pointed at her and said exactly, that was the idea, and now she finally got it. Annoyed, Cheryl pointed back and yelled at him not to make her perform that whole act again. Aaron shut his eyes and said not this time. She only had to go tell them they had two choices. Arthur rubbed his chin, realizing this was his chance to prove himself as a strategist. He raised a hand and offered to go with Cheryl and handle the ugly part himself. Everyone turned to him in surprise. Zeron rode hard on horseback. He thought about the girl's letter and the warning that humans had invaded the nest. He decided he had to see it himself. Then he remembered the glowing man and frowned. Why was his magic sealed now, when he needed it most? Holding the reins tight, Zeron thought that if he couldn't use magic, then someone was about to suffer more than death. As the horse tore through the forest, he decided to test it. He found it strange. If his magic was sealed, then nothing painful should happen. One look at the sun and he decided that was enough. He lifted the fan in his hand. Then he drew it back and triggered the transformation. Light wrapped around him as he tried to return to his true form. A smile spread across Zeron's face. At first, it seemed to work. Chains bound the blue sphere. Then he grabbed his chest in pain. A second later, he screamed like he'd been struck by lightning. That cry carried far beyond the sunset forest. Then everything went still. A purple blast ripped through the trees. The gate bars lifted. Cheryl passed the guards as someone announced that the envoy from Brand territory had arrived. The knights escorted her, eyeing the others nearby. Cheryl wondered if all these guards were here because some ambassador had shown up. With a grim smile, she thought they'd made the right choice, just against the wrong enemy. She stepped into the room. Gray footprints marked the floor. A burning drop hit the ground. Then a fireball struck the ember, bouncing past the guards. At the table, shocked voices burst out. They want 300 million by sunrise. One man shot to his feet, yelling that this wasn't negotiation at all. It was a threat, and there was no way they could raise that much. Grinding his teeth, he said 300 million gold was the kingdom's yearly budget. Another called the demand insane, and the first snapped that if this was their offer, they could leave. Cheryl closed her eyes, already knowing they would never agree to pay that much. Sitting across from the angry noble, she thought it was sad how little they understood their position. If this hadn't been a negotiation, she would have killed them on the spot. Arthur, seated beside her, suggested they just hand over the slaves. Arms crossed, he said everyone listening could tell they valued money more than their own lives. The nobles clenched their teeth when he added that if money mattered that much, they should at least release half the prisoners. Arthur smiled and wondered how much their lives were worth to them. The nobleman slammed the table and cursed. Holding up 4 fingers, Arthur asked, almost casually, if 400 million would be better. One man rolled in outrage and screamed. The rest of the nobles stayed bitterly silent. Arthur gave a small wave. A ladder had already been set against the wall. The guards never noticed someone climbing up. From the ladder, the man waved a hand and addressed the nobles of Ramayana, saying Aaron demanded 300 million as security for a truce. Rather than wait for the emperor to arrive, the remaining nobles chose to accept the demand. Shadows moved over the fence, and before long they had gathered the full amount Aaron asked for. The message ordered them to enter the castle through the secret tunnel at once. It also warned that any noble who ignored it could be punished by commoners if the council allowed it. A man opened the door and reported that every noble sent through the tunnel had already reached the castle. Aaron turned and asked what happened to their homes. Ramo closed his eyes and said they had searched not only the nobles' estates but every building inside the castle walls. Stepping forward, Aaron said it was beautiful and called for his sister to come with him. She snapped back, offended. reminding him she was standing right beside him and didn't need him shouting. In the grand hall, the nobles were already at each other's throats. One yelled that the demand was real and asked where anyone was supposed to find 10 million. Another snapped back, bringing up the loot he pulled from a wreck near the Black Continent and sold on the black market, plus all the taxes he bragged about dodging. A knight stood nearby and listened from the hall. Inside, one noble kept shouting that he was flat broke. He claimed his whole fortune was only 100,000 gold, and the others shot back that he should spend it if he wanted to stay alive. One guard asked how long this had been going on. The other said he had no idea. Every noble was packed into the castle, so of course they had plenty to argue about. A guard put a hand on his friend's shoulder and asked if the nobles had ever all been in one place like this, even when the king was alive. The other shrugged and said it didn't matter. They never did anything but argue. Then they spotted a burning creature in front of them. The fireball lifted what looked like a hand. A blast of flame shot out next. Aaron's shape appeared inside the fire. The knight stared at him, stunned. He just smiled. Inside, the nobles had already started brawling, and someone shouted that he'd kill them before Aaron could. Another rushed him, saying they had no money anyway, so he shouldn't hold back. Someone else yelled that they only cared about gold. A man in blue shouted for everyone to stop. Before anyone could calm down, a huge blast blew the door apart. It blasted forward into the room. The heroes stood in the doorway. One man froze in fear and asked how they got in. Aaron grinned and said they really thought he'd wait quietly over 300 million. Then he mocked them. They did say before sunrise, after all. A man pointed at the dark window and argued that sunrise hadn't come yet, so they should wait. Aaron lightly apologized, saying maybe he'd moved a little too soon. His sister let out an annoyed sigh. Water gathered around her staff. A stream of water shot up, and the dust by the window was blown away. Bright light poured into the room. Everyone stared in shock. Smiling, the hero motioned to it and asked if that counted as sunrise. The dark figures started to shake. With swords drawn, they charged at the Duke, trying to kill him. He clenched his fist and declared the talks over. Then he rushed the nobles. The ground split apart. A dragon lay across the cracked earth with its wings spread. A moment later, it forced itself back up. Turning his head, Kanaz wondered how much time had passed. The pain came rushing back, and he realized it had worked. He had returned to his real form. As he rose into the air, he thought he was finally back at the nest. Then the blue sphere sparked with lightning again, and the dragon crashed down. As he struggled to move his wings, he remembered Vivian. The dragon flew toward the mountain. He came down hard on one of the peaks. People were lying on the ground in front of him. Keishi ran to her lord with tears in her eyes. She shook beside the fallen dragon and asked why he came so late. His eyes flared with rage as he demanded to know who did this. Looking up at him through tears, the girl answered that the giants from the north were behind it. Standing beside her, the dragon couldn't believe they had dared to do this. He lowered his head and told Keishi to gather information and find out how much treasure was lost. The girl trembled at his side, but he dropped the subject and asked if any of her family was still alive. She shut her eyes and shook her head. Looking over the bodies, Kainaz blamed himself for staying away too long. If he had kept showing his presence, no one would have dared step into his land. His eye glowed yellow as he told her he couldn't bring her family back, but he could avenge them. Then he asked if she wanted that. Keishi stared at him in surprise. She sank to the ground without a word. Tears gathered at the edge of her eyes, and she finally said yes, she wanted revenge. In the sunlight, the dragon told her he understood. His slit pupil glowed yellow. He studied the tracks in the snow and wondered where they led. A closer look told him they were heading south, toward Braun territory. He stretched out a wing and told the girl to climb on. She looked surprised and asked if he didn't want to check the nest. He told her stolen treasure meant nothing to him, so she shouldn't worry and should get on. The black dragon took off. Its shadow crossed the mountains. The tracks stayed behind in the snow. Aaron brushed off his hands, thinking the talks with the Romian nobles had gone exactly the way he wanted. Bodies were left shaking on the floor as he thought it all worked out perfectly. A beaten man signed the document, and Aaron considered how lucky it was that every noble had been gathered together. He sat on the throne, having taken control of the kingdom without spilling blood. Rex sat nearby with his legs crossed. He held a scroll. The letter came from the emperor, congratulating Duke Aaron of Braun on his victory. It said the empire supported his decision about Romian, since they had tried to harm a noble. Then came the catch. The empire noted that Romian's tribute was no small matter. Stamped with the imperial seal, the letter said they expected both the acquisition tax and the tribute to be paid on time. Rex smiled and pointed out the threat. If Aaron didn't agree within 2 weeks, Romian would be taken from Braun and handed to the empire instead. Sitting on the throne, Aaron read it out. 500 million for the acquisition tax, 50 million gold every year in tribute, and only 2 weeks to settle it. He pressed the letter to his forehead in frustration. He'd done all this to secure his rule, and now the emperor wanted a ridiculous amount. Thinking of the troops lined up outside, Aaron wondered why they would send soldiers if he was expected to obey so easily. A knight sat on horseback with his helmet in hand. Aaron figured that if they truly meant to stop him, they would have crossed the border already. Even so, that smiling image of the Emperor left him stunned. Then he laughed. Soon the boy was laughing even harder. From the throne room, Aaron said this had been their plan all along. They were playing him. Still grinning, he spelled it out. If he won, they charged him a tax. If he lost, the old setup stayed the same. Then his smile faded. On top of that, they had stationed troops so he'd stay focused on taking the land instead of thinking about forced tax collection. Crushing the letter in his hand, he called out, and his blue eye flared as he swore to make Romien part of his lands no matter what. A week later, the boy dropped onto the table. Worn out, he said he'd taken everything from the nobles, even their property, and still hadn't reached more than 200 million. Cheryl sat beside him, and he asked if she had any ideas. She sadly spread her hands. Aaron looked at Cheryl and asked if, since she'd borrowed so much from him, maybe she could finally pay him back. Cheryl snapped that she didn't even have the money. He dropped his forehead to the table and told them to stop spending. Deep down, he could only think that if Kainaz were here, things might be different. Arthur raised a hand to get everyone's attention. The mustached man said they all understood the problem, but maybe they could talk to the Empire, ask for a lower tax or offer something besides gold. Cheryl let out a sigh. If that were possible, they'd just accept imperial rule. Even so, she tossed out ideas like holy water, or maybe a dungeon, then jabbed at him for being so bold before and having nothing now. He fixed his hair and said he still thought he had a point. Aaron folded his hands and started thinking out loud about what else he could give them. Rex suddenly opened the door and called for his master. From the doorway, he shouted that a report had come in. Giants had appeared north of Bran Castle. Aaron turned in alarm and asked if giants were really in Bran territory. Hand over his mouth, he thought it through. If giants from the frozen lands had reached the northern castle, they would have had to cross the Black Mountains, and that should have been impossible. His eye widened. Looking down, tense, he prayed this didn't mean they had broken through the Iron Barrier. He pictured the region and recalled that the Iron Barrier stood on the northeastern edge of the continent. That fortress in the icy lands had been built by the first emperor to stop the giants from going farther. Imperial soldiers constantly guarded the walls with spears, so the giants couldn't enter Imperial land. For 50 years, not a single giant had made it past those walls. Shocked, Aaron knew the odds were low, but he still couldn't let Bran Castle fall. He jumped up and ordered Rommel and Cheryl to take their troops back to Bran, staying alert in case they met giants on the road. Arthur pointed at himself and asked what he was supposed to do. Aaron turned and told him to organize patrols in Romien. With his back still turned, he added, "What else?" Then looked back and told Arthur to get ready to prepare something they could offer the Empire, before calling the others to follow. The men watched him tensely. That evening, a carriage rolled down the stone road. The prince looked out the window and thought that a week had passed. He wondered if they could really gather 500 million. A gray-haired man sat across from him. Seeing the prince smile, the man remarked that he seemed pretty calm for someone in danger. Philip closed his eyes and agreed there wasn't much reason to worry. They were traveling through Imperial land, and they'd already passed a patrol. Gran sat with his arms crossed and said that if Philip was still worried, he'd take personal responsibility for his safety. They couldn't afford to lose someone that valuable. The Duke closed his eyes and thanked him. He looked ahead and felt this trip would be rough. Something about it seemed wrong. The warriors gathered in formation before the palace. Arthur shut his eyes, clearly let down. His face fell. When Aaron talked about raising troops, Arthur thought he'd get an important post, but he was still just an officer. Thinking of Bianca, he wished he could see her again. At the order to stand at attention, his eyes went wide. Walking behind the hero, Rex called for everyone to show respect to Bran's ruler, Duke Aaron. The soldiers pressed a hand to their chests. Aaron stepped up, thanked them for waiting, and said he'd get right to it. Staring ahead, Aaron said Bran didn't have a real patrol force, so he had decided to build one himself. First, he wanted to introduce the captain. Arthur tensed up, wondering if there was another captain. Then he blushed, thinking it might be him. Aaron glanced aside and announced the captain was Bianca. As she stepped out, Aaron said Bianca had led a patrol of 500 warriors before. To Arthur, she looked like a goddess. Bianca knelt and introduced herself as the squad captain, ready to follow orders. The man froze. So he wasn't the captain after all. He lowered his head, thinking Bianca had come so far while he was still a nobody. With his mouth slightly open, Aaron said he would serve as her assistant. Pointing at him, Aaron named Officer Arthur as the new assistant. Arthur could only stare in shock. Aaron told him to do his best in the new role. He smiled at Arthur's odd look. Bianca, though, looked away, annoyed. As they left, Rex turned back and said if this was done, they needed to head for the Iron Barrier before dark. The man hurried after his friend. He called out for him to wait. Looking over the sacks, Aaron figured that after paying 500 million in purchase tax, he still needed 300 million more. After thinking it through, he realized he had only one way left to get it. He thought about the goblins. Instead of offering just a few sacks, Aaron decided to offer troops to the DA. He smiled to himself. In his mind, the strongest option was the forces stationed in the northeast, at the Iron Barrier. Catching up to his companion, Eren thought that if they only had to stop the northern giants, they could gather orcs and other monsters on the way. Then he stopped and figured that if they offered a few years of land protection for 200 million gold, the Emperor might see it as a huge gain. Eren slung an arm over Rex's shoulder and asked why he had stopped. Rex pointed ahead and said it was right there. Smoke was rising from the town. A burning stick flew into a house. Then an explosion rang out. A man stood by the flames, laughing. Vice Captain Miller of the Blue Hammer Pirates clenched his fist and mocked them as weak. He said Romian should be fought to the end, and serving the Empire was worthless. Waving a torch, Miller yelled that this was what those fools deserved. He hurled burning torches at the ship, calling it a small gift from the great Lord Miller. More torches flew toward the ship. A blue-haired man knocked them away. He had a hammer in hand. Spreading his arms, Miller asked the captain if this really made sense. The people of Ramayan had already bowed to the Empire. The girl smacked her palm with her hammer and said she understood burning buildings, but Captain Jacqueline of the Blue Hammer Pirates swung her hammer and shouted that she had warned them not to touch the ships. Miller put his hands on his hips and asked why, since the ships weren't even theirs. She just yelled back that no meant no. From the shore, the group heard Imperial troops coming in. The shoreline was burning. As she moved off, Jacqueline told the old man they had done enough and needed to leave. Anything was fine, except wrecking the ships. Miller turned and said if they waited a little longer, the show would get even better. Then his eyes widened. He finally realized she was serious about protecting the ships. Grinning, he ran after the captain and ordered the anchors raised. The warriors rowed past at full speed. They pushed through the flames. Then the lead horse stopped at the shore. Eren, at the front, cursed under his breath. Frowning, he said they were too late. Arthur pointed to get Eren's attention. A cannonball had just been fired from the ship. Miller grinned wide and shouted that the commander himself had shown up. Let the Imperial trash die. The cannonball flew straight at them. Eren leaped off his horse. A green glow lit his sword as he demanded how they dared. Eren rushed at the cannonball and with one clean strike, split it in two. A sly grin crossed his face. Green lightning burst out from the swing. Bianca raised a shield. Startled, the boy asked what was wrong with that cannonball. Holding a spyglass, the pirate captain said those bugs were lucky today. Watching the ships pull away, Eren asked who they thought they were. He glanced at Rex and ordered him to find out who they were. Their flag showed a skull with a sword and hammer. The group rode in a red carriage. Philip shut his eyes as he noticed the smell. Then he suddenly snapped them open. He shoved open the carriage door and jumped onto the roof. The prince covered his nose. He told the coachman not to stop and to drive as fast as they could. Hand over his mouth, Philip wondered where the blood smell was coming from and where the escort meant to meet them had gone. Bandits were hiding in the trees. One man laughed to himself. With bloody axes in both hands, he said another one had come. Sitting on the carriage roof, Philip kept thinking about the blood in the air. Looking ahead, he realized the smell was getting stronger. Gennady looked out and asked what was happening. Philip caught a flash up ahead. Something was rushing toward them fast. He caught an axe and guessed it was the kind monsters used for throwing. Then a whole wave of axes came flying in. He knocked them aside with his sword, but several still slammed into the carriage door. One axe struck a horse. Philip watched, tense, and cursed. The next hit killed the coachman. The carriage tipped over onto its side. A man nearby laughed. Sven stepped out before a group of northern giants and said another one had arrived. Seeing their huge size and weapons, Philip was sure they were northern giants. The glowing-eyed man smiled, while Philip wondered how they had reached the continent. Stepping forward, he wondered if something had happened to the Iron Barrier. Philip crouched behind the overturned carriage, feeling the giant's bloodlust. A giant suddenly jumped at him. Philip barely dodged, sliding across the ground with his sword in hand. Sven raised his hands and laughed that he had only scared him. So it was a man after all. He turned to the others and joked that he thought it was just a rat, a tiny one. Bodies were scattered around, and Philip realized the resistance had already been crushed. He looked around, wondering where Duke Gennady was. Sven pointed his axe at him and demanded to know how he dared look away from Lord Sven. Then he sprang forward, swinging his axe and shouting that he'd chop him into tiny pieces. Philip dodged again. That caught the giant off guard. He swung his axe again, but Philip kept jumping back from each heavy strike. A smile touched Philip's lips. He said the northern giants were supposed to be descendants of the war god Munin, but so far they were only disappointing. Sven frowned and snapped that this snake dared laugh at Munin's descendants and say his name so lightly. He swore to bring down divine punishment. Philip only smiled and said he would be the one to put them in their place. Hand on his hip, Crown Prince Philip declared that he would personally judge them. The giant echoed in disbelief that he was the crown prince, and bright purple light sliced through his body. The giant was cut to pieces. Philip turned away. The other giant stared at the body in shock. Blood dripped from the tip of his sword. Philip said that was the price for insulting the future emperor. Purple light spread around Philip as he said this was death. He raised his sword and cut through the other giants too. Their bodies dropped behind him. A white striped bird opened its beak. Philip turned toward it, thinking of the ghost of a black bird. As the bird flew off, Philip realized that if giants were here, more had to be nearby. Looking ahead, Philip thought the iron barrier must have fallen. Should he report it to the Emperor and ask for reinforcements? He glanced at the setting sun, then decided no, there was a better plan. Aaron and his army stood on the bridge. He turned to his men and told Rex to learn who the pirates were, while Bianca was to focus on guarding the port. She struck her chest to show she understood. Arthur stepped up and nervously asked about the pirates. Touching his chin, he asked if this might actually be a chance for them, and Aaron told him to explain. Arthur raised a finger and said Bronn didn't have enough gold to gather troops, so why not solve the iron barrier problem and get something back for it? His eyes widened as he suggested that if they offered troops to defeat the pirates, the Empire might lower the tax. Aaron just stared at him. Arthur panicked, threw up his hands and told him to forget he said anything. Aaron touched his head and said he was better than expected. Then he added that Arthur was smart, should keep it up, and would be rewarded well if things worked out. The group and their riders raced toward the iron barrier. Arthur scratched the back of his head and gave an awkward laugh. He looked at the unhappy Bianca with admiration, thinking this might help him get closer to his goddess. Bianca shot him an annoyed look and thought too many people were trying to win the Duke over, just a whole crowd. Then her eyes widened. Riders were coming fast. She went still in shock. Among them, Bianca recognized the crown prince. The man was holding an orc by the head. The giant noticed a bird circling above. A striped beaked bird landed on his hand. The red-eyed giant knew at once, it was his brother's bird. Crushing the orc's head in his grip, he demanded to know who did it. Then he let the corpse fall. Beside the pile of dead orcs, he coldly asked who dared do this. He roared, asking who was responsible for his brother's murder. Soon, a crowd formed around the seated giant. He grimly ran a whetstone along his axe. A human came up and called him leader. Still holding the stone, he answered. A bearded man with dark hair said the Imperials were in a village to the south, and he thought there might be an elf there too. The giant lowered the hand with the whetstone. Then he stood up. He towered over his subordinate. The man dropped to one knee without a word. With a hard stare, the giant ordered them to bring it to him. Behind him, inside a locked cage, a human shouted for the monsters to let them go. The dark-haired man slammed his axe against the cage and told them to shut up. Gripping the bars, the giant repeated the word, "Monster?" The girl pulled the children close, and he shouted back, asking how she dared call them that. The giant hurled the dark-haired man aside and said he could kill them all right now. The man on the ground looked up at him. Looking down, the northern giant, Chieftain Harold's son, ordered him to leave at once. The man got up and said he understood. Then he ran. The white-bearded giant said the south was waiting for them. Standing behind his warriors, he sent them forward. Far to the south, a man in a fur cloak stood waiting. Before him lay the triangular mountain, and the rich land the northern giants of Cairn had long dreamed about. He reached a hand toward the mountain. When he was young, Harold's son swore he would claim this land one day. Now 30, he finally had that chance. Troops were moving through the gates, and even after Sven gave his life to help their people find a new home, Harold's son refused to stop. Rommel stared in shock and asked if they had been captured. He grabbed Max by the clothes and demanded to know who did it, but Max begged him to let go. An old man stepped in and tried to calm him down. He caught his hand and shook his head. Rommel's grip slowly loosened. Dropping to his knees, Rommel remembered Dane and said his wife had been taken. He punched the ground and cried out that he swore to protect her with his life. So how did this happen? Then his face changed as he realized he didn't know where the children were. He turned to the old man and asked if they were safe. The bald man nodded and said his daughter was all right. A dark look fell over his face. Cheryl stepped in and said they needed to confirm the report. The red-haired woman explained that the northern giants attacked the orcs and were holding Bronn's people hostage. And from what she heard, that part was true. When asked how long ago the news came, Max said it had been around 2 hours. Frowning, Cheryl asked what else they knew, and whether reinforcements had been sent. Max waved a hand and said they heard Cheryl was coming, so they got a group ready and sent scouts. Then Cheryl asked Kurok what was bothering him. Max frowned and said Kurok left the moment he heard the news, taking a few orcs with him to the castle. A rider came up, calling for Master Max. The knight spotted Cheryl and blurted out her name. She raised a hand to steady him and asked for the report. The knight said it was too dark inside, so he couldn't tell much. He added that the castle sat in the forest and everything was quiet. It looked like they planned to stay outside the walls for the night, and no one had been seen on any of the paths. Cheryl turned away, thinking. She struck her staff against the ground. Gripping it tight, Cheryl ordered the cavalry and half the infantry to come with her and Rommel to the orc castle, while the rest stayed behind to guard theirs. The warrior across from her accepted the order. Rommel saw a hand reach out to him. Cheryl told him Dane was waiting for him. The orcs hurried after their leader. Kurok looked ahead with a grim face, feeling that the new scent meant trouble. He stopped a short distance from the castle, glanced at the orcs, and said he sensed the strange spirit of the Steel Village before motioning them after him. His hands were wrapped around the elf girl's neck. The orc leader was stunned when he noticed those pointed ears. Harold's son lifted the girl off the ground. He halted by the crowd as someone cried out to the Lord Chief. A dark figure with red eyes asked in a low voice who they were. The orc leader growled. He looked back at his army and realized this man was huge and powerful. If they fought, every orc might die. Baring his fangs, he ordered them to head for the castle. The orcs stared at him in shock. Still holding the man, Kurok told them to move fast. He would hold the enemy here. Then he charged. The giant kept his grip on the girl's neck. With one hand, he caught the club swung at him. Kurok frowned at the sight. A savage grin spread across Harold's son's face. Armored soldiers ran in. The knight pointed ahead and told Cheryl they had reached the orc castle. She and part of the troops waited among the trees. A scream made Cheryl snap her head around. A black dragon swept over the forest. Rommel watched in shock as it flew toward the castle. Canas opened his mouth and unleashed fire. Cheryl froze in disbelief. Rommel shouted for his wife, stunned. The black dragon raced across the sky. It spotted the castle below. Its yellow, slit-pupil eye gleamed. It sensed a body's heat and decided it was only a shape. These beings weren't orcs. So where were the others? Had they escaped, or were they trapped inside the castle? Canas dove lower. As the dragon came in, it thought anyone still hiding behind those walls was a fool. Clinging to the dragon's back, the girl heard that the time had come for revenge, and that she would see her enemies fall. Sparks burst from Canan's mouth as the dragon wished death on them. Then it breathed fire. A torrent of flame crashed down. Cheryl watched, stunned. Terrified, Rommel cried out for his wife again. The dragon suddenly stopped above the fire. Crossing the forest, it thought it must have imagined hearing a familiar voice. Then it noticed figures among the trees that looked like Cheryl and Rommel's men. Perfect. There was no need to burn the inside of the castle. Spreading his wings, Canas decided all he had to do was kill every northern giant and avenge Kadeshi. The girl peeked out from under his wing in fear as he said they were going to the elven village for revenge. Tears ran down her face, and she agreed. Canas threw back his head and roared. Then he flew off the other way. Cheryl could only watch the flames and the dragon disappearing into the distance. Rommel screamed in grief. He collapsed to his knees, calling for Dane. Cheryl shut her eyes without a word. Her hand tightened around the staff. Rommel slammed his fist into the ground. Holding her staff tight, Cheryl ordered the foot soldiers to search the old castle for survivors, while the cavalry chased the dragon. The knight dropped to his knees, and the others answered the order. As the warriors rushed out, Cheryl said she believed Dane was still alive, but if not, she promised Rommel she would help him avenge her. Rommel looked up, stunned. The girl stood atop a bird made of fire. A tear slid down her cheek. Still crying, Rommel called out to her in awe. Aaron opened his mouth, unsure if he should say it again. Kneeling before the throne, he was told the report was true. He was being asked to take command of the Northeast. Philip smiled from the throne and said that if Aaron accepted, he would get nearly 300 million from the 500 million acquisition tax. Arthur thought Aaron wanted that money to send troops to the Iron Barrier, but he wasn't sure making him commander was a smart deal. Watching the prince smile, Aaron felt something was off. After studying him, Aaron asked how long the post would last. Still kneeling, he asked how long he would serve as commander of the Northeast. The prince touched his chin and calmly answered, until the threat in the north was gone. Aaron was taken aback and asked if that meant until every giant was wiped out. The prince laughed softly. Looking at the boy on the throne, Aaron realized he was trying to tie him down in the Northeast. Aaron frowned. He had no plan to fall for that. Hand to chest, the red-haired man introduced himself as Duke Aaron of Braun, and said he was honored to help the empire grow. Then he looked at the prince and added one condition. Thinking of the pirate flag, Aaron said the kingdom needed the pirates right now and asked for full support so they could build a naval base. The prince rubbed his chin with his eyes closed, while Aaron silently hoped he would agree. At last the heir waved a hand and said he couldn't decide that himself. They would discuss it again once Duke Gennady woke up. Hearing that, Aaron felt there was still hope. Now everything depended on how he handled the pirates. From the throne, the prince thought Aaron was easy to read. He expected him to accept the title of Commander of the Northeast, for a chance to expand his land. A faint smile crossed the prince's lips as he wondered whether Aaron could deal with both giants and pirates. A man lifted his mug and took a drink. The drunken Red thought it was just another rotten day. Sitting in the tavern, Rex wondered why he still hadn't found any pirate trace. In a place like this, there should have been criminals everywhere. Then a girl came down the stairs. The smiling brunette made Rex freeze. He recognized Queen Livia and couldn't believe she was here. Then he noticed a laughing man and realized that was the one. The group passed right by the man in red. He glanced at the door as it shut. Then he slammed his mug onto the table. Everyone in the tavern flinched. Rex turned to look. People rushed for the exit. Rubbing his chin, Rex thought Queen Livia and the pirates made a weird team. Suddenly, a huge explosion went off outside. A man rushed in and said they had been found out. Rex clenched his teeth in shock. He saw bodies lying near the entrance. Angry now, Rex shouted, asking where they went. One of the men pointed. Rex ran straight for them. Miller and Livia were waiting by the ship. He yelled for them to stop. Miller rubbed his forehead and complained that every time he stepped outside, trouble found him. Then, he gave a casual wave and smiled. Rex snapped a knife at him. Miller ducked low and tossed out a quick apology. Then he lifted a torch and told it to burn. His foot hit a pile of gunpowder, and he froze in surprise. The torch flew toward Rex as he charged in. Rex glanced down too late. The fire caught him, and he cried out as flames covered his body. Later, several people were laid out in hospital beds. Aaron rushed in, calling for Rex. The others stared at him, startled. From behind a screen, someone told him Rex was still alive. Rex, his arm wrapped in bandages, told everyone to calm down. Aaron ran over and hugged him so hard Rex had to beg him to let go. A little later, Aaron sat beside the bed. Thinking it through, he asked if that meant the pirate had only been seeing Princess Livia off. Rex shut his eyes and said no. The meeting clearly wasn't random. As far as he could tell, the two already knew each other. Aaron asked when it started. Livia always moved for a reason, so he doubted she'd do that just to hurt them. Rex brought up the explosion and said that if they had met in secret, they still shouldn't write Livia off. If anything, her actions had helped some of his men survive. Aaron closed his eyes and muttered that the whole thing was messy. Rex tossed him a letter and said they could think about that later. This mattered more. Catching it, Aaron asked what it was. Rex said it was worse than their pirate problem. Since the Emperor and the others might hear soon, Aaron should read it now. Aaron read the letter in shock. Around 500 northern giants had taken an old castle, grabbed dozens of hostages, and among them were the knight commander's wife and child. Touching his face, Aaron thought he really wasn't getting out of this after all. Cheryl and Ramo were there too. Northern giants had taken an Orcish castle. This needed careful thought. Fear crept across Aaron's face. Now that he was commander of the Northeast, he might have to go himself. Rex pushed himself up in bed and said Aaron couldn't go. He would take his place. Aaron stared at him. With injuries like that, where did Rex think he was going? Rex looked back and said Dane had been captured. Aaron knew better than anyone what she meant to him. He pictured Dane surrounded by suitors. Nearly every man in the duchy had wanted to marry her. Rex had been one of the men watching from the back. Dane noticed him carrying planks, but her heart belonged to his brother Ramo, so Rex hid his feelings and kept his distance. As Dane and Ramo held hands, Rex told himself to bury what he felt. He even thought he could smile and congratulate them at the wedding. But standing in that happy crowd, he knew he still couldn't let her go. He followed the couple and decided to end it in the harshest way he could, without hurting Dane. So Rex beat his brother hard and left the house. After that, he spent years on the road and gave his life to spying work. Aaron looked at Rex in silence. Then Aaron shut his eyes and agreed. He told Rex to be careful while he handled things here. On his way out, Rex slapped Aaron on the shoulder. Aaron watched him leave. At the door, Rex smiled and told Aaron to make it simple. Just ask the princess about the pirates directly. Later, the girl stood before Aaron on the throne. With a smile, Livia raised her fingers and said the pirates were her clients. Aaron gripped the armrests in surprise. Livia calmly explained that the Blue Hammer pirates sold stolen goods from the western continent. Then she asked if that was supposed to be a problem. Aaron said no, he just hadn't expected her to be tied to smuggling. Livia touched her chest and said her reach went beyond the east. The Blue Hammer pirates could move goods that were hard to get, so she had no reason to turn them away. Aaron covered part of his face and said she and the pirates seemed very close. Then he asked for a favor. Livia looked at him seriously and agreed to hear it. Aaron asked her to set up a meeting with their captain as soon as possible. Livia smiled faintly and said she had one condition. Still smiling, Livia asked for free use of the port city for her trade group whenever they wanted. Aaron thought she hadn't changed at all. Aaron covered his face and grimly said yes. Later, Aaron stood by the sea. Thinking of Livia's smile, he remembered the pirates' demand. The Duke had to come alone. He wondered what the Blue Hammer pirates were planning. Were they trying to scare him with numbers, or hoping he'd break his word and strike first? Then a ship appeared ahead. Dark shape stood on its deck. A blue-haired girl waited at the front. As she came closer, she introduced herself as Jacqueline, captain of the Blue Hammer, and asked if he was the one called Aaron. Touching his chest, Aaron said yes. Jacqueline frowned and shouted that if he wanted to negotiate, he needed to answer properly. Aaron asked what exactly she wanted to hear. Standing firm, Jacqueline asked if he truly served the Empire. Aaron, caught off guard, said he did. Before he could add more, Jacqueline smiled. She turned to her crew and ordered the ship to pull away. Aaron reached out, trying to stop her. Without even looking back, Jacqueline shouted that the Blue Hammer pirates didn't bargain with the Empire's dogs. Then she opened fire. A cannonball shot toward him. Aaron's cloak snapped in the wind. He cursed under his breath. Grabbing his sword, Aaron yelled that this was happening again. Green lightning wrapped around the blade as Aaron shouted that he wouldn't let them get away that easily. His strike crashed into the cannonball. Burning pieces rained into the sea. Jacqueline stared in shock. Nearby, Miller threw up a hand and yelled for the crew to attack and kill the Imperial dog. The cannons fired again. Aaron raised his glowing hands and screamed. Using the cutting wind, he launched a blast of light. The beam shot straight at the cannonballs racing toward the ship. It was already near the sail. One sailor grabbed his head and screamed for everyone to brace, but Jacqueline refused to back down. The ship vanished inside green lightning. Elsewhere, on the wall, Philip watched from above and asked, "Sword energy?" His black cloak shifted in the wind. Philip wondered whether that power came from the Imperial blade. A smile crossed Philip's face. He said that was interesting. Rex pulled his horse to a stop. Spotting fire in the distance, he realized the fortress was burning, and the hostages were in danger. He kicked forward at once. With a hard look, Rex silently begged Dane to hold on. Harold's son stood by the wall when a noise made him look up. There, he saw a dragon. As it flew overhead, he knew it wasn't passing by. Harold's son shouted that the dragon was here, and everyone needed to hide. Fast. The dragon hovered over the fortress. Looking down, Kainazé saw the Nords had taken the place just as expected. He also knew that if he attacked carelessly, they would kill the hostages. Remembering the lightning strike, Kainazé cursed his own weakness. Worse, he might put Keishai in danger. Still, as he rose higher, Kainaz decided he couldn't break his promise. Keishai took a deep breath. Then Kainaz let out a roar and used his fear power. The sound rolled across the fortress and shook everyone below. People looked up in terror. Anyone caught by it couldn't move for 6 hours. Seeing the enemy frozen below, Kayans decided that revenge had been paid back enough. When he spotted soldiers coming in, Kayans chose to leave the rest to them, but chains suddenly wrapped around him. Kashi lifted her head and turned toward the dragon's attacker. Kayans turned too when he heard the burst of fire. A flaming fist was flying straight at him. The hit landed on Kayans. Kashi was thrown from his back. Smoke poured off Kayans. Cheryl glared at him, but Kayans looked down when he heard a scream. Kashi was falling, and fast. Kayans gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to dive after her. A moment later, Kashi was back on his back, clinging tight. Kayans asked if she was okay, and she said yes. Kayans spread his claws, trying to push through the pain. A burn marked his body. It had been a long time since he'd been hurt like this, and he could tell something inside was damaged. Kashi looked at him with tears in her eyes as Kayans said their revenge would have to wait. She answered that the people here had already paid enough. Kayans climbed higher, thanked her for understanding, and said they had to retreat because he wasn't well. Kashi nodded. Cheryl went after them, but Kayans was faster. Clutching her staff, Cheryl swore he wouldn't escape so easily next time. Haraldson covered his face, realizing the dragon had used fear. Then he noticed an army coming closer. His men still couldn't move. Fighting through the pain, Haraldson decided to seal the entrance. To clear his head, he slammed it against the wall. Blood dripped down, but he said this was better. Then he grabbed the gate. Haraldson started pulling it shut. Every muscle in his body tightened. The gate was almost closed. The riders saw it and pushed harder to reach it. Haraldson roared as he forced the gate fully shut. The bolt dropped into place. The warriors stopped at the entrance when an order came to wait for further commands. Haraldson leaned against the gate, worn out. The others still couldn't move. He punched one awake, then another, then a third. At last, they all staggered to their feet. Then they noticed a figure standing over them. Haraldson looked at them sharply and said the enemy had already arrived, so they needed to get ready. His men scattered at once to carry out the order. A fireball exploded. The fortress entrance was blown open again. Cheryl and the others charged in. A rider came up to Cheryl and said this place had been crawling with enemies not long ago. She scanned the streets and realized she had never learned tricks like search magic, so she had no easy way to find them. Cheryl turned to the others and ordered them to search everything in groups of 4, so they could watch each other's backs. The soldiers moved through the houses. Someone watched them from a rooftop. Then Haraldson's son jumped down. One warrior noticed the enemy, but the attacker cut him in him. The rest froze in fear when they saw it. Then he charged straight at them. The moon shone overhead. A scream rang through the whole fortress. Cheryl snapped toward the sound. From farther down the street, someone yelled that an enemy was there. Cheryl panicked a little, realizing her soldiers were being killed and not knowing what to do. She shut her eyes and admitted this was different. Magic and planning ahead were one thing, but quick choices in the middle of danger were where she lacked experience. Thinking of the boys, Cheryl asked herself what they would do. A soldier behind her raised his hand and warned that their men would be wiped out. Gripping her staff, Cheryl finally made up her mind and called out to everyone. Pointing ahead, she told them to back up the others and keep searching the village. The troops rushed off at once. One soldier turned and asked if a few men should stay to guard her, but she told them not to worry and to hurry help the others. As the knights rode off, she started to doubt that choice. Cheryl moved down the street, telling herself her job now was to save the troops under attack. She glanced aside and reminded herself that, as a mage, she could handle any enemy. Then a noise came from between the houses. Harold's son was watching her. With a frown, he thought a commander staying alone was foolish. He leaped down. As he hit the ground, he noted that Cheryl had missed one important thing. Giants were stronger than humans in raw power. The giant rushed her. Cheryl hadn't realized he was their leader, and his speed caught her off guard. A flash burst in front of her as she used Fire Burst. Harold's son slipped past the flames. Cheryl shifted her staff. A heavy blast followed when she cast Fireball. Looking at the smoke, Cheryl thought she got him, but he came right back out. He lunged at her, and she realized too late how close he was. Her staff lit up once more. Using Flame Wing, Cheryl dropped to the ground. Harold's son folded his arms. Then he sprang at her again, leaving Cheryl shocked. He caught her by the leg. Cheryl could only stare. With all his strength, he smashed her into the ground. She cried out in pain. Standing over her, Harold's son said she was too young to be a commander. Maybe putting her in charge had been a mistake, or maybe it was because she was a mage. His axe flashed as he said she had chosen without knowing her enemy's strength, and that mistake would kill her. Too hurt to stand, Cheryl told him to shut up. Even if she died, it wouldn't be because of her choice. Looking up, she said it would be because of him. He just stared back in silence. Then he lifted his axe over his head and said this would be an offering to the great god of warriors. The axe came down toward Cheryl. A blade suddenly blocked it. An instant later, that sword was at the blonde man's head. He had no choice but to jump back. Harold's son raised a brow, surprised. Ramo was there on horseback. Cheryl looked at him and asked why he was here, and where Dane was. Without looking back, Ramo said searching for her would change nothing. Eyes fixed ahead, he said he had to trust that his wife was alive, and lead the troops to victory. Cheryl lowered her head. Worn out but ready, Ramo took his stance and said he'd handle him. Harold's son rolled his neck and asked if he was really sure. Then the giant vanished from sight. He reappeared above the night. Ramo stepped back and avoided the strike. A bright aura wrapped around him. Watching, Cheryl was shocked to see the monk's power covering his whole body. His swing carved a bright trail through the air. Harold's son jumped away. Staring at the knight, he said the attack was too slow. There was no way that blade could beat him. Right then, blood appeared on his shoulder. Holding his sword up, Ramo answered that all he needed was confidence. The enemy clenched his teeth, furious. He opened his mouth and roared. A fiery fist slammed into his face at once. The blow sent him flying back. Even through the pain, Cheryl smiled and called him an idiot. Harold's son pushed himself back up. Seeing his wound, he knew his shoulder was failing, and fighting two opponents at once would be rough. He lifted a hand and whistled. A bird flew to him. He waved it off and ordered his men to retreat, telling them to follow the raven. The others noticed the bird. Then the enemy forces started running. Before leaving, Harold's son told them to wait. He would come back and offer them to his god. Then he took off. Ramo pulled his wife and child into his arms. He broke down, saying he couldn't believe they were alive. The others watched the reunion. Looking around, Ramo asked if they were all alright. Dane looked around too, and said everything was fine. Ramo looked at her in surprise, and asked where Rex was, and she answered that he should be in the kingdom. Then she remembered the giant raising his axe and denied it. The axe swung toward them, but she opened her eyes in shock. Someone had thrown a dagger at the enemy, and in that moment, his face was covered by smoke. Thinking of Rex, she was sure it had to be him. At that same moment, the man pulled on his cloak and only said, "Duke." She wondered what he was trying to say. From the cliff, they could see the tall towers below. Rex frowned and brought up Dane's capture, saying Aaron already knew how much she meant to him. Aaron answered with silence. Then he closed his eyes, let Rex go, and told him to be careful while he handled things here. Rex gave him a pat on the shoulder. Aaron watched him leave. With a grin, Rex said the easiest way was to ask the princess directly about the operators. He turned when the boy agreed, and was about to say something about Dane. Aaron shut his eyes and told him not to think too hard about it. If needed, he could just say he came because of the Duke. That caught Rex off guard. Aaron smiled and added that if Rex felt awkward around her, he could say the Duke sent him. After all, he doesn't abandon his own. Now Rex looked plainly embarrassed. He pulled his cloak over his face and cursed himself, saying he had done what Aaron suggested, and only made himself look stupid. Rex headed out, repeating the Duke's orders to himself. Arthur stood before the throne as complaints came in about the ignored orders. Thinking back on the crowd, he explained that the residents hated the order to shut the port city. Instead of tightening their belts and working, they'd rather risk getting robbed by pirates. Aaron gritted his teeth and called that foolish. Protecting their property was obviously in their best interest. Arthur put his hands behind his back and asked what Aaron thought. Aaron frowned and said that if there was nothing left to steal, the pirates might leave, but that could cause other trouble too. From the throne, Aaron heard the idea of attacking the pirate base. Since peace talks were done, a surprise strike would be the best way to wipe them out. Covering his face with one hand, Aaron said it sounded good. He looked back at Arthur and told him to pretend they were giving in. He should tell the protesters the harbor would close for a few days, and that their living costs would be covered. Arthur put a hand to his chest and said he understood. Then Arthur was surprised when Aaron said he wanted one more thing. Aaron frowned and told him to get ready. They were going to visit the pirates while the port was shut. Arthur raised his hand again and said he'd inform the soldiers, but he looked confused when Aaron asked why. If the soldiers weren't going, then who was? Aaron pointed at Arthur and then himself. Shocked, Arthur asked if the two of them were really going alone. A few days later, after Aaron shut the port, they boarded a ship. It sailed toward the island where Blue Hammer's group was based. Sunlight flashed across the water. They walked through the streets while merchants shouted about imperial beef and other goods. Arthur expected a place full of pirates, so he was surprised to see so many normal people. Aaron kept looking ahead, deep in thought. As he watched the people around him, Aaron first thought beating the pirates would solve everything. But with regular people living here too, he realized it wasn't that simple, and started wondering what to do about the residents. A loud noise echoed down the street. Aaron turned to Arthur and asked what it was. Arthur pointed off to the side and guessed they were building a ship. Aaron headed that way to check. At the same time, he wondered if he could win them over, send them to another continent, and have them build a stronger ship instead. Then someone put a hand on his shoulder. Frowning, the man said he hadn't seen them before. Everyone nearby turned to look. Arthur got tense under all those stares. Still smiling, he greeted the man and said they were new, but Aaron covered his mouth. He was taking the bandage off his head. Then, with his mouth wide open, he demanded they tell the captain the Duke had arrived in person. Hands on his hips, Aaron listened as they called it a great honor. A girl stood nearby, clearly annoyed. She asked why they hadn't warned her they wanted to negotiate. Aaron waved it off and said if they didn't like his offer, they could treat it as a deal instead. She smiled and called that ridiculous. Then Aaron held out his hand and offered free access to the port city and a year's worth of food, but they had to give something in return. The captain sighed and said pirates didn't need permission to enter, and food wasn't a problem either. Aaron pointed at the market stalls and said fish, beef, and alcohol like this were just stolen goods. Thinking of the girl arriving, he pointed out that there hadn't been a single drunk in sight that morning. With a sure smile, Aaron added that from now on, this was Bronze territory, and he was the one strong enough to shut down the port city or wipe them out. A pirate lunged at him. Aaron dodged the strike. The pirate came again, cursing the Empire. Aaron spotted a knife in his hand. Everyone around them went still in shock. Then the pirate hurled something dark their way. Arthur clenched his teeth and said it was gunpowder. A torch appeared in the pirate's hand, and he shouted that he'd kill them all. Before he could act, the captain splashed him with water and told him to calm down before he hurt everyone else. She then looked at Aaron and Arthur and asked what they really wanted. Aaron closed his eyes and said he needed them to attack his castle. The pirates could only stare at him in confusion. Arthur stared in shock, mouth hanging open. The hero and the others stood by. Gran waited near the throne. Philip told him the emperor had given him full power to negotiate, and if he wanted more, he should convince the duke, not him. Resting his head on one hand, the prince added that he better not get bored. Aaron looked at the man across from him and thought that even though he still felt sick, he had to get results. With a frown, he said he'd already spoken to the emperor while the man was in the infirmary, so he'd skip the build-up and get right to it. The man lifted a hand. Gran bowed and said the medicine had helped him recover fast. The hero was caught off guard, thinking Aaron had only sent it to get rid of him sooner. A faint smile crossed the man's face. Standing before Aaron, he said thanks had been given, so now they could start the real talks. That threw Aaron off even more. The argument quickly got heated. Aaron raised a hand and demanded 200 million gold from the 500 million total, plus the post of Northeast Commander until the other 300 million was paid. His companion frowned and pointed out that Braun had suffered the most from the Iron Barrier breach, so Aaron's service should last until the northern threat was gone. Aaron's cloak flared as he answered that, in return, he wanted the Empire's backing to reinforce the Iron Barrier and build a naval base in the port city. Gran looked him straight in the eye and said the Iron Barrier belonged to the Empire, so support would be given, but the Duke had to handle the pirates on his own. Aaron raised his hand in protest, saying that made it sound like the port city wasn't the Crown's problem, and everyone was just ignoring the pirates. His companion answered that wasn't true. The issue was simply the Duke's job, not the Emperor's, and the pirates hadn't done that much damage to the naval base. Aaron snapped, saying that was exactly why no one wanted to act, and this demand was necessary. He remembered his deal with the pirates and couldn't figure out where they were, since the attack should have started already. Looking away, he realized he needed to buy time, and warned that if this kept up, they wouldn't reach any deal. Gran stroked his beard and gave a small laugh. A ball dropped between them. Both turned toward the prince when he said this was boring. He looked at them and suggested ending it with a duel. The wounded man looked plainly scared. Philip stood from the throne and said there was no need to worry. Gran looked completely lost. The prince picked something up, drew a second sword, and announced that he would fight himself. Gran could only watch. Aaron dropped to one knee, trying to object. Philip shot him a hard look and said that if the Duke stepped down, the kingdom would pass to the Empire and become imperial land. Gran bowed and reminded him the Empire had laws he couldn't just ignore. Turning to him, the prince said he was sorry to disappoint him. He went on to say the Duke was a loyal subject who had been attacked by a northern giant while recovering at the Braun estate. Then, with a knife at his own throat, he added that the Duke could just as easily be said to have been killed by an unknown attacker. He picked up his ball again, holding it to his throat. Philip said some people might even blame the hero. With the weapon still raised, the prince reminded them they had heard him, so they shouldn't bore him. Smiling in that same chilling way, he asked one more time if they would fight. Aaron looked at Gran, and the two agreed. Later, they faced each other with the prince between them. The man told Aaron that if he won, he'd get the 200 million, keep serving as Northeast commander until the threat was over, and receive support for the naval base. If he lost, the base wouldn't be built. Aaron glanced at the prince and asked if his term of service could be shortened. Philip smiled and said he could take that up with Gran. The prince aimed at the boy. Aaron blocked the strike, eyes widening when he felt how strong his opponent was. Another blow came right at him. The blade sliced off a bit of his hair. He had no choice but to retreat. Philip got in close and landed a punch. Aaron knocked the ball away, and his opponent praised the response. Aaron wiped blood from his cheek and said he was doing his best. He thought back to training, realizing that since his last duel he'd built up his strength, but he'd never fought someone like this who wasn't truly an enemy. He knew his imperial swordsmanship and the dragon's blessing might have been enough to win, but he hadn't had time to sharpen them, and now the prince was pushing him hard. Frowning, Aaron realized all he could do was defend. Philip looked at him and said he was bored. A dark aura wrapped around him. Then he rushed in again. Their blades crashed together. As he pressed Aaron back, Philip asked why he refused to use force. Struggling under the attack, the hero couldn't understand how things had gotten this bad. He remembered his own strike. The prince's eyes flared, and he demanded real power, otherwise he'd kill him. Philip kept swinging without pause. Aaron fell to one knee. His opponent lifted the sword over his head. The next hit shattered Aaron's weapon, sending pieces flying. The prince raised his sword again and told Aaron to die. Zeron tried to stop him, while sweat poured down Aaron's face as he pulled on the ball's power. A bright flash restored the blade, and just as Aaron moved to strike again, Philip froze in surprise. An explosion boomed overhead. Pirates had appeared outside. Both looked through the opening as someone called out to the Imperials. Smoke drifted from a cannon, and the pirates mocked them by asking how they liked the fireworks. Philip looked down, as they called it payback for their ruined ships. Aaron looked at the prince and knew this was his opening. He charged. A weapon flashed right in front of his face. The magic blade disappeared. Staring at the weapon, Aaron realized he had barely come up short. The ball slipped from his hands. It rolled over beside a pirate. Aaron glared at them and asked if they wanted the rest of their ships destroyed too. The man only looked confused. He turned and asked the captain whether their deal included cursing and threats, adding that the boy was headed straight to hell. The girl said nothing and kept looking through her spyglass. The pirate watched her, but got no reaction. He pulled out a torch and ordered the cannon readied. But the captain turned away and ordered everyone to leave, saying they'd handle this later. The man followed after her, annoyed. She walked on with her head lowered. Clutching her arm, she kept thinking about who she had seen. When Philip's face came back to mind, the captain realized he was her family's enemy. The prince watched the sunrise. Then he turned at the sound of someone calling to him. Aaron dropped to one knee and admitted defeat. Head lowered, he said he would accept the terms, whatever they were, and even give up Braun. The prince walked up to him. Aaron glanced back and saw Gran nod. Then he heard that the kingdom was appointing him commander of the Northeast until the threat had passed. With eyes closed, Aaron thought he never should have accepted the duel. Now his opponent knew his strength and held all the leverage. As the sun rose between them, Philip said he would still back the naval base. That left Aaron stunned. Philip recalled the final strike and admitted that he had lost. Then he gestured toward the wall and said the pirate danger was clearly real. With a smile, Philip thought he'd seen everything he wanted, and that was enough for him. The carriages rolled through the forest. Philip rode in one of them. He kept thinking about the magic blade Aaron had used. Then he thrust his dagger forward, trying to copy the move. Philip clenched his teeth. He tried again. A bright aura gathered around him. The dagger started glowing. Philip stared at it with a confused smile. Then he covered his face and laughed. The sound carried outside the carriage. A man knelt before Aaron, and a week later Bran was absorbed into the kingdom. With the hold packed with supplies, the hero set sail for the island. Aaron stood by the ship, there to deliver food to the pirates and win them over. The girl threw the sack to the ground. Grain spilled out. Aaron looked at the captain and asked what was wrong. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to know why he hadn't told her. Aaron spread his arms, confused about what she meant. She kicked or struck the sack again. A man came up behind her and told her to calm down. Shoving him aside, she demanded to know why Aaron hadn't said the prince was helping him. The pirate lowered his hands and clarified that she meant Philip. That made him mad too, and he started cursing Aaron. The girl slowly clenched her hand. She remembered running through a burning forest. A man had stepped in front of her. Raising his sword, Philip told her to stop looking at him like that. It wouldn't wash away her sins. With tears in her eyes, the girl couldn't understand what she or her family had done wrong. Philip coldly called them traitors. Pointing at the mark on her hand with his sword, he said that was the proof. Several ships crossed the sea. 5 years earlier, the Empire launched a western conquest and built a huge navy that took control of the sea. But later, young dukes with no real battle sense pushed too far, ignored advice, and got almost the whole fleet destroyed. Angry and looking for someone to blame, those dukes pinned it all on the admiral. To hide the truth, they tied up him and the others, then framed them as traitors working with the enemy. Philip stood over the bodies, sent there to kill the admiral's subordinates, and every member of his family. Then he ordered that the bodies marked on their hands not be buried, but thrown out as feed for the cattle. He raised his sword and cursed the girl to hell. She shut her eyes. Dust burst up around them. A rider charged in. He reached her in time and pulled her up. Frowning, her savior asked if she was hurt. Back then she could barely make out his shape. Now the captain lowered her hand. Pointing at Aaron, she demanded to know why Philip had been there that day and what the two of them were planning. Aaron covered his face and muttered that this was getting really annoying. Rex put a hand on his shoulder and told him to figure it out himself. He waved at the captain and said it had been a long time. She gave him an annoyed look. She had no clue what he meant or who he was. Rex lifted a hand and pointed out that a lot of time had passed. Then he covered part of his face and said that should make her remember him. The captain was stunned. Crossing her arms, she said she still had no idea. The man pointed at Rex and said he was the mercenary. Aaron remembered Rex carrying the girl in his arms. Rex handed her over, and Aaron told her to open her eyes. Seeing she was alive, Aaron let out a relieved sigh. The mercenary held out his hand. He motioned for payment, saying saving her meant gold for him. The two just stared at each other. Rex glanced up and said that otherwise he'd be cruel and dump it on someone else. Then he showed Aaron his glasses. Holding them up, Rex said he'd collect his payment with interest no matter what. Aaron nodded and thanked him, promising that next time they met, he'd repay it with interest and give him whatever he wanted. Rex lowered his hand and said he could take everything. Looking straight at him, Aaron swore it on his life. Back in the present, Aaron touched his beard as he remembered that promise. His eyes widened in surprise. Rex held the glasses up in front of him. Then he smiled, remembering the part about taking everything. Smiling at the pirate, Aaron clarified exactly what had been promised. The man looked lost. He dropped to his knees and begged Rex to take everything he owned, just not make any demands about the captain. Rex said nothing. Closing his eyes, he asked for a quill, parchment, and scissors. That request shocked the man. He pointed to himself, reminding them that he had just made a promise. In the end, the man signed the document. Aaron and the captain shook hands, and with Rex helping, the same man who once saved her life, the two sides reached a deal. Their grip was firm as they sealed a peace treaty. The old pirate looked totally baffled. Later, everyone gathered around the fire. The captain quietly watched. Aaron sat down beside her. After a drink, he asked what her plan was. She stared into the flames and said she didn't know where this path would lead, but guessed they were getting ready to take revenge on the prince's enemy and the duke's families. Aaron looked down into his cup and repeated the word, revenge. The emperor's face reflected in the drink. The captain looked over when Aaron asked if she wanted help. He told her he could help with her revenge, and afterward she could help him. Fair trade. She lowered her gaze, saying it felt pointless and she couldn't even picture how she'd be useful. Aaron closed his eyes and told her that didn't matter. They were stronger together. He gestured toward the large ships as proof. The captain stared at them in surprise. Then she smiled and agreed. Moonlight flashed along the sword. A month after making peace with the pirates, Aaron took command of every force he could gather to carry out his duty. He raised his weapon and became commander of the northeastern region. The army charged after him toward the iron wall. A bony hand clutched the wall. An axe smashed into a skeleton's skull. More skeletons kept climbing. Harold's son watched with clenched teeth. His men fought them off. He slammed a hand against the wall. Then he saw the army waiting below. Ramo and Cheryl were with them. Another girl held a bright light, and he realized there was a necromancer among them. Grabbing his axe, he thought that if he could catch those two, they could still win. A man ran up to him. Harold's son gave him a hard look and asked what was wrong. The subordinate spread his hands and said they couldn't hold the line anymore. They needed to abandon the castle, and were just waiting for the order. Harold's son grabbed him, muttering about 30 years. He lifted the man off the ground and said he'd waited too long to take this castle. Frowning, he snapped that now they wanted him to surrender. Shaking, the young man said surrender would cost little, but if he died, they'd lose everything. Harold's son roared back that losing the castle already meant death for him. Then something caught his eye. The skeletons were climbing higher and higher. He looked down from the wall. A voice called up to him from the army below. Aaron shouted that their defeat was only a matter of time, and he didn't want any more people to die. Looking into the distance, Harold's son heard the offer, surrender, and his life would be spared. He frowned and demanded that the speaker show himself. He had no wish to bargain with a hidden man. Aaron stepped forward and declared that he was Duke Aaron, and he wasn't hiding. The two locked eyes. Earlier, Aaron had sat with his allies and asked in surprise if that was really all the enemy had. Ramo waved it off and said that around 500 northern giants held the fortress, not counting the ones already dead. Aaron touched his face, wondering if that was even possible, since he heard they had crossed the stronghold with only 1,000 warriors. He looked at Cheryl, and she said it was absolutely possible if he had run into their enemy. She explained that even without swords or magic, their strength and speed were beyond human. Aaron nodded and said they had only been careless, and that he and Cheryl couldn't just sit back. Aaron thought about how they had taken the fortress with only 1,000 men and beaten his allies' force of 500. His thoughts darkened as he considered the Northern Giant, the Masked Man, the Northern Storm, and their plan. Cheryl sighed and explained that until the Northern threat was gone, they still had to stay on defense. Even magic wouldn't help much, because the enemy recovered fast, and it took too long to use again. Aaron lowered his head and thought it over. Then a bright idea hit him, and he started thinking of a new approach. Ramo stood when Aaron called to him. Pointing at him, Aaron ordered him to bring Elena. They were starting a project to study the undead dungeon. Now skeletons were swarming up the wall. Aaron used giant monsters to pressure the Northern Giants without damaging the fortress. Since the last plan worked, he was now trying to end the Northern threat by forcing the Giants into submission. A man stepped through the gate. A skull cracked under his foot. He sped up. Haraldson rushed at him. Aaron watched him come. He blocked the attack. The others watched their fight, wondering who Aaron was and where he came from. Scowling, the giant called Aaron a fool for coming to him after the war was already won. Aaron held him off and answered that victory wasn't theirs yet. His sword started to glow as he added that one way or another, they were going to die. Haraldson jumped back and said Aaron could at least do him one favor. Raising his sword, Aaron said he should be grateful for the chance. The giant thought of Ramo. Aaron's style reminded him of that man. Aaron knocked the axe aside. Lifting it overhead, the giant vowed to split Aaron's skull with blow after blow. Haraldson hurled the axe. Aaron rolled. The weapon shot past him like a beam. Aaron realized the giant had vanished. He was suddenly behind him. The giant swung. Aaron slipped away. The axe sliced through the space between them. Aaron's eyes flared bright. Haraldson was reflected in them. As he raised his weapon again, the giant realized Aaron was using magic. He attacked and mocked him for being too slow. The iron plate shattered on impact. Aaron blocked again. The giant kept hammering at him, but Aaron thought there was only a little more to endure. He gritted his teeth. While parrying, Aaron thought that he still couldn't see clearly enough. A few weeks earlier, Ramo had looked up and told him to stop. Aaron held the orb in front of himself and said he was fine and could keep going. A small stone struck him. Ramo held a few more and asked if he wanted a break. Aaron frowned and demanded they continue. Looking at the stone, Ramo said fine, his wish. He pulled his hand behind his back. Several stones flew at Aaron. Aaron's eyes began to shine. This time, he saw the stones clearly. He lunged forward. As he raised his sword, Aaron remembered the prince. A moment later, his blade was at Ramo's throat, and Aaron smiled in satisfaction. Back in the fight, Aaron clenched his teeth over the giant's speed. He kept blocking and realized he still couldn't fully keep up. A foot slammed down near his head. Harold's son landed a hit. The giant spread his stance. With both axes raised, he declared that this fortress belonged to him. Aaron looked up. He noticed a glow near the axe and understood what he was seeing. Aaron flipped away and leveled his sword at the giant. The blade stopped near Haraldson's face. He blocked with both axes, and Aaron answered with a 4th-grade greatsword art. His blade blazed as he used Cyclone. A hole tore through the axes. Another opened in the giant's body, with Aaron visible through it. Aaron smiled and said he could see him now. Blood poured down Haraldson's body. He doubled over, clutching the wound. Then he looked up. People were running toward the fortress. The giant pictured himself standing on the wall, thinking he had finally crossed it. He remembered the bright sun, and felt glad he had finally taken this land. But when he saw Aaron in front of him, he understood that now he had lost everything because of him. His hands shook, and rage filled him at the thought that Aaron dared do this. Haraldson opened his mouth and screamed. Aaron watched him. The giant tried to attack again, but Aaron calmly dodged and kicked him back. The giant slid away. He ground his teeth. Haraldson raised his axe once more. Aaron knocked it from his hands. The weapon slammed into the ground. The giant saw the orb in front of him. Looking at him, Aaron declared that this land was his now. Then he offered the giant a choice. Take his people and leave, and never come back. Aaron sheathed his sword and held out his hand, saying that if he agreed, he'd give them a place to live in peace. Haraldson stared at him in silence. Aaron met his eyes. Lowering his head, the giant told Aaron to kill him. Facing him, he said he had sworn on his life to protect the bright land for Moon, and he would never break that vow. Aaron looked at him. Aaron made it clear. Haraldson wanted to die. With his eyes shut, Haraldson said these outsiders could never understand how much this land meant to him. Aaron answered that they were strangers to each other, so of course they didn't understand one another. That's why he wanted to talk and try to make a deal. Then Aaron pointed at himself and said this land was his now. The giant stared at him, hearing that his people could live wherever they were given a place. Aaron stepped closer. He smiled, feeling that Haraldson was being honest. Haraldson lifted his head and said he and his brothers followed the god of war and death, proving they carried that blessing into battle. Aaron gave him a puzzled look when Haraldson said they wanted a warrior's death. So if the heroes understood that, they should kill them. Haraldson kept his eyes on Aaron. His face turned serious. He was ready to tell them what they had to do if they really wanted an alliance with his people. The protagonist and Zarin watched from the side, and the protagonist said the talks were taking forever. Zarin answered that even he could see how much warrior pride meant to them, so making peace was never going to be simple. Then Aaron cut off Haraldson's head. His allies froze in shock. Lifting his sword, Aaron declared himself the Duke of Bran territory and executed the enemy chief. A bright light flashed across the sky. The enemy looked down in terror. Then they ran from the fortress wall. Aaron went back to his allies. Gale stared at her brother, confused, and reminded him he said he only wanted to talk things out. Without looking up, Aaron said they had to move now. He walked past his sister, and she called after him, asking where he was going. Aaron pointed into the distance and said they still had one more threat to remove. The other two looked at him, totally lost. A portal opened on the mountain. The three of them stepped out. Aaron thought back to Haraldson's face. Under the glowing sky, he remembered Haraldson's advice. If they truly wanted an alliance with his kind, they had to follow the mountain beneath the northern lights. So Aaron kept going. Gale looked another way and called out to him. Aaron asked what she had spotted. Down below, he noticed houses and remembered they were supposed to find a village. He entered with the others, recalling that Haraldson's brother was supposed to be living there. Noticing the hostile looks around them, Zarin asked if this place was really safe. Aaron stopped in front of a man. The blind man sat there waiting. Earlier, Haraldson had said Eric would likely know he was coming. After getting off his horse, Aaron remembered Haraldson saying he had to calm Eric and prove his intentions were pure. Eric told them that if they wanted an alliance, they first had to show what they brought. Aaron pointed at the bags. Eric slowly raised his hand, thinking. It paused near his face. Then Aaron reached into his pocket. He pulled out a bottle of holy water, said to extend a person's life. Eric took it. Smiling, he said this was exactly what he had seen in a dream. Then Eric spread his arms, thanked Aaron for being honest, and said he would share the prophecy about Hogan in return. Aaron frowned and asked what prophecy he meant. Eric raised his hands and spoke of a body blessed by the dragon. As the light overhead grew stronger, he told of a ruler who walks with the dragon, and an outsider who betrayed it. Eric opened his mouth wide, shouting about the being that would light the path ahead. The stars shone even brighter. Aaron looked up, stunned. Gale tapped his shoulder and asked what was happening. Then she pointed at the man coming in and asked if the talk was over. Aaron followed him inside. MC came with him, asking if he had seen that man scatter the stars in the sky. Aaron and Eric faced each other again. They shook hands, sealing their alliance before Aaron set out for the Dark Continent to wipe out the last outside threats. Later, Aaron worked with Jacqueline to get the ships ready. Before this, he had crossed half the world looking for the Northern Giant. They shook hands too, marking the start of the journey's final stage. Later, Aaron shook hands with another man. The old man gripped his fingers hard. Aaron pulled back, confused by the reaction. The old man put his hands on his hips and snapped that he couldn't believe anyone would offer food and holy water to pirates. Raising one finger, Aaron answered that they weren't really promises, and he was only doing it for the expedition. He added that things would be much worse if those people attacked their home instead. The old man slammed the table. When the man grabbed his head, Aaron asked what he had done wrong. The old man looked miserable, but forced out that everything was fine, and Aaron had done excellent work. Eyes closed, he said they still had to think over the pros and cons, but Aaron only stared back in silence. He couldn't even picture how many problems this might cause. Aaron was shocked to hear holy water production had dropped by half. When he asked why, and what Cecilia had said, the man glanced at him. The old man just shrugged and said he heard Cecilia was running out of divine power. Aaron rushed off at once, saying they could talk about the rest later. The old man watched him leave without a word. Thinking of Cain, he wished he were here. Meanwhile, Cecilia walked down a snowy road. A bright light formed in her hand. She looked at it and thought about her fading divine power, and the prayers that no longer got answers. Looking ahead, Cecilia knew there was only one way to learn what was really happening. A white house stood before her. Cecilia walked up to it. She knelt before Vivian and called herself her humble servant, devoted to her will. Light spread out from her. Cecilia opened her eyes. Nothing had changed. Staring ahead, Cecilia realized her power still wouldn't work, even here in front of the temple. A strong gust tore away her cloak. She lost her footing. Fear filled her face. Then she fell into the abyss. As she dropped, Cecilia called out to Vivian. A blast of air lifted her. She froze for a second. Cecilia looked down. Then she started falling again. Clasping her hands, Cecilia prayed to Vivian once more. A dragon rushed toward her. It caught her in its claw and carried her over the abyss. Cecilia touched it, unable to tell what it was. The dragon landed. She bowed and thanked him. The dragon looked at Cecilia in surprise. She reminded him of Vivian, and that clearly bothered him. He lowered his wings, staring hard at her. He called her Saint Vivian and ordered her to kneel before him. Cecilia turned away and said this was the first time she'd ever seen a dragon up close. But when she faced him again, she said she wasn't a saint and would kneel for no one but Vivian. The two held each other's gaze in silence. The dragon looked away and said she had some spirit. He nearly died serving a god that never answered, and now he couldn't even use his power. With her arms folded, Cecilia said she could still feel Vivian's presence in the temple behind them. Then she stepped forward. That caught the dragon off guard. When Cecilia said she felt a presence here too, a bright light flared inside the dragon's chest. Chains were wrapped around his core. Cecilia reached out and touched him. Looking up, she said it was a chain of light blocking his mana. The dragon asked if she could do anything about it. Cecilia shook her head and said no. Touching her face, she added that if Vivian's power had truly weakened, then maybe it was possible in theory. The dragon was stunned to hear he might return to how he was before those chains bound him. Then he asked Cecilia to promise she would keep his secret. She folded her arms, surprised that he knew her name. The dragon roared and opened his mouth wide. Cecilia covered her ears. A whirlwind wrapped around him. Dust flew everywhere. Cecilia looked ahead. Kainaz was lying on the ground. Cecilia stared at him in shock. Back in the Imperial Capital's dungeon, a long line had formed. Gale looked around, thinking this place was unreal. Seeing the crowd, she wondered if the sage really lived here with so many people waiting. Then, something caught her eye. A woman standing ahead. Gale noticed the woman's dark hair. The woman turned, and he thought for a second it was her mother. People were lined up at the door. It opened, and the next person was called in. The woman went inside. The door shut behind her. One guard nudged Gale from behind. When she turned, he winked at her. The woman sat at the table. The sage looked surprised to see her. Taking the seat across from her, he asked what she wanted. She put a hand on her chest and said she wanted to know her children's future. The sage replied that such an answer would cost a lot. She set a bag on the table. Inside was a pile of money, and he said this case needed special care because the present is always changing the future. She nodded when he said a true reading would take time, and agreed to wait. His cloak brushed his face as he asked for the children's names. Without showing her face, the woman answered, Aaron and Gale. The man was clearly shaken. She noticed and asked what was wrong. After a deep breath, the sage said it was nothing. Then he looked up and asked her to remove her hood and place her palm on the crystal ball. Isabel lowered the hood. The crystal ball lit up at once. Light filled the room. The sage kept watching it. For a moment, neither spoke. Then, with his mouth slightly open, the sage said he could see something. Isabel glanced at him. Frowning, she asked if he could tell when and how her children would die. That caught him off guard. She wasn't asking about their lives, but when death would come. Looking her in the eye, the sage asked if that was really why she had come. Isabel looked confused. She put down more money and said she only wanted to know everything about them. He stared at her in silence. Then the man took a deep breath. From beneath his cloak, he said that in about 20 years, the emperor would be the one to kill them. Later, Isabel left and closed the door behind her. A guard walked up to the sage. He stepped out and spoke to the others. Covering his face with both hands, the sage wondered how Isabel had died before his father was overthrown. Thinking of his mother, he couldn't understand how she had survived. It was Gale carrying Aaron's soul. Then, thinking of Rhinon, the story jumped back. After the protagonist approached the Duke, he had turned her down. Later, he sat in a small tent and started working with the Emperor, making money by telling fortunes. Since almost all his predictions came true, crowds gathered fast, and the sorcerer quickly became famous. Standing far above the rest, he soon earned the names Sage of the Future and Philosopher of Oblivion. One day, after hearing about the philosopher, Isabel went to find him. She stepped outside, but one question still lingered. Why did she want to know when her own children would die? Then Isabel heard footsteps behind her. A knife slipped into her hand. She started walking faster. Someone grabbed her shoulder. Isabel spun around, ready to strike. Her blade stopped right in front of Cheryl's face. Isabel turned away and kept going. The girl called out, shocked, and called her mother. Catching Isabel's hand, she asked if it was really true. Isabel stopped and said she had the wrong person, telling her to let go. But Cheryl held on and hugged her, asking why she had searched for them only to leave them behind. Isabel said nothing. After a pause, she asked if Cheryl truly wanted the truth. Tears filled Cheryl's eyes. Without facing her, Isabel said she stayed away because she wanted them to live, then asked if Cheryl could believe that. Cheryl reached for her again and begged her to explain everything. Isabel pushed her hand aside and said there was nothing left to say. Then she hurried off, adding that they would meet again in a year. Cheryl dropped to her knees. Tears ran down Isabel's face too. Covering her face, Isabel told herself she was leaving to stop all those awful things, but they would meet again. A guard saw the whole thing. He went to Ziron, who asked where Isabel lived and who she was. He also wanted to know who she was seeing. Ziron wanted every detail. The guard hurried off at once. Cheryl came through the portal, rushing in with news that Isabel was alive. She spotted Aaron nearby and turned to him. Waving her arms, Cheryl quickly told him everything. Aaron barely reacted. She frowned and asked if he was even listening, because this was about their mother. Aaron put a hand on her head and said he understood. Then he pointed ahead and told her to look. Ships were waiting at the port while workers loaded supplies. Aaron smiled and said they were ready to leave, and war was next. He looked back up at the sun. Inside Aaron's body, Ziron cared only about the trip to the Dark Continent he'd planned for months. Aaron himself thought he was still following along, but with others gathering behind him, he started wondering how Isabel's plans might change everything. 3 weeks into the trip, the scout fleet was already sailing toward the Dark Continent. Jacqueline looked through a telescope. Aaron asked if she saw anything. She lowered it and said not yet. Watching the sea, Aaron thought the journal said it should be on the horizon by now. Cheryl came over and said if she'd known this would happen, she would have stayed at the estate and looked into their mother's case. Aaron smiled and reminded her they agreed the Dark Continent came first. She brushed that off, saying he didn't even know what was out there. Aaron shot back. What if it was a sea monster as big as their ship? Thinking of the money she'd taken, he said he had paid for her help. Cheryl turned away, called that a weak excuse, and gave up on the talk. Yawning, she told him to wake her when they arrived. Aaron covered his face, annoyed that she took the money and still complained. Then the ship suddenly tilted. Aaron looked up at the mast, then toward the captain. As waves rose around them, Ren guessed a whirlpool had formed under the ship. Cheryl put a hand over her face and groaned that now even a sea monster was after them. The captain ran below, ordering everyone to their posts and telling Miller to load the cannons. The sailors moved into position. Jacqueline took the helm. The ship turned. Aaron told Cheryl that once the monster showed itself, they needed to draw its attention. Fire wrapped around her staff. Cheryl launched into the air on her phoenix. From the helm, the captain wondered where Cheryl had gone. From above, Cheryl studied the whirlpool. She was shocked that something could make one this strong, and she still couldn't tell how big the monster was. Then she spotted scales under the water. Cheryl aimed her staff and cast her lightning spear. The spear shot forward. Lightning slammed into the sea. The ships were dragged into the whirlpool. Huge waves crashed over them. Cheryl smiled, thinking she'd stopped it, but the monster burst out of the water and lunged at her. She barely dodged away. The moment Jacqueline saw it, she ordered the cannons to fire and finish it. Cannons boomed. Cannonballs flew out, but a wall of water rose in front of the ship. A man thrust out his hand and yelled not to stop. Fire again. The cannons roared a second time. Water exploded everywhere. Then the waves eased. The captain stayed tense. The monster rose again from the sea. Sailors were thrown off balance. The beast grabbed the ship and tore it apart. Jacqueline watched in shock. Aaron put a hand on her shoulder and told her to steer closer, but she feared their ship would go down too. He frowned and said the odds were bad, but they still had to try everything they could. Jacqueline said nothing. Then she lowered her brows and agreed. The ship moved toward the monster. Its eyes lit up. Cheryl flew above the ship. At the same time, she and Aaron attacked, her blast and his strike hitting together. Magic and fire rushed at the monster. Waves rose around the attacks. The monster saw a bright light coming at it. Their attacks finally reached it. Aaron gritted his teeth, hoping this would finish it. But through the smoke, part of the monster was still there. A magic barrier had protected it. The monster lifted its head. Cheryl turned and warned Aaron. It was about to fire. She dropped toward the deck. Holding out her staff, Cheryl told Aaron to grab on. A bright beam burst from the monster's mouth. The blast threw people overboard. A giant wave crashed over the ship. The monster turned toward the Phoenix. Seeing that, Aaron shouted for Cheryl to dodge and climb higher. Then he looked at her, confused. She hadn't moved at all, so Aaron asked what she was doing. He followed her gaze. His eyes went wide. Ahead of them, Cheryl saw a dragon. It flew above them, cutting across the sea. The red-haired girl noticed it at once. She gripped her staff and called up fire. Another wave rose. A dark beast rushed toward them. They stared in shock. A huge black dragon swept past the heroes on the Phoenix. Cheryl looked down in surprise and realized it was hurt. Seeing its wounds, she wondered just how badly it had been injured. Kainaz charged the sea monster. He bit into its body. The creature roared, sending up waves. With his yellow eye fixed on it, Kainaz ordered Leviathan to calm down. Leviathan shook its head. A white glow started forming in its mouth. The dragon shot upward, leaving a blue streak behind. Kainaz watched and thought it had lost control. Blue fire burst from Leviathan's mouth. Fire gathered in the dragon's jaws too. It seemed this was the only way. Nearby on the Phoenix, Aaron wondered why it hadn't attacked yet. Cheryl turned to him and said this was their chance. While the two monsters were busy, they should save who they could and leave, but Aaron said they were going in. Annoyed, Cheryl asked if he wanted to die. They couldn't even handle one of them. Aaron pointed at the survivors clinging to wreckage and said they were saving everyone. Looking at Cheryl, he said this was their last shot. Flashes of fire lit up near the water. Cheryl shouted for him to hold on. The Phoenix rushed forward with both of them aboard. As they charged in, Aaron wondered how any sword could pierce that shield, or if blades even worked on sea dragons at all. Kainaz burst from the water with a roar. Blood streaked his body. Leviathan's eyes bled as it roared back. Flying closer, Aaron tried to see what was happening. Standing beside Cheryl, he shouted ahead. Flames gathered in the dragon's mouth. Red and blue fire slammed into each other. Light shone from the sea dragon's mouth, and Aaron thought its power had grown. The dragon flew alongside the blue blast and struck fast at the enemy's face. Leviathan screamed with jaws wide open. It knocked the dragon away, but Kainaz bit down on its body again. The heroes on the Phoenix closed in. The dragon turned its eyes toward them. Letting go of its enemy, it chose to play by their rules. Its teeth snapped near its tail. The two dragons circled each other. Aaron dropped from above onto the monster's back. He drove his blade downward with all his strength and struck at its weak point. He hit deep. Clinging to the sword, Aaron shouted for it to come closer. Water exploded around the monster. Aaron yelled to Cheryl. Then, he let go of the sword and dropped toward the phoenix. Above them, the black dragon hovered over Leviathan. Its yellow eye glowed. It told itself this body had to be freed now. Yellow rings spread out from the dragon. With a silent apology, it unleashed a massive stream of fire. The blast hit Leviathan right in the face. Canas burned the sea monster alive. Aaron flew close by, helping where he could, when a huge explosion flashed. The blast threw the heroes away. Brother and sister crashed into the water. Aaron sank into the deep. Smiling, he thought they had done it. As he sank farther, he thought this was the end. By sunset, wreckage drifted across the shore. Aaron coughed on the beach. Then he opened one eye. Trying to get up, he muttered, "What is this?" Bodies and broken wreckage lay scattered on the sand. Then Aaron spotted Cheryl nearby. He lifted her head and called for her to wake up. Cheryl suddenly sucked in a breath. Aaron smiled in relief. He hugged Cheryl, happy she was safe, but she didn't look pleased. Cheryl touched Aaron's cheek, and he heard someone say they were glad to see him. He turned in surprise and saw Kainas hiding part of his face behind a fan. Smiling, Kainas said this place, and, with a dramatic bow, finished his line. This is the Dark Continent. Later, by the fire, Aaron asked if Kainas meant he heard the news late and came here by boat. Still watching him carefully, Aaron asked if that was how he found them. Kainas smiled and said if he had been any later, the sea would have taken all of them. Aaron let out a breath and said the timing had been perfect. He glanced at Kainas and thought finding them in the middle of the sea should have been nearly impossible. Still, Kainas had saved them, and for now that was enough. Then, touching his chin, Aaron asked if Kainas knew anything about this place. Kainas said most of the continent was forest and mines, but deep inside, there was a castle. That made Aaron ask again. He remembered the records saying this land had no ruler, so if there was a castle, why would there be a king? He looked up and thought that if the reports were wrong, taking the island would be easy, just control the king, and the tribes would follow. Seeing how few soldiers he had, he realized bringing only a small scouting team might have been a mistake. Aaron stood and called everyone over. He told them that at first light, they'd scout the island, split into teams of 3, and start recon. The others on the shore agreed. Morning finally came. One team of 3 moved through the forest. Cheryl gripped her staff and cursed under her breath. She complained that the Great Lord got to head for the castle while she was stuck wandering the woods. Lifting her staff, Cheryl shouted that she wanted a break too. Miller just smiled, amused by the sorceress. From behind him, Jacqueline pointed out that she lost her ship and still wasn't whining. The red-haired girl gave a wink and said she was so happy for her. Miller laughed when the captain yelled that she'd make him pay for the ship. Staring ahead, the blue-haired captain said she wanted to find a place for a portal as fast as possible. Cheryl put a hand on her hip and shot back. Did she think making a portal was as easy as building a ship? Miller gave her an annoyed look. Jacqueline grabbed his hand and said she wasn't taking the blame. Then she turned to Cheryl and asked what was so hard about the portal. Looking aside, Cheryl said the continent was full of magic. Still, it was unstable. Cheryl explained that even this forest was magical, and the weirdest part was that no monsters lived here. Then she spun around, suddenly scared. Someone was standing behind the pirates. Cheryl grabbed her glowing staff and yelled for them to move. She fired out a bright binding rope. It missed the first man and wrapped around the one behind them. Holding the spell tight, Cheryl demanded to know who he was. The bald old man crouched on the ground. Then he looked up with wild eyes and gasped. Finally, throwing up his hands, the old man cried that the prophecy was real. Light flared over the hills, and Cheryl said they'd hear him out. The old man stared at the butterfly in awe. Watching him, Cheryl said they should keep this simple. The old man excitedly explained that a prophecy said someone would come and free the slaves here. The butterfly drifted up into the air. The man kept shouting at it. Pointing at the old man, Jacqueline said she didn't trust him. Cheryl covered her mouth and figured they had nothing to lose. The old man jumped when she suddenly spoke from behind him. He tried to crawl away. Jacqueline sat beside him with a smile and asked him to explain the prophecy. Avoiding her eyes, the old man claimed he had no idea what she meant. Cheryl snapped that he'd just told them. A great swordsman would come and defeat the ruler of this land. The man stared at her and raised one finger. Cheryl grabbed his clothes, and he quickly added that it wasn't just any sword, it was a special relic. She frowned when she heard him mention ruins. The old man declared that they had to find the ancient ruins. He shouted that the killer was there. Waving his arms, he repeated that they needed to find the ruins. Cheryl rubbed her face and muttered that he was just crazy. Jacqueline folded her arms and said they should keep moving. She added that they were basically just wandering around anyway. Elsewhere, a girl stood beside a table with candles. A smile spread across her face. Then she spoke to her dear little brother. The heroes appeared inside a purple magic orb, and she said she'd guide them herself. She would lead them with no fear and no tiredness. She glanced down and let out a quiet laugh. When Aaron appeared in the orb, she asked who he was. Smiling, the blonde called him a man blessed by the dragon. How interesting. Without turning, she called for Logan. The cloaked man touched his chest. She told him to bring her to the castle. Logan bowed and agreed. Then he faded away. The girl held the orb in both hands. With a sly look, the blonde said a great honor awaited him. He would become her favorite slave. The village of Renetra on the Black Continent felt gloomy. The heroes moved through the street. Eren kept his eyes forward. Peeking into a building, he asked why it was so quiet. He glanced back at Kane and asked if they were sure this was the right place. The man turned and answered that yes, this road led to the castle. Rex touched his face and said he could already see it. Eren looked ahead, surprised. Past the poor village stood a rich, grand castle. Eren found it strange that a place this magnificent sat in such a dead village with no guards at all. Then a greedy grin crossed his face. Maybe the castle was full of treasure. He imagined how easy this might turn out to be. Turning to the others, Eren said they were going there now. All at once, a crowd filled the street. Eren stared at them, caught off guard, and asked what the hell was happening. People rushed by with sacks and carts. They kept coming closer. Eren asked where they were taking everyone. Rex shoved his hands in his pockets and said he'd ask. He waved at one man, but the guy ignored him and kept walking. When Rex grabbed his arm, the man yanked free. Watching the crowd tensely, Kane said they probably wouldn't get through to them. A shadow like a three-headed dragon seemed to hang over the townspeople, and he sensed a familiar energy. Then a man turned sharply. He waved both hands and said he didn't mean to frighten them. Introducing himself, he said his name was Logan, butler of the castle, serving its mistress, the ruler of the Black Continent. Eren studied him and asked what he wanted. With dark circles under his eyes, Logan said his mistress was inviting them. A long bridge stretched toward the grand castle. As workers moved nearby, Eren thought he was about to meet the Estmos. Looking into the distance, he wondered how they'd all missed what was really going on. A man walking behind him said it had to be magic. As they kept going, Kane explained that soul-stealing magic that controls people was more common than Eren thought. The dragon added that very few could ever enslave an entire country's population. Eren let out a breath and said that after everything he'd been through on this continent, now he had to deal with some unknown magic too. Looking away, the dragon warned him to be careful. They reached the gates, and he said the ruler was a dangerous enemy. Then the man opened the doors. Watching him, Kane wondered if his guess had been right. They stood inside the castle entrance. He felt sure the ruler of the Black Continent was about to appear. The heroes followed the red carpet inside. At the stairs before the throne, they stopped, and the girl asked if they had finally arrived. The butler bowed. The white-haired lady said that a creature borrowing wings had stepped onto her land. Eren wondered what she meant. It didn't sound like an insult, at least not directly. Keeping calm, Eren introduced himself as the Lord of Braun. The girl on the throne cut him off and said to skip the formalities. She didn't care about Western customs. She looked down with a faint smile. Eren met her gaze without flinching. He waved a hand and said they could follow the laws of this land instead. The castle lady smiled to herself, thinking weak people always fell for her trap. At her order, Logan bowed and went to bring the preparations. Eren watched him vanish from sight. With a flick of her hand, the blonde said that here, strangers were welcomed by sharing a drink. She lifted one glass and said she wanted to make today a special toast. Holding the red drink, she said it marked her reunion with an old friend. Eren shot a look at Giron, who was clearly angry. The butler carried the glasses to the heroes. Eren reached for one, just as a voice warned him to listen. As he took the glass, the voice urged him to hurry. He felt like a puppet while the girl talked about making him her special slave. She smiled when another voice told her to stop running her mouth. A dragon's image rose behind Zirun, and he called her sister. Her pupils narrowed into slits as she hissed, asking how he dared. Eren poured the drink onto the floor. Everyone in the hall went still. As drops fell from the glass, Eren said he didn't want to insult the customs here, but this was one thing he couldn't accept. The girl stared at him, surprised. Eren threw the glass aside and asked if it was alcohol or poison. As it hit the floor, he added, "Friend or enemy?" The blonde watched tensely. Shadow crossed Eren's face. Rage filled the girl's eyes, and broken glass scattered across the carpet. Stepping on the shards, Eren said he'd have to refuse. Then he leveled his sword and said no, that wasn't why he came here. Eren stood by the stairs with his sword drawn, still holding her own glass. The girl said she didn't want to sound proud, then crushed it in her hand and called him an idiot. Gripping the throne's armrest, she laughed. Eren stared at her in surprise. Her eyes glowed purple as she warned him not to make her regret what she'd done. Eren flinched in shock. He wondered what was happening as the butler carrying the glasses collapsed. Rex fought to keep hold of his sword. The pressure forced him down to one knee. Eren clenched his teeth, straining as her image seemed to turn black and white. With that smile on her face, Eren realized she was a witch, and her power was crushing him. Eren froze with his sword up, and she mocked him for only realizing it now. He grabbed his arm and forced himself to move. Keeping his eyes forward, Eren told himself he still had too much left to do. Then his expression suddenly changed in shock. A giant five-headed dragon appeared in front of her. One head opened its jaws and cursed him to die. Something shot past in a blur right in front of it. The black dragon cut in and shielded Eren from the attack. With one swipe, it knocked his sister back. A dark shape stood in the smoke and demanded how he dared. Fire gathered in the dragon's mouth as the question reached him. Was he really taking this man's side? Ziren breathed fire. Another head lunged in from behind, calling him a fool in her mind. She attacked again, but the dragon slammed her away with its tail. Ziren was thrown back. He rose in the settling dust. Then he rushed in again. Eren stared at the dragon, stunned. He remembered the fight at sea and thought this creature had helped them before. Then the many-headed dragon charged, and Eren realized it was Ziren. The black dragon opened its mouth and ordered him to stop. Its yellow eyes pushed him on anyway, and Eren clenched his teeth. He ran to Rex and shouted that they had to get out of here. The lady of the castle appeared behind them. As the dragon heads lifted, she cried out, unable to hold back anymore. He was her enemy now. Ziren unleashed fire, and flames swallowed his foe. The heroes ran from the room. They burst into a vast chamber of the castle. The boys kept running down the hall. Soon they realized the place was like a maze. Rex glanced aside in surprise. Drawing his sword, he warned that escaping might not be easy after all. Eren turned to him, startled. Several dark monsters blocked the corridor. Eren drew his blade and said they'd fight through. Charging in, he told Rex to watch his back. Rex rushed forward at once. The two cut into the monsters with their swords. Chunks of their bodies hit the floor. Dark blood sprayed everywhere. Rex kept staring ahead. The hacked-up monsters covered the floor. The heroes stood in the middle of the bodies. Rex lowered his hands and asked if that was all. Eren kept watching the darkness ahead and said not yet. The passage in front of them stayed pitch black. Then flying black creatures came out of it. One look at their leathery wings was enough. They were disgusting. Eren fixed his eyes ahead and said this round would end faster. He lifted his sword and used a greatsword skill. A green blast shot upward. The flash raced toward the monsters and tore through them. Green lightning swallowed the creatures. Their bloody bodies dropped to the floor. Eren was breathing hard. He waved a hand and said they could move. Rex stood quietly behind him. Eren turned in alarm and caught him. Rex's eyes rolled back, and Eren realized he'd been poisoned. He stayed beside his fallen friend. Then he looked up, shocked. A huge monster faced him, its round mouth packed with teeth. It towered over Eren. He clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. Seeing Rex slumped by the wall, Eren knew he had to save him fast. Staring at the beast's jagged maw, he decided he had to break through quickly. It looked tough, but he decided he could handle it. Eren swung his sword in a wide arc. As he moved, he figured one strike would be enough. The boy charged in to attack. A green wave from breakthrough slammed toward the monster. The force crashed into its horrible mouth. The monster was sliced to pieces. The boy in the red cloak thought that was the end of it. He turned to Rex and urged him to wake up. Then the monster's pieces started moving. Eren spun around at once. Shark-like teeth pushed out from the scraps. The pieces shrank into a smaller creature, then quickly grew back. Eren stared in shock as it fully regenerated. The monster rose again. Facing it, Eren realized it had become even bigger. Now 2 round maws came at him. Eren swung his sword. He cut off part of the body, but the chunk split away to the side. Eren turned fast. 3 monsters now stood in front of him. Fear hit him, and he asked what this thing was. Then 4 round mouths rushed him. The dragon slammed into a wall. Sweat ran down its face. Flying up to her brother, she swore she'd make him pay. She slashed with her claws and screamed that he couldn't stop her. Blood burst from Ziren's mouth, but he thought this would at least buy time. His sister had torn through his flesh, yet he knew she'd believe that lie. Lifting his head, Ziren asked if she really didn't want the Western continent. The red-eyed dragon looked at him. She growled when he said he would help. Greed filled her eyes as she told him to keep talking. Ziren brought up Eren and said that with his help, they could take the Western lands. Eren would soon claim the throne and spread his power. He pictured Eren leading on the battlefield and said war would begin as soon as they returned. Keeping his eyes on her, Ziren explained that she could use that chaos to seize the whole West. He imagined her flying over the battlefield and said she'd finally get what she wanted most. All 5 dragon heads burst into laughter. Looking up, his sister said he was still just as full of himself. Pinning him under her paw, she asked why she should trust him. Chains wrapped around Ziren's body. He demanded that she let him go. She turned human and called him clever, sly, and a liar who had fooled her for years. Her gray eye still had a slit pupil. She said she'd become this way the day she caught him off guard. Still in human form, she said she'd grant his wish and release him. Smiling down at him, she added that he'd suffer forever while she played with this human. She lifted a hand, then she snapped her fingers. Black blood splashed through the halls. Monster corpses covered the ground. More dark creatures faced Eren. With his mouth open wide, he shouted, asking why. He swung his sword and drove them back, but they kept coming, and the heroes cried out that the enemies were endless. A dark shadow appeared behind the monsters. The creatures twisted in place. Then their bodies dissolved into purple mist. Eren realized they were vanishing, except for one. He wondered if that meant this one was the real monster. A giant worm turned into the corridor. Gripping his sword, Eren said it still wasn't leaving. A hand grabbed his shoulder and told him to calm down. Rex stopped Eren and asked if he was okay. Eren stared at him and shouted that no one was there. Then Aaron turned in fear and asked what Rex meant. They were standing in an empty hall. Aaron wondered if no one had ever been there at all, remembering only the torch on the wall and himself in the corridor. Still tense, Aaron asked if he had imagined everything. Thinking of Zeron, he wondered if the dragon had saved them. He turned to Rex and told him they had to leave. The two ran through the castle, and Aaron kept wondering whether he'd really killed the monster. He remembered the black dragon and decided to trust its words for now. They ran toward the glowing exit, and Aaron wondered what would happen if he never came back. He pictured the girl smiling coldly. Aaron set his jaw and promised himself he'd come back for him. Moonlight filled the night. A bright light opened in the forest. Cheryl happily opened the portal, thrilled that it finally worked. Then she peered through it in surprise. Miller came over. When Cheryl asked where this was, he admitted he had no idea. It looked nothing like what he'd seen before. Touching her face as she thought, Cheryl guessed unstable mana might be the cause. She stepped into the portal, deciding the important part was that this place was inside the Empire. The man smirked and told Cheryl that, as usual, she only knew how to ruin things. Annoyed, she shot back with a smile, that at least she was good at something, unlike him and his constant whining. Miller got mad at once, but the captain told him to settle down. Cheryl looked at him and asked what a fool like him could know about magic. She waved it off and said the portal was open, so she was leaving. The man asked why she was rushing, and Jacqueline told her to be more patient. Cheryl disappeared into the portal, and Miller clenched his fists in anger. The captain patted him on the shoulder and said Baum wasn't bothered, so he shouldn't waste his strength either. They should focus on their real job. They turned away, and he said he was definitely getting a beer today. The two headed down the forest path. Jacqueline suggested they go back and share a drink, and he agreed. Laughing, they kept walking. Visible through the other side of the portal, Cheryl looked around. Frowning, she asked if it was a ghost. She glanced around again and decided the others could handle things without her. Walking through the forest, Cheryl thought she'd done her part and could finally go back to looking into her mother. A crowd filled an underground passage in the imperial capital. The guards opened the doors. As they came out, they announced that the sage was done seeing visitors, and everyone had to leave. The crowd protested. They'd come a long way and waited half the day. One guard frowned and repeated that the sage would see no one else today. That shut everyone up when he warned that anyone who disobeyed would never see him again. Grumbling that it was unfair, the people finally left because they knew they had no choice. The guards shut the door. They went to the sage, who asked if everyone was gone, and they said yes. Hiding his tear-stained face, he asked how much they'd learned about the woman. With his hands behind his back, one guard said they still didn't know where she lived, and that she seemed to have no close contacts. Gale was surprised to hear that. The other guard added that she wandered the countryside and had no permanent home. The sage folded his hands, reminded them of the clue he'd given, and asked if that was really all they had. One attendant raised an eyebrow, remembering something else. He recalled watching her from the shadows for a long time, until something changed. He remembered her walking among the columns and said she'd gone to Inun's temple. Isabel glanced to the side. Taking a step, she hoped there had to be something here. She stopped at the edge. Something caught her eye. Ahead of her was a small altar she'd been looking for. Isabel walked toward it. A low podium stood before her. She reached for a small shard, but a barrier was protecting it. Isabel stared at the barrier. She knew there was nothing she could do about it, so she'd have to use some other kind of power. She touched the barrier and called on the Bug Lord. Light burst out as she ordered the lesser god to break the seal, and the barrier cracked apart. Then she grabbed the relic. With a small gasp, she locked onto it with a firm grip. Then she tossed it overhead, and light wrapped around it. The relic started spinning fast. A second later, it vanished. Isabel looked at her hand and decided she could move on now. It was time for the next step. A young man had been watching the whole thing. From the corner, he still couldn't tell what he'd just seen. He touched his face, wondering if it was magic or some kind of teleporting. Then he rushed off, sure the sage needed to hear about it. Gale tapped a finger on the table. He looked at his assistant and confirmed the woman had tampered with the sacred relic before disappearing. Then, he added that she'd also said the name Maverick. That caught the sage off guard. Leaning on the table, Gale remembered that Maverick was the highest ancient god from the old faith. He thought about the woman using divine power to steal another religion's relic, and wondered where she got that kind of strength. Clenching his teeth, MC couldn't figure out why she wanted a broken relic, or what she planned to do with it. Arms folded, he asked where she was now. The reply: an inn near the capital, keeping quiet for the time being. He stayed silent. His assistant asked if he should bring her in. Gale waved that off and said to watch her for now. He stressed one thing: they couldn't lose track of her, so they should send the bloodsuckers. In the protagonist's mind, they were the huge spy network he had built. One masked agent watched the guests at a ball, gathering information. Another stalked people in an alley. If needed, these watchers could kidnap or kill to carry out the sage's prophecy. Now, both of them knelt before him, living as his hands and ears, and helping others believe he was a real prophet. Gale pictured Isabel's face, and thought that soon, he would see his mother. Later, under a full moon, Miller dragged himself after the captain. He looked up and complained about walking all night. Rubbing his neck, he asked if they could stop and rest. Isabel smiled and told him to be patient a little longer. She picked up the pace, saying they had to arrive by midnight, so there was no time to stop. Miller let out a long sigh. Then he spotted a mark on a tree. Pointing at it, he said it was theirs and guessed they might be walking in circles. Isabel checked the mark. She remembered leaving it earlier and realized Miller was right. Touching the tree, the captain wondered if they'd made the mark to keep from getting lost, which meant they had gotten lost anyway. Something suddenly flashed past them. Jacqueline drew her weapon and told the man to get ready too. She shifted her hand aside as a dark figure appeared in front of them. It wore a mask. Jacqueline attacked first. Dust kicked up and she tried to figure out what it was. Miller moved in front of her and warned her to be careful. Then, several more of the creatures showed up. Miller shouted at them, swung and cut one down. The monster disappeared on the spot. Frowning, Miller said weird magic like this wouldn't scare him. He swept his blade in front of him. Then, with a grin, he realized they had physical forms. Jacqueline noticed one of the strangers reach out, and guessed the creature wanted them to follow. The others raised their hands too, so she figured they weren't trying to fight. She just didn't know why. Miller threw gunpowder in front of him, and snapped that this was their own fault now. The captain raised a hand to stop him. Confused, he turned as she said they meant no harm. Jacqueline stepped up and asked who they were and what they wanted. One spirit floated closer, and said they had lived here long ago, and had something to show them. Jacqueline nervously repeated what he'd said. The masked spirit came nearer and said this was from before the dragon took this land and the Dark Continent. Still hovering there, he told them to follow. Soon, they reached a village lit with lamps. The captain and his aide walked through it together. Watching the people around her, Jacqueline thought they were celebrating something. Families were eating, and some of the guests looked ghost-like. Nearby, girls danced in a circle. Jacqueline felt uneasy. Miller smiled and said he never expected the Dark Continent to have a place this fun. He could stay here a while. Without even looking at him, Jacqueline told him not to think about it. She kept watching the spirits, remembering this wasn't real, just a picture of the past. When she told Miller to stay close, he was already at a table, eating. Spreading his hands, he said now he understood why the Duke wanted this continent so badly. The meat with black gold on it was amazing. He offered her some. Jacqueline waved it away. Instead, she told him to keep moving, but their guide was already gone. Looking around at the masked figures, she couldn't tell which one they had been following. Miller scratched the back of his head and admitted it was his fault. Through clenched teeth, Jacqueline said it was fine. They'd find him again soon. Then a voice called out from a nearby stage. The host bowed and thanked everyone for waiting. Frowning, Jacqueline asked what this was about. It was the tale everyone had been waiting to hear. The story of the Black Continent's hero, the Dragon Slayer. Jacqueline remembered the elders mentioning someone like that. Hand on her waist, she guessed the ghost had brought them here to watch this. The narrator began with the recent history of the Black Continent. He said the land was full of valuable resources, and that was why dragons wanted it. After years of invasion and abuse, the people were worn down and surrounded by death. In that chaos, he said, a fearless hero appeared. The hero went after the dragon and found its lair at the edge of the continent. He struck with his great sword and defeated it. The people celebrated, and thanks to him, peace and joy returned to their land. The narrator gestured toward the curtain. Kneeling, he announced that the guardian of the Dark Continent, the Dragon Slayer, would now appear. Then a loud roar shook the whole area. The speaker looked up. A woman pointed into the sky and screamed that the dragon had returned. Miller and Jacqueline looked up too. A many-headed monster was flying above them. Fire poured from its mouths, and the city was swallowed by flames. People were burned alive. More fire gathered in the monster's mouths. Below it, the city kept burning as people ran. Buildings fell, and cries filled the air. Miller looked around, unable to make sense of it. Gritting his teeth, he said he'd kill the monster. Jacqueline grabbed his hand and told him there was no point. She explained that this was only a reenactment of what had happened to the Dark Continent before. Hands on his hips, Miller asked if any of it was real. Jacqueline frowned, sensing this wasn't the end, that something else was coming. Then a burning man approached, and said they had to call the killer. As he burned, he begged them to find him again. The monster landed in front of the crowd. Blood sprayed beneath its paw as it declared the killer was already in its grasp. Behind the dragon, a man watched with a smile and said the killer could only wait for death in the dark. The dragon turned, kicking up a fierce wind. Jacqueline was thrown to the ground. The man helped her up and asked if she was okay. She said that even knowing it wasn't real, it was still terrifying. Both of them were shaken, wondering why they were being shown this. The ghost appeared again and said they now understood how the dragon had taken this land. He went on to say that everyone who survived that day became like them. Their souls were chained by Cremula's curse, and every day they hauled offerings of jewelry to her. He added that once they stopped being useful, they were sent into the forest. Then he clarified that this was what had happened to the old man, who said he was just a child when Cremula took over. The old man added that he was one of the few left who still remembered the Dragon Slayer. Jacqueline touched her face and asked about the prophecy. The ghost spread his hands and said there was no prophecy. He explained that everyone had long known only dragons, or those with similar power, could open the gates of the ruins. Inside those ruins, where people once prayed to the ancient gods, a dragon slayer had been sealed away. Once the gates shut, they couldn't be opened again. Then he said only the one who came with them could open them. Back in the forest, he begged them to tell the hero everything, and save the dragon slayer. Stretching out his hand, the ghost said only then could the dragon be defeated. Then he disappeared. All they could see was the bright light he left behind. Miller scratched the back of his head, trying to understand any of this. Jacqueline pointed off to the side. The temple door stood before them. Folding her hands, she said they didn't need to make this harder than it was, and suggested talking to the Duke. Elsewhere, Aaron and Zirin were walking through the forest. Zirin glanced over at the hero. He opened his mouth to speak, but Aaron turned sharply. Looking him right in the eye, he warned Zirin not to say a word if he was about to suggest going back to Bran. Zirin spread his arms, shocked that Aaron still didn't get it. This was Dragonland, and one of them had 5 heads. Frowning, he couldn't understand how Aaron could ignore that. Aaron shot back that he didn't care who owned the Dark Continent. Aaron stared at Rex and said they had to save Canes, no matter what. Rex kept arguing. Canes is a dragon too, and this fight is over, land they rule themselves. He snapped that they should stay out of it and let them handle their own mess. Aaron pulled his sword and aimed it at Rex, warning that one more dumb word and he wouldn't treat him like a citizen of Braun anymore. Rex froze, staring at the blade in front of him. Then he gave a quick nod and backed down. Jacqueline and Miller came out of the forest, and she pointed out that the ruler was threatening one follower to save another. With a small sigh, she said it was a little disappointing, but he could always promise not to do it again. Still smiling, Jacqueline offered to teach him how a lord should protect his people and asked if he wanted to learn. The group moved on through the forest. Soon, everyone stopped in front of the huge door. Aaron studied it in silence. Then he turned to Jacqueline and asked if this was the place where he could find a way to beat the dragon. Without waiting, Aaron drew his sword, aimed at the door, and used his great sword attack. Power gathered along the blade. He slashed the door hard, then stopped, shocked by the result. The doors didn't even have a scratch. Lowering his sword, he couldn't understand why nothing worked. Aaron even tried pushing the doors open with his hands. Miller laughed and joked that his skills were awful. Kneeling by the door, he said it was too tough and they'd need gunpowder. Jacqueline lifted a hand and told him to stop. She told Aaron this door wasn't meant to be opened by force. Remembering the ghost's words, she said a man named Aaron was supposed to open it. She placed her hand over his and explained that he could do it because his power was like a dragon's. Rex covered his face and called the whole thing nonsense. Aaron only gave a faint smile. The others looked at him, confused. His smile grew as he said she could have told him that sooner. He'd been wasting his effort. Elsewhere, Cheryl walked through the grass alone. She stopped near a city on the continent. Raising a hand, Cheryl groaned that her whole body hurt. She let out a tired sigh and said she was at least glad to be back. Thinking about last night, she wondered why she came here when she couldn't even sleep properly. Then she rushed ahead, yelling about why she had to suffer like this. Light burst from her staff and fired up a flaming wing. Cheryl stared at the smoking weapon in surprise. She shouted in frustration that this could not be happening right now. Then her stomach growled. In that moment, Cheryl realized she badly needed food because she was too weak to do anything, even sleep. She headed into the city. Cheryl knocked on a door and waited. After no answer, she pounded harder and called out to ask if anyone was there. Again, she stood there waiting. Finally, she hammered the door and shouted for help, saying she was starving. Someone behind her watched her kick the door and joked that she'd break it down if it stayed shut, then told her the owner had already left. Startled, Cheryl turned and saw a servant. The woman, carrying a bowl, asked what a lady like her was doing in such a rundown town. Cheryl was stunned to hear the town was no longer fit to live in. The woman turned away, saying her own family would be leaving soon too. Cheryl quickly grabbed her hand and asked her to wait, wanting to know what she meant. The woman turned back and guessed Cheryl wasn't from around here. With a small smirk, Cheryl said some distant relatives of hers used to live here. Since they'd left, she wanted to know why. The woman said if she really wanted answers, she'd show her. They walked over to the well. The woman lowered a bucket inside. The moment Cheryl smelled it, she covered her mouth in shock. Inside was filthy water full of worms. The woman said this was what the town had been drinking. Then she dumped it back out and explained that at first, people thought it was only the color, and some almost drank it, but the smell was too awful. Confused, Cheryl asked when this started. The woman said that about 2 weeks ago, rumors spread of a red river in a faraway city, but everyone here thought it was fake. A week later, they learned it was true when their own drinking water turned bad. Closing her eyes, the woman said people slowly left to find somewhere else to live. Shaken, Cheryl wondered if all this started after they left for the Dark Continent. She asked about other regions, but the woman said she didn't know much. With a bitter look, the villager said most people headed northwest, where the land was said to be protected by the god Paris. Down south, people believed the Holy Kingdom was the safest place left. That made Cheryl wonder if the same thing was happening across the empire. Fear crept into her eyes as she thought Bran's land might still be safe if the West was doing better, because it was closer to the Holy Kingdom. She reached into her pocket and offered a reward for the answers, still wondering whether the people there were ready for the danger or not. Confused, the woman held out her hand toward the coin. Serious now, Cheryl said she hoped it would help with the move. The woman dropped to her knees and bowed, thanking her lady. Cheryl quietly realized she'd have to put off searching for her mother. Now she needed to go to Bron and learn what was happening across the Empire. The Red River kept spreading through the land, becoming the source of the Empire's crisis. Small villages without clean water were the first to fall. Those forced from their homes became refugees and gathered in the cities. Before long, even the food and water stored inside castle walls began to run out. Guards started blocking terrified refugees at the gates. Then disease broke out. Castles that still had supplies shut their gates, but it only got worse. Soon even the places that refused refugees were hit by disaster. In fear, people raised their hands to the sky. Rumors spread that this was God's punishment, and people began begging for forgiveness. Yet no one even knew which god was angry. Far away, the Pope's palace shone white as he stood at the window, listening while armored soldiers said the whole thing was tragic. He declared that all of this happened because of pagans, and now God was angry. Turning with a smile, he ordered his men to ready a messenger for the imperial capital. The soldiers were stunned as he said messages must go to every city. They were to meet the emperor and offer a solution. When asked if he already knew the answer, the Holy Father only smiled. Calmly, he said the only way through this great disaster was faith in God. Then he added that everyone in the empire must worship Peiresis. The shocked guards asked if he planned to make their church the state's official religion. The Holy Father answered with silence. They bowed at once, praising him as a mighty servant of Peiresis. He told them to go and spread the news to the imperial nobles as fast as possible. The Holy Father watched his servants leave, still smiling. Then a quiet laugh slipped out. Thinking of his talk with his granddaughter, he realized he could finally repay the shame of that day. He knew the nobles' anger at Aaron had peaked, so getting their support shouldn't be hard. Once Peiresis became the state religion, the mages would be dragged away. Smiling to himself, the Holy Pope knew it was only a matter of time before Aaron stood alone. All at once, he threw his arms wide and lifted them to the sky, shouting thanks to the great guardian. Joyfully, he cried that God was giving this lamb a chance. Nearly frantic, he thought of the Duke and rejoiced at the chance to trap him and get revenge. In the capital, Ziron sat on his throne with his advisors around him. With grave authority, he said he'd heard strange events were happening across the empire. The capital had not been hit yet, he said, but they could not just sit and watch. Ziron then asked for reports from each territory. One aide nervously said their lands were being crushed by waves of refugees. Resources were running low, the refugees had nothing, and many had turned to stealing from locals. Another man cut in, saying his lands were in even worse shape. Crops wouldn't grow, so farmers were abandoning their fields and fleeing. With no one left to tax, he said they were close to collapse. An advisor warned that if this kept up, the capital would suffer too. People with nothing left could easily become criminals. Another official bowed his head and said that using force would only make things worse by causing conflict inside the empire. He sternly asked if they really meant to point swords at starving citizens. The gray-haired aide slammed the table, shouting that he never said to attack them, only that citizens had to be controlled when chaos spread. His opponent shot up from his chair and warned that kind of control could turn into violence at any time, then asked if he truly didn't trust the imperial army. Ziron listened with growing disgust as they kept arguing. At last, the emperor barked for silence. The room went still. Ziron remained on the throne, face hard. Frowning, he said they were here to solve the crisis, not start fights among themselves. The Holy Pope, seated across from him, agreed at once. Smiling, he said the great empire had to stand together as one in a time like this. Pointing at Duke Grand and then Renan, he said both men were really saying the same thing, even if it didn't sound that way at first. Seeing that, Ziron told him to stop circling around it and get to the point. The Holy Pope says both dukes want what's best for the empire. One wants safety, while the other wants control. Seeing Ziron's reaction, he offers a way to get both. With a smile, he announces that the Church of Paris should become the empire's state religion. Everyone in the room freezes. They're stunned. He says the disaster started over 15 days ago, across the empire. Yet the Holy Kingdom hasn't been hit at all. According to him, that's because the kingdom is shielded by magic and watched over by Paris, the god of protection. He adds that people keep coming to him saying most of the empire believes it, which is why refugees are rushing to the kingdom. He warns that if this keeps going, the Holy Kingdom will be overcrowded, while the rest of the empire falls apart. Then, with a sly grin, he says their kind God hasn't ignored this crisis. The priest proudly claims God ordered him to spread his faith through the whole empire, so that protection from disaster reaches every land. Gran, sitting across from him, leans in, then speaks up. He says the Pope makes sense and asks the other dukes what they think. Some of them smile, saying religion is the easiest way to control the people. Another warns the empire follows many faiths, so the backlash would be huge. An advisor turns to Zeron and asks for his view. Zeron covers part of his face with one hand. Then he starts to answer. His voice stays low as he moves a chess piece. Facing the Holy Pope, Zeron says he knows he's still bitter about losing his castle, and asks if this state religion plan is really just a move to trap Eren. The priest only smiles and says he's obeying God's will. Zeron frowns and asks if he's lying to his face. The uneasy servant quickly says he'd never dare. He's caught off guard that Zeron understands his grudge. Eren has caused trouble for the Imperial family too, but there still hasn't been a reason to cast him out. With a hard look, Zeron says making Paris the state religion would only strengthen the Empire's power. The Holy Pope grows nervous, trying to follow where this is going. Zeron moves another chess piece and explains that once Paris becomes the state religion, the Vivian Church will be pushed down. If the Empire officially cracks down on it, Eren will be forced to choose. Setting down a white piece, he says Eren would have to back off and give up Vivian. A dark smile spreads across Zeron's face. He knocks away the black piece and says, if Eren refuses, he can strike at Paris itself as the new state religion. Zeron adds that either way, Eren would lose any reason to keep expanding his land. He leans over the Holy Pope and asks if he truly wants to work with him. Then the Emperor smiles and says he agrees too. Public opinion is on their side. He faces the dukes and declares that from this day on, the Paris Church is the state religion. He raises his hand and orders every other church in the Empire shut down, with force used on any protesters if needed. Near the castle in Bran territory, people move around as tension builds. Servants of the Vivian Church cross the bridge and head toward the guards. Arthur stands beside Bianca and says the crackdown on religion is getting serious. Now they even punish people for hiding believers. Bianca curses the followers of Pyrrhus. Arthur looks at the church servants and says at least this castle still stands. Then he realizes Bianca has been protecting him all this time. A soldier calls down that there's trouble. The paladins of the Pyrrhus Church are coming straight for the castle. Shocked, Bianca grabs her sword and asks if they really want to fight. Arthur tries to calm her, warning that one battle could make everything worse. A group of horsemen rides up to the castle. The boys go out to meet them. One paladin gets off his horse. He walks over with a document and says he's delivering the Emperor's order. Followers of that church are not allowed inside the castle. Bianca snaps that this land belongs to the Vivian Church, and she won't accept an imperial order that persecutes them. The paladin calmly says they leave him no choice, then orders everyone arrested. The knights rush in and grab the Vivian followers, binding them with ropes. Bianca points her sword at the commander and demands he stop at once. He doesn't answer. The commander says anyone who helps followers of the enemy church will be jailed. Those are the Emperor's orders. He adds that anyone who harms the paladins carrying out that order will be treated as a rebel. Bianca presses her sword to his neck. Then it hits her. They want her to strike first, so they can use it as an excuse to bring down the Duke. Realizing they won't back off, she sees no choice but to submit. Bianca lowers her sword and lets them tie her up without a word. Arthur hears them say the lord of the castle must be told to drive out every follower of the Vivian Church. The commander warns that if he refuses, they'll come back and search the castle themselves. On the Black Continent, they arrive at ancient ruins. Eren stands before the entrance while the others wait nearby. He gives a small cough, then loudly declares that he is the lord of the Brandlands, blessed by the dragon, and commands the door to open. Nothing happens. Eren forces a nervous smile and wonders if it failed. The old man behind him laughs and asks if all nobles are this foolish. Did he really think saying his title would open it? Eren turns back, annoyed, as the man mocks him again and says this isn't some castle gate. He starts thinking hard about how to open it. A blue-haired girl suggests he may need to prove who he is. When he asks what she means, she explains that if he truly holds a dragon-like power, there should be a way to show it. She says it has to be something only a person with the dragon's blessing, or a special sword skill, could have. Eren thinks over what proof he can give. Then he realizes only Cheryl and he have received that blessing. He thinks back to their fighting styles. He uses a sword. Cheryl uses magic, so their powers work differently, and that doesn't help. Remembering their childhood, he finally sees the one thing they truly share. He lifts his sword, then slices open his palm. The boy behind him yells in shock, asking what he's doing. Eren grins and tells him not to worry. He's figured it out. He presses his bloody hand against the gate. At once, something starts reacting around it. A small quake shakes everyone, leaving them stunned. Slowly, the gate begins to open in front of Eren. He smiles, realizing it worked. The boys stare into a massive hall beyond the gate. Eren waves a hand and says he'll be back soon. Then he steps inside alone. Behind him, the gate slowly shuts. Eren looks around and tells himself he can't leave until he finds the killer. So he moves deeper in, ready to finish this. Eren heads down the corridor. As he looks around, the place feels strangely silent. He glances aside and wonders why there aren't any monsters here. Passing a painting, he expects something interesting to happen, but nothing does. Then he suddenly spots something ahead. A giant dragon skull stands before him, with a sword stuck in it. The blade is buried deep in the skull, and Eren smirks. He didn't think he'd find it this fast. He walks closer. One look tells him this is the killer. He reaches for it, thinking this sword can help him slay the five-headed dragon, but the blade suddenly vanishes. Aaron's eyes fly open as blood sprays everywhere. A hidden figure has stabbed him from behind. The hooded stranger says he's been waiting a long time for him, keeping the sword in Aaron's body. The attacker calls him the one blessed by the dragon. Horrified, Aaron asks who he is. Instead of answering, the stranger drives the sword in deeper and orders him to take the blade. Fear fills Aaron's eyes as he drops to his knees. Blood runs across his face. He shuts his eyes in despair, thinking this can't be how he dies. Not after coming this far. Then he opens them again. He's back in the middle of the hall. Stunned, he realizes he's returned to the start and will keep coming back until he gets the sword. Aaron grabs his sword and decides to stop hesitating. If that's what the stranger wants, then he'll take the blade. He heads back toward the dragon skull. When he gets there, the sword is gone again. He stays ready and scans the area. This time he's tense, knowing he didn't even notice the attack before. A shadow suddenly appears behind him. Aaron spins and blocks the strike, realizing this round is different. He struggles to hold off the flurry of attacks, while the enemy says he's learning fast. Aaron studies him mid-fight, shocked by how strong he is, and wonders who he really is. Sword in hand, the enemy rushes him again. He swings once more and says Aaron thinks like a beginner. His sword already gave him away. Aaron blocks another strike, then several more in a row. He jumps back, realizing the enemy is too fast. Then he sees it. The stranger is using sword energy. Aaron barely avoids the next heavy blow. Sliding across the ground, he realizes the man can gather blade energy without any setup. That shouldn't be possible. The armored enemy stands before him, and Aaron sees he's been far too calm. The masked fighter asks if that's really all he's got. Angry now, Aaron charges in. Their blades lock. Then Aaron hears a cold warning. With skills like these, Cromula will destroy him. That name leaves him stunned. In the next instant, the enemy appears behind him. Aaron cries out in pain. A single brutal strike takes his head off. A faint candlelight glows down the corridor. Aaron runs again, realizing he's trapped in a loop of dying and coming back. He frowns and pulls back, wondering how long this game will keep going. He thinks back on all the ways he died, and realizes that every time he starts to think he's found an opening, he attacks again, but this time with a totally different approach. Clenching his teeth, he knows this can't keep going. He charges in. The enemy is waiting in the hall, and Aaron tells himself there has to be a way out of this endless loop of dying and coming back. So he goes right at him. Their swords meet, and Aaron is sure of one thing now. He won't die this time. The masked foe mocks that confidence. Aaron answers with a whole new chain of attacks. The hooded fighter admits his strikes are sharper now. He's finally started reading the sword's movements. Aaron rushes in, furious, demanding to know if this guy really thinks he's above him. The enemy is knocked back. Aaron spots the follow-up too late. After slipping past his attack, the enemy has already cut at him. When the masked swordsman swings his magic blade, Aaron realizes he's spending sword energy, and that's his opening. He strikes back and unleashes piercing wind. A strong green wave races at the enemy. Then, everything flashes bright. Staring through the smoke, Aaron wonders if it worked. His eyes widen. The enemy is still standing without a scratch, calling the attack disappointing. The masked fighter's eyes gleam as he says another death is coming from behind Aaron. A swordsman walks toward him, wrapped in dark energy. He says he'll show him what true hidden power really is. Aaron leaps up and yells at him to quit mocking him. He swings hard and shouts that now it's his turn. He grits his teeth and stares at him, feeling the enemy's power surge. The enemy's sword flares with light. Alarmed, Aaron realizes the man is absorbing energy from his blade. He holds off the enemy's assault, trying to understand what just happened. Frowning, he watches the next attack come in. Aaron gets blasted back several meters. He slams into the wall. Blood spills from his mouth, and he knows the enemy is far too strong. As the enemy closes in, Aaron realizes he got even stronger by absorbing the sword's energy, and this may end with his death again. Standing over the fallen Duke, the enemy asks if he noticed anything strange about that attack. The sword slices through the air. Dark energy pours off the blade as the fighter lifts it and says the boy can use the same power he just saw, so he'll show it once more. The tip of the sword bursts with a stream of energy, and Aaron is stunned, trying to figure out what he's using. Fear hits Aaron as he suspects it's willpower. Aaron remembers the training grounds from months earlier at Brand Castle. Holding a greenlit sword, he knows he first has to gather the dragon's blessing. As the blade turns blue, Aaron focuses on controlling it with willpower. Angry, he swings and releases a huge blast of energy at the training dummies. He looks over the shattered dummies. Smiling, Aaron remembers that was the day he learned to use willpower to control the dragon's blessing. He studies the fire in his hand and wonders what it is. Then he pictures the sword and starts thinking about other moves he could learn, maybe even taking in an enemy's energy. He remembers his sister and his master. Gale once told him willpower isn't the same as mana, and that it can form many kinds of vessels. Seeing all the possible forms, Aaron realizes the limits might be endless. With a serious look, he thinks that once he grows stronger, even more paths will open. Looking at the mannequins, Aaron says he'll need someone who can survive his attacks, then wonders if Ziran could handle them. He thinks of his general, then shakes that off and decides to keep training by himself. He raises his burning sword and uses a great sword technique. The blade shines brightly. Aaron looks at it, unsettled. With a sigh, he drops to the floor. Then it hits him. Willpower can absorb sword energy. Aaron rushes forward, realizing he might be able to absorb an enemy sword's power too. Seeing the enemy ahead, Aaron charges at him in anger. He swings, but the enemy avoids it. Aaron attacks again with confidence, and the enemy notes that the boy has finally learned a lot. Furious, Aaron tells him to stop talking and show what his sword can really do. The masked enemy agrees. Dark energy pours out of him. Aaron keeps fighting, thinking he finally understands how the enemy uses willpower. He stares ahead calmly, knowing this is the moment. As he holds off the assault, Aaron realizes the answer. Fill his whole body with willpower, then absorb the enemy's energy. Green energy begins to shine around Aaron. A current swirls around him, and he knows it's working. The two blades grind against each other. Aaron uses the fourth form of his great sword attack, keeping his eyes on the enemy. Aaron activates Piercing Wind. The strike tears through the enemy's body in a burst of light. Aaron stares in disbelief. He actually did it. A glowing hole opens at the sword's tip. He faces the enemy as the body starts to fade away. Dark energy spreads through the hall, and a mark on the floor starts glowing. Aaron stares at it, uneasy, wondering what that sinister symbol is. Looking closer, he wonders if it's a magic circle or an altar. Then a human shape appears before him. At the center sits a small child, surrounded by butterflies. Aaron realizes that if this really is an altar, then the child is the offering, and in shock he understands the boy is going to die. Dark clumps gather around the boy. They start closing in on him. Aaron thought it was finally over, but the memory of his own deaths hits him, and he screams for the boy to stop tormenting him. A glowing mark appears overhead. The boy grimaces and asks if Aaron is going to answer him at all. Sword in hand, Aaron steps forward, realizing that if he's going to do this, he has to act now. He reaches for the child, believing he can still save him, but a dark barrier rises around the boy. Aaron pounds on it, yelling for the boy to get away. Dark red energy swallows everything, and Aaron shouts in anger, "No!" A man runs up behind him, calling out for Duncan. Aaron turns in shock. A masked swordsman rushes past him. As he goes by the boy, Aaron realizes this is the killer. Confused, Aaron understands he's watching something from the past. The warrior tries to free the child. The protagonist watches, stunned. The swordsman drops beside the child and begs Duncan to wake up. The boy turns in surprise and asks who he is. The long-haired man pulls off his mask, and the boy blurts out that it's him. Shaking him, the warrior says they have to leave now because the door is about to close. With tears in his eyes, the child asks what will happen to him. The warrior tells Duncan, someone has to stay behind, or this place, and the whole village will collapse, so he has to run now. The boy sadly tries to change his mind, but the bearded man yells for him to leave right now. Duncan runs off, shouting that he'll bring all the villagers. At the closing door, he turns back and promises he'll save him. The fighter stays there with his head lowered. He sits in silence inside the glowing mark. Then, the stunned man hears a voice call him a fool. Aaron looks around and thinks he knows that dragon's voice from the castle. The fighter swings his sword and demands the enemy come out and fight, asking how dare she use the power of the ancient gods. Dark energy rises around him, and a chilling voice says she needs that power to keep him trapped here. Tentacles seize him as the voice asks why she came at all, if she knew he wanted to kill her. If she wanted to live, she should have stayed away. Feeling that dark energy, the fighter screams that she is worthless. The black mass drags him down, while the voice says he should blame his weak heart, the one that wants to protect the people of the Black Continent. Aaron watches in silence as she says he will suffer endless slavery and darkness until he dies. Stunned, Aaron realizes the man sealed himself away to save the people of the Black Continent. A figure behind him asks if there's someone he wants to save. The masked fighter asks if he'd still do it even if it costs him everything. Aaron frowns and thinks of Kanaz. Suddenly, a flaming sword appears in front of him. A faint figure says he's ready to give up his own life to save others. Power pours from the blade as a voice asks Aaron to become its master. Dark energy scatters into the air. The shining sword drives into the ground. Standing before it, Aaron hears that he must free him and the people of the Black Continent from Krumala's shadow. Aaron lifts his head and speaks of the murderer. He keeps staring at the sword in silence. Then Aaron grabs the hilt, rests the sword on his shoulder, and walks away. Outside, the boys notice the gates opening. Aaron faces them with a grave look. One boy runs up and asks if his lordship is all right. Aaron says nothing. The shaken servant asks again. Looking sad, Aaron tells them it's time to move. Surprised, the boy asks where they're going. Aaron draws the shining sword. The others shield their eyes from the light. Calmly holding the new blade, Aaron says they have to bring down that mad dragon. The castle waits deep in the forest. A girl holds a magic orb. She stands there, asking how he dares. The dark sorceress wonders if helping him meant nothing, since he still plans to fight her. She vows to crush him so badly he'll never challenge her again. Lifting her hand, she starts casting and calls to her servants. Lightning tears across the sky as she orders them to punish the one who defied their mistress. Dragons sweep across the sky as lightning rages around them. Cromula laughs. Dozens of creatures fill the dark sky over the castle. Red clouds gather above Runtra. Standing before the soldiers, Eren asks if everyone is here. The warriors listen as he tells them the next battle will decide everything. Pointing at the castle, Eren says their next target is the dragon ruling that land. The soldiers nervously answer that legendary dragons are beyond anything they can beat. A gray-haired fighter laughs at their fear, saying he can't believe the Empire's soldiers are this cowardly. He says he'll blow the castle apart with his bombs, so all they have to do is finish the rest. Eren shuts that down, saying they won't fight inside the castle. He explains that the castle is Cromula's territory, so there's no point taking stupid risks. The stern man says they should draw her out instead. Then everyone notices red lightning nearby. Eren frowns. Dozens of dragons fly straight at them. Eren raises his sword and tells everyone not to panic. Beside him, Zeron grins and yells for the troops to lift their weapons. Eren goes tense when he realizes Cromula is already watching them. He rushes straight at the dragons, ready to give her the welcome she deserves. The dragons answer with wild roars. Eren unleashes a blast of power. It tears through several dragons at once. More enemies appear right in front of Eren. His ally jumps in to cover him and strikes back. Zeron laughs and shouts that Eren doesn't get to have all the fun. Then a huge blast erupts ahead of them. Eren spots Zeron smiling through it. A blue-haired girl suddenly joins the fight, and Eren catches sight of her. She slams a dragon with a heavy hit. Mad at him, she yells for her partner to pay attention. With sword in hand, Eren charges again, locked on his target. The soldiers spot even more dragons closing in. The girl clenches her teeth, seeing just how many there are. Eren and the others hear a strange sound. It carries through the air as the monsters keep flying. Startled, Eren realizes it's the same sound that called people here. Then he notices a crowd gathered in the city. Eren remembers the masked fighter asking him to save both him and the people of the Black Continent. If these dragons attack the crowd, he'll break that promise. The dragons suddenly turn away. They're heading straight for the people. Green lightning flashes around Eren as he realizes what they're doing. He fires off a strong attack and yells for them to come after him instead. Without wasting a second, Eren races toward them. The dragons are hit by a bright flash. Eren cuts through them in a furious rush. There isn't a bit of mercy in his eyes. The blue-haired girl watches in shock. Eren didn't just get a new sword, he got way stronger too. A boy stares in surprise and says Eren is absorbing the dragon's mana. Now he's wondering what Eren plans to do with all that power. The tip of Eren's sword starts to shine, and he uses his third form Great Sword Strike. Dark energy flares all around him. Still burning with rage, Eren follows with a wind slash. His blow bursts out in a blinding flash. The dragons take massive damage and are wiped out to ash. Eren frowns, realizing this is the absorption skill he learned from the assassin. Standing with his sword, Eren wonders how long it will take to master this power. People start coming toward him. One of them steps up in front of Eren. The crowd surrounds the boy and asks if he really is the assassin's heir. Cromula remains in her castle. Looking into her magic ball, she sees the dead dragons and calls them worthless. Cracks spread across the ball as she fumes that they couldn't even handle one human. To her, it's completely embarrassing. Cromula grips the magic ball and calls Eren a sneaky little rat. As the artifact glows, she says he not only got the sword, he also learned the assassin's power. Cromula crushes the ball in her hand and decides she'll deal with Eren herself. Then she turns and calls for Logan. A warrior in a dark cloak answers her. Without turning around, she asks Logan if the offerings are ready. With a cold look, Cromula orders him to get the summoning ritual prepared. Among the rocks, one of the boys says they're done using fire. An old man walks up with a burning crate and sends it into the mine. The boys wait by the mine entrance. Smiling, the old man says the blast could happen any second. A moment later, the rock in front of them caves in. He laughs and says gunpowder gives them the perfect blast. Just enough force, no more and no less. A blue-haired girl behind him asks why he suddenly wants to blow up the mine. Looking ahead, Eren says it's only a short-term move to draw Cromula out of her castle. He plans to destroy the things the dragons want, one by one. Eren smiles and says that unlike Cain, Cromula is stupid and impatient. Standing by the ruins, Eren says that if the entrance stays blocked, no one can be forced to work there as slaves. The woman explains that even with the Slayer back, the dragon's hold over the people hasn't fully broken. They're still scared about needing ore from the mine. A frightened man runs up and calls for Eren. Out of breath, a servant reports that Cromula has left her castle. Eren grins and says that worked even faster than he expected. An aide suddenly warns that all the villagers are heading toward her. A crowd pours through the castle gates into Bronze Land. Rommel watches them enter without a word. He glares at them and says the fools from the Holy Kingdom have no shame. During a disaster like this, they should be helping, not chasing people out. Cain stands behind the large man as he says it's awful this is happening while Eren and Gale are away. Then he turns, surprised when someone asks how long he plans to keep letting refugees in. Rommel answers that most of them belong to the Vivian Church, so they should shelter them as long as they can. The old man, stunned, asks if Rommel even cares about the people already living in Braun. Kane snaps that he knows Aaron gave orders, but this is getting out of hand. At this rate, they'll all starve. Rommel raises a hand and says it hasn't gotten that bad yet, and he won't turn away church followers just to protect himself. A soldier points out that a messenger has arrived from the castle. A rider comes toward them fast. He pulls up and jumps down. Dropping to one knee, he reports that the guards of the Church of Paris have locked up every follower living in that castle. Nervous, the soldier explains that they ordered all followers thrown out. A few days later, they came back to search the place, and even arrested Commander Bianca. No one could stop them. Standing with the old man, Romaid curses the fanatics from the Holy Kingdom. The shaken messenger adds that the castle is in chaos. Most of the soldiers were church members too, and they've been arrested. Kane says the situation is even worse than he thought. The old man suggests shutting the gates, but Romaid refuses. He tells his companion he won't obey idiots from the Holy Kingdom. The kneeling messenger is told to take 100 soldiers back and secure the place. Rommel looks over his men and knows this might calm the worst of it for now, but he has no idea when the trouble will start again. Until Aaron returns, Rommel has to save as many people as he can. About a month after the disasters began, half the empire was already in ruins. Meanwhile, the Emperor and the Holy Pope smile as people start blaming the Vivian Church for the disasters. Knights from the Holy State march through the streets, and even neighbors who once hid church members now hand them over on their own. Soldiers drag out the followers. Even those who lived far away and kept to themselves are arrested. Bodies pile up in the streets, but the disasters still don't stop. The red water stays red, the ground keeps cracking, and the drought doesn't ease. Vivian's followers sit behind bars, and as the disasters grow worse, the attacks on them become even crueler. The Holy Pope smiles while the people believe this will save them. Priests shield themselves with magic, and the people convince themselves this is the only way God can protect them. So they start killing church members without hesitation. Then a dark figure shatters that image, revealing that they were blind to the real cause all along. That night, a crescent moon hangs overhead. A man in white robes walks through the forest alone. He looks around, confused about where he is. Then he spots a village in the distance. A rustle comes from the bushes nearby. Startled, the hooded man asks who's there. Sword in hand, he faces the dark woods. Tiny sparks flicker from the bushes. He thinks it might be a monster. Angry, he shouts for it to come out and fight. Red eyes glare back from the brush. The man is shocked when he realizes there are several of them, and wonders where all these mutants came from. One of them moves toward him. The goblin stares at him with a nasty grin. Dagger in hand, it lets out a growl. More goblins appear, then they all rush in to attack. The man grabs his sword and realizes these aren't normal goblins. He can't let them reach the village. Shock fills his eyes. Then dark energy suddenly slams into him. Confused, he realizes some unseen force is holding him in place. The goblins race past him while he stands there in disbelief. He turns, knowing he can't let them get away. As the dagger-wielding monsters keep running, he realizes they'll kill everyone in the village. Gale jolts awake in shock. He scrambles out of bed, clutching his face. MC asks if it was only a dream. Then the horror hits him. He's had another prophetic dream. A red sky flashes through his mind. It hangs over the castle in his memory. Gale thinks back to everything that happened before the Red River suddenly began to flow, all the way to the last flood in that far-off village. Holding his face, Gale remembers he saw those events in a dream days before they happened. Shaken, he realizes this dream was different, and he still doesn't know what force held him back. He sits frozen on the bed, clearly scared. Dark energy starts pouring off him, and the protagonist realizes it's the same force from the dream. Suddenly, he cries out in pain. That force tears through his body, and MC knows he can't let it take over. As he lies there, a voice tells him his eyes have finally opened. Startled, Gale grabs his sword and demands whoever is there to show themselves. He draws the blade as the voice says that before him stands a being that is power itself. He asks what that is supposed to mean. A stream of darkness sweeps across the room, taking shape right in front of him. Gale stares in horror. The dark figure calls him its son, its eternal servant, and orders him to find the mother who conceived him with it. Enraged, the protagonist demands to know what that means. The blurry figure says the truth will be revealed to him soon. Then the dark energy starts to fade, leaving only one last order: find her. A fighter rushes in and asks if everything is all right. The man says he heard a scream, but Gale is too shaken to focus on that. He's wondering why no one else can hear the Shadow's voice. Still on the bed, MC asks where the woman is now, and she checks if he means the lady in the red dress. The masked fighter tells him she's still staying at an inn near the capital. The master stays quiet for a moment. Then, with a hard look, he orders them to bring her to him at once. In the dungeon, a single torch burns. Guards drag someone into a cell and mock her for moving so slow. She drops to the floor. With a bag over her head, she snaps that this is enough, then realizes she knows that voice. A dark figure tells the others they can leave, and they obey their master. The terrified girl becomes sure she recognizes who's speaking. The man walks up to the lady in red. He pulls the bag off her head and apologizes for how his men treated her. Gale turns toward his mother. Shocked, the girl asks what he just said, her mind flashing to the sage. Eyes closed, he says his true name is Aaron Caron. The stunned captive blurts out that he can't be him. Gale lets out a breath and admits it sounds crazy. It took him a long time to accept it too. He explains that he's the one who, 20 years from now, will be killed by the Emperor. That was his past life. Shaken, the girl hears that after dying, he was reborn in this body and used the future he remembered to gain the title of sage. He grabs her hands and begs her to believe him. Desperate, he says the night before she left, Cheryl came to his room, and his mother told him, holding her hands tighter, he says that even in hell, he'd do anything to protect her. Stunned, the girl asks how he could know that. Years earlier, this all began in the Imperial Palace. The heroine hurries down the hall. At the corner, she checks for a soldier. Then she quietly opens the door. Inside, her son is asleep. She sits beside him, gently touching his face. She silently asks him not to hate her. Staying by his side, his mother says the reason she has to leave him now is that she must find a way to free him from that power. Surprised, Gale notices her. He jumps up and asks why she's crying. Frowning, he wonders if she's really that worried about her father. Taking her hands, he tells her not to worry, because he's with her. Through tears, she hears him say that even if her father loses the crown or dies, the boy still smiles and promises to protect her and Cheryl, so she doesn't need to worry. She pulls her son into a hug. Crying, she says her little boy has really grown up. Still holding him, she says he shouldn't have to carry this. It's her job to protect him and Cheryl. Gale is left speechless. With a firm look, Isabel says she would do anything, even go through hell, to protect him from that power. She hugs him again and tells him to go back to sleep. From the bed, he asks if he should walk her back to her room. She turns with a smile and says everything is fine. The Imperial Palace is still hers. Then the door shuts. Gale stays awake in silence. Back in the present, he says it happened right after she left his room that night. Horrified, he remembers her covered in blood and says he believed she took her own life. But with a grim face, he adds that everything changed when he later saw her in an underground passage. Shaking, he says that after she disappeared, their father was thrown from power, and he and Cheryl were sent away to Brand territory. Furious, he demands to know why their mother stayed alive and watched them suffer through all of that. The frightened girl tries to respond as he throws her old promise back at her, to protect them. Sitting across from him, she insists she did it for him. She was trying to save him. Her hands tremble as she says she can't explain everything yet, but when the time comes, clutching his head, her son cuts in and asks why she stole the relic from the temple. Was that really for them? His mother goes silent in shock. Looking at him, she asks if he truly knows everything, and he answers that all of it. Then the frightened boy says he didn't come here just to see her. Wincing, he tells her about the dream. A shadow appeared and ordered him to find it, saying it was the one that gave birth to Cheryl and him. Startled, Isabel asks if that power has already shown itself to him. Dark energy gathers around the boy as he wonders who they are, and if that shadow is why he was reborn in this body. Fear fills her eyes. Dark currents swirl over him. He suddenly locks up and realizes the power is back. As he falls, his mother rushes to ask if he's okay. His eyes flash, and he roars as another voice speaks through him about a loyal servant. A dark silhouette appears beside him. She bows, and the master says he's been made to wait far too long. Kneeling, Isabel hears him ask if she's ready to break the seal. She says no. She never expected a disaster that would shake the whole empire, or for the Church of Paresis to become the state religion. A huge monster looms over her and mocks that excuse. A minor god's religion is getting in the way of his plan? With a cold glare, the entity says she's lucky he can't punish her now, since he still can't take human form. The boy cries out in pain, while the being warns that time is running out. As the dark energy fades, it orders her to hurry and break the seal. He stares in shock, realizing it's true. The power is tied to that shadow. The boy in white collapses to the floor. Scowling, he asks what's happening, and what she plans to do. He crawls toward her as his mother says she meant to tell him later, but now she has no choice. She calmly explains that she and Cheryl were both born with special powers. Exhausted, her son asks what she means by the dragon's blessing. She explains that it's the power of Valtor and Elis, the power Avarak placed in him through her. Gale frowns, saying he knew it. That's why she stole the holy relic from the temple. He asks if she's trying to carry out Avarak's will and break the seal. His mother firmly says no, she's trying to shut that power away for good. She begins at the start. Before anything else, chaos ruled, and no one knew if it had always existed, or if it was made on purpose. That being was called Avarak. When Avarak became one with the natural world, the ancient tribes worshipped him as their god, and that faith made him ruler of the heavens, the greatest of gods. Later, as people built civilizations, they started praying to smaller gods of love, safety, wealth, and desire. Even so, the old threat still remained. In time, Avarak could no longer keep all of humanity's worship. He gave his power to the lesser gods, returned to his original form, and chose to punish mankind. She explains that this also threatened the lesser gods who had taken his place. To begin that punishment, Avarak planted his seeds, Valtor and Elis, inside a young woman from a family that had worshipped him for generations. That seed of punishment was then passed through the 120th descendant to Aaron and Cheryl, and it began growing inside them when they were still babies. When disaster spreads across the world, Isabel says those two beings inside Aaron and Cheryl will awaken. Once Valtor and Elis fully appear, the god will unleash his punishment. The dungeon torch keeps burning as the truth sinks in. Gale looks at his mother and realizes all those nightmares were warnings of the future. She sadly says the reason he keeps seeing those dreams is the energy of Valtor inside his body. Looking at her, he asks why she's trying to block that power. He points out that if Avarak finds out, she'll be in danger. Quietly, she admits he's right. Isabel lowers her eyes and says she doesn't know. Closing her eyes, she remembers how her blind faith in that god once pushed her to do anything to carry out his will. To gain the dragon's blessing, she says, she purposely went after his father. She even beat out noble women from great families to become empress. Later, Isabel sat pregnant, still fixed on that plan. At that time, she cared only about making Avarak's great design come true. She says that when the twins were born, she planned to leave right away, but raising them changed her. She couldn't bear to let her precious children be used by Avarak as weapons to bring disaster to the world. Gale turns to his mother in shock. She goes on to explain her escape. That was why the day she faked her death, she left the castle and searched for relics that could join and control the powers inside them. Isabel sadly admits she didn't know Valtor's energy had already started taking over his body. She believes his power appeared sooner because he's living in someone else's body. Kneeling there, Gale asks what will happen to him now. Grabbing his head, he trembles and says he can't let an evil force steal his body. In despair, the protagonist shouts that he hasn't even gotten revenge on the Emperor, who turned his life into this. Clutching her hands, he says she has to know how to stop it after spending all this time hunting those relics. Nearly in tears, the boy begs her to seal that power now. He drops forward and pleads with her to lock it away completely. Sadly, Isabel says that's impossible for now. She still hasn't found all the relics. Gale goes quiet. Then he looks up as she says there may be one thing left to try. She tells him to try returning to his original body. She explains that the dragon's blessing in that body is strong enough to hold down Valtor's energy. If he can go back to that blessed body, she says, he may be able to delay the full awakening until she finds the rest of the relics. Gale lights up, saying the man inside Zeron's body acts nothing like him. He kept picking fights with other lands, even the Holy Kingdom, so sooner or later he was bound to go after the Emperor too. Hearing that, the girl agrees getting close to someone like that won't be easy. Isabel brings up Cheryl and says she can help with that. There's a village out on the edge of Bronze territory. A portal suddenly opens nearby. Its blue light flares in the forest. Cheryl bursts out of it. She crashes to the ground, groaning that she's totally spent. Staring ahead, she wonders why finding a lived-in village was this hard. Then she remembers the potato a passing refugee gave her, and says that meal is the only reason she had enough strength left to open the portal. Pushing herself up, she says there's no time to waste. Cheryl scans the area, trying to figure out where she ended up. When she spots a village nearby, she blurts out a relieved, "Finally." Jumping with excitement, she realizes she made it close to Bron, but she suddenly pauses. Why did the portal open beside a normal village? Places like this usually don't have enough mana unless monsters are around. A smile returns as she decides the important part is that she made it here. She hurries downhill, already thinking about reaching the village and getting something to eat. She heads down the road. Then Cheryl notices bodies and can't make sense of what happened. A sound behind her makes her turn at once. She breaks into a run. Spotting an injured man on the ground, she rushes over and asks if he's all right. The wounded man recognizes Miss Cheryl, and she quickly asks what happened here. He tells her goblins attacked the village. That stuns her. Something like this shouldn't happen in this area. He warns that the goblins went back into the forest, but they'll be back any minute. Horrified, she recalls what that means. These weren't normal goblins. They butchered the villagers and were far stronger than they should have been. One even seemed twisted, like something had taken over it. Cheryl kneels beside him and says he's bleeding inside, so he needs to stop talking. The man reaches out, begging her to protect them. Then she notices a boy nearby. He's dying, and she gently closes his eyes. Rising to her feet, the sorceress promises she'll come back and help his village. Frowning, she figures this attack is part of the string of disasters already spreading. If it happened here, she knows the rest of the empire could be next. So she keeps moving, knowing she has to protect their land. Soon, Brand Castle comes into view. Sitting with Ramel and Kane, Cheryl says the Holy Kingdom cowards are hiding behind the empire, and clearly planning something. She grimaces, still angry they attacked the castle while she and Aaron were away. Asked how things are inside, the warlord says they've handled most of the mess. He keeps his expression serious. Then he explains that Parace's guards locked up all of Vivian's followers, so the castle is almost empty now. With a sigh, He adds that only Holy Kingdom supporters are left, so losing the castle wouldn't be surprising. Cheryl is startled to hear the soldiers they sent are guarding the place for now, but if the Holy Kingdom tricks them again, that may not be enough. From her face alone, it's clear she expected that. Bianca's capture changed everything. Cheryl realizes the commanders are tied up watching Brand Castle, and she'll have to return to the Black Continent soon. If they want Bianca back, they need to move fast. Trying to sound casual, she asks Kane how the treasury looks, and whether they have enough to pay Bianca's ransom. Kane gives her a dry look and asks if she thinks money grows on trees. Holy water sales were cut in half, disasters are wrecking the world, and dungeon profits are lower than ever. Throwing up a hand, he says that without taxes, they'd all be starving by now. Cheryl smiles and points out they earned plenty from holy water, so even with things this bad, all that money couldn't have just vanished. That sets the old man off. Does she think keeping the territory running costs nothing? He snaps that Aaron kept expanding the land, and taxes barely cover the cost of maintaining and repairing those new areas. Then he points at Rommel, complaining that he also insisted on taking in refugees. Clutching his head, he shouts that the power source for the holy water dried up a long time ago. Shocked, Cheryl asks him to repeat that. She turns to Rommel for confirmation, and he starts to explain. He takes her to the spring. The basin is completely dry. Seeing it herself, Cheryl blurts out that it's really gone. Kane says with a grave face that holy water exports stopped, and they had no choice but to shut down the holy ground. She spins around and asks where Cecilia is. How could she let this happen? Rommel closes his eyes and says Cecilia claimed her divine power was fading, left to go somewhere, and never came back. Cheryl covers her face, finally realizing this is much worse than she thought. She came back hoping to learn something about her mother, but instead found a world breaking apart under one disaster after another. Now the Holy Maiden is gone, the Holy Kingdom wants their land, and the Black Continent expedition won't return anytime soon. At this rate, their territory could turn into a desert before long. Then her eyes widen. She knows what she has to do. Before she can speak, Kane curses and yells that they need to shut the castle gates at once. An aide says they must cut down how many people they feed and focus on saving the territory, but Cheryl refuses. She says she won't abandon Vivian's followers. With a grin, Cheryl says she's an even kinder lord than Aaron, and if she handles this right, she might even make some gold. Sword in hand, the protagonist walks forward, wondering why he suddenly has goosebumps. Rommel looks thrilled by her idea, while Kane looks ready to explode. Cheryl firmly declares that starting today, they rebuild the territory, and first, they gather every church follower still hiding. The castle gates swing open. Rommel orders the troops to split into groups of 3 and search nearby villages, forests, and cliffs. The church followers' fate now depends on them. Cheryl and Kane watch it all unfold. As the soldiers leave, Kane asks why they're bringing in more people when they should be cutting mouths to feed. Cheryl calmly explains that Braun isn't the only place suffering from these disasters. The whole empire is being hit, so now is exactly when they need to work harder to protect people. She adds that if they let the Holy Kingdom push them around, everyone will start believing Braun can't be lived in anymore. Kane insists that's why they should close the gates. If they keep accepting people, they'll go broke. Standing right in front of him, Cheryl says if they do that, monsters will wipe out the people outside, and once that starts, no one will be able to move safely anywhere. Kane stares at her and asks what she means. Cheerfully, she admits she forgot one small detail. The monsters are attacking tonight. Rommel steps in beside her and asks why she didn't say that sooner. She spreads her hands and says not to worry, because she already has a plan. Rommel turns to prepare the soldiers, but Cheryl stops him and says that won't be needed. Smiling, Cheryl reveals she plans to lure the monsters away herself. Rommel says he knows how strong she is, but sending her alone is still too risky, and he'll gather a few soldiers. Cheryl holds out a hand and asks if he seriously forgot who she is. She raises 2 fingers and says she has 2 goals. First, no one in the village can get hurt, and she means no one. Second, she wants Peresa's followers to learn about the monsters. Cheryl says that will help them save Bianca, leaving Rommel stunned and asking how. Already walking off, she says there's no need to explain yet. Right now, she just needs to find some people. After that, she plans to take a quick nap and get her strength back. Kane and the warlord just stare after her. That night, the next move comes at a village near Braun's territory. Goblin shapes appear on the cliff. The knife-wielding monsters cackle as they gather. Then they charge into the village, screaming for everyone to die. They rush straight for the houses. One barks out an order to attack the castle too, and screams spread across the village. Then a figure made of fire appears in front of them. Riding a firebird, Cheryl realizes these aren't normal goblins, and refuses to let them reach her territory. Furious, she unleashes magic and calls them to come fight her instead. A fire arrow ignites in front of them, and the goblins freeze in shock. Flames cut across the road, blocking their path, and one of them yells that they can't get to the castle now. They have to catch her. Cheryl smiles. Looking down at them, she says she'd love to burn them all right now, but then nobody would see how great she is. She surges forward on her phoenix, readying another blast of fire. Then she casts Binding Fire, locking several goblins together. As the sorceress flies overhead, the monsters scream that they have to kill her. Delighted, Cheryl tells them to keep following her. She leads the goblins away on her flaming phoenix, saying it's a long trip to the Holy Kingdom. Her chase ends at Paresa, the Holy Kingdom. The soldiers on the wall spot movement, and one points into the distance, asking what that is. A spearman peers toward the forest. Shapes rush out from the dark. The goblins come charging in, and a guard shouts in shock that they're monsters. Another can't understand why monsters are here. As the goblins start climbing the walls, someone yells to warn Archbishop Abel and get everyone ready for battle. The mutated creatures keep swarming up. One waves a dagger and screams that they've made it inside and need to kill everyone. Terrified, the guards scatter. A goblin lunges at a guard, but Cheryl fires off sparks of flame. An instant later, a huge blaze swallows them whole. Bodies are blasted away and crash to the ground. The stunned guard looks up and sees Cheryl grinning as she announces herself as the best mage in Brand territory. Just then, Archbishop Abel arrives and demands to know what's happening. Abel snaps, asking how a pagan dared enter their holy land. The red-haired girl fires back that she just saved all of them. She turns to a guard for proof, and he quickly agrees. Abel only stares at her with open hate. Aaron's sister cuts in, furious, telling him not to blame the wrong person or waste time on his anger. She points at the monster army and says they should deal with that instead. Then she calmly says she came here to help. Abel turns, confused how someone like her could be useful. He lifts his scepter and calls on the great god for the iron hammer. Nothing happens, and the shock hits him at once. He tries again, raising the scepter and asking for the iron hammer once more. The girl just watches in silence. Then she smiles and asks where the hammer is. The archbishop bristles, asking how she dares mock him, but when he looks again, she's already gone. Cheryl takes off on her phoenix. As she flies, she finds it strange that the gods stay quiet while everything falls apart. Still, she brushes it off. That's not her problem right now. She needs to finish what she came for. Soon, Cheryl spots a pack of goblins and drops a firestorm on them. A tower of flame swallows the whole group. Later, the Holy Pope asks what Abel means. Did Sister Erin really save them? Standing before him, the Archbishop explains that she was patrolling outside Bren when she noticed strange movement from the mutants and followed them there. Abel says she realized the goblins were about to attack when she saw them climbing the walls. He adds that she put aside her grudge because she didn't want innocent people to die. Thanks to her help, Abel says, they avoided major losses. The Archbishop then warns their leader this attack won't be the last. A sword pins down a dead goblin. Several goblins died, saying the same thing. Their master would return to the castle. Abel tells the Holy Father these monster raids are part of the disasters they've been facing, and since Perez still hasn't answered his pleas, he asks again in alarm. When a knock suddenly cuts him off, the door swings open, and someone yells that they've kept her waiting long enough. Cheryl storms in and demands an answer. She's mad. They were enemies, and she still helped them. Yet this is how they repay her. Standing before them, Aaron's sister says they owe her proper payment. The Holy Father smiles and apologizes for not thanking her sooner. He already heard what she did, but Cheryl waves off the polite talk. With a grin, he calls her blunt and says fair is fair. If they receive something, they'll give something back. Then the ruler of the Holy Kingdom asks what she wants. Without hesitation, she tells them to return Bianca and release the Holy Knights of Vivian. Abel flares up, warning her to watch her tongue. Their imprisonment was God's will, and she's asking him to go against it. She smiles and reminds him that the great god did nothing during the night attack. So is he really going to claim Perez sent her instead? Abel is furious, but the Holy Pope tells him to stay calm. When Abel turns to him, the Pope says they truly owe her for saving them. He assures her that Perez will show mercy here too, and he agrees to her request. Smiling, he says they'll send everyone back to Braun today. Cheryl smirks, gives him a wink, and says he's as perfect as his shiny head. On her way out, she waves and says it was nice meeting them, though she hopes they never meet again. Then the door slams shut. Abel stands there in silence. He turns to the Holy Father and asks why he agreed so fast. The Pope cheerfully explains that monster attacks are a disaster, and their castle now has to focus on defense. Even if the prisoners are freed, he says, they'll still be nothing more than Vivian's holy knights. Abel is stunned when he hears Braun will soon become a living hell once the monsters gather there. With a dark smile, the Holy Pope says they must drive the monsters toward Braun and cut the territory off completely. To him, that's God's true will. That night, the story shifts to a place inside an icy barrier. A blue portal opens. Cheryl steps out of it. She quietly fixes her eyes on the distant castle. This time, she knows she came alone. Still, she keeps walking and tells herself there's nothing to fear. As lord of this land, this is her duty. She passes through the settlement. Looking around, Cheryl steadies herself and decides to speak with confidence. The man before her says his dream was right after all, and he's glad to see the second leader. Cheryl faces the man on the throne without a word. With a faint smirk, she realizes he expected her. That should make this easier. Holding her staff, Cheryl says monsters will soon invade Brand territory, and she needs fighters badly. The blindfolded man replies that sending troops alone won't solve this. He reminds her they already have an alliance with Brand, and she should know this problem can't be fixed by just putting out fires. From the throne, the ruler says their land's future depends on how they survive this disaster. Serious now, the red-haired girl says she knows, that's exactly why she came. The blindfolded man notes that her resolve is stronger than last time. Smiling, he brings up her past battle with his brother and hopes she won't make the same mistake again. She can't tell why he mentioned it. Then he calmly says she'll leave with 100 giants, each one worth 10 human knights. The ruler rises from his throne. They seal the deal with a handshake. Not long after, Cheryl returns to Brand with 100 giants at her side. Rommel and the others welcome Bianca and the rest, since the Vivian paladins have finally been freed. From a balcony, Aaron's sister watches as they join the soldiers already defending Brand under the warlord's command. She watches the troops line up into a fighting force of 100. That makes her smile. She has only one goal in this battle. Watching the sunset, she says all of this is to block the monsters coming through the dark forest. The red-haired ruler rides out with her army, saying she won't let anyone else break into Brand territory. Cheryl leads from above on her fiery phoenix, with the whole army behind her. She looks over her forces and tells them they'll soon face the monsters heading for the duchy. This invasion is only one of many disasters hitting the empire, she says, but they can't just sit there and accept it. She promises they will protect their people, along with the weak, the poor, and everyone driven from their homes. Rommel leads the army as Cheryl orders his cavalry to charge and force the enemy back along the forest road. Giants moving through the trees will support them, and Bianca gets orders to circle the forest with paladins and infantry, and wipe out any survivors. Riding her phoenix, Cheryl shouts that they have to trap the monsters while they're still exposed. Their mission is simple: destroy the beasts for good. She raises her staff and declares they'll defend the duchy together. With full resolve, Cheryl says Brand territory is their home. Then a red glow appears deep in the forest. Red eyes light up as the monsters tell their master they'll kill even more. The light burns brighter as they swear to wipe out the humans and take the castle. Then the goblins suddenly notice a fireball over their heads. A huge blast throws them in every direction. From her phoenix, the girl laughs and asks where they think they're going. Cheryl levels her staff and calls for the attack. The mounted soldiers spot goblins ahead. They rush in and spear them down, while a giant drops from the trees and buries an axe in a monster's head. The goblins are slaughtered, and the rest run in panic. Bianca points her sword and orders that no monster escapes this forest. The survivors dive into the bushes. One is hit at once by a spear that pierces straight through it. Watching from above, the girl laughs, thinking this is easier than she expected, and wonders if she even needs to step in. Smiling, Aaron's sister starts gathering fire in her hand. Then a giant spider appears behind her. It traps her in webbing and drags her away. Bianca stares in shock. Hanging upside down, Cheryl sees the spider has a monster's head and can't make sense of what it is. A weapon suddenly flies at the mutant. The infantry commander yells at the creature to stay away from her. The twisted mutant only grins back. A giant suddenly crashes down in front of Bianca. At once, it slashes at her with sharp legs. Still hanging there, Cheryl wonders what kind of monster could be this strong. She burns through the web, knowing she can't stay stuck there while her ally fights alone. Then she drops near the battle. Cheryl summons a blast of fire in front of her. The spider takes a hard hit and screams. Bianca leaps in and drives her sword through its head. Seeing the red-haired girl nearby, she asks if she's okay. Looking at the fallen mutant, Cheryl wonders what that freak really is. Bianca says it looks like two monsters fused together, something she's never seen before. Cheryl listens as Bianca suggests this may be tied to the disaster too. Looking away, Cheryl wonders if goblins are really the only things in this forest, or if it's full of monsters like that. Rommel rides up and shouts to Cheryl that order is collapsing because of this new monster, and she needs to give commands now. As soldiers battle the spiders, she wonders how things got this bad so fast. When a spider snares a soldier in its web, Cheryl realizes they can't just pull back. As another monster strikes with its blade, Cheryl thinks about how much danger their land is in. She shuts her eyes and forces herself to think fast. Grabbing her head, she knows she has to fix this now. Her sword slips from her hand and hits the ground. The girl steps forward and stands in front of him. Cheryl tells Rommel she's a mage, so she doesn't need sword training. Rommel just smirks and says she still needs it to stay safe. Cheryl fires back. If she fights from far away with fireballs, who could even reach her? Standing before her, Rommel says that thinking comes from inexperience. He turns serious and explains that magic has limits, just like sword fighting does. Rommel tells Cheryl that magic uses the elements around her, and every spell needs time to cast, no matter how skilled she is. That's why, Rommel says, many mages work with swordsmen. They cover what the other lacks. She gets handed a wooden sword, and learns why a mage should still know basic fencing. The commander says if she trains hard, she'll become a strong mage who can protect herself too. Cheryl is caught off guard, then realizes this could help her protect their land. Facing the monsters and the shaken soldiers, she realizes the answer isn't trapping them in the forest, it's drawing them to her. Cheryl studies the monsters and comes to the same choice. She has to make them focus on her. She frowns, knowing this might be the only way to save everyone. Without warning, Cheryl lifts her staff and casts her fiery wing spell. She rises over the battlefield on a giant phoenix. Then, one of them slowly lifts its head. From above the army, Cheryl shouts for every commander to listen, and orders all troops to gather up and fall back at once. The officers look up in shock, not sure what she's doing. Then Cheryl points her staff and fires off a fireball. Flames pour down and burn through the spiders below. That works so well she bursts out laughing. The monster army instantly charges after her, screaming for her death. Cheryl glances back, nervous they might not keep following. Then Rommel remembers that laugh, and suddenly understands. She's baiting them away. He throws out his arm and orders an immediate retreat. While the monsters chase Cheryl, the troops quickly pull back. Riding the phoenix, Cheryl thinks this is going exactly how she hoped. Then she suddenly jumps off her summon. She raises her staff, lets power pour out, and decides to spend all her mana. The orb in her staff lights up as she calls out her spell, and bright green light starts pouring from Cheryl. The monsters rush straight at her and pack tightly together. Then a green flash blasts outward, shoving everything back as she releases the wave. In the next instant, the undead are torn apart so fast only scraps remain. The glow intensifies, and even though scraps keep shrinking, drained dry, Cheryl drops to one knee. Her eyes begin to close. Staring at the embers, Cheryl thinks with relief that it worked, but then some of the monsters start getting back up. The goblins rush her right away. Cheryl grips her staff with shaking hands and begs for more mana, but her last bit of strength gives out, and she collapses. Green fire still burns around Cheryl as she weakly cries for help. One monster closes in, grinning as it reaches to tear her head off. Then a pillar of purple fire explodes between them. The monster is hit hard and badly wounded. Cheryl's body slowly starts to rise into the air. Darkness gathers around her, and a voice speaks of Elise using her as a vessel. Huge claws seize Cheryl and tell her that until rebirth comes, both her body and soul belong to him. As they lower her, the voice says Avarak is giving the order. The next second, Cheryl drops back to the ground. Exhausted, she barely opens her eyes and repeats the name she heard. A moment later, the troops find her. Rommel sprints over as Cheryl starts fading out again. Then Cheryl finally loses consciousness. Later, the story moves back to the castle. A big man appears by Cheryl's bed and anxiously asks how she's feeling. Cheryl lowers her eyes at once, horrified as she remembers the name Iloves. He stands there with his hands together, clearly not understanding what she means. Still worn out, Cheryl shakes her head and tells him to forget it. Then she looks away and says there's another problem. She suddenly gets mad, shuts the door, and demands to know why he's in her bedroom, while she's only in a nightgown. The knight slowly lifts his hands and starts mumbling an excuse. He bolts for the door, saying he's glad she's okay, and will leave right now. Cheryl glares after him and calls him an idiot. She starts getting out of bed, saying she should at least call for a maid. Then she takes a few stiff, awkward steps. The memory of that darkness wrapping around her flashes back, and she wonders what it really was. Cheryl closes her eyes and starts going over the names she heard, but she shakes it off again, deciding she still doesn't understand enough and should wait for things to make sense. Hand on her hip, Cheryl says she just hopes everything is fine on the Black Continent. Meanwhile, in Runtra on the Black Continent, a crowd drags itself forward. They all look savage and hungry for blood. Aaron runs up and shouts, asking what's going on and why they look possessed. Then, a blue-haired girl points off to the side in terror and tells him to look. A woman is flying there, wrapped in thick purple energy. With a crazed grin, she says Aaron came at the perfect time, calls him a fool, and promises to punish him properly this time. Her smile glows in the dark. Aaron lifts his blade and tells her to stop mocking him. She only rises higher and calls him a fool again. The creature throws up its arms, summoning black hounds, and the ground itself starts turning into something meant to swallow blood and grow into a giant. Cracks rip through the earth under them. Villagers start dropping into the crater, screaming. Aaron sees it and freezes for a second, cursing. He yells that he won't let her do whatever she wants. Aaron leaps up with his black blade, ready to strike. She only watches him, still smiling, and says he's already too slow. That shocks Aaron in midair. A massive three-fingered hand suddenly rises from the ground toward him. It clamps tight around his leg. The stone giant swings Aaron through the air. Then it hurls him into a wall with terrifying speed. He groans, barely keeping hold of his sword. Spreading her arms, the blonde taunts him and asks if that's all he's got. Aaron looks up, sees a huge golem charging him, and curses under his breath. At the last second, he blocks with his blade. The hit is so strong it sends out a shockwave. Aaron glares ahead and asks if she really thinks a pile of rock can beat him. Then he starts pulling his sword free from the ground. He draws the weapon behind his back, ready to counterattack. Aaron plants a foot on the monster. Green flames burst from his sword. He unleashes piercing wind and swings from behind his back. The attack flies straight for the monster's head, but Aaron suddenly stops, stunned. A flash sparks at his sword tip, and he realizes the enemy absorbed the energy. He barely has time to wonder why before a stone fist flies at his head. The monster smashes him away with brutal force. Eren skids to a stop and lets out a heavy breath. Smiling, the enemy asks if he noticed the victim who summoned the golem. As the stone monster raises both fists, she goes on. This killer would never attack the people of the continent he's trying to save. A crushing double strike slams down as she tells him he should just die. Eren looks up and lets out a long sigh. Then, a dragon suddenly charges in at top speed. It slams into the golem just before the next hit lands. One of the monster's fingers is ripped off, and the dark sorceress is stunned. Then the dragon slows and comes to a stop. Startled by the newcomer, Eren turns to look. Chromula bites her lip and demands to know how he dared interfere. Then she transforms into a dragon too, and asks why he keeps bothering her to the very end. She lunges at the newcomer at once. Eren jumps up and yells that he doesn't agree to that. Charging his sword again, he tells her that her fight is with him. Dark sparks burst out as Eren shouts that he's her real opponent. A huge wave of power blasts into the purple dragon and throws her far back. The many-headed monster rises and asks if he really wants to die. Eren stares back, more confident now, and says she's the one dying today. The dragon charges again, furious at his disrespect. Eren lifts his blade over his shoulder and moves to attack. He slips under the dragon's belly. Then he drives his sword into it. Power flares from Eren again as he shouts that he can absorb all its energy. He rips out a huge slash and steadies his blade. The dragon's many heads scream in pain. She turns on him and snarls, calling him a little mouse. Eren raises his sword again, glaring hard at her. The monster throws back its head and screams, furious that he dared damage her body. Purple energy gathers in her mouth, but black smoke suddenly starts pouring out instead. She notices something is wrong and panics, wondering why she can't breathe right. Eren stands in the smoke and draws his sword back. He leaps high and raises his blade for a heavy finishing strike. Then he slashes and unleashes piercing wind again. Chromula stares in horror at the wave of power rushing toward her. Even after her head is cut off, she screams that she won't accept this. The monster crashes down, and several of its heads fall with it. Breathing hard, Eren lowers his sword and thinks it's finally over. But then another dragon drops behind him. It rushes straight to Kenese. Kenese slowly opens his eyes and tells him he has become a... Speaking slowly, he told Eren he owed him his life. Without that rescue, he would have died long ago. The blue dragon stood tall and said that if he had failed the bloodline carrying his blessing, he couldn't call himself a dragon with pride. Eren was caught off guard and asked about that blessing, wondering if it was the reason for his power too. The horned man looked at Eren and admitted that without him, he would have stayed his sister's slave forever. The dragon narrowed his eyes and said Eren had grown too much for words to matter now. Looking ahead with a hard stare, he said it was finally time to make the choice he had put off for so long. He staggered forward, then dropped to one knee, stunning Eren. As calm as he could, the bearded man gave his name, and said he was finally showing his true self. Lowering his head, the old man pledged himself to Eren, the hero who beat the legendary dragon, and became the new master assassin. A blue crystal formed before him as he swore to bind his soul in service forever. The crystal dropped to the floor and flashed with bright light. Eren stared at it in shock, and the old man told him to raise his hand to finish the oath. Eren lifted his hand, and a blue spark burst out. A huge wave of magic exploded from it. Then a strong light filled the whole area. The dragon remained where he was, head still bowed in submission. With a faint smile, the bearded man looked forward and said there was still one more thing. He stood up, raised a hand, and politely declared that their conquest of the continent was about to begin. A blue-haired man in chains stood in the center of the great hall. Without looking up, he reminded Rex that he'd been told to leave, and asked if he wanted to die. Instead, Rex sliced through the chains with his blade. He told the prisoner he was only carrying out the Duke's orders and trying to save him. Still not lifting his head, Kano said he was no longer the Duke's strategist, so there was no reason to rescue him. The rescuer straightened up and replied that his lord didn't care who he was. Only one thing mattered. That shocked Kanaz, because the order was actually to ask whether he would keep serving after he got out. Then the prisoner rose and snapped the chains apart, saying he'd only been amusing himself as a dragon, but there was one problem. Opening his black eyes, the dragon asked how a mere human dared ask for his service in return for breaking him out of that prison. He lifted his fist, shattered the rest of the chains, and demanded to know how Rex had the nerve. Rex went stiff with fear and said nothing. After a pause, the dragon closed his eyes and said being freed was only fair payment for his work as a strategist. Rex stepped closer and explained that his lord saw what came next as a brand new deal. That caught the dragon off guard, and he quickly asked what he meant. Rex put a hand to his chest and delivered Eren's offer. Help kill Chromula, and in return he could act as strategist to bring down the Emperor. The blue-haired man suddenly burst out laughing. Then he grabbed his head, laughing like he'd gone mad. After steadying himself, he called the blessed man absurdly arrogant and asked how he planned to kill a dragon, especially his sister, an ancient dragon. A heavy silence followed. At last, The blue-haired man gave Aaron a sharp look and said his arrogance was ridiculous, but interesting. Rex trembled, and the dragon went on, saying he would humor that arrogance for now, but with one condition. Grinning wide, the ancient dragon said Aaron had to kill his sister. Morning sunlight spread across the sky. It shone over the castle. At the table with Aaron, the dragon said Gale could open portals, but moving supplies and people here was still hard. He told Aaron they needed a ship built fast if they wanted to stay on schedule. Touching his nose, Aaron said he had figured as much. Just killing Cromula would never solve everything. Then he surprised everyone by asking how long building the ship would take. Gale said they'd need at least 6 months. The Dark Continent had the materials and workers, but even then it would still take that long. Aaron was stunned that a ship for a 1-month voyage would take so long to make. He shut his eyes for a moment and said he got it now. Then Aaron held up 2 fingers, smiled, and proposed finishing it in 3 months. The room instantly erupted. Everyone thought he'd lost his mind. Zeron snapped, yelling that even humans needed 9 months in the womb, so how could Aaron expect a ship in 3? Gale tried to calm him down, but Zeron kept shouting that the ship would break apart at sea and called Aaron an idiot who knew nothing. Aaron only spread his arms and smiled, saying this land was packed with treasure. So were they really going to act like there was no rush? Still grinning, he said he'd raise the reward right away, so they should all work together. Then Aaron turned to the dragon and asked about recruiting soldiers and crew members. He was told that Rex was handling it. Right then, Rex rushed into the hall and called out to his lord. Worried, he reported something strange outside. Everyone on the continent was back in the mines, almost like they were still under a spell. Aaron was stunned. When he questioned it, Rex said Cromula was gone, but nothing had changed. Everyone looked at him as Rex added that nobody cared about joining the army or crew. The ancient dragon frowned and said that made no sense. His sister's death should have broken the spell controlling them. The messenger urged them to come see it for themselves. Outside, the streets were empty. Aaron looked around uneasily and said it was true. There wasn't a soul there. Then Kanaz pointed off to the side and told everyone to look. Aaron spotted a massive crowd. He stopped cold, wondering if they really meant to keep this up. His face darkened as he realized nothing had really changed. Aaron slammed his foot down and ordered them all to stop. The people froze and looked at him, confused, alarmed. Aaron reminded them he had told them to stop mining and demanded to know why they were ignoring him. The villagers panicked and started making excuses. Then they dropped to their knees and begged for mercy. Aaron stared at them in shock as they kept apologizing. Completely confused, he said he wasn't blaming them. Then Kanaz stepped in and said they should be taken to the castle first, because this clearly wouldn't be solved by talking. Leaning closer, he added that the spell was still inside them. That was when Aaron noticed a strange aura over his people, shaped like Cromula. He closed his eyes and said he had no other choice. Aaron stretched out his hand and ordered the carts turned back toward the castle. The villagers quietly obeyed and headed back. Once they moved, Aaron calmly asked Kanaz why the spell still hadn't faded. Looking uneasy, Aaron pointed out that Kanaz's sister was already dead. Kanaz closed his eyes and explained that a dragon doesn't truly die when its body disappears. Death is only final after a new birth carries on its old life. Aaron frowned, not understanding, and asked again. Kanaz stepped back and said they needed to find Cromula's egg. Then he smiled and added that luckily, he knew where it was. That brought back the memory of him in chains. His sister stood before him, asking if he had no shame and how he could side with humans. Kanaz took heavy damage and lowered his head while she kept talking. She said things had worked out perfectly, and now she would finally kill him with her own hands. Then she smiled and promised not to make it quick. She'd bite and chew him for as long as possible, just to make him suffer. But suddenly, without lifting his head, Kanaz said that all he could still see was her death. He slowly looked up and asked if she had seen what happened to their brothers and sisters, who tried to use the ancient god's relics, warning that the same power would destroy her too. She only laughed. Her laughter grew so loud the chains started rattling. Grinning through clenched teeth, she asked her brother if he had forgotten how death worked for their kind. Kanaz became alert as she told him she had a sealed egg. Thinking of her cocoon, she said that as long as the egg stayed unbroken, her magic would remain on this continent forever. She laughed again and boasted that the nest was hidden somewhere. Even the ancient gods didn't know. Kanaz frowned, wondering what place could stay hidden from even them. Then he jolted in shock, thinking that couldn't be true. Deep in the Black Continent, there was a green forest. It was a land left just as it had been from the very beginning. Sunlight filtered through huge trees. No human had ever entered this place. Even the ancient gods had passed over. The two of them followed the path through that nameless land. Kanaz and Aaron moved through the forest together, searching near a huge mountain. Aaron turned to Kanaz and asked if Cromola's egg was really here. Kanaz nodded and said it should be hidden inside the cave. The advisor says even the cruelest dragons still guard their eggs. Aaron lets out a sigh and says villains always end up making dumb choices. Aaron steps up and says they should check the cave. A noise suddenly comes from ahead. Aaron raises his sword and asks if it's a monster. Staying ready, He tells the advisor this looks like the mountain spirit waking up, something that normally never happens. Then a monster made from tree roots appears in front of them. More of the same creatures line up before the group. Eren grins and says they really don't plan to hand over the egg easily. The monsters charge in, and Eren rushes forward with his sword. His eyes lock on the target. He swings once and slices the monster apart. Right after that, another mutant jumps out behind him, but Ziran tears its head off before it can strike. Ziran fights beside Eren and helps clear out the monsters. Roots start whipping around them at high speed. Standing with Ziran, Eren hears that these things are only the spirit's puppets. The real one is far bigger. Then the whole mountain starts shaking. With sword in hand, Eren hears Ziran tell him to climb onto his back. He jumps up onto the dragon. Ziran launches into the sky. A massive wooden hand shoots up after them. Ziran swerves away and avoids it cleanly. Riding on his assistant, Eren curses the thing. Looking down, he spots the giant monster and figures this must be the mountain spirit. Chromala's spell flares, and Ziran realizes he was enchanted too. Forced to guard the egg, the giant starts chasing the dragon, smashing everything in its path. It reaches for them again, but Ziran dodges. While riding on the dragon, Eren hears they need to stay back and wait until it sleeps again, or they'll never get off this mountain. Eren stares at the monster and asks Ziran if he knows something. As Ziran flies on, Eren asks again. Then Eren suddenly jumps down with his sword and roars that wrecking mountains is what he does best. He drives his blade into the monster's head and says its mana will be his. The tip of the sword bursts with bright light. Eren watches closely as the blade sinks deeper into the monster's head. He frowns and lets out a breath. Shockwaves blast out as he uses his fourth sword form. A vortex ignites, the giant's head starts glowing, and a huge wave of energy tears its body apart. The giant crashes down and explodes on impact. It stays motionless on the ground. Eren lands nearby and admits he'll need time to get used to that kind of power. Then he notices a tunnel ahead. He stares at it, stunned. They found it. A glow shines in the distance, and he realizes it's Chromula's nest. They move through the tunnel as it said a new ruler will be born here, one meant to burn the earth with fire. Ziran looks ahead and says his roar will freeze the blood in their veins. At the end of the path sits an egg wrapped in a red seal. The assistant begins casting a spell in a strange language. Eren watches in silence. Inside the egg, a baby dragon starts to move. Then the shell cracks and bright light spills out. The dragon bursts free with a sharp cry. The assistant looks at it and says the hatching ritual is finished. Eren then hears that now it has to be killed. He grips the hilt of his sword. The blade points straight at the tiny dragon. It answers with a little puff of flame. Eren turns to the surprised advisor. He asks if there's any way to remove Chromula's magic without killing it. From behind him, Ziran asks what he means by saving it. Calmly, Eren repeats the question. Can the magic be removed without killing the dragon? The advisor thinks it over and says that even if it can, not all of the magic would disappear. As the baby dragon plays around, he explains that doing this would only change who it's bound to, and only someone who can handle a dragon's soul can link with it. Eren lowers his sword and says if that's possible, then he won't kill it. Ziran is caught off guard by that choice. The advisor snaps that this is Chromula's child, and no one knows what evil might be inside it. Eren looks at the little creature and points out that it's strong. With a serious look, he says he can't just throw away something this powerful. The baby dragon stares at him, and Eren says he wants to bind his soul to it. Eren calmly says he will raise it himself. Back at the castle, people gather on the balcony. One of them stomps a foot and says this won't work. The gray-haired warrior says they can't wait any longer. He spreads his hands and reminds them. Eren promised to return in 2 days, but then all contact stopped, so something clearly went wrong. Jacqueline smiles and asks Miller when he started worrying about Eren so much. A young man nearby says they should wait a little longer since his lord always comes back. But Miller refuses. Waiting isn't an option, and they need to go help right now. Then a loud noise suddenly echoes through the balcony. Miller raises his blade and asks if they're under attack. A blue-haired girl yells that the castle is collapsing and everyone needs to get out now. Purple magic spreads, and the castle starts falling apart. The towers come crashing down. Later, the three sit quietly by the ruins. One of them says it looks like Eren managed to break the spell. Miller says the timing was perfect, because he was just about to go after him. Jacqueline points ahead and tells them to look. A large dragon is coming from the distance. Eren is riding on its back. When Eren's soul linked with Chromula's descendant, everyone below watched in shock as her spell over the Black Continent vanished. People dropped their tools, and after that, life across the Black Continent finally returned to normal. Eren stands before the people, who now become soldiers for the man who gave them freedom. Others turn into sailors and shipbuilders, making vessels for the trip home. Watching it all, Eren realizes he only needs to return to his land with his huge army, strong enough to keep the Emperor in check, and with treasure from the Black Continent. Later, a dragon cuts across the night sky. Eren stands with his assistant and calls out to it. The beast glides through the night, then quickly turns back. Its body starts shining with bright energy. Smiling, Eren asks when it plans to pop out like that. A white dragon suddenly appears right behind them. Aaron smiles and pets it. He rubs its head and tells it did well. Looking at it, Aaron says he still can't believe it's a dragon with magic powers. Zeron smiles nearby and says Aaron is lucky, because dragons born with powers like this are rare. The little beast stays close, and they note that it listens to Aaron well, so that's what matters. Aaron sees the glow and says it doesn't matter as long as it obeys him. Then the small flying dragon hops onto him, and someone jokes that it's basically just a kid now. Aaron looks at it and says he's not sure he's raising a child. Then, to his surprise, he hears it's time to train. The dragon lands in front of him. Aaron jumps onto its back, ready to fly. The young dragon carries them high into the sky. Another dragon follows after them. Excited, Aaron tells it to do its best to keep up. In dragon form, Zeron answers that he will. Then Aaron suddenly sees the huge jaws of another beast. It gathers energy and charges. The other dragon fixes its eyes on them. It bares its fangs and tries to snatch Aaron and the little dragon. A bright flash explodes. Zeron looks on and says he knew it. Aaron is improving at an amazing speed, just as expected from Cromula's descendant. The happy white dragon carries Aaron as he yells that it can't afford to show weakness. In an instant, it speeds right past its enemy. The other dragon chases after it, still trying to catch the little one. Aaron stares ahead in surprise. Riding on its back, he asks what it's doing and why it isn't running. Instead, the white dragon dives, and Aaron screams in panic. Wrapped in bright blue light, it shoots toward the ground. Then the white dragon lands. Aaron looks back and asks what just happened. Zeron, back in his beast form, sits beside him and asks what happened. Your Highness. A glow appears nearby. Then Cheryl steps out of the portal and spots her brother. Shocked, she asks what kind of dragons these are. By evening, they're surrounded by forest. A little girl watches, and we're told she's the strategist's niece. Aaron's sister asks in shock if Zeron is the same dragon that saved them at sea. Amazed, she says that explains why he used his breath attack at the orc fortress. He needed to beat the giants. The red-haired girl explains that he stayed with Aaron to defeat the Black Continent's dragon. She sighs and lowers her head, and the boy apologizes, saying she was too far away for him to explain. Then the heroine starts to speak, sounding overwhelmed. A second later, she bursts out that this is incredible. She jumps with joy, saying they now have soldiers from the Black Continent and 2 dragons. Still smiling, she says that with all that, taking the Holy Kingdom should be easy. Stunned, Aaron and his assistant ask if something happened. The woman with the staff raises a hand and says there's no need to force the story out of her. They already blame the Vivian Church for the disasters that hit the continent. Cheryl turns serious and says that no matter what, if Aaron doesn't return to the duchy right away, there's no telling what the Emperor and the Holy Pope might do. Later, the ships wait by the shore under the moon. A blue-haired girl asks Aaron if they really have to leave right away. Jacqueline points at the ship and says they need at least 2 more weeks to finish it, so going back now makes no sense. A young man walks up and says she's right. The assistant grimly adds that they can't move tens of thousands of soldiers across the sea in wooden boats. The red-haired girl behind them looks furious. She snaps that nobody even listened. Right now, the duchy is a total mess. Nearby, Miller hears them arguing that there's no time to stay and cut lumber for a ship. An old man walks up and asks if she's done yet. She blurts out that she hasn't even begun. Aaron cuts in and tells everyone to stop. The group goes quiet and looks at him. In a steady voice, the protagonist says he knows they need more time. Then he adds that if they lose the duchy, the whole reason they came here is gone. He agrees with his sister. They have to head back as fast as they can. An aide argues that if that's true, then not everyone should return with them. Kinna is asked what he means. The strategist says the Duke, as a possible heir to the throne, is already a problem for the Emperor, who wants to keep him under control while growing his lands. He warns that if the Emperor learns he gathered a huge army, he won't settle for just watching him anymore. Kina frowns and says that would drag them into a big war before they could get ready. The protagonist sums it up. They need to be the ones steering this war. The aide agrees with a nod. He looks at the others and admits the strategist is right. Coming back with a massive army would show the Emperor his plans too soon. He stays calm and says okay. He decides that for now, only Cheryl, Aaron, and he will return to the duchy. Everyone else must get fully ready and wait until he contacts them from there. A man stands before the Emperor. In the capital, Zeron coldly says he's been hearing ugly rumors about the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Pope bows as Zeron says he wanted to confirm them with the person involved. From his throne, the Emperor says people are claiming the Holy Knights of the Vivian Church were set free. With red eyes, he asks if they were sent back to Braun territory. The priest quickly says he only followed the orders of the god Parasus. He insists that man-warned monsters would invade Braun, and anyone sent back there would die right away. The Emperor smiles and asks why. Then, he hasn't heard that the duchy fell. The Holy Pope is stunned into silence. Zeron lowers his head and says it seems this god Paris was a mistake. Maybe he was just a fool working some scheme. Terrified, the servant says his only goal was to destroy Braun territory. Now furious, the Emperor asks what the Holy Pope thinks his own role is. He says the Pope is meant to stand for divine power, so he should act like it, not like a sneaky plotter. The bald priest bows and apologizes. Ziron waves a hand and orders him to beg that god for forgiveness, then earn a chance to fix this. Still angry, the emperor gives him a new task, cause a split inside Braun territory. Goblins swarm up the walls of Braun Castle. Rommel shouts for everyone to fight with everything they've got. Beside the archers, the commander yells at them to stop the monsters from getting over the wall. He angrily orders them to fire. Arrows rain into the screaming creatures. He tells them not to stop shooting. Goblins drop from the wall. One savage mutant climbs higher, yelling that the humans need to die. It reaches the top and spots the shaken guards. Rommel cuts one down fast. Another comes from behind, and he drops that one too. Then he sees more goblins ahead. Far too many. At this rate, the wall won't hold. Rommel looks down and asks Bianca if she can send him more men. Bianca yells back that she can't. The monsters are about to break through the gates. Shield raised, she orders everyone to brace for defense. She calls on the goddess Vivian to give them strength to win. Something above catches Bianca and Rommel off guard. A dragon rushes toward them, and the commander suddenly knows it's the same one from before. Fire gathers in its mouth. Rommel roars for the soldiers to get off the wall. A blast of fire crashes onto the monsters, and their screams fill the air as flames spread around the castle. Stunned, he can't understand why this is happening. Then he spots a giant dragon coming up to the wall. The commander is shocked to see the Duke riding it. Aaron grins and asks why it took him so long to figure it out. Glad to be back, he says he's returned. Then he moves on, saying he'll finish this. The dragon charges at the goblins. Diving straight down, the hero uses his third form greatsword strike, then follows with piercing wind. Light bursts everywhere, and the mutants are blown apart. Later, back at the castle, the Duke asks his aides if the Holy Kingdom is really offering immunity. Rommel says yes. They're handing out papers that free Vivian church members from past service, so Perez's guards can't arrest them. He adds that church followers no longer have to stay hidden. The Duke asks how the people are taking it. An aide says some asked for immunity to avoid trouble, but most are fighting it. Many are refusing the offer, saying Perez is testing their faith. Cheryl says she'd do the same. After hunting them down so hard, why act generous now? A red-haired girl says they're probably planning something. Kinez suggests they may use the protests as an excuse to strike their land. The strategist says anyone who refuses immunity will be easy targets for the Holy Kingdom. He tells the Duke that's still not enough reason to force the villagers into this, because it would shake the whole territory. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist asks if there's really nothing he can do. The doors burst open, and a soldier shouts that they have a problem. The Knights of Parasis are arresting Vivian church members who refused immunity. A girl is dragged along the ground, begging to be let go. The guards shove her forward. One Holy Kingdom warrior says this is the punishment for rejecting the god's mercy. Then he orders the rest arrested too. The prisoners are marched away, and Aaron calls out from behind them, demanding to know what they're doing. The warrior turns back. Calmly, he says he was ordered to seize every criminal who hasn't been pardoned. Teeth clenched, the protagonist says this is Braun land, so they should ask him before taking his people. The rival answers that God also warns them not to trust lords who follow pagan faiths. Rommel draws his sword and shouts, asking how dare he insult his lord. Aaron stops him, saying they can't hand over a reason to start a fight. Gale backs him up. This is a trap, and they want him to strike first. The protagonist asks where the prisoners are being taken. The armored warrior says they're headed to Asna Castle, where they'll be executed tomorrow morning. The bound followers of Vivian beg for help, and the protagonist burns with anger as he hears them. Cheryl demands to know if he'll really let their people be taken without trying to stop it. The rival says if that's all they have to say, then he'll be leaving. He lifts a hand and orders the group to move. The soldiers leave with the hostages. Desperate, the red-haired girl asks if they're truly going to let this happen. The strategist says stopping them now won't fix the real problem. He says the best move is to let them go for now, and figure out how to save them later. The protagonist turns to Cheryl. He asks about the time she went to a castle full of monsters, and she wonders why he's bringing that up. The Duke looks up and says that this time, that same kind of plan will save everyone. He tells Gale he needs him to become the monster that invades the castle. At Asuna Castle in the Holy Kingdom, guards watch from the wall. One points into the distance and asks what that is. The other squints and says something is flying at them unbelievably fast. Gale, in dragon form, tears through the sky toward them. A terrified soldier yells, asking why a dragon is here, and orders everyone to get ready. Warriors rush along the wall. The dragon hovers over the crossbows. MC remembers the Duke's words, that he probably wouldn't have to use dragon breath. He only needs to scare them. So he hangs in front of the castle and prepares to follow that order. Then he starts building up an attack. His mouth glows. With an angry roar, he unleashes a powerful sound wave. It slams into the crossbow troops. Then the dragon wheels around. Near the dungeon, spear soldiers stand guard. They look around, confused. One asks what that noise was. Was it a monster? Another laughs and says no way. Even when the capital was attacked, this place stayed safe. Then one of them suddenly spots the dragon. It opens its mouth, a fireball forming inside. In an instant it burns one guard alive, and the other runs in terror. A Holy Kingdom soldier is engulfed in flames. The prisoners shake in fear, but they're told it's okay. They don't need to be afraid. They stare in shock. The cell is opened. Eren, hidden under a cloak, steps in and tells them to get out. That night, he snuck into the castle by using the monster attack as cover, and the people rush outside. The Duke guides them out of the castle. Eren and Kanez lead them through the forest. They made it look like the prisoners escaped during the chaos, and the group keeps moving. The Holy Kingdom had no proof otherwise. Deep in the Holy Kingdom, a white castle stands tall. A man slams the table in fury. The Holy Pope demands to know how that bastard dared insult their god again. Furious, the priest asks if they're really sure there's no proof Eren rescued the prisoners. The Archbishop answers that they found nothing except signs of a sudden dragon attack. His hands tremble. He can't just sit back and do nothing. Rising from the table, he says that even without proof, they must send a warning. With wild eyes, the Holy Pope insists he needs His Majesty's approval for a purification ritual. The Archbishop is stunned. The Holy Pope, nearly crazed, swears he won't leave a single member of the Vivian Church alive. Emperor Zeron sternly asks him once more about this purification ritual. From his golden throne, he demands to know exactly what the Pope plans to do. Smiling, the Holy Pope says there's only one way to wipe out the Vivian believers for good. To him, that way is death. The Emperor just stares at him in silence. Spreading his hands, the priest says he won't kill everyone, just execute a few as an example, and the rest will fall in line. The Emperor slaps him hard. The bald priest reels back and asks what he's doing. Then the Emperor hits him again, this time with a fist. As he beats the priest, he roars that he is the Emperor. So who gave this man the right to decide the people should die? Zeron keeps swinging, demanding that he remember his place. One punch lands flush on his face, sending blood flying. Then he throws the Holy Pope aside. A dark figure steps forward. It towers over the beaten priest. Still furious, Zeron orders him never to forget who rules this country. Horrified, the priest quickly agrees. The Emperor turns away and tells him to get out if he understands. Shaken and scared, the Holy Pope says he understands. With his back still turned, Zeron hears someone arrive. A moment later, Gran steps in. Without looking back, the Emperor asks if Zeron heard everything, and he says yes. His aide watches in disbelief, then realizes the Emperor is laughing. The ruler in red asks Zeron what he thinks about all this. Gran calmly points out that he used the Pope to bring down Eren, so casting him aside now seems strange. The Emperor's face turns serious. He says a starving dog will someday turn around and bite its owner when the time comes. Either way, he says it's easier to keep that dog close before it bites. A gray-haired aide adds that this may be a small, weak country, but mistreating its king could still cause trouble later. The ruler smiles and says only people with something to lose worry like that. He only sees things to gain. Gran asks in surprise. The Emperor wipes his hands. With a dark look, he brings up the Holy Kingdom and Eren's duchy. Meanwhile, the Holy Pope rushes down the corridor. Holding his battered face, he curses the Emperor in the name of Paressa. He swears God will punish him. Then he looks down in shock. There's blood on his handkerchief. Enraged, he rips the cloth from his hand. In despair, he says he came to that man to crush Eren, and now he's been thrown away. His expression sinks as he realizes more than half the Empire's powerful lords worship the same god. With a twisted grimace, the Holy Pope decides this may be for the best, and vows to show that crafty Emperor what he can do. Several months later, Eren sits with his aide. Biting his nails, he says he has a bad feeling something is coming, even though nothing has happened yet. Gale, sitting nearby, asks what's bothering him. Surprised, Eren asks if he also thinks the Holy Kingdom has gone strangely quiet. The strategist agrees. He expected the Pope to strike back, but oddly, he still hasn't moved. Frowning, Eren asks how the scattered members of the Vivian Church are doing. The aide brings up Rommel and says those believers are a big help to their forces. Their commander has already sent people out to gather them and bring them into their territory. Gale shrugs and says things are going fine, so why worry over something that hasn't even happened? Instead, she says they should look for Cecilia. The duchy is running out of money. Closing his eyes, Eren says Cecilia's disappearance worries him too, but he can't search without clues. As for money, the gold from the Black Continent could fix that. Eren grabs his face, wondering when he'll be able to send orders. His sister said she was there yesterday. The ship should be done in about 2 months, and the soldiers and gold ought to reach La Mayon Castle in roughly 3. He raises a finger and suggests searching for her mother instead. Unlike Cecilia, at least they roughly know where to start. All at once, the troop commander bursts into the hall. In panic, he shouts that they've discovered where the Vivian Church followers are. Startled, Eren asks where. The commander takes a silent breath. His frightened look says it all. They're in the Holy Kingdom's capital. Zeron and the others are stunned. The Holy Pope stands before the gathered lords, declaring that the Empire's nobles faithfully follow the will of Paris. Throwing up his arms, he calls out to God's blessed servants. Behind him, the Archbishop warns that the Emperor will act if he learns the lords were manipulated behind his back. The Holy Pope suddenly slaps him across the face. The aide can only stare in shock. Smiling, the Pope says he lacks faith. With a chilling grin, he declares that his word is God's will. Then he turns, strides on, and orders them to prepare for the purification ceremony. Aaron rides hard, thinking through the mess. The Empire's lords have seized the Vivian Church and handed it to the Holy Kingdom, yet it doesn't look like the Emperor was behind it. That means the Pope may be acting alone, but pulling off something this big without help seems unlikely. Gale rides beside them and looks off to the side. After scanning the area, he realizes something feels off. Aaron pushes ahead, shouting for everyone to move faster. Their people's lives depend on it. The armored soldiers answer the order at once. Aaron calls out again for them to hurry. Up ahead, a group runs toward the forest, while someone peeks from behind a tree. A man steps out among the trees. He scans the area and thinks fast. Spotting fighters nearby, he realizes this is exactly what he expected. He lets out a loud whistle. At once, a horse comes charging out behind him. He jumps into the saddle. Then he reaches into his pocket. Feeling the bundle inside, he says it will soon be in His Majesty's hands. It's a scroll. On the edge of the roof stands a bound man. Blindfolded, he shakes with fear. Terrified, he starts begging for mercy. Holy warriors stand behind him. The hostage pleads to be spared. Before the Holy Pope and his followers, he cries that he repents, will believe in Paris, and begs not to be killed. The bound man listens closely. The Holy Pope spreads his arms and tells the heretics not to fear. Smiling, he says Paris has spoken, and by that grace their pitiful souls will be saved. They bow and thank him. Then the Holy Pope shouts, with a cruel grin, that their defiled bodies will rot and die. The blindfolded captives beg for their lives. Facing the sunset, the priest calls out to God. He asks the heavens to grant these sinners the iron sword of salvation. Then he looks up. A smirk creeps across his face as he decides Abel was right. Calling on God is useless now. The Holy Pope turns and orders the priest to throw the sinners off the castle wall. Then he spots someone in the distance and hears a shout, telling them to stop. Looking ahead in surprise, he sees Aaron and his army charging forward. Shocked, the Holy Pope realizes it's that filthy Vivian Church force. He spins toward the priests and yells for them to obey him and keep going. Abel watches in shock. Pointing ahead, he urges His Holiness to look. Aaron rides up and swings his sword. The aide tells his superior it's the Duke's sword, and without the hand of God, they need to run. The Holy Pope glares at him and says his faith is weak. From atop the wall, he declares this is holy ground and asks if that boy truly isn't afraid of the curse. Furious, Aaron shouts back that if he wants to be buried inside those walls, he should send the people of Braun home right now. The Holy Pope realizes Aaron is trying to trap him, then yells that if he doesn't leave, everyone in the territory will die. Aaron raises his energy sword, and the priest remembers the Emperor, realizing there is one thing Aaron still fears. He throws his hands to the sky and shouts that this is sacred ground of the Empire's state religion, so if Aaron doesn't want to become a traitor, he must leave at once. Aaron frowns. The Holy Pope smiles to himself. The Emperor may be a traitor, but at a moment like this, he's still useful. Still on horseback, Aaron speaks to his aide. Without turning, he says that one strike with piercing wind will break the wall, then asks if the strategist can save the falling people. Xeron answers with a hard look that he can't save everyone alone from this distance, but with Her Highness's help it can be done. Aaron goes quiet. Then he swings his energy sword in anger and says he'll begin. Just then, a rider rushes up behind them, shouting for them to stop. Both the Holy Pope and Aaron stare in shock. The rider yells that the Duke has received an order from His Majesty the Emperor. Aaron grimaces when he sees the scroll. He snatches it from the messenger. Opening it, Aaron reads that the Emperor considers him both nephew and prince of the Empire. The letter says the Holy Kingdom is a key ally of the Empire, and a sacred base of the state religion. No lord of the Empire is allowed to raise a sword against it, and anyone who does will face harsh punishment. Xeron smiles and signs the order. Aaron grips the paper in shock, wondering how the Emperor found out. Behind him, his aides wait. Xeron warns that if Aaron attacks now, he'll be branded a traitor at once, and Gale adds that they still don't have enough troops to fight. The hero stares ahead, torn over whether to stand down and let his own people die. Kanaz and the red-haired sister turn to him. Stunned, he faces the enemy and says they can't go against the Emperor right now, so he'll save the people without attacking the Holy Kingdom. Cheryl asks, shocked, if that's even possible. With his eyes shut, he says the only idea he has left is to kneel before the Pope and beg. The sister asks if he really has no plan at all, and he admits it. Then the young man lifts his head and looks up. At the wall, he vows to do everything he can to save the people. From above, the Holy Pope listens as the hero repeats the Emperor's words. The priest coughs, making it clear he's willing to hear him out. A rider announces that His Majesty wants to apologize for the disrespect shown to His Holiness before. The ruler of the Holy Kingdom looks down and realizes the emperors have finally understood how much power he holds. The Holy Pope tells him to pass along that he accepts the apology. The messenger shouts back that he will, then adds one more thing. His Majesty personally stepped in with Aaron, and now earnestly asks for the Empire's people to be released. the Holy Pope snaps, asking what he just said, while Eren is left stunned. The writer warns that if they refuse, the Emperor will hold them responsible for harming Imperial citizens. Grinding his teeth, the Holy Pope calls the Emperor a sly fox. The Archbishop points out that now the Emperor has stepped in, Eren can't touch them. An aide suggests sending back the Vivian church members and asking the Duke to return the castle he took as payment. For a moment, everyone just stands there in silence. The Holy Pope coughs once. Then he loudly agrees to grant the Emperor's request. He turns to the nearby priest who had shoved the man down. Something in his expression feels off. Kanaz stares in shock, and Cheryl squeezes her eyes shut. The hero watches in horror. The Holy Pope reaches out and suddenly orders them to seize that bastard. Enraged, the hero swings his sword and fires off a huge wave of energy. The blast slams straight into the castle wall. Eren's eyes go red with fury as he lifts his sword. With one swing, he sends a massive surge of power at the wall too. Another heavy blast of magic crashes into the castle. The hero sees that Eren has chosen to strike. Kanaz instantly turns and calls for Cheryl. Without wasting a second, Cheryl drives her staff into the ground and casts Tidal Wave. A giant wall of water rushes toward the castle. Even with all that force, they guide it carefully and slowly. Kanaz follows up right away with Wind Gust. The two spells join together. Almost at once, the power of Eren, Cheryl, and the dragon Kanaz smashes into the castle wall. Chunks of rubble start dropping from above. The people on the wall, priests and prisoners alike, panic. They grit their teeth, unable to understand what's happening. Then the whole structure gives way, and they start falling one after another. Kanaz and Cheryl realize this is their chance. Working together, they steer their magic toward the falling people. Water rises up, and a sphere forms around one of them. It stops him from hitting the ground and keeps him safe. One by one, more water spheres catch the people of the duchy as they fall from the wall. The Holy Pope runs in terror. Eyes shut tight, he sprints as fast as he can to save himself. Then Gale notices that Ammon is almost clear of the collapsing wall. Ammon rushes toward the hero, hoping to survive by using him. He leaps at the boy and grabs his leg. Clinging with both hands, Ammon panics and yells at Lunga to pull himself up now. Hanging on with both hands, Lunga starts shaking his leg hard. Furious, Ammon screams at him to climb up. Lunga remembers everything from the past, and his anger boils over. Still holding the edge, he finally goes against Ammon's orders for the first time in a long while. He looks down with a cruel grin and says he got a different order from God. Amon stares at him in disbelief. Then Lunga kicks Amon in the face with his free foot. A few seconds later, Amon loses his grip and falls. Lunga uses the chance to climb up and get back on solid ground. He laughs as Amon drops, but before Amon can hit the ground, magic saves him. Power surges through the hero's whole body. The spell comes from Gale's staff. The staff shines with a bright light. It slows Amon's fall and gently lowers him onto the broken wall. Once he sees the Pope is still alive, the protagonist lets out a breath. After setting Ammon down, Gale tells him he can die only for the Emperor's sake, then rides off toward the Duke. After saving the people of the duchy, Kanaz and Cheryl finally breathe easier. Kanaz says sadly that they saved everyone except one person who was already dead. Even after that success, Cheryl still looks worried. Watching the hero, she fears what her brother's actions will lead to. Eren is breathing hard after using so much magic. Then he notices horse hooves stop in front of him. Looking up, Eren sees the Emperor's aide on horseback. The man immediately aims a glowing staff at him. Kanaz and Cheryl both flinch in alarm. Eren reacts at once, raising his sword against the staff. At that moment, Gale lifts one finger and starts drawing in the air. Eren is caught off guard. When MC says his name, Eren's eyes widen. A sheet covered in writing appears in his hand. Holding it up, Gale says it's an edict. Then he clenches it in his fist, and it vanishes. He opens his hand on purpose, showing Eren that it's empty. With that empty palm, the protagonist tells Eren that news of his breaking the Emperor's order has already reached Zeron. Hearing that, Eren goes pale. With nothing more to say, MC rides past him without even looking back. As he heads back to his master, Gale says he hopes they can avoid war, though he doubts it. He doesn't say goodbye, just hints that they'll meet again soon. Vanishing in a flash of magic, he says their next meeting may be on the battlefield. Watching him leave, Kanaz and Cheryl remark that he's a top-class mage. Cheryl tells them Gale leads the Emperor's personal magic squad and usually works as his messenger. Thinking about the protagonist, they realize no one really knows how far his magic goes. Kanaz gives a reassuring smile and says that even so, MC still uses magic within human limits. Cheryl turns pale from how much magic she spent. Then Kanaz repeats what the messenger said about treason. Looking at Eren by the ruined wall, Kanaz says the war with Zeron will start much sooner than they thought. Back in his office, Zeron is busy with state matters. An odd sound makes Zeron look up from his papers. A small magic bird suddenly appears on the table. The moment he sees it, Zeron jumps to his feet and grabs the message. It's a report from Gale. After reading it, Zeron smiles. His people handled the job perfectly. Satisfied with the result, he plants both hands on the table. Then Zeron angrily orders all the dukes to be called in. He strides to the study door and declares Eren a traitor, saying it's time to decide his punishment. The nobles erupt into loud debate over what should happen to Eren. Both the Emperor's allies and the neutral lords join the meeting, each pushing their own side. With his arms folded, Zeron sits on the throne and calmly watches them argue over Eren's fate. In the end, they all reach the same decision. Zeron smiles when the nobles give their verdict. Eren is guilty of treason. Soldiers and messengers mount up at once and race after Eren. At the same time, another imperial messenger brings the Holy Kingdom an official declaration of war. The Pope grips the decree nervously as he reads the reason for war: the killing of imperial citizens. A second messenger kneels and delivers Zeron's message to Eren. Eren studies the scroll in silence, his face unreadable. After reading it, he coldly tells the messenger to leave. With permission granted, the messenger rises, gets on his horse, and heads back to the Empire. Kinez and Cheryl are stunned when Eren turns away without explaining anything, and says he has to leave. Hearing that, Cheryl can't hold back anymore. She bursts out in anger, shouting that they need to get ready for war right now. Eren stays calm and tells her it would be smarter to go to the Imperial Palace, kneel, and beg for mercy. Cheryl and Kinez clearly hate that idea, since it's obvious Zeron won't take back his declaration. As he walks on, Eren knows full well that plan won't truly work. He looks up and explains that he isn't trying to win forgiveness, he just wants to stall for time before the war starts. Before heading into enemy territory, Eren tells Kinez and Cheryl to use this time to finish preparing for war. Meeting Cheryl's eyes, Eren says he has a special job for her. She looks at her brother, waiting for more. Right then, a magic portal opens in the castle, in a burst of light. A moment later, Eren arrives at the Imperial Palace. On his throne, Zeron waits for Eren with clear excitement. As he enters the throne room, Eren kneels before Zeron in respect. Looking down at his nephew, Zeron says the lords have named him a traitor, so the army will not be called back. Still on his knees, Eren humbly says that isn't why he came. Zeron is stunned when Eren says he's not pleading as a vassal, but as his nephew. With a mocking smile, Zeron asked what Eren really wanted. Still on his knees, Eren told his uncle that if Bran's power was crushed, the other dukes might start testing the Emperor's power too. Zeron's hands tightened in anger, clearly not buying Eren's sudden concern. Even so, Eren didn't bother pretending this was about caring for Zeron. Lowering his head, Eren admitted he wasn't worried about Zeron himself. He cared about keeping their bloodline in control so their family would go on ruling the Empire. That caught Zeron's attention, and after a moment, he let Eren go on. With permission to speak, Eren laid out the real risk of stripping him of his ducal title and taking Bronn from him. He said that if that happened, the Empire could lose every feudal lord tied to their family. Still kneeling, Eren finally got to the heart of his concern. Staring down at him with open hate, Zeron asked again what Eren actually wanted. Gathering his nerve, Eren asked him to stop the Central Imperial Army's advance. That request sent Zeron into a fit of rage. Even with Zeron furious, Eren calmly said he wasn't asking to end the war, just to delay it. Eren said the main Imperial Army had about 100,000 soldiers, while the Ducal Army had 200,000. The feudal lords could likely add another 100,000, since they'd need the rest to keep order in their own lands. Zeron pointed out that Eren understood the situation very well. Then Eren, almost smiling, said he planned to wipe out those 100,000 feudal troops himself. Even Zeron flinched at that. Eren stayed on his knees and said he would accept whatever punishment the Emperor chose. By speaking up, Eren was really giving Zeron a way to punish him, while also cutting down the other feudal lord's power. The hall went quiet, except for Zeron's heavy breathing as he thought over the offer. Then Zeron coldly asked what would happen to Eren himself, and that caught him off guard. Eren bowed again and said he would surrender once the main army entered his duchy. Resting his chin on his hand, Zeron weighed the good and bad of Eren's proposal. Eren remained kneeling, waiting for the decision. Tempting as it was, Zeron said the Central Army would follow the original plan. Hearing that, Eren broke into a nervous sweat. Then Zeron added that the Central Army would attack the Holy Kingdom first, and only march on Bronn after taking it. Eren could hardly believe what he was hearing. He lowered his head and accepted the order, hiding what he really felt. His fists tightened as he fought to stay calm, because his plan had actually worked. In the Holy Kingdom, the priests and soldiers gathered together and waited to see what would happen next. Amon furiously cracked his whip, punishing the traitor who had tried to kill him. Tied to a post in front of him, Langda stood bloodied and worn down from torture. When Amon called himself God's representative on Earth, Langda spat back in disgust. Then Langda let all his anger out, and his words hit Amon hard. Amon's face twisted with rage, and for a moment he couldn't even speak. He raised the whip for another strike, but a voice suddenly stopped him. Still boiling with anger, Amon snapped at the priest who dared interrupt the punishment. But when he turned, he froze. Cheryl was standing there, calm and unreadable. Already close to snapping, Amon shook with anger at Cheryl's harsh words. Her words hit Amon like ice water. He went silent for a second, then fired back with insults. Cheryl didn't hold back either, and answered with open contempt. Her anger made her magic flare out of control, and a huge burst of fire around Cheryl blasted the nearby priests backward. She quickly pulled herself together and remembered why she came. Though the anger was still clear in her eyes, Amon had no idea how to respond. He jerked in surprise when Cheryl predlogiala a temporary alliance. For a moment, Amon just stared with his mouth hanging open. Clearly annoyed, Cheryl explained the offer in more detail. As Amon listened, he realized the deal was tempting enough to seriously think about. Even with all its benefits, Amon rudely turned her down, catching Cheryl off guard. Not used to talking people into things, Cheryl was ready to leave, but Amon tried to stop her, and only made her angrier. Seeing his tricks weren't working, Amon dropped the act and openly said what he really wanted most, Valanche Castle back. That made Cheryl stop and slowly turn around. After thinking it over for a moment, she accepted Amon's terms and turned to go. As Cheryl flew off on her Firebird, she said they'd send Amon the full details of the alliance in writing. Amon couldn't stop thinking about Aaron swinging his sword in a rage, and the Duke's real plan kept bothering him. Then Langda made a strange sound, and Amon heard it. He turned toward him at once. Looking Amon right in the eyes, Langda delivered the words of the god Paris, in a voice full of command. At the warning that God would punish him, Amon shuddered. Langda kept cursing him, his voice growing sharper and more furious. Enraged, Amon lifted the whip again, ready to take it out on the prisoner. But before he could strike, someone interrupted him. It was another priest, rushing in out of nowhere. When he heard that Paris's relic had been stolen, Amon was left speechless. The thief was already on horseback, racing away in a cloud of dust. The priest jumped onto their horses and rushed after the thief. They chased with everything they had. Ahead of them, a girl in a red robe pushed her horse harder, trying to get away. With every stretch of road, the chase grew more dangerous. The stolen relic was packed away safely in the thief's bag. The priests refused to give up. They kept chasing, determined not to let the relic stay in the wrong hands. One desperate priest pulled a heavy iron mace from his robe. He hurled it fast, and it tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Seeing the weapon coming, the girl yanked the reins and forced her horse into a faster run. The mace kept flying past her side. A second later, it smashed into the bag carrying the relic. With a loud crack, the relic hit the ground. One of the priests grabbed it at once. Relic secured, he told the others their mission was done, and they could head back to the temple. Then a sharp scream made everyone turn. Before they could react, wooden restraints snapped around their bodies and pinned them in place. A woman in a red robe suddenly appeared. Furious, with a scream she unleashed her magic at them. A dark blast shot from her hands, straight at the trapped priests. The priest holding the relic froze in terror. At that instant, the relic burst with blinding white gold light. A giant glowing hand appeared and blocked the deadly attack. The priest let out a deep breath, realizing the divine relic had saved his life. Once he recovered, the priest shouted to the others, calling on them in God's name to fight back against the woman trying to take the sacred relic. The girl kept attacking, fully convinced Paris was just a lesser god beneath her notice. Her fury kept rising, and she sent an even stronger wave of dark magic at them. The divine hand that had protected the priests began to crack under the assault. The priests were stunned to watch her magic rip through Paris's protection. In the next second, the sacred hand shattered like glass, and the priests stood frozen in fear. After breaking their last shield, the woman smiled in cruel satisfaction. Then a massive wave of dark magic slammed through the priests and threw them aside like leaves. Seeing them helpless on the ground, the girl burst into loud laughter. Amid the destruction, she spread her arms and kept laughing, enjoying her total control. The relic crashed onto the ground. With her enemies down, the girl walked toward the relic, ready to claim it. Then she stopped short, eyes going wide. Someone else had already taken it. Vivian turned toward the stunned woman, calm and fully at ease. Without the slightest worry, Vivian asked Isabel if she was the one gathering the god's relics. Isabel froze at the sudden twist. She recognized at once that the girl before her was the Holy Maiden. Sure she was facing Vivian's reincarnation. Isabel whipped out a dagger and lunged, but Vivian slipped past the strike with ease. In the next moment, she gathered holy power in her palm and struck back. The hit shook the ground. Its force sent Isabel flying back several meters. Flat on the ground, Isabel couldn't believe a mere holy maiden could be that strong. With a faint smile, Vivian told her that even as the goddess of love, she could turn that love into terrible fury when needed. After saying that, Vivian moved toward Isabel, ready to pass divine judgment. At Vivian's feet, Isabel fell into despair, knowing she had no way out. Out of nowhere, Vivian was surrounded by strangers. They stepped in to protect the fallen Isabel, showing guts Vivian didn't expect. Isabel's followers shouted for Vivian to stop, and warned her not to touch the sage's mother. Facing a whole crowd by herself, Vivian paused and quickly judged the situation. Then she raised her guard and chose to fight. Meanwhile, the Duke's loyal vassals waited for their lord to come back. Cheryl, fed up with the tense waiting, hated that she had to meet Amon herself and offer him a deal. Zeron looked at the heroine and couldn't hide his worry. Aaron still hadn't returned from that dangerous mission. Gale stayed unusually calm and tried to settle everyone down, reminding them Aaron wasn't alone. One of the heroines had gone with him and could help keep him safe, but one of the Duke's oldest advisors was focused on something else. The duchy was getting dangerously close to war. His shocked face made it clear what scared him most. The money. They simply couldn't afford a war that big. His nervous outbursts, full of fear and despair, were cut off by Aaron's familiar voice from the doorway. Aaron walked into the meeting room with a little girl holding his hand. The old advisor was stunned to learn Aaron had already started working on a way to solve their money problem. Moving toward the group, Aaron said he had found something worth more than gold, then gestured toward the door. A strange woman entered, with Kurok beside her. The old man quickly asked who she was and how she could possibly help pay for such huge war costs. Before he could finish, the weak-looking woman suddenly changed into a warrior, giving off overwhelming strength. When she grabbed the old man with one hand, he shook at once, realizing he was completely powerless against her. Aaron ignored the commotion and calmly walked to the table where his vassals were seated. Taking the seat at the head of the table, Aaron officially opened the meeting. He looked each vassal in the eye, clearly ready to lead the duchy through whatever came next. Resting his chin on folded arms, Aaron began explaining what happened in his meeting with the emperor. He told them the plan he gave the emperor. After wiping out the feudal lord's army of 100,000, they would surrender. That was the heart of his strategy. The room was stunned. No one saw that coming. Aaron stayed calm and said yes, that was the agreement he made with the emperor. Cheryl shot to her feet, slammed the table, and demanded to know how her brother could accept such a crazy deal. Aaron answered evenly that this was the limit of their strength. They had no other choice. That answer set the boy off too. He shouted that they were all ready to die for justice and the duchy, but Aaron said that's exactly what he wanted to avoid: wasted lives and pointless deaths. Cheryl and Zirin went quiet at once. Then Aaron said something no one expected. He didn't want to lose even one loyal subject. Looking at the others, Aaron said he had accepted the heavy duty of being a lord in this life. He swore to do everything he could so none of his people would die on this dangerous road. After that, the room fell into a heavy silence. Everyone waited, barely breathing for what their ruler would say next. After gathering his thoughts, Aaron went on. Surrender didn't mean the end of their territory, he said. It was only a temporary move. That shocked the vassals even more. Aaron lowered his head and revealed the rest of the plan. Once the main army moved out, strong reinforcements would come from the Dark Continent and change everything. Thinking of the emperor's crimes, Aaron declared with burning anger that then they would march on the tyrant. The vassals were left speechless by those bold words. 2 weeks passed in a flash, and the army was ready for battle. A guard stood watch at the command tent. Inside, everyone was focused and tense. Duke Findel asked Count Vlad to explain his plan for the coming battle. After a short pause, Count Vlad answered with full confidence. They would win. That confidence made Duke Findel smile in a nasty way. Count Vlad caught the look and immediately stiffened, making it clear he wouldn't be mocked. He swung his huge axe and stared Duke Findel straight in the eyes. Findel stopped laughing and calmly said the Count could do whatever he wanted with Duke Aaron. Unsatisfied by that vague reply, Count Vlad stood up. Towering over Findel, he demanded the real reason for that laugh. Findel kept a straight face and said it was just a habit. As Count Vlad thought over Findel's question about what came after beating Duke Aaron, their tense talk was interrupted. Footsteps neared the tent. Then Duchess Baron entered quickly. Her arrival eased the tension at once. Joining them, she looked between both men and calmly said she wanted to know what would happen to their soldiers after they won. That blunt question made Count Vlad tense up. He let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. With a crooked smile, he finally understood the dukes were really talking about the emperor. Silence filled the tent, broken only by Duke Findel's faint nod. Then, that cruel smile returned to Findel's face. Almost pleased, he said that before they could reach the emperor, they first had to get rid of Duke Aaron. News of the civil war spread across the empire through leaflets at amazing speed. The reports threw ordinary people into fear and panic. A little boy kept handing out the leaflets with the grim news. Most people feared another terrible epidemic more than anything. Still, not everyone was scared. Some saw a chance to profit. After hearing about the war, a man in a white cloak exchanged a few words with someone unknown. A moment later, he hurried off. The hero kept watching the boy, fists clenched hard as he waited for the chance to gather all the gods' relics. His hands tightened even more, like he was trying to hold back the power building inside him. Looking ahead, one thing was clear. He would not give up until he got his real body back. Vivian kept fighting the crowd, protecting Isabel. One after another, she brought them down with amazing skill. Even so, Vivian tried not to seriously hurt anyone. She only knocked them out of the fight. In just moments, she dropped 3 attackers. Even against so many enemies, Vivian stayed completely unharmed, as if holy power was shielding her. She quickly counted the field. Only 10 enemies were left. Without hesitating, Vivian gathered herself and rushed in again. One attacker charged with a dagger, full of hate, but Vivian slipped past the strike with ease. She answered right away with a lightning-fast counter. One sharp kick sent the attacker flying. Realizing they couldn't beat her one by one, the rest rushed her together. Vivian still avoided every hit with ease, and every dodge came with a counterattack. proving how much better she was. Vivian pushed forward, fighting with fierce resolve and divine power. Her enemies couldn't escape her blows, and their attacks were stopped before they could land. Some of them could only stare in shock. Vivian struck clean and hard, each hit impossible to stop. Every blow hurled someone back, blood spraying as they fell. The force of her attacks shook the ground. Another heavy strike sent one more enemy flying like a doll. This one crashed right at Isabel's feet, and in that confusion, Isabel got back up. She wasted no time and cast a spell, catching Vivian at the worst possible moment. A dark magical aura spread across the battlefield, putting the Holy Maiden in real danger. Seeing that, Vivian rushed straight at Isabel to stop her before it was too late. But Isabel's remaining followers threw themselves in the way and blocked her path. With an angry cry, Vivian started hurling them aside so she could reach Isabel faster. She pushed through harder and faster, throwing people aside with growing fury. But before Vivian could reach her, Isabel finished Chaotic Grasp, one of her strongest spells. Black bindings shot from Isabel's hands with the speed of lightning. Vivian had no time to react before the spell caught her and locked her in place. Dark cords wrapped around her body and pinned her down. Seeing their chance, the others rushed the trapped Vivian with daggers drawn. Isabel backed them up with more magic, strengthening the binding and getting ready to finish it. Stuck and helpless, Vivian went pale as fear hit her, and her heart pounded. With her eyes shut tight, Vivian prayed to the goddess for protection. Then a purple glow spread across the sky. A vision of the goddess Vivian rose behind the Holy Maiden, filling the area with divine power. Even then, the attackers still rushed in together to finish her off. Seeing that, Isabel screamed at them to stop. At their mistress's voice, they froze, their daggers stopping just short of the girl's body. Even the blade at Vivian's neck couldn't leave a mark. Realizing nothing had hit her, Vivian slowly opened one eye. Daggers were still pointed at her from every side, close enough to kill her at any second. Isabel walked up and told her followers to move. They obeyed at once and cleared a path for her. Isabel stepped up to Vivian and carefully pulled the daggers away from her. Once she was close, Isabel lifted Vivian's chin with 2 fingers and made her meet her gaze. Terrified, Vivian couldn't look away. She stayed locked on Isabel's face, too scared to move. Holding her breath, she waited for what would come next. Then Isabel looked her in the eyes and said something shocking. She called Vivian a relic of the goddess Vivian. Later, one of Isabel's followers drove the carriage. Inside, hidden from everyone else, the 2 women sat alone. The space between them was heavy with tension and questions. Finally, Vivian asked what had been eating at her. Why was Isabel gathering the gods' relics? Isabel paused to think. A strange little smile crossed her face. When she answered, Isabel spoke with open contempt for the lesser god's power, leaving Vivian stunned. The reply was so strange and unexpected that Vivian could barely follow what was going on anymore. Then Isabel said a single name, and it took Vivian's breath away. The name was Avaric, and the shock on Vivian's face said she knew it well. Sensing her confusion, Isabel repeated the name again, slow and clear. Then she leaned in and gently placed her hands over Vivian's. Holding them softly, Isabel changed her tone and pleaded for help against Avaric. Her voice was full of desperate hope that Vivian would agree to help with something this dangerous. Vivian was completely lost. Meanwhile, the feudal army reached the edge of the guild's land. Leading them was Count Vlad, a fighter feared by his enemies. Vlad had been raised by war. Since childhood, he had lived and studied battle. To him, strength was the only real law. Years ago, Vlad helped the current emperor overthrow the last ruler and take the throne. Now he had grown unhappy with Ziran, who ruled with schemes instead of force. Unlike the emperor, Vlad always kept a dagger close. At the duchy's border, the army of Brav was already waiting to defend its land. The count's aide quickly informed him that enemy troops had appeared. Without losing his calm, the count ordered his men to get ready. The assistant passed the order along at once. The soldiers surged forward, eager for battle. The duchy's troops didn't move, calmly waiting for the first strike. Vlad's men charged with a roar, blades ready. But the moment they reached the enemy line, they vanished without a trace. The rest of the warriors ran ahead right after them. Shaken and confused, the soldiers quickly reported the strange disappearance to their captain. All the while, someone watching from above grinned at their confusion. Then, one soldier was suddenly run through by a sword from nowhere. The captain's assistant was too stunned to speak. Bony ghost-like hands reached out from the unseen field and dragged the wounded man in. The invisible space sucked him away like a vacuum, while his legs kicked helplessly. Cries for help broke out all over the battlefield. A moment later, a strange figure appeared high above them on a cliff. Hearing the sound, the count and his assistant looked up in shock. A horned girl with a cruel smile greeted them and declared they were in her world now. As she stepped forward, she said she'd love them with all her heart, and it sounded like a threat. Once he recovered, the assistant turned to the count and asked what to do. Even now, Count Vlad looked puzzled. Screams and shouting spread through the battlefield. Then, everything went silent. With no reply, the assistant called out to his master again, louder this time. To his surprise, the count calmly told him to wait a little longer, arms folded. Suddenly, 3 shadow soldiers jumped the mysterious warrior from behind. Their daggers struck her back at the same time. Blood spilled before she could react. But a second later, her body faded like mist. In the next instant, she came out of a portal right behind the 3 shadow soldiers. She glared at them, furious. Still, she didn't strike back right away, making them wait in fear. Then she slipped back into the portal and disappeared. With her gone, the magic veil she had made started to fade too. The assistant quickly told the Count what had just happened. Then, a carriage appeared behind the soldiers. With a smug tug at his mustache, Findel looked out and said he was the one who dealt with that warrior. Findel ruled the territory with cruelty, and he raised his children the same way. That family's name was feared for its deep-rooted malice. They experimented on people and tortured their own subjects, so the former emperor drove them out of politics. But unlike the last emperor, Ziran chose to use their talents. Even after seeing what they really were, he cut all ties with them completely. He kept that choice after taking the throne, knowing how dangerous they were. Now, remembering all of that, Findel was set on getting revenge on the emperor. He planned to use this chance to remove the emperor from the throne. Even after Findel stepped in, the Count didn't thank him. He only scolded him for arriving late. Then the Count firmly ordered the march to continue. The massive army under the Count pushed toward Braun territory. 3 days earlier, Aaron sat at a table with Kaniz. With his eyes closed, Aaron said the locals had gotten pretty loud lately. The advisor looked at him and asked what he meant. Aaron opened his eyes and said people were claiming Duke Aaron had betrayed the Empire, and that this war was his fault. He looked at the advisor tensely, but the man laughed, making Aaron wonder what was so funny. Smiling with his eyes shut, Kaniz told him not to take it the wrong way. Then Aaron remembered something his tribesman had said. His eyes widened as one word came back to him: dragons. Kaniz smiled and said, humans are never thankful for what they have, and always want what they don't. At the table, Aaron pointed out that the people his lord had saved were now calling that same lord a traitor and a disaster. Aaron said nothing, and just stared at him. When Aaron pointed at himself as proof he was human too, Kaniz clarified that he meant most humans, not every single one. Looking away, Aaron asked what Kaniz was really trying to say. Fanning himself, Kaniz said he had a way to handle it. Soon, Aaron stood before the assembled soldiers. The men whispered among themselves. Some said Lord Aaron's betrayal had started the war. Others complained they thought they were fighting for the goddess Vivian, not backing a traitor. Another warned that the enemy had 100,000 troops. One soldier swore they were doomed, and another begged the others to run instead of throwing their lives away. Aaron heard it and cursed under his breath. He shot a glance at Kaniz beside him. A purple flash appeared in front of the troops. A demoness stepped out of it. She passed the soldiers, leaving them confused about why a demon was there. Then she walked up to Aaron. He watched her in silence. She dropped to one knee. With her head bowed, she reported that the enemy had broken through the canyon and was moving toward the Knight Commander's position. The soldiers were stunned to see her kneeling beside their lord. Even Aaron looked surprised. He glanced at Kaniz, and Kaniz only nodded back. Then Kaniz raised a hand and summoned all the knights of Braun territory. As the demoness sat with her eyes closed, Kaniz shouted for everyone to see that even demons knelt before their lord. Mouth hanging open, he kept going. Wind swirled around Kaniz as he declared that he too was an ancient being. The knights gripped their spears in shock. Then a huge black dragon appeared on the platform. Aaron finally stood beside it, and the soldiers heard that the great dragon Kaniz stood with their lord. Looming over the army, the dragon demanded to know if they were ready to stand with their lord, the lord of demons and ally of dragons. Its yellow eyes shone as it added that otherwise they would die here. The soldiers silently tightened their grips on their weapons. Then one of them spoke up. A soldier in the ranks shouted that they would fight beside their lord. At once, the whole army raised their hands and cheered. The dragon turned toward Aaron, with his sword on his back. Aaron thought this had gone a little too far. Then he smiled and admitted he kind of liked it. Grabbing his armor, Aaron shouted for bronze warriors to stand up and fight for their lord with dragons beside them. He spurred his horse and charged ahead. Morning light spread over the battlefield. Spears slammed into men on both sides. A knight pushed forward, cutting enemies down with his sword. Ziron lifted his sword high and brought it down on an enemy's head. Then he spun and cut through 2 more at once. He fought like a man consumed by rage. With one hard thrust, he skewered 3 soldiers together. A rider watched the whole thing from afar. His face was hard and serious. His hand tightened on the weapon's grip. He pulled out his axe and rushed in. Ziron chopped through an enemy spear and leveled his blade at the terrified soldier. The man shut his eyes and begged his lord to save him. Then he slowly peeked with one eye. Another knight was aiming a weapon at him. Ziron wondered when the rest of the reinforcements would get there. Suddenly, a weapon came flying at him. He turned just in time and caught the axe with his sword. The rider lowered his axe, and Ziron realized it was Count Vlad. What was their commander doing here? Pulling the axe back, the Count asked if he was Ziron, captain of Aaron's knights. Ziron only stared back in silence. A scar showed across the man's face. Then he swung his axe with force. Ziron dropped to one knee, still glaring like a warrior hungry for battle. Vlad asked again, "Are you Zeron, leader of Aaron's knights?" Struggling to hold the attack back, Zeron answered that he was. Vlad offered him a baron's title if he became his knight, pressing the axe against Zeron's sword as he waited for an answer. Zeron opened his mouth and let out a yell. Then he smacked the axe aside with his sword. Vlad froze for a second, still gripping his weapon. A shadow covered Zeron's face. He said he'd accept the offer, and as Vlad spread his arms, thinking Zeron had agreed to serve him, the knight cut in and took his stance, saying he'd do it only if Vlad proved stronger than Aaron. The red-eyed count laughed. This was exactly the kind of challenge he'd wanted. The two faced each other. With a grim look, the man said, "Then here I am." He charged and swung his axe, leaving a bright streak behind it. Vlad glanced at Zeron's armor, thinking he'd found an opening. Zeron shouted and tightened his grip on the sword. The man's eyes widened. He switched his grip and swept the axe side to side. Another bright arc flashed out, and Vlad stared in confusion. Zeron jumped back. He raised his blade in front of him. Vlad grinned and said Zeron was quick. He liked that. Zeron took the sword with both hands. His hands shook a little, and Vlad took it as inexperience. The axeman smiled. Then he lunged again. Zeron barely got his sword up in time to block. Forcing the axe down on the blade, Vlad asked if he still didn't understand. A bright flash whipped past his face as he went on. "Swords are weak." Driving forward, Vlad shouted that real power belonged to the axe. Zeron was thrown backward. His enemy closed in. With red eyes fixed on him, the man asked if he was ready to throw away that weak sword and serve him. Zeron frowned and shot back that he hadn't lost yet. The man in the red cloak said Zeron was the one who couldn't see true strength. Looking down at him, Vlad added that men like that were the ones he hated most. He drew his axe back and said if Zeron stayed that way, then he wasn't worthy of it. The axe came for Zeron's head, but even then he chose to stay loyal. In that instant, Zeron remembered Gale's worried face. A sharp blue blast of wind shot toward the enemy. It streaked right past the startled man's face. A horse came thundering in. Vlad turned. Aaron leaped in at him. His sword crashed down from above. His red cloak snapped behind him. The man shouted for his troops to fall back. Still on one knee, Zeron recognized his lord. Pressing the attack, Aaron yelled for every soldier to retreat. Vlad realized Aaron was pulling back the whole army just to save one knight. Brave, maybe, but foolish. Both men kept their swords ready as Vlad faced Aaron. With a smile, he mocked Aaron, saying that knight must mean a lot if a lord rushed into battle to save him. Zeron looked over in alarm. Aaron frowned and snapped, asking what nonsense he was talking about. The knight was taken aback. Then Aaron called out to Kainaz, and the dragon answered with a blast of fire. Flames swallowed the soldiers. Vlad looked up, tense now that he saw the dragon. As Kainaz rained fire over the army, Vlad couldn't believe the dragon was here. Soldiers ran screaming. The flames chased them down, and they cried for help. Dark shapes appeared ahead, and for a moment they thought they were saved. One soldier rushed toward them, yelling for help, then froze in shock. Enemy warriors were waiting right in front of them. Vlad looked away, still trying to understand why a dragon was here, when a claw scraped across his armor. Another dragon had come up behind him. There were two. He shut his eyes for a second, then turned back to Aaron. Even the dragon seemed startled and lifted its paw. The man stayed silent. Part of his broken axe dropped to the ground. Holding a sword to his neck, Aaron smiled and said they should talk. A dark figure dropped down beside the carriage. The man in black reported that the castle was nearly empty, guarded by only a few men. From inside the dark carriage, another question came. The hooded man answered that a huge fire had broken out where Vlad was fighting. Gale twirled his mustache, wondering if that explained the noise. Then he told them to ignore it and focus on the mission. Was the poison ready? A servant by the carriage said yes, and passed on the order to move. The mustached man laughed. He pictured the target poisoned, and said nerve poison would let him take the castle without spilling any blood. Then a burst of flame ripped through his carriage. Shocked, he jerked his head around. Then he looked up and demanded that whoever did it show themselves. Cheryl sat atop a phoenix, staff in hand. The soldiers stared at the girl hovering above them. Gale gaped at the fire and, still inside the burning carriage, asked what had just happened. He'd assumed Aaron had no more than 10,000 troops. Out of the 100,000 sent to crush him, 50,000 were here. The plan had been simple. While Aaron's men fought Vlad's 40,000, he would use the rest to seize the nearly empty castle. He'd pictured his soldiers climbing the walls and taking it with ease. Now troops were appearing in front of him, and he couldn't understand where they came from, or what happened to his own men. Figures wrapped in purple light appeared nearby. His jaw dropped as he muttered that it had to be an illusion. Fire flared around the carriage. Then an explosion burst out. Looking down, Cheryl reminded him she'd told him to get out. His foot finally hit the ground. Walking toward the wreckage, Cheryl muttered that he couldn't have been crushed under the carriage, could he? She glanced at her staff, confused. She'd only tried to blow off the wheels, but the blast had almost killed him. Then Cheryl smiled to herself, thinking all that effort meant she must have gotten stronger. A hand pushed out from the rubble. Gale crawled out and screamed at his soldiers, demanding to know where they were. Cheryl smacked him on the forehead with her staff. He dropped, and she complained that he'd scared her. While Aaron's main army dealt with Vlad, dark figures jumped down from the wall, then the gates opened, and the undefended castle was taken. Warriors poured into the courtyard. It was exactly Gale's plan, just used against him. They stopped in front of the bright castle. People were lined up there, waiting, something he never expected. A blue glow surrounded the warriors, showing that the castle's people and soldiers had already been moved out before it became enemy ground. Holding her staff, Cheryl thought his mistake made sense. The power gap was too huge to understand. She imagined the men riding with the dragon, and thought that, as a human, Gale could only make plans a human mind could think of. About 3 weeks earlier, Aaron stood on the wall. He stared ahead and thought about the numbers. The enemy had around 100,000 men, while they only had about 10,000. Even if help came from the Black Continent, those troops would still be needed against the Emperor's army. Aaron knew that no matter how strong he was, one man couldn't stop 100,000 soldiers. Even if he won, the losses would be huge. He needed a better way. Aaron let out a long breath. Then he heard someone say he looked busy. Kanaz walked up to him. Stopping beside him, Kanaz asked if he'd ever heard of taboos. Aaron looked at him and said no. Closing his eyes, Kanaz explained that long ago, when humans worshipped dragons less, jealous gods warned dragonkind not to interfere too much in human matters. If they crossed that line, they would be punished. Aaron listened in silence. Then he put a hand on Kanaz's shoulder and told him not to worry. He'd make sure no punishment came. Tiny sparks flickered beside him. Looking up at the sky, Kanaz said that the god's power had grown weak. He turned and asked what Aaron would think if no gods remained who could punish him, even after crushing his enemies in this war. Surprised, Aaron asked if the gods were gone. Kanaz shook his head. He could still feel them, but only faintly. Then he frowned and said that instead, he felt the power of Avarak, the ancient god who made their race, growing stronger. A blue orb formed in Kanaz's palm as he said that meant his own power was rising too. Aaron questioned if that was really true, and Kanaz said it was. Holding a blue flame in his hand, the dragon said that power would be very useful in the battle ahead. Then Kanaz added that there was one more thing, but Aaron grabbed him by the shoulders and shouted that he understood. With clear excitement, he said there was a way to win this war without losing a single civilian or soldier. He made his way to the tower. Kanaz stared in confusion and admitted he had no idea why. A little taken aback, he added that Cheryl's power was growing too. A man was strapped to a chair. With his eyes still shut, Findel asked where all the soldiers had gone. The man lowered his head. Then he jerked it back up and cried out in panic. He shook his head, trying to figure out where he was. His hands were tied, and Findel guessed that meant he was still alive. He was seated in the center of what felt like a cell. He couldn't be sure, because he still couldn't see. Grinding his teeth, he heard someone in the room ask if he was alive. Nearby, Vlad was also tied up, and Findel recognized him at once. As he tried to shift his chair, Findel asked what had happened. A voice answered that a dragon had appeared. Aaron captured him, and now he wanted to talk. Then came another question. Could he guess where they were? Vlad tilted his head and said he couldn't hear anything outside, so they might be underground. Then he questioned the dragon part, adding that this place felt way too comfortable to be a prison. Both men stiffened at the sudden sound. Vlad turned toward it and asked if that was Duke Aaron. The boy quietly confirmed it. Still tied to the chair, the man said Aaron claimed he wanted to talk, but this sure wasn't how you start a normal conversation. Aaron told Findel they'd talk once everyone had arrived. Findel asked if more people were joining them. The boy only said he'd see soon enough. A chandelier hung above them. With a snap of his fingers, the man announced that now everyone was here. They could begin. Someone ripped the blindfolds off the captives. Vlad looked forward, frowning. The prisoners' faces twisted in shock. Baron was sitting across from them, calm and sure of herself. They were all seated at a long table, when someone shouted that she was supposed to block the supply route. So why was she here? One of the men balled up his fist. Staring at the woman beside the boy, he demanded to know if she had betrayed them. The Duchess only smiled and repeated the question. Vlad slammed his fist down hard on the table. A knight reached for his sword. Aaron stopped him with one hand. With rage written all over his face, Vlad ordered Baron to answer. Her life depended on it. Bran let out a slow breath. Then she closed her eyes and asked what their mission was really for. The man stared back in surprise and answered that they were there to bring down the traitor Aaron. The blonde shook her head. Then she answered, no, that wasn't what they agreed on. They had gone over it during the strategy meeting 2 weeks earlier. As the men watched closely, Findel said the plan had been to defeat Duke Aaron, then use what troops they had left. Baron sat with her arms folded. Then her eyes widened at a sudden flash. A bright light revealed Duchess Baron. She stood close to the imperial line as the oldest daughter of Christina and sister to Emperor Zarin, but her claim was crossed out. She came through her mother's side, and as a woman, she had no right to the throne. The boy beside her, her son Tess, did have a claim. And beside the emperor's line stood the prince's place. If Zarin's son Philip died without an heir, Tess would stand next in line after Aaron, wanting her son on the imperial throne. Bronn had knelt and chosen her path. so she joined hands with Eren and decided to help remove Zeren from power. The scarred man stared in total shock. Sitting back with one leg crossed over the other, Bran confirmed that Duke Eren was never the true target. The mustached man turned to her and pointed out that she was the one who first suggested killing Duke Eren. Baron pointed at Eren and said he would die in this battle, so that part didn't matter. The men could only stare at her, confused. Eren stepped closer and said that, just like Bran said, his death would be announced soon. His eyes hidden by his hair, he added that they would even hold a huge funeral. Resting a hand on Bran's shoulder, Eren said that if the funeral honored a royal family member, the Emperor would have to come. Vlad looked at him and asked if that was when they planned to strike Zeren. Eren nodded. Then he spread his arms and asked what they would choose. Vlad fixed his eyes on him and told him to say exactly what he wanted from them. Eren raised his sword in front of him. Light burst around the blade as he asked if they would defeat the Emperor and start a new age, or die right here. A dark look passed over the men's faces. Vlad shut his eyes and gave a slow nod. Findle nodded too, saying anyone would be better than the current Emperor, but their help had better not be forgotten. Eren lowered his sword behind his back, as someone asked where and how he planned to die. Lacing her fingers together, Baron said a grand funeral needed the right stage. At the castle, knights and soldiers hurried up the stairs carrying supplies. A man watched them from above. He waved them on and ordered them to move faster and bring more. Buckets were filled with stones. The priest signaled for all of them to be thrown over the wall. The rocks rained down. One smashed into a knight's face. Screaming, he toppled from the wall and hit the ground below. Watching from among the knights, the mage realized this fight was a lot tougher than he expected. He glanced at the bars and thought he hoped not to use them, but he couldn't let his majesty down. He aimed his glowing staff ahead. The light grew stronger as Gale opened his mouth and unleashed an acid blast. Green energy shot out in every direction. It rushed toward the castle gates and slammed into them in a shower of sparks. The bars gave way. Dust spread through the air. The knights turned toward the mage, then charged ahead. They pushed straight for the gate. The priest watched nervously. Looking toward the forest, he wondered when Eren would arrive. At that same moment, Eren was racing through the forest on horseback. A group of knights rode behind him. Glancing back, Eren shouted that the enemy was right ahead. The knights closed in on the castle, and when Gale turned, he recognized Eren. He thrust his staff forward. A bright green orb formed at its tip. Lightning burst out from it. The attack shot toward Eren. The bolts rushed closer and closer to his face when a black dragon appeared overhead. It opened its jaws and breathed fire, swallowing Eren in the flames. The man's jaw dropped. Gale, though, did the opposite. He closed his eyes. As the smoke cleared through the forest, the dragon flew off. The priest dropped to his knees, asking if Eren was dead and what that meant for the Holy Kingdom. Clutching his staff, the mage could hardly believe his majesty truly meant for this to happen. With the trees standing bare, the thought hit hard. Duke Eren was dead. The news spread across the continent and shook everyone. Philip read the letter with a smile. Some people were thrilled, others stared at it in disbelief, and some were heartbroken. Zeron read the report in silence, while many others were left confused. A knight walked up to the man at the table. Dressed in white, he clenched his teeth so hard some nearly cracked. The sage's fingers shook as he asked if even the body was gone now. The man spun around and hurried out. Elsewhere, people sat around a round table. A small white teapot rested on a tray. The two girls faced each other. Cecilia took a sip from her tea. Smiling brightly, she said it tasted amazing. Isabel took a sip too. After setting her cup down, she asked if Cecilia had made up her mind. Cecilia closed her eyes and said she served the Vivian Church, so there was nothing to think about. The brunette across from her promised the relic would be returned. They didn't even need to keep it with them. They just wanted to place it inside her body. She only meant to borrow it for a little while. Cecilia frowned. Isabel reminded her that as Saint Vivian, she had a duty to hand over the holy relic. If Avarak returned, Vivian would vanish. Cecilia stared at her in shock. Isabel warned that his power was rising even while she hesitated. Then all at once, her eyes widened as some unseen force pushed her head down. The blue light flared stronger. Cecilia jumped to her feet and asked if she was okay. The woman slowly lowered her hands. As the light faded, Cecilia asked what had happened. Looking down, Isabel said the power coming from the children of chaos was getting stronger. She drew her sword and said they were out of time. Pointing the blade at Cecilia, she said a choice had to be made now. Suddenly, a man burst into the room. Staring ahead in shock, Gale blurted out that Eren's body. Then he shouted for them to stop. His mother looked at him in surprise. Frowning, she asked what he meant. Eren was gone. Gale said Eren had died in battle. That news stunned Cecilia. She turned at once, bringing up the Duke. Isabel's face darkened. No, she said, that was impossible. Gale punched the floor and shouted that the report had already spread across the whole continent, but even he couldn't believe it. Then he dropped to his knees. Grabbing his head, the woman asked how Eren died and where the body was. The protagonist stared at her, shocked. Then he shut his eyes and said the report claimed dragonfire burned Eren completely, leaving nothing behind. The brunette told him to listen carefully. She said that if Eren had really died, Valtor inside him would have awakened and turned the battlefield into a slaughter. The man could only stare at her in amazement. Calmly, Isabel said there were only two options. It was a lie, or Eren had a reason to fake his death. With a gentle smile, she told her son that Valtor's soul was inside him, while Valtor's body was inside Eren. To seal him, both had to be joined in one person. Holding her son's head, she went on, saying that if either one died, Valtor would return in an incomplete form that no one could control. In tears, she said that's why Eren's body had to be brought back, to stop the world from being destroyed and keep them safe. Cecilia stood behind her. She listened closely as the woman spoke to her. Still crying, Isabel turned and said it was time for Cecilia to choose. The saint lowered her eyes. Zirin walked with Cheryl in front of the knights. Cheryl looked full of grief. An old man waited by the door. Cheryl bowed to him. He knocked and announced that Cheryl, representing the Brand territory, had arrived. A voice from inside told them to let her enter. Zirin waited by a table in the hall. Cheryl stepped in, her face heavy with grief. She gave a proper bow and greeted His Majesty. Zirin turned to face her. Looking down at Cheryl, Zirin said it had been a long time, and asked if she had been well. Cheryl answered that, thanks to his concern, she was doing fine. Zirin looked down and said he had heard about Eren's death. With that, she was now his child, and the last one left in their bloodline. Cheryl bowed again. After watching her for a moment, Zirin asked if she had something to say. Dropping to her knees, Cheryl said yes, and he told her to continue. A shadow fell over Cheryl's eyes as she addressed him as the Emperor of the continent, head of the Karen family, and her uncle, His Majesty Zeron. Then she lifted her head and humbly asked for permission to attend her brother's funeral. A tombstone already stood in the cemetery. Common funerals were simple, and even counts were buried without much glory. Higher nobles received grand ceremonies, and royal funerals had to be even greater than those. Keishi struck the stone, a reminder that a proper royal funeral took time to prepare. Zeron stood beside Cheryl without saying a word. After a pause, he asked when the funeral would be held. Still kneeling, Cheryl answered that it would take place in 1 month at Braun Castle. Zeron shut his eyes and repeated her words under his breath. Cheryl went on, saying that with their father gone, His Majesty, as head of the Karen family, was expected to attend. That made Zeron frown. Cheryl lowered her head, knowing the head of the family had a duty to be there for a relative's funeral. Even as emperor, Zeron couldn't escape that kind of duty, and if he went, danger would follow him. An attack could come at any time, but the head of the family still had to do what was required. More than one enemy could be waiting for him. Zeron was no stranger to threats. After surviving countless plots and assassination attempts, he carefully weighed the risk of leaving the capital. He had barely stepped outside the capital at all since taking the throne. The emperor stayed silent, his face hard. At last, Zeron said he would do his duty. Cheryl bowed and thanked him. As she started to rise, Zeron spoke again. He told Cheryl to understand that he could not promise the exact day or time he would arrive. Cheryl answered that she understood. Zeron turned away and said they would meet again at the funeral. Cheryl turned as well. For a moment, the two stood with their backs to each other. Then, Zeron looked back. Cheryl lowered her head once more. Later, she sat the same way as she retold what happened. With her eyes closed, Cheryl said that was exactly what he told her. Eren sat beside her at the table. After glancing over, Eren said they still didn't know for sure because Zeron was being very careful. He added that because of that, an assassination attempt seemed much less likely. The others stared in surprise when Eren said he had never expected any of this to be easy. He pointed to the prince and explained that if the emperor died, the law of succession would hand power to Philip. Looking ahead, Eren explained the rest of his plan. Just like with the former emperor, they needed to force him to step down on his own. That way they could remove the threat hanging over Braun territory. Gale turned and asked what he meant. Eren replied that they would repeat what he had done before. Use the feudal lords to cut down imperial power. Then someone at the head of the table asked Eren when the troops from the Black Continent would arrive. He waved a hand and said about 2 weeks. With only a month until the funeral, time was tight. Eren then said that simply sending their troops at the emperor would do nothing to sway the feudal lords. Closing his eyes, Eren said that was true. The Black Continent soldiers were only there to push the feudal lords into moving, which meant he had something stronger to win them over. With a faint smile, Eren began his answer. All the feudal lords. Then he clenched his fist and finished it. They would be granted independence from the empire, and that stunned everyone. Cheryl shot up and slammed both hands on the table. Eren raised a hand and said they already had enough trouble just running Braun territory. Cheryl lowered her head without a word. Eren smiled a little and went on, saying Braun's income was enough for them to live well on their own. He then reminded them that Duchess Baron wanted the imperial throne, and would never avoid war. That was why she had joined them in the first place. Turning to him, Cheryl told Eren not to worry. She had already thought it through. Sitting back, Eren said that since everyone had agreed, they should move on to the next step. The leader of the knights looked at him and asked what that next step was. Eren smiled and said it was Duke Eren's funeral. The next day, riders left through the gates. They carried scrolls, Eren's death notice. The lords read the letter. It had been sent to every duke across the continent. One man's hands began to shake. He sat at his table, telling the emperor he had failed to keep his promise. Then, a blade touched his neck. Startled, he asked who was there. The man behind him said he carried a message from a sage. Those who break their promises die. The man turned his head a little and asked again, but the attacker cut him down in one swift swing. Later, a knight entered the sage's room. He set something on the table, proof that the uninvited guest was Rhinon. The man in white was left alone in the room. Then he stood and turned away from the table. The sage walked to the mirror. Isabel came in. She said the saint from Vivian's church had agreed to give up the holy relic. When no answer came, Isabel turned to her son again. Moving closer, she asked if he was listening. The sage turned his head and said that was good news. Isabel covered her mouth, shocked by what she saw. Under the hood was the face of a bearded man changed to look like him. The fake Rhinon looked half-crazed as he said maybe now they would give his body back. Isabel stared at her son from behind. She stepped closer and asked again if he was listening. He turned around and calmly repeated that it was good news. Isabel was horrified by the sight. It was Rhinon's face. Grinning like a madman, the boy explained that he had changed himself into an invited guest, and asked if this would help him get his body back. Isabel pointed at him, trembling. With her mouth hanging open, she asked what he meant by that face. The boy raised a hand to it and peeled it off like a mask, saying he had heard only invited guests could attend Aaron's funeral. Looking at it, he added that this face would be useful. Clenching her fists, Isabel said that wasn't the real issue, and Gale asked what had happened. She turned away, said it didn't matter, and rushed him to move before Saint Vivian changed her mind. Vivian looked at the boy, and thought that face belonged to the Duke. Remembering how mad he had looked, she couldn't understand how he could kill the man he called father, the same man who once smiled so coldly. Thinking back to the ruined village, Vivian wondered if Valtor's mark had settled into his soul, and was now changing how he acted. Frowning, Isabel realized this had gone on too long. She had to get her son's body back, and seal Valtor as fast as possible. Cecilia sat on the floor, hands clasped in prayer. Cecilia asked Vivian to guide her down the path she had shown. The cell door opened. Isabel stepped inside and asked if she was ready now. She watched Cecilia in silence. Cecilia stood and said she understood. Their time was short. Lowering her head, she said it again. Sadness filled her eyes. She remembered lying in bed when someone called her name. Cecilia sat up and asked if it was Vivian. A bright light appeared before her. A glowing magic circle appeared with a warning. Avarak, Lord of Chaos, had risen, and she needed to go to Aaron at once to protect him. Still in bed, Cecilia wondered what the Lord of Chaos had to do with the Duke, and asked where the goddess was. The light started to fade. As it floated closer, Vivian said there was no time, and urged her to hurry. Cecilia reached for the light with both hands, and begged her to wait. Growing smaller, the light repeated that she had to go to him. Then, it vanished completely. Cecilia stood alone in the middle of the room. Pressing a hand to her chest, she said she would go for Vivian. Then, with a serious look, she added that she would go for him too. Back in the present, Cecilia walked past Isabel. Frowning, she said they were already moving and had no time to waste. Then she headed for the door. Cecilia closed her eyes and silently called out to Vivian, hoping they would listen to the voice that came to her in last night's dream. Guards moved behind Zeron. In the capital, a prisoner was led behind bars. Zeron motioned the guards back. He stepped closer and asked the prisoner if it was true. For a moment, neither man spoke. The prisoner was shocked by the question. Was Aaron really dead? He grabbed the bars and snapped that of course it was true, or he wouldn't be locked up here. With his mouth wide open, he called Zeron a sly old fox. He pounded the door and shouted that he had watched a dragon burn Aaron alive with his own eyes. Then he asked why Zeron even cared. Did he want to know how the great pope got captured too? Eyes wide, the prisoner demanded an answer. At the bars, Zeron asked what had been done to him. Philip walked over and explained that the man kept begging for food, so he had starved him for 3 days. That made Zeron frown. He struck Philip across the face, leaving a mark. Then Zeron faced the prisoner again. Philip looked over as Zeron said only a few days had passed since the man's arrest, yet powerful lords were already demanding his release. Gritting his teeth, the prisoner said that was the duty of those who served the god pairs. He stared hard at Zeron, who looked ready to make him an offer. He took a breath and said he'd hear the offer, if they fed him first. Then he froze, when Zeron said he wanted him at the funeral. If he agreed, he'd get food and keep his life. Zeron still couldn't believe the boy was really dead. The prisoner snapped back that he saw it happen with his own eyes. He was stunned when he learned his only job was to crash the funeral with an army, and invade Braun territory. The prisoner lifted a hand to his face and thought it over. Looking up, he pointed out that reaching the castle wouldn't be easy. The emperor told him not to worry, he'd open a portal and bring them in directly. Zeron gave a dark smile. The prisoner smiled back. Philip watched them with a hard stare. A week before the funeral, carriage after carriage headed to the castle. Aaron looked out the window. He kept thinking about how long the line of mourners had been, and wondered if that was normal for the imperial family. Then the door opened behind him. A hand suddenly covered his mouth. Cheryl grabbed him and blurted out, "What's a dead man doing here?" Aaron turned to her, struggling to answer. Instead, he clasped his hands and apologized, saying none of that mattered right now. Cheryl shut her eyes and said fine, because she had news about their uncle. Looking away, Cheryl said he would arrive in 3 days, and he was bringing a large group with him. Aaron was caught off guard. He frowned, realizing this was earlier than he expected. Hand to his face, Aaron remembered the Emperor wasn't supposed to come until the day before the funeral at the earliest. He thought of the Duchess's plan, win over the early arriving lords and push them to fight for independence. Turning to his sister, Aaron asked how many had come. She answered firmly that aside from Duke Rhinon, all the neutral groups friendly to them had arrived, along with more than half of the Emperor's supporters. Aaron frowned and asked if Rhinon still hadn't shown up. He thought of the Duke, remembering Rhinon had been one of the first to hear about his death. Cheryl glanced outside and noticed something. Among the people outside, she spotted the Duke. The man stepped out of his carriage. He greeted another lord with a handshake. There was still someone inside the carriage. Isabel sat there with her hair hiding her face. Cecilia kept her hands in her lap, then folded them like a prayer and whispered something. She looked away. Cecilia turned to Isabel and said she'd keep their deal, so they should let her go now. But Isabel looked out the window and answered no. They still needed to find Aaron, since he was hiding somewhere in the castle. Cecilia frowned and reminded her she lived here, so it would be easy for her to run and free herself. Isabel turned back to her. With a smile, she said Cecilia could try, if she wanted to wake Valtor and bring back Ivarik. Then she asked if Vivian's servant really wanted that. Cecilia lowered her head. Isabel looked out the window again, and Cecilia quietly gave in. Thinking about the object inside the girl's chest, Isabel cursed Vivian in silence. The heart-shaped stone flashed, and Isabel realized Vivian had tied Cecilia's life to the relic. She pictured Cecilia collapsing, and knew that if she pulled the relic out carelessly, the girl might die before its power could be used. Grinding her teeth, Isabel figured the goddess wanted her dead if she planned to use the relic. Then Isabel hit her. Cecilia looked at her and felt it was still hard to understand, but Isabel was clearly trying to stop Avarak from coming back. She looked out the window, wondering why Vivian had told her to protect Aaron instead of helping him. The carriage rolled into the courtyard. Cheryl watched it closely. She looked outside and told her brother it was Duke Rhinon. She was sure of it. Aaron touched his face and thought. Cheryl turned when Aaron called to her. As she came closer, Aaron told her to gather every lord already there for a small banquet, and to invite Duchess Baron too. Cheryl asked what came next. He told her to have the Duchess sway the lords tonight, and try again tomorrow if needed. They only had 2 days. Cheryl nodded and agreed. As she started to leave, Aaron also told her to summon Canas. She called him over. Aaron watched her go, thinking that if the Emperor came with a large retinue, he'd send scouts ahead for sure. Then he looked away and thought that if they weren't careful, the Emperor might spot the hidden soldiers around the grounds before even getting here. Canas soon appeared at the door and asked if he had been called. Aaron walked over and asked where he had placed the soldiers from the Son of the Black Continent and Duchess Baron's men. Canas said they were hidden through the castle as planned, with only the needed people placed along the route the lords used. Hands behind his back, Canas asked if there was a problem. Aaron told him the Emperor would arrive in 3 days with a large retinue. When Canas asked again, Aaron gave a small nod. Looking at him, Aaron warned that if they slipped up, the Emperor could notice their troops and go back to the palace. Canas replied that if that happened, their whole plan to bring down the Emperor with force and political pressure would collapse, and once back at the palace, he'd have more ways to fight back. Aaron agreed. They should leave only the few soldiers they needed, and move the rest to the northern fortress. That surprised Aaron a little, especially when Canas asked if he had heard they were coming by the main road. The two exchanged looks. Canas said that if they were using the main road, they'd surely have asked for an escort, but the Emperor only shared the date and the retinue size. Aaron was startled to realize that was part of the plan. Canas spread his hands and explained that it was meant to wipe out the soldiers stationed around the castle. Aaron asked that if they weren't using the main road, how the Emperor could bring such a huge group. Canas stared at him. Then Canas answered, through a portal. He pictured a massive force moving through one big gate. With that, the whole army could be moved in fast. Aaron clenched his teeth. Ziran stood by the window, staring out in silence. He remembered that dark figure looming over him. Frowning, Ziran asked who it was. Avarak stepped forward and said that if he wanted the nightmare to end, he had to kill Aaron. Back in the present, Ziran touched his face and wondered how many days this same nightmare had followed him. He frowned, asking himself if Aaron was still alive. Ziran covered his face with one hand. Then someone knocked. Without turning, he told them to come in. Philip dropped to one knee and asked if he had called for him. Ziran turned and ordered him to attend the funeral as captain of the guard, and Philip accepted. Philip was surprised when Ziran said he owed him an apology. Ziran leaned in, thinking back to the dungeon. He said he had only meant to teach a lesson, though he admitted he went too far. Philip kept his head down and asked what lesson that was supposed to be. Ziran said a ruler shouldn't make enemies by dirtying his own hands, and Philip said he understood. Philip's eyes widened when Zeron told him to remember that, because he would be emperor one day. Philip looked up and asked what he meant. In the hall, Zeron told him not to forget it. While news came that the portal was being set up, Zeron stood. As he walked out, he told Philip to follow. Philip turned toward him, smiling wide. He had worn that same grin before, about 10 years earlier, on a day he was in a great mood. Aaron was on the ground then, and Philip stood over him. It was the first time he stepped on his hated cousin, the future emperor. But that still wasn't enough for him. Then, he noticed Isabel passing nearby. Philip went after her. He kept tailing her down the street. Isabel sensed something. She looked back, but no one was there. Later, she arrived at a wooden house. Isabel opened the door. Inside, everything was in chaos. Dropping to her knees, Isabel called on Avarak and demanded answers. A magic circle formed in front of her. Darkness rose from it and covered the symbols completely. Avarak appeared and asked why she had summoned him. Outside, Philip watched in shock. Isabel looked up and said the emperor's throne was in danger. If he fell, her children born in the god's name would be in danger too. Grabbing the magic circle, Avarak called it incompetence. Isabel lowered her head. As Avarak came closer, he reminded her this was part of their deal. She tried to argue, but the darkness reached for her. Pressure crushed down on Isabel. She fell and heard him warn that her job was to carry out his will and never forget it. Isabel got back up and agreed. As he dissolved into the magic circle, Avarak said they would be safe for now, until his seed had fully matured. Isabel remained on the floor. Lifting her head, she whispered, "No." Later, she stood up. As she left, Isabel swore she would never let his seed grow inside her children. Frowning, she decided she would protect them. Philip hid around the corner, then he went inside. The prince knelt down. With his hands folded, Philip called on Avarak, ruler of all gods, to answer him. Nothing happened, and he wondered if he had done it wrong. Then darkness appeared behind him. It touched Philip. He suddenly struggled to breathe. Looking up, Philip heard a voice ask who he was. He opened his mouth wide and gave his name, calling himself the son of Duke Zeron and the future lord of the duchy. A magic circle appeared behind him. He looked aside and heard another question. What did he want? The circle blazed brighter, and the god declared that Philip would become emperor. Philip clenched his teeth. The god turned him around and told him to serve him. Then he would become emperor. Philip looked lost. An aura flared around him. Philip was hit with terrible pain. The restraints vanished, and Philip threw his arms out with a scream. A moment later, he collapsed to the floor. Then light began to shine from his body. Philip pushed himself up on his hands. He stared at them. A huge grin spread across his face. That was the day the future prince learned his fate, and laughed out loud. His power kept rising, and so did his laughter. For him, it was the best day of his life. Now Zeron walked down the hallway with a faint smile, thinking this was his first trip outside the capital since he became emperor. Then he remembered the nightmare. He had seen it at this exact time. Zeron stopped. The timing felt wrong, and for a second he wondered if he should call off the trip. He placed his hands behind his back. Philip stood a step behind him. Zeron studied him for a moment, but he turned away and told himself it was only a dream. Frowning, Zeron thought about standing tall as emperor, as head of his family, and as a father before his son. The prince kept following him. Philip remembered that gentle look and decided he didn't need any more lessons from him. He smiled to himself, thinking maybe he never needed them at all. Light formed in Philip's hand. Even without those lessons, he believed he was meant to be emperor. The same glow wrapped around his sword. All that was left was choosing how to take the throne, and Philip pulled the blade free. Then he slid it back in, deciding not to dirty his own hands with blood. A frown crossed his face as he recalled what Lord Avarak told him to watch for. He kept moving, planning to witness the emperor's last moments. The tables were crowded with guests. One lord asked how the other was doing after the disaster, saying he heard the damage was severe. The answer was grim. People in his land had fled to survive, leaving him nearly ruined and barely keeping order. Then he asked if the other territory was doing any better. The other man said keeping order was impressive. His own land was in even worse shape, and when he asked the capital for soldiers, no help came. Leaning in, he started to explain what happened after the disaster. His gaze shifted to Cheryl. Pointing at the map, he said a revolt inside the imperial family had made everything worse, so he understood why no troops were sent. The other lord nodded, bitterly asking what use the imperial family was if distant lands were abandoned whenever danger came. His companion agreed, they served no purpose. He glanced at Gran and said he was starting to regret supporting the emperors then. He took a drink. Cheryl watched the room. The lords were complaining more and more, just as she expected, and she wondered if she should push them further. She tapped her glass. Standing up, Cheryl thanked everyone for coming despite their busy schedules to attend her brother's funeral. The guests raised their glasses. With her eyes closed, Cheryl said she had invited them not just to thank them, but to present a special offer. Rhinon smiled and said he was eager to hear the new Duchess of Bronze proposal. Gran glared at him, thinking he'd gone mad. He couldn't understand how Rhinon could act so cheerful after losing Aaron, who had been like a son to him. Cheryl gave a small nod. Then she said the idea wasn't fully hers. A knock interrupted her, and she called for the person to come in. Footsteps approached. Baron entered. Gran was stunned, and even Rhinon looked uneasy. The Duchess walked up to the table, and Gran frowned as he asked about her reported death in battle. Bronn glanced at him and said that when she really died, he'd be the first to get the notice. Rhinon laughed and said they should drop the heavy talk and hear the offer. Thinking of those chasing him, he decided he didn't care how small the proposal was. If this kept going, finding Erin's hiding place would get easier. Baron spread her hands and said she had a simple but very interesting offer for anyone who wanted out of the Empire's current mess. With a dark smile, she proposed taking the Emperor's power away. The lords looked at each other. Gran shot to his feet, shocked that she was calling for treason. Bronn pushed back, saying that word didn't fit. The Emperor had broken his promises, and now threatened all of their survival. The two locked eyes. Opening her hands again, Bronn said that even before the disaster, the Emperor only cared about keeping his crown, and showed no care for the lords who were suffering. Pointing at Zeron, she asked if he remembered what the Emperor promised when he took down the last ruler with their support. Zeron clenched his teeth. Baron reminded him that the Emperor had sworn to weaken the throne's power. She raised one finger and quoted his promise, that lords could settle territory disputes on their own. A second finger went up as she recalled his promise to share all the wealth won from the war in the western lands. Then came a third finger. The next emperor, he had said, would be chosen by a vote of the nobles. Baron pointed at him and asked whether Zeron had kept even one of those promises. Gran only stared back. Rhinon stroked his beard, thinking this offer might actually be worth hearing. Another lord stood up and said the emperor's main army was strong, trained and large. If pressure failed, they would need force. So what was the plan? Folding her arms, Bronn answered that they already had enough troops to face the main army. Another guest frowned and said maybe they could remove him, but then how would they choose the next emperor? Baron pointed at the man and replied that they were the lords of this empire. Her voice rose as she explained that the next candidate had to come from the imperial family, which would avoid confusion. The man looked shocked and pointed out that only Prince Philip and her son were left in the imperial line. Bronn nodded and added that women couldn't become emperor unless the law changed. Cheryl thought it through. After overthrowing the emperor, the nobles would never choose Philip, so Bronn must believe her own son would take the throne. That idea made Cheryl smile. They were planning to tear the empire apart. Lowering her hands, she said she saw it a little differently. Eyes closed, Cheryl argued that the emperor's niece, the one who brought this proposal, also deserved a shot at the throne. She spread her arms and asked what would happen if every member of the imperial family got the right to inherit the throne. With a broad smile, Cheryl added that would mean even she could become emperor. The Duchess shot her a disapproving look. Cheryl added that the chance was small. They stared at each other. Several folded papers rested on a plate. The vote stood at 31-9. Some guests celebrated. The decision to overthrow Emperor Zeron had been made. That left 4 candidates for the throne: Philip, Baron, Cheryl, and Tess. Zeron was crossed out, and now the only thing left was bringing down his rule. Rhinon walked the hall, thinking about the uprising. To him, it felt ridiculous. He clenched his fist and swore that once he found Eren and recovered his body, he would take back the throne stolen from him. The masked man burned with anger. First, Zeron had to disappear. Moonlight washed over the house. The man stood by the window. A nearby door opened. Someone came in, and he asked if they had found Eren. Isabel took off her cloak and said the guards were watching too closely, so there was little they could do. Rhinon stepped closer and repeated that there was nothing they could do. Then he hit the cloaked man. The man dropped to the floor, and Isabel asked what her son was doing. Staring coldly at the body, he said they needed another plan. Then he remembered Cecilia's words. If they couldn't find him, they had to make him come to them. Isabel was horrified. 2 guards stood at the entrance. One frowned and said the place felt creepy, like ghosts could appear at any second. The other told him not to say that. Still staring ahead, the first guard asked if his partner had heard the rumor. The other looked back as the first mentioned people claiming Duke Eren's ghost was wandering the castle like he was still alive. Cooter V told them to stop talking like that. The night was dark enough already. A dark figure appeared in front of them. One guard lowered his spear toward it and demanded to know who it was. The figure moved closer. It was Cecilia, stumbling as she walked. Then she collapsed. The guards recognized her and rushed over. 2 men watched in silence. Cecilia felt like she was floating among the stars. Without opening her eyes, she heard someone call her name and answered, asking if this was the goddess Vivian. When she opened her eyes, she saw gray walls. Bianca was sitting in front of her. She was on the bed. Cecilia struggled upright as Isabel looked at her with worry, asking if she was okay. Cecilia said she was. Then her eyes went wide. Grabbing Bianca, Cecilia demanded to know where the Duke was. They were hunting him. Then something else caught her eye. A cloaked man stood by the wall. At once, she remembered Isabel's guarded expression and her warning that Cecilia had to find Eren for them. Cecilia slowly lowered her hands, confused. Seeing how shaken she was, the other person thought things were clearly going badly, and that even knowing betrayal was possible, they were still sending her there. Cecilia then realized that if she found the Duke, she could stay with him like the goddess ordered, and ruin their plan. A hand landed on her shoulder, and someone warned her not to do anything foolish. Gale gave her a chilling smile and said he had no interest in bringing Volter back. Still smiling, MC reminded her that the fate of this world depended on what she did next. Cecilia lowered her head without a word. Then he struck her. She hit the floor. Looking up, Cecilia was told that he would always see and hear everything she did, so she had better behave. The masked man kept watching her. Across from Cecilia, Bianca was explaining the recent battle, but Aaron quietly stopped her. Sadness filled Bianca's eyes. Cheryl opened the door. She walked past the watcher. He looked at her in surprise. Cheryl noticed the stranger too, but turned away. Then she walked over, ready to ask something. She looked at Cecilia, and Cecilia explained that the person was one of her companions. Cheryl studied that companion again and got a strange feeling. It felt like she had seen her somewhere before. Even so, Cheryl went to the hurt woman and asked if she was okay. Once she got closer, Cheryl asked where Cecilia had been and reminded her the holy water was completely gone. Cecilia put a hand to her chest and said her divine power was gone, so she had gone to look for the goddess Vivian. Closing her eyes, Cecilia apologized and said she wouldn't be able to make holy water again until she found Vivian. That clearly upset Cheryl. Then Cecilia's companion looked Cheryl in the eyes and asked if it was true that Aaron had died. Cheryl's reaction was enough to fill her with grief. After a quick glance at the man by the wall, Cheryl suggested they talk somewhere else. Cecilia didn't understand what was going on. The two women started for the door. Cecilia's companion watched them leave, then followed. She was clearly on edge. Her eye stayed wide open, still unable to grasp how this could have happened. When she sensed Cheryl's bright aura, she also felt Aeolus's energy in it. She reached out and called Cheryl her daughter. Cheryl turned back. With a wave of her hand, she told him to wait outside. The door shut in front of her. She slumped against it in despair. Ziron watched all of it without being noticed. Then he turned and left. Cheryl finally said Aaron was still alive. Cecilia looked relieved and quickly asked if she could see him. By the window, Cheryl answered that she couldn't, not until after the funeral. Cecilia lowered her head, frustrated. Then she looked back at Cheryl and asked her to deliver a message, and Cheryl said she would. Frowning, Cecilia started talking about some unseen force. That sinister smile flashed through her mind. She dropped her gaze again and told Cheryl not to mention that part. Instead, she said Aaron had met many people who wanted to hurt him, so he needed to stay careful. Cheryl nodded and promised to pass it on. The door opened, and someone announced they had a problem. People from the palace had arrived. Cheryl jumped up and asked where they were. The man and Cecilia exchanged a look. He stepped forward, and they bowed. Cheryl came over, noted it wasn't the Emperor, and asked who was making such a scene. He introduced the visitors and said Gale had arrived with a group of mages. A crowd gathered in the square. All eyes were on the mages. Cheryl stood there with her allies. Aaron watched from above. Just as he expected, his guess had been right. He pressed his lips together, surprised they were bold enough to open such a huge portal. Gale struck his staff and addressed the acting lord and the people of the territory. Across from him, Cheryl listened as he announced that the Emperor would soon arrive in this territory. Pointing toward Cheryl, he demanded everyone show proper respect. She leaned forward, confused by all the noise. Cheryl went down on one knee. The others bowed too. Soon everyone there lowered their heads. Gale watched with a pleased smile. He lifted his staff and praised the Emperor's glory. The other mages raised theirs and echoed him. Light flared around them. The same glow spread over Gale. Then he aimed his staff forward and ordered the portal to open. A bright beam burst out from the tip. The portal started to take shape, and a second later it was complete. A leg stepped through first. Cheryl looked up, thinking he had finally come, but the one who appeared in the square was Ziron. Seeing him, Aaron frowned. More troops came in behind the Emperor. Cheryl watched them and thought the escort was big, though still smaller than she expected. Gale raised his staff even higher. The portal widened a lot, which caught Cheryl off guard. Then soldiers began pouring into the square. The Emperor led them in. A faint smile touched Cheryl's face. There were about 500 here already, and if he planned to take over, he clearly wanted it to be huge. Ziron walked up to Gale and said the space was too small, so the rest of the troops should be brought in outside the castle. The protagonist knelt and agreed at once. Cheryl pressed her lips together, wondering how many more men he meant to bring. Then Ziron walked toward her. Standing over Cheryl, he said that as Emperor and head of the house, he had a favor to ask. Would she hear him out? Bowing a little lower, Cheryl said yes. Ziron stared down at her and asked her to set up a large camp outside the castle. Without lifting her head, Cheryl said it would go faster if he told her how many troops there were. A slight smile crossed his face. Looking down at her, Ziron answered, 100,000. Cheryl looked up in shock. Their eyes met. Grinding her teeth, Cheryl wondered if he really meant to start a war during a funeral. A shadow crossed Ziron's face as he remarked that the new lord was much easier to handle. Cheryl frowned when he added that the last one had not been. Ziron laughed together with Philip. Cheryl clenched her fist. He could act proud for now, but his rule as emperor would not last much longer. The prince suddenly sensed something. Feeling a powerful aura, he guessed it belonged to Avarak. Elsewhere, Gale watched from a window. A sly grin spread across his face. Thinking about the blast at the tower, he decided it was time to get revenge. Isabel grabbed her head. Cecilia noticed right away. Covering part of her face, Isabel sensed the strong power of Valtor and Aeolus. Cecilia frowned, realizing she had to find Aaron fast. Isabel gripped Cecilia's shoulder and urged her to hurry and find the Duke. Without turning, Cecilia said again that she had already been told she couldn't see him before the funeral. Isabel spun her around and shouted that it was already too late. Everyone nearby looked over. Frowning, Isabel said the power of not just Vivian, but Avarak's daughter, was growing stronger. If both awakened at once, the disaster would be beyond imagining. Her grip tightened as she added that even Vivian wouldn't be able to stop it. Cecilia didn't react at all. She only turned away and motioned for Isabel to follow. The two of them headed down the street. Aaron stood by the window, listening as everyone gathered. Looking outside, he said everyone was present except the dead man. Zeron smiled and checked if Aaron meant he would be brought back to life. Aaron looked away, thinking about his own return. Zeron stood with his hands behind his back. Aaron turned to him and asked how long he had been alive. Trying not to show surprise, Zeron said he had never counted, but it had to be over 1,000 years. Aaron nodded. Zeron said that was long by human standards, but for beings like them, time meant little. Life itself was what mattered. Looking up, Aaron said life really was a deep subject. Then Aaron asked if Zeron had ever seen someone whose very existence had changed, or someone who had come back to life. Zeron shook his head and said he had never heard of such a thing. Aaron let out a small sigh. He frowned, wondering what Zeron would say if he knew Aaron was that kind of person. Zeron only looked at him in silence. Then he moved off and asked Aaron if he had ever wondered why a dragon came to him in human form. Aaron looked away and guessed dragons just liked fun, so maybe that was the reason. Zeron passed by quietly. With a faint smile, he said Aaron was partly right. He came because he felt drawn there, and stayed because it amused him. Still turned away, Zeron asked why dragons loved pleasure so much. Aaron touched his face, thinking. Zeron watched him with a small smile. Then Aaron lost patience and snapped that if Zeron had a point, he should just say it instead of asking endless questions. Looking out the window, Zeron said fine. He drew a breath, closed his eyes, and explained that dragons began chasing pleasure after they started questioning why they existed. They could live for 1,000 years and use magic without limit, yet that only pushed the question even harder. Humans fought back against a giant enemy, but a huge shadow fell over it. The creature looked up and saw a dragon overhead. In the next instant, it was crushed. The dragon then lifted its head, stronger than any living thing, with nothing able to stop it. Zeron raised one finger and added, "Nothing except the gods." Even so, he said, dragons still suffered. More than problems, it was torment. So they kept asking what their existence meant. Immortal and nearly unbeatable, they could not understand why they had been made that way. One dragon finally rushed off while the others watched him go. He vanished, saying he would search to the very end for the meaning of existence. A young dragon later stood at the edge, managed to fly off, and after some time found that other dragon dead. It nudged the body, and Zeron explained that even the strongest creature alive had been driven to death by that torment. The little dragon lay beside the larger one, as if death itself might answer the question all dragons carried. Still facing the window, Zeron said that dragon had been his father. He added that his father's death had shaken all dragonkind, and after that, most dragons searched for answers by any method short of dying. Zeron chose to become human, and that long search began. He wandered through the snow, wind whipping through his hair. To him, that search became pleasure. Aaron looked at him and asked if that was why he chose a human life. Without turning, Zeron said he had also lived as an elf and even an orc. Then he added that human life was the most interesting. Living that way let him feel joy, anger, grief, and satisfaction more clearly, because humans know they will die. Even after hundreds of lives and many races and countless emotions, he still couldn't understand why he existed. Zeron remained seated, then said there were a few things he was finally starting to understand. Aaron stared at him and asked what those were. Zeron lifted his head and said what makes every being who they are isn't the body or emotions, it's the soul. Aaron touched his face and asked if he meant ghosts. Zeron smiled and said no, he meant the self beneath ego, the soul as a person's true character. Even when a dragon becomes human or animal, he said, that core self stays the same. Aaron considered that in silence. Then he frowned and asked what any of this dragon story had to do with him. The reminder catches Aaron off guard. It was the same question he once asked. What if the hero was someone whose personality had changed, or someone brought back to life? Closing his eyes, the man says that even after all that, the core of his soul would stay the same. Maybe that's why this story reminded him of his father too. Aaron frowns, confused, and asks what kind of person he thinks he is. Turning to him, the man calls him deeply greedy, someone who enjoys fooling people and would do anything for money. Aaron is instantly outraged. Then the man smiles and says he knows the truth. Everything Eren does is to protect the people of this territory, even if no one else sees it. Ziran looks at him. He speaks carefully, saying that no matter what, whether he was reincarnated or only living in a duke's body, the true core of his soul is still Eren's. It's Eren's nature, a man who gave up himself for others. Eren quietly thinks over those words. The man spreads his arms and says that in all his long life, he's never seen anyone put others, even strangers, ahead of himself, like Eren does. He grabs his wrist and looks straight at him. Ziran tells him not to worry and to keep doing what he's always done, as Eren's man. On his way out, he adds that he'll handle the funeral. Ziran shuts the door behind him. Staring at the door, Eren repeats what he just heard. MC thinks back to who he used to be and wonders, if he gives everything as Eren, what will happen to MC? He lies in bed, clenching his teeth as those words echo again about breaking the seal. A dark figure hangs over him and tells him to wake his children. Gale jolts out of bed, his jaw tightens. Holding his head, the protagonist wonders when he'll get his body back. Light from the portal shines in through the window. He throws the pillow aside. Bright light pours through the window. He covers his face with both hands. Gale gets out of bed. He picks up the new face, Rhinon's. As he puts it on, he thinks he can't take this nightmare anymore, so he has to find Eren. A little later, he heads down the street. Then a portal makes him stop. A figure appears inside it. He quickly hides around the corner. Using Rhinon's face, he peeks out carefully. A man steps from the portal, and he recognizes him as his father. A few hours earlier, everyone had gathered around a table full of food. That was several hours ago. Ziron sat at the center of the table. A man glanced his way, then looked over the lords. Ziron looked back at him. With a slight frown, he couldn't figure out the strange silence everyone seemed to be keeping on purpose. Then the Emperor, a little unsure, spoke to a girl. She was in the middle of taking a bite. Looking down at his plate, he mentions the rumor that she died in battle some time ago. Eyes closed, she answers that it was only a rumor. Ziron frowns and asks why she still hasn't reported the war's result. A faint smile crosses her face. As she cuts her meat, she says he already knows the result. That's probably why he came. A man across from her snaps that she's being disrespectful. The Duchess grits her teeth. A prince steps in, saying that when the Emperor asks a question, she should answer it plainly. Everyone turns to look at him. With a dark smile, the prince asks whether she agrees. The two lock eyes. Ziron throws his mouth open and orders them to stop. He scolds them for fighting like family in the middle of a lord's funeral, without any sense of what they're doing. The two finally give a small nod. Looking at the girl, the man brings up their family ties. That makes her uneasy, especially when he says he won't forget her failure as leader, and that an investigation will be held after the funeral. She bows and says she understands. With a dark smile, the girl wonders what happens if he isn't still emperor by then. Ziron rises from the table, says he's sorry for what he's seen, and announces he's leaving now. A man follows after him. The emperor walks down the hall. Looking away, the prince says the nobles are acting oddly, like they're planning something during the funeral. His father waves a hand and says he already knows. Then he adds that he's already prepared for it. Meanwhile, another man heads toward the gate. The guards spot him. They raise their spears and demand to know who he is. He lifts his hands and says he's a servant of Piers. The guards get angry and tell him to leave. This land follows the goddess Vivian. Someone suddenly appears behind them. Both guards drop after being struck. The man stares at them in surprise, saying Vivian's followers are cruel if they'd chase off a servant of Piers. Smiling, he tells the others to drive them out. Several people move into the fortress. The man pulls off his cloak. With an eerie smile, he says it's time for Piers to show mercy. A maid suddenly throws the door open. Cheryl rises from bed as the maid shakes and blurts out that the enemy has broken into the inner castle. At first, Cheryl doesn't react. Then her eyes widen as the words sink in. The inner castle. She turns to the maid and asks how many enemies there are, and where Rommel and the soldiers are. The maid nervously says the captain is still outside, so he doesn't know yet. There are barely any guards inside, and too many enemies. Cheryl grits her teeth, unable to make sense of it. She gets up, hiding how shaken she is, and says everything is fine. Pulling on her cloak, Cheryl tells the maid to stay hidden and not go anywhere. At the window, she adds that the door should be locked. Cheryl takes off on Felix. As she rushes ahead, her first thought is to find Rommel, but then she looks back and thinks maybe she should wake Eren first. Cheryl slaps her cheeks and decides that's wrong too. She heads for the tower instead, choosing to start there. Water gathers near the staff. The stream slams into the bell, and its ring spreads through the whole castle. A guard looks over. Cheryl flies past, yelling that enemies have entered the inner castle. She keeps shouting that they're under attack, hoping Rommel will hear and come. Cheryl rushes inside. She lands and attacks at once. Getting to her feet, the sister calls for her brother. She looks around and realizes he isn't there. Elsewhere, Eren pulls a note from his pocket. He remembers finding it on the door. Cecilia was waiting for him in the dungeon at 3 a.m. He still doesn't know how she knew he was alive. He glances aside and thinks she should have been here by now. Eren looks around. Then Cecilia appears and calls out to him. He turns with a smile, but the sight stops him cold. Isabel came with her. The girl in the black cloak greets his lordship. Aaron brightens at seeing Cecilia, then goes still in shock. A stern brunette stands behind her. Aaron stares, stunned. The blonde lets out a breath, shuts her eyes, and says it's a long story. Isabel steps in front of her and says none of that matters. Fixing Aaron with a hard look, she asks if he knows who she is. He glances at her and asks why that should matter to him. Then he turns away, saying he's busy and has to leave. Without moving, the woman says he needs to know exactly who she is. Isabel closes her eyes and says she was his, then stops herself and corrects it. She is the real Aaron's mother. Aaron's eyes go wide. Even Cecilia looks shocked. He turns back in disbelief, thinking, Aaron's mother? That's impossible. She was supposed to be dead. Stunned, he remembers being told she died before Aaron reached this territory. So why is she here now? Aaron snaps up his sword and demands answers. Who is she, and why did she pretend to be dead? The woman turns without much emotion. Aaron shouts again, demanding she answer him. Isabel closes her eyes and says that Aaron and Cheryl are being used as vessels, and keeps speaking without opening them. They are for the children of the god Avarak, the god of chaos. She goes on, saying that for some reason, when her son's soul moved into another body, the sealed power of Valtor, the evil god's son, became unstable. Aaron grips his sword and yells, asking what that has to do with him. Isabel cuts him off and screams for him to listen. Throwing out her arms, she shouts that if Valtor comes back, neither he nor the Empire will survive. She warns that if Avarak rises with Valtor's power, chaos will swallow everything. Even gods like Vivian won't be spared. After calming herself, she says there is still a way to stop the chaos that would wipe out all life. Isabel lifts her brows and says her identity doesn't matter. She pushes his sword aside and steps closer, saying the only way to steady Valtor's seal is to reunite the one in Aaron's body with Aaron's soul now living in another body. Her hand presses against his chest as Isabel quietly says it's the only way to stop the chaos. Aaron stares down in shock. Still gripping his sword, he asks how they could reunite this body with Aaron. No, with his soul. Eyes closed, Isabel explains that it can be done with sacred relics, using the power of lesser gods and holy treasures. She glances back at the blondes behind her, then faces him again and says they're almost ready. Aaron asks for clarification. The woman steps closer and whispers that Cecilia is Vivian's relic. Aaron freezes, thinking this means he could return to his own body and stop the world from being destroyed. But then another thought hits him. What happens after he goes back to his own body? He thinks of Ziran and wonders what would happen to the Emperor. Then his mind goes to the battle on the wall, and he wonders what would happen to the territory. Next he sees the faces of his allies, and wonders who would protect them, and who would keep its people safe. His black blade slowly lowers. Without looking up, Aaron asks when the sealing will start. Isabel touches her chest and says they can begin right now if he wants. Aaron parts his lips, then says that if Aaron's body is returned, and the world stays as it is, can she promise to overthrow the Emperor and protect the people in the castle? With joy on her face, Isabel tells him not to worry. She'll do her best to persuade her son. The man in black agrees. Cecilia watches Aaron leave. Hands pressed to her chest, she calls out to the Duke. Isabel turns and tells her they need to go protect Vivian. Aaron takes a step up the stairs. He stopped and asked what would happen to Cecilia if Vivian's relic was used. The woman said Cecilia would lose the relic's power. Aaron stared at her and asked what that meant. Looking down, she quietly admitted that Cecilia would die. That left Aaron speechless. Then he thought of Gale, who once claimed he knew everything. Now Aaron understood. Everything MC did was to keep the people of this territory safe. Others might not get it, but Aaron did. No matter how he ended up here, at his core, he was still Aaron. He was the kind of person who gave himself up for others, so he just had to keep doing what Aaron always did. The boy repeated it to himself. Do what Aaron always did. The woman noticed his look and asked what was wrong. Instead of answering, Aaron swung his sword. The black cloth dropped to the ground. Startled, the woman asked what he was doing. Aaron glared at her and told her to get out. He leveled the glowing sword at her, leaving her confused. Through clenched teeth, Aaron barked at her to leave. She shot back that the world would be ruined and chaos would take over. Aaron frowned and said the fate of the world wasn't his problem. What mattered to him was this territory. He wouldn't watch even one person here die. Either everyone lived, or they all died together. Tightening his grip on the hilt, Aaron said she'd heard him, so she needed to go. The woman stayed where she was, facing him. Then she turned in anger. She called him insane and warned he'd regret this. With that, she left. She walked away without another word. Cecilia stepped up to Aaron and called to him. Then she threw her arms around him and buried her face in his shoulder. Eyes shut, Cecilia promised to stay with him until the end, even if the world really did fall apart. Aaron hugged her back and said that wouldn't happen. He would protect her. A moment later, they stood together inside a stone chamber. Then the place shook. Someone screamed, and a bolt of magic shot through. Ziron burst into the room. Everyone looked at Ziron in shock as he demanded to know what they were doing. He quickly yelled that enemy troops were already attacking, and Aaron froze at the news. Aaron ran forward at once. If the enemy had reached the inner fortress, the outer line had already fallen. He thought of the bell tower. There had been no alarm, which meant someone inside had betrayed them. Reaching Zarin, Eren asked if they knew who the attackers were. Another magic blast came from around the corner. Without even looking back, Zarin said they were handling it, told Eren to stop asking questions, and ordered him to get somewhere safe. Eren only stared at him. Then he pulled his cloak loose and tied it over his face. He reached for Cecilia and told her they were heading to his office because it wasn't safe there. Eren glanced at the tense Zarin. Facing him, Zarin said that once reinforcements came, he'd buy Eren time to escape. He would open the inner gate himself. The room shook again, and cries for help rang out. Hearing that, Eren thought of the warriors still out there. Zarin looked at him after hearing his refusal. Eren stood firm and said he'd fight beside him. Zarin snapped that Eren was officially dead, and the Emperor could never learn otherwise. With his face wrapped, Eren answered that the truth would stay hidden if he helped. Zarin narrowed his eyes at that. Cecilia ran after the orc. Eren remembered Zarin covering his eyes and saying the transformation would last about 15 minutes, so they had to reach the office before time ran out. Under that orc form was Eren, and now he understood the plan. Nearby, one of the invaders grabbed an old man and demanded to know where Eren was, but the old man said Eren was dead. The attacker looked down and said nothing for a beat. Then he struck without warning. The terrified villagers heard him threaten that if they didn't want the same fate, they had better tell the truth. Pointing his weapon at them, the enemy kept shouting for Eren. A tearful girl begged him not to kill them. He answered that Eren was really dead. His eye flashed red, and he said if she knew nothing, then she could die too. He swung his staff, then suddenly stopped. A man in Kirok's form was charging at him from behind. The fake Kirok slammed a hard punch into him. The enemy went flying. His allies watched him hit the ground. Their eyes glowed red. Steam poured from the orc's mouth as he vowed to kill every one of them. Eren pictured Kirok and thought the voice sounded right, but he couldn't act too smart or he'd give himself away. The orc beat his chest and roared for everyone to die. The enemy warriors tensed up and yelled for him to be killed. Eren reached for the club on his back. Then he remembered Zarin's warning. He had put a shape-shifting spell on the Dragon Slayer. If Eren used it to hit someone, the disguise would break and he'd turn back. So unless it was truly life or death, he couldn't use it. Two enemies moved in on the orc. They aimed their staves at him. Eren frowned and sprang back to dodge. Then his green elbow crashed into one man's body. The hit sent the enemy stumbling back. The orc dodged again, then brought a strike down from above. Next came a punch to the chin. That warrior dropped to the floor. Two others froze in shock. Spreading his arms, the fake orc roared at them. Panicked, the attackers ran, yelling that it was a monster. Eren, still in the orc's body, chased after them. The men turned around in shock. Kirok's hair whipped in the wind as people dropped behind them. Each hit burst with flashes of light. Cecilia glanced over at the shouting men, confused about what was happening. Then they noticed bodies already on the ground. The men in white frowned. Cecilia told them to keep watching in silence. Clutching their weapons, the enemies rushed in, shouting that they'd kill him. The orc charged them too, but Cecilia struck first. One man flew back into the others. Cecilia leaped up, and a burst of power knocked the rest off their feet. The orc stopped, confused. Cecilia ran straight to him. Grabbing his green hand, she shouted that they were out of time. Eren, still in the orc body, looked at the fallen enemies and said it wasn't enough. The villagers were still in danger. He bit back a curse and forced himself to move. Then the two of them ran. Dark doors waited at the end of the hall. Rushing toward them, Eren said they were close now and needed to turn left. They sprinted down the corridor. Then both stopped when they saw a crowd ahead. Kirok's jaw dropped. One of the men turned and asked who that was. Was she Cecilia, their cult leader? He pointed at them and ordered his men to kill them. The red-eyed warriors turned at once. Spreading his arms, the man repeated the order to kill. The enemies closed in. The orc clenched his fists. Then bright attacks sliced across the enemy line. A man stood there with a blade in hand. Gale was beside him, complaining that all the noise had ruined his sleep. The upset attacker demanded to know what he was doing there. He gritted his teeth and shouted that this was the Emperor's order, but the protagonist grabbed him by the neck before he could say more. Lifting him off the ground, Gale warned that one more word would kill him. Without changing expression, MC choked the trembling man. Then his eyes shifted to the fire behind him. Cheryl walked up with her staff ready. She aimed it right at the man. Clenching her teeth, Cheryl demanded to know if he was the one who ruined her brother's funeral and murdered the people of this territory. She looked at Gale and said he couldn't have done it alone. He closed his eyes and gave a small nod. Cheryl pressed him for the name of the one who gave the order. She pushed the glowing staff closer. With fire in her eyes, Cheryl ordered him to speak as the flames neared his face. A flash threw the man backward. Cheryl turned to Gale and asked what he was doing. With a faint smile, the protagonist said he was stopping his cousin from becoming a murderer. The man clutched his neck while MC said he'd chosen to spare the boy who invaded their land for some foolish reason. Cheryl couldn't believe it. Angry now, Cheryl pointed her staff at him and asked if there was some other reason he let him live. Gale stayed calm and said nothing. Then the man, still gasping, said the castle was His Majesty's residence. He added that as captain of the guard, he would punish anyone who threatened the Emperor's safety. A hand seized him by the collar. Holding him in place, the protagonist coldly asked if that answer was enough. Cheryl flinched, clearly unhappy. Then Gale told her that if she still had a problem with what he did, she could take it up with His Majesty. Aaron moved past the orc form, and the green color vanished from his hand. He quickly hid it behind his back and watched Gale drag the man down the hallway. Aaron stayed tense in the fake orc body. It had been close. Up ahead, a small smile touched MC's lips. Without turning fully, he seemed to say he knew Aaron was still alive. As the protagonist walked away, Aaron thought the man was already looking forward to helping make him emperor. Cheryl hurried over and called for Cecilia. Shaken, she asked where Aaron was, and whether Cecilia had seen him. The orc pointed to himself and said Aaron was right there. Cheryl just stared in surprise. After that, Aaron and the others fought hard and cleared out the last invaders left in the castle. Zirin took the captured survivors away to question them about the real reason for the attack. The next day, the group entered the throne room. One man asked the brunette if it was true the Emperor had called all of them in. She said yes, and that it had to be because of the attack at dawn. Touching his chin, he said that if so, the Emperor probably wanted to question them. Another man said that if anyone dared attack the territory before the funeral, they might even be bold enough to try something extreme, like assassinating the Emperor. That was the kind of enemy they were dealing with. Then, the hall doors opened. Zeron entered with the bound prisoners. Cheryl folded her hands in front of her. Lowering her head, Cheryl first apologized to the honored guests who had gathered for the funeral. The crowd was shocked when they heard that the one behind the trouble that night was the Pope of the Paris Church. With her eyes darkening, Cheryl said that was true, but as ruler of Braun, she didn't believe he acted alone. Cheryl closed her eyes and explained that while His Majesty's main army defended the inner castle from outside, Braun's soldiers had been guarding it from within. Looking down, Cheryl says everyone who helped Papa ruin her brother's funeral and hurt the people of their land will be punished today. The room erupts. People yell that he couldn't have acted alone and demand to know where Papa is now. One worried man turns his head. Philip walks in with a man, and someone says, "Here he is." Philip shuts his eyes for a moment. He throws the man to the floor and says this is the Papa they were asking for. With his foot on the man's back, Philip darkly adds that people say someone was helping him from the shadows. Then he looks at Cheryl and asks who that helper was. The heroes trade uneasy looks. Cheryl folds her arms and says they should ask him directly. The hall doors crack open, and a shout announces the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor. Cheryl turns at once as everyone is ordered to show respect. Zirin enters the hall. He stops beside the tied-up man. The prisoner looks up at him in fear, trying to speak. The Emperor rips the bandage off his face. The bound man blurts out that he didn't do this alone, and begs him to tell them. Still on the floor, he pleads with the Emperor to speak. Zirin glares at him and asks why he keeps begging him to talk. Gale stands in the crowd. He slips a dagger from his pocket while thinking about the Emperor. Spotting the Emperor nearby, he realizes he's finally here. A blue light starts glowing from MC. He raises the dagger as a voice in his head orders him to kill. Horrified, he grabs his face while that voice pushes him to give in to hate. Shaking all over, he fights the voice telling him to unleash the anger he's been holding back. A mustached duke behind him asks if he's alright. He waves it off and says he's fine. He just needs a little rest. He frowns as sweat runs down his face. Through the crowd, he spots the Emperor and realizes his enemy is right there. Ziron calmly says he'll ask one more time. Standing over the Holy Pope, he asks why he wanted him to say something like that. The terrified priest finally starts talking. With a smirk, the Emperor tells him to speak louder, so everyone can hear. The bound priest knows that if he says the Emperor made him do it, the promise to restore the Holy Kingdom will be gone. In the distance, shadowy figures with red eyes appear. Terrified, the man looks away as others stare at him too. The priest realizes that if he admits he acted alone in front of Paris's servants, his life is over. They'll never accept him as Pope again. Clenching his teeth, he feels panic rise and decides there's only one way out. His eyes land on a red-haired girl in front of him. He pushes himself up from his knees. He's burning with rage. Then he charges forward. Shocked, Cheryl hears him shout that he forced him to do this. The guards freeze at his claim that it wasn't him, and the nobles behind the Emperor stare in disbelief. Ziron says nothing. His face twists, with anger, and in the next second he cuts down the Holy Pope with his sword. The man screams as blood sprays everywhere. He collapses right in front of Cheryl, and everyone sees the Emperor holding the sword. The red-haired girl angrily demands to know what he's doing. Blood runs down the blade as the Emperor says the man gave no proof, no reason, nothing. With a smirk, Ziron says he dared to slander the Emperor. Pointing at him, he asks if they're really supposed to believe that. The boy shakes, grabs his head, and thinks only of hate. Barefoot, he stumbles forward while that voice keeps feeding his hatred. He moves through the darkness in terror, as it tells him to let all that hatred loose. He throws up his hands and begs it to stop. The naked boy clutches his face, pleading again for it to end. Then he screams at it to stop. A dark aura circles him, while the voice laughs. A rush of red power whirls around him, saying the time has come. Suddenly, bright light falls over him. Gale jerks his head up in shock. Then he smiles at his hands, realizing the pain is gone. But both hands are covered in blood. He stares at them in horror. A dark image of the Emperor stands before him. Zeron glares with red eyes, furious. Rhinon stares in shock, clutching the blade stuck in his body. Through the pain, the Overlord says the time has come. Not far away, Philip sees it happen. He grabs his sword hilt and speaks to Lord Everek. Wearing a crazed smile, he wonders if this is really how he becomes Emperor. Shaking, Zeron calls out to Rhinon. Then he drives the blade in deeper, splashing blood across his cloak. The Lord howls in fury, blood pouring from his mouth. He swings his sword back and curses him as a bastard. The Duke crashes to the floor. Zeron stares in shock and notices a mask. He drops down with him. Then, he grabs the attacker's face. He tears off the mask. Under it is Gale. Nearby, Cheryl sees the sage and freezes in shock. Grinding his teeth, the Emperor demands to know who he is and who sent him. He grabs his clothes and keeps pressing for an answer. Now furious, the Emperor shouts for him to say it now. He only trembles in silence before his attacker. Then the attacker collapses. At once, purple energy starts pouring out of him. The Lord sees it. He leaps back in shock. Gale's body glows purple as he screams. The aura rips through his body, and his scream gets louder. A blinding beam fills the hall, and a girl near the castle feels it too. Isabel runs forward in fear, screaming no. She looks up and sees purple clouds over the castle, just as a bright light bursts out. Everyone in the hall feels a huge wave of power break loose. The Emperor watches, his face tightening. An energy vortex forms near the ceiling. A black pentagram appears, pulling all that power into its center. Cheryl stands with the strategist and wonders if it's a magic circle. The symbol suddenly shines even brighter. White energy starts spinning around the pentagram. Philip watches with delight, knowing it's finally starting. Dark matter bursts out, and a giant foot comes through the magic circle. The Emperor stares in horror. Zeron watches with a grim face. Then the massive foot slams down and crushes him. Blood bursts out, his crown flies off, and the guard is left stunned. Cheryl and Kane are left in shock. Gran shields her eyes from the sight. Philip smirks. This is only the start. A huge monster steps out. Before the crowd stands a giant beast with red eyes. Kane frowns and realizes it's Valtor the Destroyer, Everak's child reborn, though he can't understand how. The giant drops to its knees and grabs its head, throwing off waves of energy. The strategist looks at it and realizes this isn't the Valtor he knows. Something about this one is off. Without warning, the monster lunges away. Terrified soldiers spot it coming. One man screams for everyone to run for their lives. They flee from the monster, crying for help. At the gates, nobles beg for the doors to be opened. The giant suddenly throws a punch. Its hand crushes people where they stand, spraying blood across the floor. In a rage, the giant braces the ceiling with both hands. Then it shoves down with all its strength. A guard watches in shock and realizes they're in grave danger. People race through the castle in panic, knowing no one can save them now. He turns, ready to do something. Kane and Cheryl fly through the air on a phoenix. The soldier looks back and decides there's only one thing left to do. In the distance, he spots the commander. Rommel turns in surprise when someone calls his name. A duke hidden behind a soldier tells him to run. The protagonist smashes the glass with his helmet. Nervously, he calls out for Aaron. A little girl is playing with a ball. Then she hears someone call. The ball flies up, and a small dragon appears beside her at once. It quickly jumps onto it. The giant holds up the ceiling with its shoulders, as everything around it falls apart. Rommel runs through the hall, while stones crash down around him. The protagonist reaches out and tells someone to grab his hand. The terrified warlord flies toward him. As the monster tears through the ceiling, the protagonist catches his comrade's hand. He yells out for Aaron again. The monster releases a wave of power that spreads across the whole city. Cheryl and the strategist keep flying overhead. She looks down in shock and asks what's happening. Kaniz calmly says the name, Valtor the Destroyer. The red-haired girl is completely stunned. Watching below, the strategist explains that this monster is Avarak's child. He notices her shock and asks if she's alright. Cheryl opens her eyes in horror, and Kaniz realizes he was right. Something tied to Avarak was planted inside her. Isla smiles with her long tongue out, and the strategist figures it must be her. Worried, the assistant asks if the young lady has ever heard the name Avarak. The red-haired sorceress quickly says no, never. He stares in surprise and asks if she has seen Aaron. Suddenly, a figure appears near them. The protagonist flies over with the army commander toward Aaron. Frowning, he asks the strategist what kind of monster this is and whether anyone knows anything about it. The assistant answers seriously that it's Valtor the Destroyer, one of Avarak's children. The protagonist starts to understand what's going on. Closing his eyes, he realizes it showed up sooner than expected. The Duke's sister, riding the Phoenix, asks how he knew about it, and he says he only learned yesterday. As the giant rampages through the city, he says that isn't what matters right now. The red-eyed monster charges at the terrified people. The protagonist, riding the small dragon, turns to the strategist and asks how they can stop it. Canis looks at him in shock. The dragon assistant lowers his eyes and says nothing. The frightened Duke and his sister hear that it may be impossible. Looking around, the strategist admits he doesn't know because this isn't the Voltor he remembers. Then he asks the protagonist if he remembers the first time it was summoned from the magic circle. The protagonist remembers a dark shape and says it looked like it was in terrible pain. Hovering in the air, Canis says this is an incomplete resurrection, though he doesn't know why. He points at the monster tearing through the city. As it slams the ground, he explains that a complete Voltor uses more than raw strength. The Duke's assistant says that in the past it would have destroyed everything with chaos magic. From the dragon, the protagonist makes sure he heard right. It's weaker, but they still don't know how to kill it, and the strategist agrees. The huge-mouthed mutant rampages between the houses. Purple rays rise from the dead, and Kainas says it's sucking out people's souls. The giant monster pulls that energy into itself. It stares ahead. Smoke rises all around it. A bright purple light glows in its chest. The light in Valtor's chest flares up. He lets out a wild scream, and dark power bursts out of him. Black masses spread across the sky. They rush straight at the heroes in the air. Cheryl asks what that is. The strategist says this is bad, and tells everyone to get somewhere safe while they dodge the dark energy. They drop down onto the road. The dark matter sinks into the plants and then into the dead. All around them, things start falling apart, and Cheryl's group watches it happen. Valtor stands in the middle of the swirling darkness. The energy sinks into his back. It fills him up, and his eyes shine even brighter. With a huge scream, he fires out a massive blast. The girl covers her ears and asks what's happening. The strategist says the life force in those bodies is being twisted and taken by that power. From her phoenix, the girl asks him to say it in a way she can understand. Aaron and his sister are stunned. If that's true, the monster will kill more people to get stronger and keep growing. Aaron stares at the raging giant, realizing it's about to get even bigger. Then someone cries out, asking what they should do. Rommel, riding with him on the dragon, calls out to his highness. A dark bolt suddenly shoots in behind Aaron. He spots it and dodges at once. The bolt flies right toward the giant. It hits the monster's body and gets pulled back in. The red-eyed monster turns to look at them. Its long fangs show as it notices something. It spots the protagonist and his ally in front of it. Then, it raises its palm and builds up purple lightning. Kane sees the attack and warns them to move. They quickly dodge the black masses racing through the sky. The protagonist looks back and sees one closing in on him. As they try to avoid it, the strategist says they have to find a way to stop Voltor, and the other two need to hold it off no matter what. Aaron flies ahead and asks if the assistant is sure he can figure something out. The answer is no. Aaron frowns and looks forward. The dark current catches up, and Aaron realizes that even weakened, this monster is still beyond him. He has no idea what to do. Shaken, the protagonist suddenly thinks of Isabel. Kane looks toward the flying dragon, as the protagonist says he knows someone who can stop it. Cheryl hears him ask her to find her mother. Nervous, Cheryl asks how her mother would know how to stop him. He turns to Aaron's sister and reminds her of what she told him yesterday about Avarak and Voltor. She's surprised when he says they have to move now. Her thoughts race to her mother. She surges forward, shouting that she understands. Her phoenix speeds up even more. From Aaron's back, the protagonist calls out to Kane. Pointing at Rommel, he says he needs a favor. He asks them to go save as many survivors as they can. The commander asks what he plans to do instead. Aaron smirks and says he'll hold on somehow until Cheryl gets back. The strategist grips his ally's shoulder and agrees. Aaron carries his master away. The protagonist watches the monster and wonders what his next move should be. Then, he realizes he has to keep it in this area. He lifts his sword over his head. The white dragon turns in surprise. The protagonist calmly tells it to fly straight ahead. A second later, he charges the mutant. Elsewhere, Philip lies among the ruins. He notices the giant nearby, and thinks his father's death may have helped him, but he still has a question. Frowning, Philip asks Avarak how that is supposed to make him emperor. A voice answers that Voltor is unstable and has to die. Then it orders Ellis to be brought back. Philip shouts, asking what exactly he's supposed to do. Stunned, he hears again that Ellis must be resurrected. As Cheryl flies on her phoenix, Philip is finally given his order. Cheryl stares ahead, focused. Then the angry voice tells Philip to kill his cousin. The protagonist keeps flying on his dragon. Seeing the monster's back, he realizes that's where he needs to strike. He grips his sword hilt. Energy gathers in his hand. He tightens his hold on the glowing blade. In a burst of anger, he swings and calls out Windcutter, sending lightning across the blade. He hurls the attack straight at the monster. It slams into the giant and explodes. From the dragon, Aaron sees the titan come out unharmed, even though Windcutter can split a mountain. The huge monster keeps moving through the ruins. Then it spreads its massive arms. They reach for the protagonist as dark streams rush at him too. Startled, he realizes he did manage to get its attention. The black serpent-like energy starts peeling away from him. Aaron glances back and sees it catching up. With a burst of speed, he pushes faster. Even so, the dark energy keeps up with the little dragon. Eren looks back in shock. The protagonist pats Eren and tells him he'll handle it. He raises his sword and flies on. Then he uses Wind Cutter again. A bright wave tears through the dark creatures while purple fire flares around them. At the same time, a giant orb of energy comes at him. He steadies himself on the dragon. Holding the blade in front of him, he tells Eren to drop. Then he jumps with sword in hand. He crashes into the enemy spell head-on. Fueled by anger, he slices it apart and yells about how hard this thing is to kill. The dark energy stream splits in two, but then he stares in shock as black energy wraps around his sword. It sticks to the blade, and he starts to fall. His weapon glows green, and Eren wonders if it's taking in the souls that Valtor released. The protagonist flies ahead on Eren. Below him, he spots the giant. He tells Eren to chase the souls coming off the monster. They speed after them. Nearby, dark strands hover around an injured man as he cries for help. The man turns and sees the flying creatures. Terrified, he runs and screams for them to stay away, but they quickly catch him. At the last second, the protagonist cuts them down with his sword. Tears in his eyes, the man sees his lord. Eren fights desperately to save him. The man drops down and cries out that his majesty is still alive. The protagonist and Eren rush back toward the giant tearing through the city. Valtor stretches out his huge arms. Eren dodges at the last moment. The protagonist looks ahead, wondering if there's really no other way left. Eren lifts his head when he hears the order to climb higher. Valtor roars so loudly it shakes the whole area. The protagonist charges his blade with energy. Looking down at the huge monster, he asks Eren if he noticed it too. Frowning, he says the monster has gotten smaller. As he flies in again, the strategist explains that Valtor is shrinking because he can't absorb even one soul now. Eren looks at the dark blade as the strategist tells them to burn the souls trapped inside it. The boy understands. He grabs the sword with both hands and swings Wind Cutter. A huge blast of magic erupts. The giant screams in fury. Its legs tighten. Then the mutant starts shrinking. It grabs its head. The protagonist stands before it with his sword ready. Seeing the monster falter, he realizes he can fight it now. With the green blade in hand, he moves in. He unleashes another strong Wind Cutter wave. The giant pushes back against the attack. Eren narrows his eyes. Then he bursts forward. He leaps and swings at the monster. Meanwhile, Cheryl runs through the ruins calling for her mother. Then she hears someone call her name. She looks over and sees people in the distance. A servant is dragging an injured Isabel. Shocked, Cheryl rushes to her. Sweat runs down Isabel's face. She sees Cheryl, but her vision is already fading. Then Isabel forces her eyes open. A mouth opens in horror, and a scream breaks out at the sight of Cheryl. Behind her, Philip swings his sword. Eren keeps pushing forward. He swings his sword and releases a wave of energy. The giant blocks it. Eren glares at it. Then he jumps. Eren raises his glowing sword at the giant. The protagonist's eyes harden. He strikes at the monster, but it blocks the hit. Grinding his teeth, he keeps pressing in. Valtor grabs the blade with his palm, blood spraying out. He drops to one knee while the monster tries to hold the sword in place, and Eren watches in shock. The boy screams in rage. Lightning bursts around him. Even then, the monster stands firm and stops the thrust. Valtor keeps his grip on the blade. In a low voice, Valtor speaks of his other half and demands his body back. Horrified, the protagonist feels the giant grab his hand. Valtor points his palm at him and talks about being fully resurrected. Purple light pours out. The stunned boy hears that Valtor plans to use him as a sacrifice, and Eren shuts his eyes in horror. A claw appears near his head. He opens his eyes. Eren helps shove the monster back. The fierce dragon roars at Valtor. It gathers fire in its belly. Then it blasts flames at the mutant. The protagonist tightens his grip on the sword. He charges, knowing this is his chance. Valtor holds back the flames. His eyes burn with rage as he calls the dragon a worthless lizard. Then he grabs Eren and throws him at the protagonist. The protagonist stares in surprise as his friend comes flying at him. Suddenly, he vanishes. Eren looks around in shock, unable to understand where he went. The boy turns in disbelief. Eren crashes onto the rocks. His body is covered in blood. The protagonist watches in silence. Then he turns back with an empty stare. Valtor points at him and orders him to come. The protagonist grips the sword with both hands and thinks of his sister. Clenching his teeth, he pictures Isabel and begs in his heart for Cheryl to find her fast. Philip swings at his cousin. His blade cuts through the air as the saint moves to run. Cecilia jumps in at once. She drives a hit into Philip's stomach, and he cries out in shock. Vivian, the church's saint, lands a heavy blow on him too. Then she turns in shock when she sees blood. Isabel watches in horror. Cheryl collapses into her arms, badly hurt. Shocked, Isabel grabs her bloody daughter and holds her tight. A scream of rage tears out of her. No. Philip gets back up. He glares downward. Then he straightens up. Philip lets out a breath and says he almost had her. His eyes turn red as he calls her worthless trash. Frowning, he asks if she really thinks she can stop him. Enraged, Philip drives his sword forward. Cecilia barely dodges, stunned. Philip slashes at her again. The priestess springs up. She taps the base of his sword. Then she flips over in one smooth move. A second later, she jumps out of his reach. With a crazed look, Philip charges in. His blade drives straight for the girl's face. Cecilia's eyes go wide as she throws out a chaos net. The sword stops right in front of the girl. She hops back after blocking his strike. The prince grits his teeth, furious. Then he notices dark energy pouring off Isabel. Mad with rage, Isabel casts a spell and curses the prince. Tears in her eyes, she screams that he actually tried to hurt her daughter. She fires a huge purple blast, wanting him dead. The attack rushes straight at the prince. Out of nowhere, a heel appears in front of his face. His sword gets stopped by magic. Cecilia kicks him with everything she has, and he cries out as blood sprays. A wave of dark power smashes into Philip and sends him flying. He skids over the ground and slams into a rock. Bleeding badly, Philip still starts cursing the girls. They step up in front of him, looking terrifying. Then a sound comes from nearby. Cheryl is lying upside down. Suddenly, bursts of magic start erupting from her. Isabel stares in shock. She turns away and wonders what this power is, and how this can even be real. In the distance, bright light starts pouring from her daughter. Magic wraps around Cheryl's whole body. She rises into the air, glowing red. Then her body starts to change. Her mother reaches out and calls to her. Philip stands there calmly, sword in hand. With a hard look, he says this was Avarak's order. He steps forward, saying this is what he needs to do to become emperor. Then the prince charges again, raising his blade. He yells that she has to die. His cousin's eyes turn black and red, and her dress shifts to black. She looks far more frightening now. Still raging, the prince swings his sword and screams. Cheryl slowly raises her hands. With one flick of her palm, she tears the sword out of his grip. Wearing a chilling expression, she starts casting. She lifts him off the ground and drags him toward her. Then she grabs his throat, her eyes glowing red. In a calm voice, she asks who he thinks he is to block Alice's full return. She tightens her grip on his neck, and he struggles to breathe. She stares at him with the eyes of a monster. Magic keeps him hanging in the air. A burning hand closes around his neck, and Cheryl demands an answer. Terrified, he says he's the crown prince. With her face fully changed, she asks why he woke her. Grinding his teeth, Philip says it was Lord Avarak's command. She squeezes the fiery hand harder, and he screams. The red-haired girl says her father would never order this, so he better tell the truth. Choking, Philip admits he was promised the throne if he killed her. Cheryl doesn't react. She just keeps hurting him. Holding him up with magic, she realizes he's not lying. Then she slams the prince with a heavy blow. He's thrown aside. Philip crashes into the rubble as smoke spreads low across the ground. Looking down at him, she says she'll find out for herself. Then she shoots up into the sky. Isabel collapses onto the rubble. Sitting there, she says her son is gone, and now Cheryl is too, so there's no reason to live. The saint pulls her up and says it's too soon to give up. Lowering her head, Isabel asks what's left when all her children are gone. Cecilia says Cheryl still has her form, so the resurrection isn't finished yet. There may still be a way, but her mother sadly says Cheryl can't come back. Cecilia puts a hand to her chest and brings up the sacred relics. She says they haven't used them yet, and if they seal Ellis, they might save Cheryl. Isabel stares at her, stunned. Cecilia's expression hardens as Voltor reaches out his monstrous hand for a sacrifice. He calls for the offering. Aaron raises his blade in front of him. Clenching his jaw, he thinks of his mother, and begs her to find her fast. Then he rushes in, pointing his sword at the monster. Aaron shouts that he'll handle things here. The creature bears huge fangs. Then it slashes with its claws. Roaring in anger, Aaron tries to meet it with his blade. Smoke rolls over the battlefield. The beast stares ahead. Aaron frowns, watching what it's about to do. Then Aaron realizes Cheryl stopped the blade at the last second. He's stunned to find his sister standing there, unable to make sense of it. Her eyes have changed. They look darker, almost evil. She shoves her brother away, sending Aaron flying back with his sword. He lands a short distance from her. In her monster form, Cheryl turns to Valtor. The giant sees her and calls her Elis. He steps in front of her. In that girl-like form, the monster says she has a favor to ask. He only stares back with shining eyes. Calmly, she tells him to call her father. The giant stays silent, still staring her down. Then Elis bursts with anger and power, ordering him to do it now because her father will answer him. The monster lifts its paw. A bright purple beam shoots into the sky. Lightning flashes overhead. A vortex starts spinning open. Dark energy gathers inside it. From that mass, the head of an evil god appears. Avarak glares down at Valtor and speaks. Towering above them, the giant god asks why he was called. Elis flies up to him. She stops in the air before her father. In her monster form, she asks if he really can't see her. Cecilia helps Isabel keep moving. Weak and worn out, Isabel points ahead and says it's there. She points to the red vortex in the sky and says Avarak is there, so they have to seal the children fast. Cecilia keeps supporting her as they go on. Avarak looks at his daughter. Frowning, he says he can see her and asks what she wants. Elis gathers magic in one hand. Philip, lying on the rocks, starts giving off that same power. He rises and is pulled toward her. She holds him up, furious. With a deadly stare, she asks if he really used this man to wake her. Avarik says nothing. The evil god's daughter says he tried to bring her back in an incomplete form. She yells that he did it at the wrong time, and demands an answer. Avarik's eyes flare bright. With a savage look, he admits it. Still holding the crown prince captive, Cheryl asks why he would do that. His image spreads over the castle as he explains that about 20 years ago, everything had been going well. Aaron appears beside his sister in the memory, as Avarak says he and Valtor slept inside human bodies, and gained perfect power. Looking ahead, the evil god says he used Zeron to destroy their human hosts and wake them both. That included a man named Zeron. He adds that one host, Aaron, was killed before. Valtor roars as Avarak explains he woke up in perfect form. Avarak says the only thing left was Elis's perfect resurrection. His eyes fill with hate as he calls the others fools. Then glowing figures appear above the castle, and he mocks them as weak little gods with pathetic names. He explains that they turned time back by 20 years. Gale stands behind Aaron, as Avarak says they split Valtor's body and soul into two humans to stop his return. He says missing the right time to revive has made him weaker and weaker. Even after time was turned back, his own timeline kept moving forward. That, Avarak says, is why he had to wake her now. His daughter stays cold and quiet, as he asks if she understands what he wants. Holding the crown prince close, Cheryl answers softly that she understands it all. Avarik says that with Valtor, she will now become the vessel for his return. In that girl-like monster form, she says she understands one thing. Her father has grown weak, very weak. Her words leave Avarik stunned. She lets go of the prince, and he is thrown forward. Then she swings her burning hand, and blasts Avarik with a huge wave of fire. The evil god is hit with unbearable pain. As the attack reaches him, he screams, while Elis smiles like she's lost her mind. A purple vortex forms, and Avarak can't believe it. The dark cloud starts fading away. Soon, only a tiny spark of the evil god is left. Philip drops to the ground. The possessed girl bursts into loud laughter. Spreading her arms, she thanks her father, and says this world now belongs to his daughter. Floating in the air, Elis says this is exactly as he wished. Aaron lands, sword in hand. Gripping the hilt, Aaron calls out to Cheryl. High above him, she turns and says, "First," then she points at Valtor, and says she'll take his power. A huge blast erupts from her hand, and Valtor watches in shock. The stream of magic tears through the air. It slams into him and explodes. Cecilia throws up a guard against the shockwave. Aaron grabs the sword stuck in the ground to stay standing. Barely enduring the attack, Aaron begs her to stop. Light wraps around him as he pleads with her to stop right now. Desperate, Aaron calls Cheryl's name. Nearby, Cecilia and Isabel shout that it isn't true. Cecilia yells at him that this isn't his sister. The saint says the monster in the sky is Elis, Avarak's daughter, not Cheryl. Jaw tight, Aaron finally understands. Beside the girl, Isabel says that if she absorbs Valtor's power, it's all over. Shaken, she adds that they have to seal at least one of them. Cecilia nervously asks what they can do. Looking heartbroken, Isabel tells her to stand in front of her. Facing the saint, she warns that this could kill her. A huge flash suddenly bursts in the sky, scattering energy everywhere, and Cecilia looks up in shock as a purple magic sign appears. A voice calls for Avarak, god of chaos and resurrection, to come to Aaron at once. Seeing Aaron with his sword, Cecilia realizes this is the moment Elis was waiting for. With madness on Elis's face and Valtor staring ahead, Aaron wonders why they sent that god to him. Cecilia stares ahead in silence. She steps in front of the wounded Isabel. Spreading her arms, she urges Isabel to do it. Shocked, Isabel hears her tell her to hurry. As Cecilia reaches out, Isabel realizes she's apologizing. Cecilia calls on divine power, and Isabel reaches out too, knowing this is their only chance. Through the pain, Isabel starts casting. She aims at the relics floating above. Cecilia suddenly shines, then cries out in agony. A glowing stone forms on her chest. She lets out a terrified scream. Then a blast of light tears straight through her body. Elis, using Cheryl's body, attacks without a hint of panic. Her eyes flare red. She realizes that light is a real threat. A wave of yellow energy reaches her. Elis tries to stop it, and with a deep frown she strains to hold the blast back. At the same time, a purple beam shoots toward Valtor. Furious, Cecilia fires back. Elis snarls, blocks it and twists the beam away. Grinding her teeth, she mocks her enemy as weak. Then Elis spots something near her. Aaron is rushing in with his sword. She whips around, caught off guard. Aaron leaps straight at her, but a purple beam flashes in front of him. He raises his blade and tries to block it. Valtor hits him with a burst of power. Using magic, Valtor yanks Aaron in and says his body is coming closer. He grabs Aaron by the throat and says he'll finally be complete. As the attack rages on, Cecilia shuts her eyes and thinks of Aaron. Sweat pours down her face while she fights the pain. Then an even stronger surge bursts out of her, and her scream grows louder. Still holding Aaron, Valtor turns and notices it. His eyes flash the second he sees the attack coming. A fiery blast erupts. Yellow energy merges with the monster, and the sword slips from Aaron's hand. A blinding flash floods the whole area. Alice, still in Cheryl's form, shields herself from the blast. The sacred relics remain suspended overhead. Then Cecilia drops to the ground. The relics burn away. She crashes hard onto the rocks below. Cecilia reaches out one last time, thinking of Aaron. She remembers their time together and silently says she's sorry. With her eyes closed, Cecilia vows to stay with Aaron until the end of the world, but she knows she may not be able to. A bright flash swirls inside the storm. Cecilia starts to doubt that promise, then sees a figure in front of her. A man walks toward the fallen saint. Barely able to move, she reaches for Aaron. Aaron stands over Cecilia and sees the huge hole through her body. Tears fall beside her. He bends down and apologizes. Crying, Aaron says he promised to protect Cecilia. Then he pulls her close and screams. His cry carries across the battlefield. Ziran hears it and freezes. He turns back, thinking of Aaron. Aaron stays beside Cecilia's body. His burned clothes smoke as he slowly stands. Then he faces Alice. She stares at him, stunned that a human could take in Voltor's power. Aaron looks up and sees her in the air. Purple mana pours off Aaron as he calls out to her. He spins sharply, ready to move. Alice watches in shock. In the next instant, Aaron is right beside her. He drives a brutal punch into her face. Alice slams into the ground at full speed. She lets out a sharp scream of pain. Before she can recover, Aaron attacks again. He drives his knee into her face and smashes her into the ground. Then Aaron throws another heavy punch. Looking completely savage, he swings both arms and says it's time for her to vanish. The blow lands square in her face. An explosion follows, and the shockwave rips through everything nearby. Aaron roars in fury. Ziran runs toward the fight. He desperately begs Aaron to stop. Aaron lowers his head and hears Isla speaking from inside Cheryl. He stands over the battered girl. Then Aaron turns with wild eyes and says this is not Cheryl. Tears stream down his face as he says it's Alice, and she has to be destroyed. Ziran shouts back that killing the monster will kill Cheryl too. Through tears, Aaron says anyone who hurts his people deserves to die. Ziran watches as Aaron strikes again. All he can do is stare in horror at how cruel Aaron has become in that moment. Lying on the ground, Alice suddenly starts laughing. Her laughter grows louder and louder. Then she uses magic again to affect Aaron. With a sly grin, Alice says all of Voltor's power belongs to her now. Aaron drops to one knee as she declares that true chaos will rule now. A bright purple cloud rises over the battlefield. Aaron feels a beam punch through his stomach. In agony, he watches a creature crawl out of his body. With a flash, the monster bursts free, screaming. Alice casts another spell, smirks, and calls for her younger brother to come to her with chaos. Clenching his teeth, Aaron realizes Cecilia is already gone. Floating above, Alice keeps casting. Aaron sees his friends break down and understands that if he loses the power Cecilia left him, something terrible will happen. While struggling to hold himself together, Aaron suddenly hears someone call his name. Ziran rushes forward and throws him a sword. Even under the crushing beam, Aaron sees it coming and catches it with a grim look. Ziran urgently tells him to drive it through Cheryl's heart and seal her soul inside the killer. Alice hears that while still casting. Isabel sees the fight and yells that if they can't stop Alice's power, they at least have to kill Cheryl and seal her soul, so Alice can't take it. Aaron glares at the villain and thinks that if that's true, then so be it. Alice grits her teeth and keeps attacking him. In a frenzy, she orders Aaron to hand over the power now. Black and red magic pours from her hand. Aaron suddenly appears above her with his sword raised, telling her to take him if she can. He looks straight at her and says he's going to seal the source of her power inside the host. As Aaron swings, he knows he feels sorry for Cheryl, but this is the only way. Aaron swings with an empty stare, then suddenly hears a voice. A girl below calls his name. Tears in her eyes, Cheryl begs him not to kill her. She reaches out and pleads with him to stop. Aaron stares at her in shock. As half her face turns dark, Cheryl says she only needs a little more time, and Aaron feels her words hit hard. She keeps pleading, saying there isn't much time left. Aaron's sister begs him with everything she has. She reaches for him, and in his mind he begs her to stop. He shuts his eyes, telling himself this has to end. Remembering his sister, Aaron swings the sword. He screams with all his rage. The blade drives through Cheryl's body, and blood sprays out. Cheryl stares at him in horror. Then her face twists into something monstrous as she demands how he dared do this. With his eyes shut, Aaron says he's sorry. He lifts the sword as black energy coils around it. His face hardens. He knows he has to finish this now. She touches Aaron's green sword, and a huge surge of energy slams into his chest. Aaron drops down in front of the sword stuck in place. A monster appears before Cheryl, and her eyes change as she orders it to return. A torrent of black mana pours from the blade. Isla screams in rage and demands that it stop. She turns into a terrifying monster and keeps screaming for him to stop. Aaron feels a violent vortex raging inside him as her screams tear through the air. He stands over his fallen enemy. Blood runs down Aaron's face, and he can barely breathe. Ziran runs over and tells him to pull it out right now. Aaron grabs the sword's hilt. He yanks it from Cheryl's body, and blood bursts everywhere. Blood drips from the blade as Cheryl lies still, without any sign of life. Her eyes stay slightly open. Her face starts to change. Then Cheryl suddenly coughs. She closes her eyes, confused and trying to understand where she is. When she sees Aaron standing there with a sword, she recognizes him. Then Cheryl notices the wound in her chest and realizes she can't breathe. Zeron runs to help as Cheryl panics at the thought of dying. Zeron pours an orange potion onto her wound and chants a spell in his own language. Her vision starts fading, and she silently begs for help. Then Cheryl reaches out and calls for her brother. Cheryl wakes up in bed and realizes she's back in her room. Isabel sits beside her, stunned that her mother is there too. The woman pulls Cheryl into a hug, still wrapped in bandages. Cheryl asks in confusion what she's doing here, and what even happened. Then she remembers Aaron and asks where he is. Quietly, Isabel says he left a while ago. Cheryl snaps and asks what she means by left. She sits up in bed at once. Then Cheryl notices a scroll in front of her. Her mother hands it over. Cheryl unties it and reads a letter addressed to his beloved little sister, the one he swore to protect. Meanwhile, Aaron rides forward on a dragon. He looks back and asks Zeron why he told him to stab Cheryl. Did he know Aaron wouldn't be able to kill her or absorb her soul? Flying nearby, the dragon explains that Zeron told it to fake the motion of stabbing her heart, but the blade was never meant to hit it for real. With a toothy grin, the dragon says it was shocked by how well the trick worked. Aaron listens as Zeron says they even fooled Elis, who rivals the gods. Aaron answers that maybe he wasn't fooled at all. Maybe Zeron pushed him into it. Aaron turns to the dragon and asks how it knew this would work on Elis, and it says he'll get his answers there. A flying beast beside Aaron adds that if he still has questions, he can ask them later. Zeron walks behind Aaron, who is carrying Cecilia. Then he spots a little girl in the distance. It's Gale, wrapped in a cloak and playing with pebbles. Zeron kneels before her. Without even turning around, he answers him. Closing his eyes, Zeron says he finished every task. Avarek is gone, and Valtor and Elis died with it. Tossing stones, Gale asks what he means. Zeron looks toward Aaron and explains that wasn't the plan, but the monsters were sealed inside a human body too. The protagonist says he and Aaron completed their mission. Aaron frowns, wondering what mission she's talking about. As MC keeps playing in front of them, she says she knows what they're thinking, but taking in Valtor and Elis was no accident. Aaron was born for that purpose. Gale then looks at Cecilia and says she fulfilled her mission too. That was the whole reason she existed. The goddess touches Cecilia's face and says none of this would have happened if she hadn't turned back time. Aaron looks at him and asks if that isn't too much. Holding Cecilia, Aaron snaps at Vivian. Was this mission really so important that she killed the saint and sealed those monsters inside him? He demands to know if that was really her whole reason to exist, and who gave her the right to say that. Vivian just stares at him, clearly surprised. Then she tosses the stones up and admits he has a point. As the stones hang in the air, Vivian says she also wishes this cursed mission would just disappear. A moment later, the stones slip from her hand. Zeron watches with a deep frown. Vivian stays calm and says being a god doesn't free anyone from the duty every living thing shares. Looking at her own hand, she says she also wondered why they gave such a burden to something called a god. Across from her, Zeron listens as she asks whether dragons really suffer over the meaning of their existence. Vivian spreads her hands and says the only answer she can give is this. They exist to carry out the mission given to them. With a small gesture, she adds that the one who gives that mission might be some absolute being, or maybe them. Energy rises around Vivian, as she says it's time to finish her own mission. Aaron is caught off guard when she tells him he has a choice. Looking straight at him, Vivian says he'll either die with her or keep living. Aaron frowns and immediately answers that of course he'll live. He fought too hard for that. Vivian tells him to listen closely. Vivian explains that if he goes with her, Valtor and Elis will die too. Evil beings could still appear someday, but not while he's around to see it. If he chooses life instead, he'll become immortal and keep them inside his body. And once he finally dies, they'll return. Aaron gives a quiet nod. Wrapped in a purple glow, Vivian asks if knowing all that still makes him want to live. Aaron says nothing. He thinks about the monster and the overlord, then realizes the emperor who threatened Braun is gone. Gale is watching over the territory now, so there may be nothing left for him to fear. For the first time, Aaron feels like he has no one left to protect, no clear purpose, and maybe no reason to keep going. Zeron silently studies him. After a pause, Aaron quietly asks, didn't she just say a mission can be something a person makes for himself? Something that gives him a reason to live? Vivian closes her eyes and says yes, that's true. Aaron calmly makes his choice. Then he'll live. Still holding Cecilia, he says he'll keep living with Valtor and Elis inside him, and he won't die. Cecilia lies there with her eyes shut as Aaron goes on. He says he'll build bonds with people in Braun and beyond, and live to protect them. He gently lays her down, and says he never wants to witness a death like this again, but he also refuses to vanish without doing anything. Vivian smiles. To her, that's the meaning Aaron chose for his life, and the mission he wants to follow. A bright light forms before him, as Vivian says she has a mission too. Purple light fills the area, and she says she wants one as well. Then, a glow appears above Cecilia's body. A beam of light pours out of her. Its shine floods everything around them. Aaron narrows his eyes against the light. As he watches, he hears Vivian thank him. Aaron stands beside Zeron. Vivian is gone, and Cecilia is left on the ground. Aaron stares ahead, wondering if it's really over. He's been given a long life, and now he needs time to decide how to live it. His eyes widen when someone calls out to him. Overjoyed, Cecilia sits up and calls Aaron's name. He rushes to her in shock, blurting out that she's alive. Stunned, Aaron hears Vivian thank him once more. Smiling, Cecilia says Vivian trusted her life to him and wanted him to take care of her. Aaron smiles as Cecilia holds his cheeks. A month later, Aaron writes a letter to his sister Gail. Reading from her bed, the protagonist sees that Aaron is sorry she may not remember what happened, but says he had no choice except to separate her from Aeolus. MC lets out a sigh, figuring she'll be healed by the time the letter arrives, so he shouldn't worry too much. If anything, she finds it a little funny. She keeps reading carefully. Aaron writes that he doesn't know when he'll return, so he wants Gail to manage the territory for now. He also has a favor to ask. As she reads on, he realizes she's been supporting him this whole time. Thinking back to her fights with Zeron, the protagonist reads that with Aaron gone, the old man should run the territory well enough. Still, since he's known for being cheap, she should make him spend money when needed. A man happily eyes a sack of gold, while Aaron adds that for military matters, she should speak with Rommel. He's a little old-fashioned, but he needs a raise. Taking care of the territory while raising kids can't be easy, so he deserves good pay. Aaron next writes about a man sailing away. He should head to the Black Continent and live there, since coming back to Braun would probably make him uneasy. Aaron could name him ruler of that territory, but since that's likely not what he wants, it's better to let him live freely. With Miller and Jacqueline behind him, Aaron writes that she isn't one of their citizens but an ally, so she can handle herself. The old man smiles while Jacqueline shouts that allies should at least be offered a new home. Aaron writes about promoting Arthur to captain and, if possible, helping him win Bianca over. The warrior angrily kicks away his flowers, as Aaron adds that Arthur is completely in love with her. With a bandage still on her face, Gail reaches the part where Aaron asks if she remembers their plan. As a crown is brought to her, he explains that with the Emperor, Crown Prince and Duchess dead, only she and the Duchess's son have the right to rule. MC takes the crown while Aaron says he truly wants her to become Emperor. Holding it in her hands, she reads that he believes this is the only way forward. Gail sighs as Aaron writes that he trusts her. Then he steps before the crowd and begins to burn. The crown drops and burns on the floor as she walks away. Zeron bows behind her. Walking through the snow with Cecilia, Aaron writes a heartfelt apology for hiding the truth from the protagonist for so long. Cecilia looks at him as he says their time together was short, but he was happy to have met someone like her. Aaron steps forward and signs the letter as Gail's older brother. Smiling, he finishes with another name, MC's butler, and with that, the story ends.